Chapter 151 Fight for the Throne. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Horus manifested his soul once more outside his body as a soul vessel. This time, he could not help but notice the improvement of manifesting a vessel in terms of speed. Not long after that, he then split up the soul vessel into two. He then did a test to see the level of burden he would obtain while manipulating the two separate vessels independently, noticing that the level of burden on his mind was significantly reduced after fusing the two skills together. Of course, he continued to split the soul vessels once more, increasing the number of soul vessels in front of his field of vision to 4, then 8 not long after. Surprisingly, Horus could still think quite actively while controlling the 8 vessels as they moved in different directions, which allowed him to deploy a greater level of protection once the war starts. Just as he was about to call it a day, a thought popped up in his mind all of a sudden as he decided to split the soul vessels into two once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this point, he now had 16 soul vessels in front of his field of vision, each having a 16th of the soul power of the original soul vessel. As for the burden on his mind, it was more or less equivalent to the level of burden he felt while controlling 8 soul vessels with only the 9 worlds soul morphosis skill. Then again, that was only when he did not move the soul vessels in different directions. Once he did attempt to move the 16 soul vessels in different directions, although he came to the conclusion that it would allow him to see more of the landscape in the heat of war with the vision portion of the skill activated, he was severely debilitated in the mental area just like before, only allowing him to put up a basic level of protection around his body. Nonetheless, he was quite satisfied, deciding to use the 16 soul vessels if he was going to act as reconnaissance, and the 8 soul vessel form when he was going to attack and act as reconnaissance at the same time. Well then, I guess my control over multiple soul vessels has improved, increasing it to 16, Horus said to himself, very satisfied with the improvement the newly fused skill brought. Not long after that, he told Fenrir and Charissa that he was going to head towards another part of the Tower of Seclusion as he wanted to test out the destructiveness of his skills. The two found no problem with that and told their master to still be on alert. In response, Horus let out an aura of slight happiness before disappearing in front of the two's visions, heading towards one of the dummies situated within the Tower of Seclusion. While the whole Tempest Branch Alliance was preparing for the worst in the upcoming war that was going to befall them, an animate was currently trying to fulfill the last goals given to her by her master, which would ultimately allow her to transition into a stronger class among the classes of the higher ranks. XXXX Continent, Seraph Kingdom, Arcana Tower. Glug glug dot glug glug. Within one of the training rooms that were allotted to those that reside within the Arcana Tower, a young woman was arduously manipulating a small ball of water in front of her, trying her best to solidify the shape of the ball as a sphere. At the current moment, although the shape of the water ball in front of her was more or less a sphere, to be more exact, there were still times where her control over the water ball would falter, making the ball ripple every once in a while. This young woman was none other than Ire, Dane's only student who was trying to master the lower level 1 spell she recently bought in a bid to allow her to transition into a stronger rank 3 class. Splash! Ire could not help but scream out as the water ball she was controlling had abruptly burst. Due to the water ball bursting, it was a given that Ire was soaked by the water. Nonetheless, she was not angry over the fact that she was not able to control the water ball properly, which led to the sleep-up that made the water ball burst. Instead, she took a few deep breaths with her eyes closed, before sitting down on a nearby chair as she recalled the sensation she felt while manifesting and controlling the water ball. From there, she reflected on her mistakes, which allowed her to ponder on how she could reduce the time of manifestation, as well as increase her level of control over the water ball after manifestation. If I manipulate my mana in a way that would allow the whole water ball to roll clockwise, that would allow me to have a greater chance to fully control the ball. At the very least, that would allow me to call the activation of the spell a success. Then again, that isn't a true aquasphere though, since that would need me to mimic the movements of water in a natural setting, taking into consideration the ripples, the breeze, and so on. She started to mutter to herself as she reflected over her possible workarounds to activating the spell successfully. Of course, I could remedy this if I put more time into improving my affinity with the water element, she said not long after, only to chuckle afterwards as she added, if I have both ideas, why not just do both at the same time? Whoosh! She then stood up from her chair, extended her right arm as a small fireball manifested on her palm. Not long after, she manipulated the fireball to travel all around her body, drying off the water that was on her robe. While looking at her exquisite control over the fireball, she could not help but ponder over it as she muttered to herself. How about I take some of the things I do while controlling this fireball? Then again, this fireball is the only lower level 1 spell I have mastered so far. Step, step, step. Not long after, she headed towards the center of the training room and stood there, closing her eyes as she attuned her body to their mana in the surroundings. Whoosh, whoosh. A few seconds later, a blue haze started to appear around Erie's body, to which she opened her eyes as she extended one of her arms forward, a magic circle appearing a few centimeters away from the extended palm not long after. First circle. Aqua radialis opensai. Aquasphere. Swish. At the very instant she finished chanting the incantation for the spell, the magic circle started to glow a faint blue hue, to which the blue haze around her started to congregate towards. Bit by bit, the magic circle she created started to shrink, to which a water ball that was growing in size bit by bit was replacing the magic circle's place. Eventually, a water ball that had the diameter of 2 tennis balls manifested a decent distance away from Erie's extended palm, slightly rippling here and there. Just as she noticed this, she then muttered to herself, "It's time to test it out." Spin. She shouted out as a portion of her mana started to circulate throughout her body, channeling outwards through her extended arm. She then released this mana through the tips of her fingers, with each strand of mana making its way towards the slightly unstable water ball in front of her, forcing the movement of the water that made up the water ball to spin in a certain direction. Swish, swish, swish. A few seconds later, the whole water ball was spinning in a clockwise direction, its form not even becoming unstable after Era walked close towards it, making sure to maintain control as she got closer. Seeing that there was no chance for it to burst into multiple droplets right now, Era could not help but feel elation as she screamed inwardly with joy. Success! Glug glug. Just as she screamed inwardly with joy, the spinning water ball slightly rippled, which made Era calm down from her sudden bout of joy, continuing to maintain her full concentration on controlling the water ball. After attempting to move the water ball in a few directions, finishing off by letting her water ball circle her body, she dispersed the water ball not long after, filled with the feeling of excitement and satisfaction after finally manifesting a water ball without making it burst. Now, I just have to make it into a true aquasphere, Era said to herself while going over the methods to gradually reach that stage. Not long after, a thought popped up in her mind all of a sudden as she said, "Since I can now successfully manipulate a water ball somewhat, I think I can try casting the 2 lower level 1 spells I have at the same time." Attuning her body to the mana in the surroundings, a faint red haze started to surround her body a few seconds later. She then raised her left arm as she opened up her palm, to which the red haze converged towards as a magic circle appeared on it. Not long after, a stable yet fiery ball of fire manifested on top of Erie's left palm, bobbing up and down as it was radiating a decent amount of heat. She then took a deep breath and let out a long sigh before raising up her right arm. Now, it's time to cast Aquasphere and control the 2 of them at the same time. She opened up her right palm as she split up the consciousness in her mind into 2, letting one control the fireball that was currently hovering, while the other one was to manifest the water ball and control it without making it burst. Unfortunately, since she was not used to splitting up her consciousness into 2 as she had not gone through a training regimen for things like these, a greater portion of her consciousness was still focused on the fireball, with only a small portion focused on the water ball she was trying to form. Whir. As she chanted the spell for Aquasphere, only a small amount of blue haze surrounded her body as a magic circle appeared on top of her palm, flickering every so often. A few seconds later, the magic circle made a cracking sound as it dispersed into mana, with the blue haze that was covering her disappearing as well not long after. Seeing as her first attempt failed, she could not help but sigh as she dispersed the fireball on her left palm. A few seconds later, she could not help but chuckle as she muttered to herself, "This is just the first attempt. There's still a ton of room for improvement. I will achieve what teacher told me to do." Just as she was about to start on her second attempt, a voice that was extremely familiar to her resounded throughout her mind, prompting her to put what she was doing aside as she headed out of the training room she was in, heading towards a higher floor of the Arcana Tower. Creak. Ira slowly opened up the door to one of the rooms found in a higher floor of the Arcana Tower that was only reserved for higher-ranked mages. At the very instant the room was fully opened, a man in a black robe that was wearing black-rimmed eyeglasses appeared in front of Ira, a smile appearing on his face as he saw Ira and said, "Ah, if it isn't Ira, come in and have a seat." Ira lightly nodded to the man's words, closing the door behind her before sitting down on a chair that faced opposite the man. This man was none other than Dane, Vanadia's helper, as well as Iri's teacher. "Teacher, why did you call me to come to your room all of a sudden?" Ira could not help but ask as it was indeed a sudden message from his teacher. "I apologize if I delayed you or anything, but I just wanted to check up on you," Dane answered back with a light smile on his face. He then added, "I also wanted to talk with you regarding something." Dane cleared his throat before looking at Ira with eyes that exuded seriousness as he asked, "How's your progress in achieving my goals?" Ira recalled what she had done for a while before responding, "I have already achieved most of the goals you've given me, teacher. The only goal left that I haven't accomplished is casting 2 lower level 1 skills at the same time. But your stats are eligible enough for you to transition to a rank 3 class, right?" Dane asked back, looking at Ira with a hint of curiosity. Ira nodded to her teacher's question, responding, "Indeed. I've been feeling that I could transition to the next class at any time now, but I delayed that due to the goal you gave me, which you said would allow me to transition into a stronger rank 3 class." I see. Good job," Dane replied while nodding his head, a smile appearing on his face while nodding. After a moment of silence between the two of them, Dane's smile was wiped off as he leaned closer towards Ira, asking, "Ira, you do know that I'm Vanadia's helper and advisor, right?" "Yes, I do, teacher," Ira responded with a nod. "The 9th Prince of the Seraph Kingdom, Prince Vanadia Seraph, right?" "Yes, that Vanadia." Dane nodded. He then opened his mouth not long after as he said, "Anyways, I have a question for you. Would you like to join Vanadia's faction in the fight for the throne?" Pardon? Chapter 152 Devourer of the Living XXXX Continent, Seraph Kingdom, Arcana Tower. Dane had an aura of seriousness radiating about him as he looked at Ira, his student, with a gaze also filled with seriousness. He then opened his mouth to ask her, "Would you like to join Vanadia's faction in the fight for the throne?" A few seconds of silence ensued between the two of them, before Ira let out a tiny sound of confusion as she cleaned her ears with her fingers. She then looked at her teacher not long after and asked, "Was I hearing your question incorrectly, teacher? Could you repeat the question one more time?" Fortunately, Dane did not take offense to Iri's request, since it was quite a surprising favor to get in full honesty. He then cleared his throat and said the question one more time. "Ira, would you like to join Prince Vanadia Seraph, the 9th Prince of Seraph Kingdom, in his fight for the throne?" I didn't hear wrongly, Ira could not help but mutter in disbelief, still processing the fact that her teacher was actually requesting a favor from her, quite an extravagant favor at that. She then pondered over Dane's question in silence for a few minutes and then asked him, "But why me, teacher?" Dane scratched his head as he lightly chuckled in an awkward manner. A few seconds later, he replied to her question, saying, "Well, as his advisor and helper, It wouldn't make sense if the advisor's student doesn't help the prince in the fight for the throne, right? Hearing the words that came out of her teacher's mouth, Ira could not help but feel like those words were forced, as if it was meant to coerce her into accepting his favor. Not only that, she also felt like what he said was more or less a blatant lie. With those thoughts in mind, she could not help but look at her teacher with quite a serious gaze and ask, "Is that really the case, teacher?" "Ha ha ha, yeah. It definitely is." Dane lightly chuckled in awkward manner, with silence enveloping the two of them not long after. Eventually, the silence between the two became incredibly deafening, leaving Dane with no choice but to let out a sigh as he replied with a light smile, "Fine, fine. I'll admit to it. Although I'm a rank 4 high mage of this tower, I'm not a pretty social guy," Dane said. "So, when the 9th prince tasked me to build a team that had class ranks around the same level as him, I was more or less forced to consider you as part of his team. I hope you can understand." "Of course I do, teacher," Ira answered back, adding not long after, "I would also like to apologize if my question hurt your feelings." "Not at all, not at all," Dane replied with a light smile. He then continued, "To be honest, I should have been honest in the first place. Anyways, would you help me out this time?" "I would answer anything you ask me in exchange, no limits whatsoever," Dane asked one more time, adding on a reward at the end of it, like some sort of carrot on a stick. "Although I would like to help you out, teacher, I would have to decline." Ira let out a sigh. "It's not that I don't want to join. To be honest, I really do. It's just that I could not help but fear that I would become a burden to the 9th prince's team, acting as the weakest link which would lead to the team's demise." "Why are you thinking about that? You don't even know what you're participating in." Dane could not help but frown after hearing his student's reasoning. "The fight for the throne consists of multiple rounds, and I can tell you with certainty that you won't become a burden in almost every round it consists of. But what if I—" Just as Ira was about to give another reason, Dane interrupted her from continuing her words, saying in exchange, "Trust me on this one. The fight for the throne doesn't start until about a month from now, which is more or less enough time for you to transition to a rank 3 class. Now, will you be a burden by then?" Hearing her teacher's words, Ira was left with no choice but to sigh, looking at her teacher and saying, "All right then, teacher. If it is as you say, he'll join Prince Vanadia's team in the fight for the throne. XXXX Continent, Tempest Cliff, Tempest Branch Alliance, Tower of Seclusion. Whoosh, whoosh. About half a minute has passed since Horus left the room where Fenrir and Teresa was, teleporting here and there through the multiple floors that constituted the Tower of Seclusion, eventually finding the room that he was looking for after another minute or so. Whoosh. He closed the door behind him as he entered the room that had a dummy that could gauge the damage he would output. But then, just as he was expecting a training dummy that had the appearance of a scarecrow, instead, a long stone pole appeared in front of his field of vision, slightly surprising him in the process. Seeing the stone pole in front of his field of vision, he could not help but recall back to the time when he was about to evolve to Scrade Inanimate, and how he tested the strength of his offensive skills back then. At that point, he then vividly remembered the fact that it wasn't a training dummy that he was hitting to gauge damage, it was actually a long stone pole, just like the one in front of him right now. Since that was the case, he decided to just get on with testing the damage output of his skills. Of course, he was going to first test out the skill, his offensive and reconnaissance trump card, that he made a while ago. Swish, swish, swish. Due to being used to it already, 8 soul vessels had formed in front of Horus, not even taking a second to form. With a negligible level of burden affecting his mind rather than a severe level, he was able to command these 8 soul vessels in front of him independently like a commander commanding his soldiers, moving the 8 soul vessels in a circular pattern around the stone pole. Just as he was looking at how the 8 soul vessels were positioned, he could not help but notice their appearance as he muttered to himself, "Since this trump card is going to be used more as reconnaissance, rather than a sneak attack? Wouldn't it be better to hide them from being seen by others? After thinking about it for a while, he could not help but call himself an idiot for not thinking about it earlier. Fortunately, the skill that controlled the soul vessel did not just focus on manipulation and seeing using the soul, but also focused on suppressing the presence of the soul. With that activated, the 8 soul vessels surrounding the stone pole had seemingly vanished into thin air, as if they weren't there in the first place. But thanks to the connection Horus had with the soul vessels, since those vessels were ultimately a part of his soul, he knew for a fact that they were there, molding them into small yet sharp swords not long after. With the 8 soul swords pointing their tips towards the stone pole, a thought popped up in his mind, prompting him to ask himself, what name should this attack have? Since there are 8 soul vessels, which have transformed into swords, aiming at the same enemy. Yeah, I guess that's the optimal name for it. Soul Blade Octagon. Swish, 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 swish. As he muttered this name, he then controlled the 8 soul blades to attack the stone pole one by one, making sure that they were hitting the same area. Surprisingly, as the next blade hit the same area, a soft roar gradually became louder in volume, with the final blade resounding quite a loud roar at the very end. After the final blade hit the area where the previous 7 blades hit, the final blade dissipated into intangible threads as they made their way back to Horus in a matter of milliseconds. These intangible threads were a part of his soul, which he retrieved, since it would be stupid to not retrieve. Ding! A few seconds later, a holographic screen appeared a decent distance away from the long stone pole, allowing him to look at the damage he had dealt with the attack. Of course, he could see the damage he dealt through his system, but due to his current firepower, the numbers that he got from the system was just too high that he decided to ignore it instead. Damage dealt, 12.537 points. Horus could not help but try to recall the meaning of these points, recalling the memory of the first time he used this stone pole. Eventually, he was able to recall the meaning of the points, muttering to himself, if I could remember correctly, a point of damage on the stone pole is equivalent to 1,000 points of damage dealt to an inanimate. In other words, I was able to deal around 12,000 points of damage with that trump card. As an offensive trump card, it's pretty average, but since it's a stealth attack that's meant to surprise rather than kill, it's definitely more than enough. After that, he tested out the strongest spell Zord in the 9 Realms Myriad Spell Zord's skill, also known as the Sword of Treachery. Thanks to the skill fusing with his spell core skill that leaned towards the element of wind, the speed at which the spell Zord flew towards the stone pole was more or less an instant for inanimates. Bang! Not long after, a loud explosion sound resounded throughout the room, with a shockwave shaking the room not long after. While the shockwave was shaking the whole room, Horus could not help but say, just with this spell Zord alone, it has brought about a pretty destructive effect. I wonder how destructive it would be if it was a fusion of spell Zords, or better yet, an ultimate move from the skill. Ding! A few seconds later, after the spell Zord collided with the long stone pole, a holographic screen appeared in front of the stone pole, allowing Horus to see the damage he dealt. This time though, he could not help but have a greater opinion about the fused skill, thinking that it was very worth it to fuse the 2 skills together. Damage dealt, 53.285 points. 50,000 points of damage. Horus could not help but mutter, that's basically a one-hit instant kill on those X-grade inanimates. A few seconds later, a thought popped up in his mind as he asked himself, now what if I had Grand Spirit as Steification activated? Wouldn't that increase the damage I deal from 50 points with this single sword to a few hundred points? What about a fused spell Zord? And what about an ultimate move? Just as he was itching to test out the combination of Grand Spirit as Steification with the spell Zords, the rational part of him stopped him from continuing any further as he muttered to himself in realization, right. With the spell Zord alone, the whole room shook quite violently. If I had that skill activated alongside the attack, then this room might have probably vanished off from the face of this world for good from the after effects alone. And with that, He also refrained himself from using an ultimate move from the 9 realms myriad spells Ord's skill, knowing very well that a greater destructive effect would come about if he tried to use it in this room. Nonetheless, he was quite satisfied with his damage testing, hoping that he would not be restricted in terms of damage once the war between the Alliance and Chonk's army starts. Whoosh! Since he was finished with the damage testing, he teleported back to the room where Fenrir and Chorizo were grinding within the time span of a minute. He appeared in front of the two of them, telling them of his results as they continued to talk for a bit more about their plans, before the two continued on with their grinding. After talking about their plans, Horus went towards a corner of the room as usual. This time though, he opened up the flux equipment fabrication screen as he decided to dedicate most of this time before the upcoming war to craft flux equipment for his alliance members. Ding! Would you like to craft a single piece of equipment or an equipment set? Since Horus thought that the more equipment he crafted, the more alliance members would be able to tank hits, he decided to just craft equipment sets instead of single pieces of equipment. Not long after that, the screen asked him as to what type of equipment he wanted to craft, deciding to just make all of the equipment he crafted in the future to just be that of the ignition type, adding on the specialties along the way. Ding! What name would you like the equipment set to have? Note that the name of the equipment would affect the additional effects on the crafted equipment set. At this point, just as he was about to tell the system that he would like the equipment set to be named Killer of the Sapient once more, he then thought of a greater name that would fit an equipment set made with the purpose of killing animates. Going over the name a few times in his head, he then told the system of the new name he had in mind. System, I would like to name the equipment set Devourer of the Living. Chapter 153 Mythic Level Equipment. I would like this equipment to take on the name Devourer of the Living, Horus said after pondering over the name of the equipment set multiple times in his head. Due to the fact that the prompt had popped up once more, telling him that the name of the equipment would affect the additional effect given by the system, he decided to scrap Killer of the Sapient as he pushed his soul to the fullest, thinking up of an overbearing name that had similarities to the former name, but felt more tyrannical. Whoosh! The system took Horus' name and went silent for a bit, possibly processing the name and considering the effect that it would give in exchange. At the very least, if the name would give out a balanced effect of increased offense and defense, the values should at least be a bit higher than before. What he was hoping for right now was an effect that leaned towards extreme offensive power, as he was someone who would be at the sidelines, firing away from a distance. Ding! Eventually, about a minute later, a holographic screen appeared in front of his field of vision, informing him of the additional effects that the equipment system would have. After skimming through the effect given by the system, he could not help but feel elated that the effect now leaned more towards greater offensive power. The name Devourer of the Living has been chosen. Due to the name given to the equipment set, all damage dealt to animates shall be boosted by an increment of 50%. While all damage dealt by animates on the user shall be reduced by 10%. These were the words written on the holographic screen that popped up in front of him. After confirming the effects of the equipment set's name, he then moved on to the customization portion of the equipment, to which he made the weapon lean towards magic damage, while having his armor lean both towards magic and physical defense. Since he was used to its shape, he designed the weapon on the equipment set to take on the appearance of Staff Number 2, confirming it after putting a few embellishments on the armor to make it stand out a bit. Ding! How many FP would you like to invest in this equipment? A screen appeared in front of Horus' field of vision not long after customizing the equipment set's appearance and type. This time, he thought about the amount for a while, since he had a feeling that the more FP he invested into the equipment set, the higher the grade it would have. He then recalled that investing a value of around 3000 FP was enough to achieve a grade of Grand, but as he remembered correctly, that was the minimum grade given to any equipment crafted through the skill. It was then that he pondered as to what was the minimum amount needed to reach the mythic grade of equipment. Indeed, to have a higher fighting chance against the animates in the upcoming war, as well as make the equipment sets a superb trump card, he was going to try and have his own equipment set be at the mythic grade of quality. As for the pillar level members, as well as Herelia, legendary level equipment, which was just one grade below mythic, would probably be enough for them. For executive level and normal members of the Alliance, he would just give them epic level equipment, which was a grade above grand, but below legendary. After a few moments of ponderation, he then decided to invest all of his FP into the equipment set, amounting to approximately 15,000 FP. As soon as he said that, all of the FP in his FP storage was gone, turning into a swarm of intangible threads that headed towards the holographic screen in front of him. Fortunately, since he had fused all of his storage skills, including the one that gave him a great speed of FP recovery, the speed at which he recovered his FP was significantly improved, allowing him to recover hundreds of FP in a few seconds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just like before, 5 blobs of intangible energy hovered in front of Horus, transforming into equipment made out of flux bit by bit, eventually heading towards Horus' body a few minutes later. Ding! Great success! The equipment set Devourer of the Living Epic has been created. Seeing the notification that the equipment set had finally finished crafting, he instantly looked at the stats given by an epic level equipment that suited him. In short, the stats were significantly stronger than one at the grand level, with even a few unique effects being added due to it being epic level. Nonetheless, he still yearned to craft a mythic level equipment set for himself. He put this equipment set in his inventory, disassembling the grand level equipment set he made a while ago, reminding himself to give the epic level set to either an executive or normal member who would rather be at the sidelines dealing ranged attacks. He waited for a bit as he let his FP reach its maximum capacity once more, opening up the equipment fabrication screen as he did the same steps from before. At this point in time, he could not help but think that 15,000 FP is enough for him to achieve a grade of mythic for his equipment set. It was just that he was unlucky in the randomization of grades, and so, after a few more minutes, another notification appeared in front of Horus' field of vision. Ding! Great success! The equipment set Devourer of the Living Epic has been created. Why is it still at the epic level? Is my luck really this bad? Horus could not help but mutter to himself. He calmed himself down for a few seconds, before telling himself that if the third set of equipment was still epic with the same level of FP invested, the truth of needing more FP to craft better equipment is a fact, and he would need to increase the amount of FP he had at hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Opening up the equipment fabrication one more time, he went through all of the steps once again, as well as investing the same amount of FP before. Just as he received the notification that the equipment set was finished crafting a few minutes later, he hoped that it was at least an equipment set of a higher grade. He then looked at the notification screen in front of his field of vision, only to be appalled by the words written. Great success! The equipment set Devourer of the Living Epic has been created. Bang! At that point in time, it was as if a great explosion occurred in his mind from the sheer disbelief he felt that his FP was not enough to craft mythic level equipment, but was enough to create a clone that was of the animate existence level. Fortunately, he was able to get over his brief tantrum as he calmed himself down, deciding that it was a waste of time to complain at the skill's effects. He then started to ponder on ways on how to increase the amount of FP he had at the moment. Whoosh! Not long after trying to think up of a way to increase his FP, he opened up his skill list, looking through the skills he had at the moment that could possibly boost his maximum FP capacity even further. Eventually, he recalled that he bought a skill from the Alliance market which did just that, activating the skill not long after. Boundless Spirit Domain. Swish, swish. In an instant, his sensitivity to the energy around him was increased by a few notches, while the amount of FP he could store at the moment was significantly increased as well, his body giving off a slightly intense green glow. He then commanded the system to check on the amount of FP he currently had, slightly surprised that the amount of FP he had right now was over 20,000 points. At this moment in time, he had a hunch that he would definitely surpass the epic grade with this amount of FP, and so, That's what he did. He opened up the equipment fabrication screen yet again, going through the usual routine of adjusting everything, but this time, the amount of FP he invested into the equipment set was at the very least 50% higher than before. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the equipment set solidified and melded with Aura's body, another notification appeared in front of Aura's field of vision, to which he hastily skimmed, letting out an inward sigh of relief not long after. Super success. The equipment set Devourer of the Living legendary has been created, finally proving that the amount of FP equated to the rarity of the equipment set. Horus could not help but be eased as he finally knew how to increase the equipment set's rarity to the mythic grade. But then, just as he was about to craft another set of equipment, he could not help but pause for a while before remembering that he was limited to over 20,000 FP at the moment. He did not have any other skill to increase his FP other than Boundless Spirit Domain, making him let out a helpless sigh. Well then, Horus lamented inwardly. I guess he'll just stick to legendary equip. Wait a minute. Just as he was about to accept the fact that he could not craft equipment sets that had a rarity higher than legendary, a memory surfaced in his mind, which detailed a notification he obtained from the system back then. It was at that point that he knew what to do. System. Horus commanded. Use one of my chances to max out Supreme Spirit Flux Chiliocosm. Indeed, that memory was about the transcending comprehension leaf being completely absorbed by him, giving him 9 chances to max out any skill he wanted in an instant. He used up 2 of them a while ago, reducing his chances to 7. Now that he used it on another skill, it was reduced even further to 6. Ding. Nonetheless, Horus did not have any regrets whatsoever to this choice. Supreme Spirit Flux Chiliocosm has reached the max level. Supreme Spirit Flux Chiliocosm has met the necessary requirements and is ready to evolve. Although the system told him that he could upgrade his Soul FP storage skill to the next grade, he did not do so as he had a hunch that the amount of FP he had right now, including the effects of Boundless Spirit Domain, would now allow him to craft an equipment set of the mythic grade. System, show me how much FP I can carry, he commanded, with the system's voice resounding throughout his mind not long after. Listening to the words said by the system, Horus could not help but radiate an aura of help around him. At the moment, you can carry a maximum of 34,000 flux points. This is definitely more than enough, Horus said to himself as he calmed himself down. After his mind was back to its usual state, he opened up the equipment fabrication screen once more, going through the normal steps of fabrication, before arriving at the FP investment screen once more. Without hesitation, he put in all 34,000 FP into the equipment set he was crafting, with 5 balls of energy appearing not long after, which shone a divine light around it. As the 5 balls gradually formed into equipment, he could not help but feel the aura that each equipment was radiating, being a notch higher than the aura radiated by the legendary equipment set he made a while ago. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Eventually, the equipment set was finished crafting, melding with Aura's body as a notification appeared in front of his field of vision. It's time to see whether I've successfully done it or not, Horus muttered to himself, trembling inwardly as he gradually focused on the screen that appeared in front of his field of vision. After skimming through the words written on the screen, he could not help but dance in an ecstatic manner like a wooden sculpture should, as an aura of intense happiness radiated from his body. Finally, I can finally mass-produce it. Ding. Ultimate success. The equipment set Devourer of the Living Mythic has been created. Due to the equipment set reaching the mythic grade, the equipment set has been imbued with the protection of the myth's effect. Chapter 154 Mass Production. If you are reading these words, the author is typing as fast as possible to get out the chapter as fast as possible. The author would also like to apologize for not writing the chapter earlier due to the fact that he had procrastinated his decision to write this chapter at the very last possible hour there is. The author estimates that it would be at most an hour after this has been uploaded that the content of this chapter shall be updated. For those that still see this content after the author says it has been updated, please try to restart the app, clear cache, or reinstall the app if reading this on mobile. As for those who use browsers and their PCs to read this, just refresh the page. Chapter 155 Marquis of Magical Destruction Tempest Cliff, Tempest Branch Alliance. Within one of the rooms found in the Tower of Seclusion. Oh God. My mind hurts. A voice could be heard inside one room, complaining about what it was doing for quite a long time already. When one looked at the origin of the voice, one's vision would be able to see a wooden sculpture vibrant green in color near one corner of the room, the presence of energy being extremely prevalent around it. Note to self. Don't do this ever again. The wooden sculpture said to itself, pondering as to why it did this in the first place. Soon after, it remembered that it was doing it for the sake of the members of the alliance it's a part of, taking in a few deep breaths before inwardly letting out a sigh of relief. Then again, I've already crafted the amount of equipment sets needed to protect every member in this alliance. This wooden sculpture was none other than Ores, who had taken it upon himself to craft a lot of equipment sets in order for his alliance mates to have a greater chance of surviving in the upcoming war against Chonk and his army. Due to the fact that he had been crafting equipment sets for quite a long while, he lost track of time after around the 10th equipment set he crafted, his mind seemingly in an automated state. Not only that, due to his mind being in an automated state, most of the skill experience he obtained from crafting equipment sets went to waste, only allowing him to evolve ancient modular flux equipment fabrication to the grade transcendent level instead of a higher level possible with the amount of skill experience he obtained. This was also the same case for Supreme Spirit Flux Chiliocosm, only reaching a grade of grade transcendent level. Fortunately, this grade transcendent level was enough for Horus to be able to craft transcendent level equipment sets, allowing him to truly fulfill his plan. Although he regretted the fact that he had wasted a huge amount of skill experience, he was still satisfied with the equipment sets he had created, with each and every equipment having the name Devourer of the Living system. How much time left until the clone is finished? Since he was now finished crafting equipment sets, he now decided to focus on his clone, which was one of his strongest trump cards against Chonk and his army. Not only that, by asking the time remaining for his clone to be formed, he would also know how much time had passed since he started crafting equipment sets monotonously. Ding. Time remaining, 02:11:35:21. This was what was written on the holographic screen in front of Horus' field of vision not long after. Taking only a few moments to calculate the amount of time he took up, using the time that was shown on the screen before and after crafting those equipment sets, he muttered to himself, I've taken around 12 hours or so to craft all of those equipment sets. I don't know if taking less time to craft a lot of sets is beneficial or detrimental. Thinking about the time he took a bit further, he could not help but dryly laugh at himself for quite a bit. Since I took less time to craft all those sets, I could go ahead and use the remaining time to focus on more of my trump cards or even perhaps craft more equipment sets in order for everyone to be more prepared. On the other hand, since I took less time to craft those sets, the dread of knowing that Chonk and his army would come at any moment while I'm waiting instead of being alerted fills me with intense nervousness that I just can't help but think of multiple what-ifs. After a few seconds of silence after saying those things, he laughed yet again, this time over his baseless worries. In the end, he thought that there's no use worrying over the future. Unless he was some sort of being great at divination, which he wasn't. Anyways, time to check on the equipment I've made, Horus said soon after as he commanded the system to open up his weapon inventory, before adding, I might have crafted epic level equipment instead of legendary level equipment while I was in the monotonous state. Since I still have a lot of time, I could go ahead and discard those to craft some more legendary level equipment. Whoosh. A short moment later, a rift in the space appeared in front of his field of vision, allowing him to view the vast amounts of equipment sets he had crafted after those 12 hours, with each and every one glistening either a gold, rainbow, or a silver light. Not only that, if one looked closely on every individual set, one would notice that one set differed in appearance from another set, which was quite shocking when one knew the fact that Horus was in his automated state. 1.2.3 It took a while for Horus to count if he had made enough equipment sets for every member in the alliance, taking around 3 minutes or so to let out a sigh of relief after finding out that he did not make any epic level equipment, nor did he craft less equipment sets than the specified amount. After that, he closed his weapon inventory, pondering over the multiple things he could be doing right now while waiting for Chonk and his army to get closer to the alliance. At one point, he thought about ways to speed up the formation of his clone, since having more time to adapt to the movements of his clone would be beneficial when fighting against the alliance's enemies. But before he could think any further about it, a thought surfaced in his mind all of a sudden, prompting him to put the thought of speeding up his clone's formation at the back of his mind as he pondered over the thought that surfaced just a while ago. Now that I think about it, why have I only been making equipment that's focused on fighting against animates? Horus pondered to himself, the thought in his mind getting gradually bigger. There are only 2 animates in the enemy's army, while the majority is just inanimates. In other words, the majority of the equipment I've made should have been focused on fighting against inanimates. Horus got to this conclusion soon after, before another idea replaced this. It was around this time that the thought in his mind had burst, bringing him a great amount of inspiration as he muttered, why not create equipment that has an ability that is advantageous not only when fighting inanimates, but fighting animates as well. Who knows if the members finish fighting against the inanimates earlier than expected, allowing them to help in dealing damage against the animates. That's it, I've decided, Horus shouted inwardly, making sure to not alert Fenrir and Charissa, who were still grinding their skills as of late. All of the equipment sets for the normal and executive level members shall be all-around equipment sets, while pillar level members will get 2 equipment sets, one focused on fighting animates and one all-around equipment set. Since they are pillar level members, they would surely have multiple abilities to allow them to receive less damage, giving them more time to swap between sets. Horus continued to talk to himself, only to end up asking himself a question. How about equipment sets for me and Heralia then? Should I also craft all-around sets for the both of us? After asking that question to himself, he pondered over it for a bit, ending up with the conclusion that there was no need for the 2 of them to have the same kind of equipment set as the other alliance members. The both of them had enough firepower to destroy X-grade animates even without the help of an equipment set like that. Then again, it would be better for the 2 of us to kill more inanimates faster so that everyone can focus their firepower on the animates. Horus muttered with an aura of determination around him before adding, which means we need unique equipment sets that boosts our abilities. And so, Horus opened up his weapon inventory and discarded all of the legendary level equipment sets he had made without hesitation. Then again, on the back of his mind, he could not help but sigh since the legendary level equipment sets definitely took up a huge chunk of the 12 hours he used to craft those equipment sets. Nonetheless, he knew that this was for the better, possibly giving them greater chances of fighting against the whole army. Soon after, he opened up the equipment fabrication screen, choosing to make an ignition-type equipment set like usual. After that, the system asked him to name the equipment set like usual. This time though, instead of going with Devourer of the Living, he was thinking up of a name that would allow the equipment sets to give a boost not only in offense, but in defense as well. Fortunately, it only took a few seconds before Horus came up with a suitable name for the equipment set. I would like this equipment set to be called Blessed by the Heavens, Horus said, to which the system accepted soon after. A few seconds later, the system showed new information on the holographic screen, allowing Horus to know the effects of the name he gave. Taking a quick glance over the name's effects, he was quite satisfied and then finished up the fabrication of the equipment, creating the first legendary level equipment that bore the name of Blessed by the Heavens. The name Blessed by the Heavens has been given due to the name of the equipment set. All damage dealt by the user wearing this set shall be increased by 15%, while all damage received by the user shall be mitigated by 15%. After that, He now thought about the name of the equipment sets he would craft for him and Herelia. Just as he was about to continue thinking up of suitable names that would enhance their fighting prowess, a thought entered his mind all of a sudden, a thought that made him pity the person that would obtain the legendary level equipment set he just made. I haven't upgraded 9 flux transformation to the max level yet, Horus said to himself before letting out a sigh. How did that only occur in my mind right now and not before I started crafting all of those equipment sets? Was he going to discard the mythic and transcendent level sets that he made meant for fighting against animates? Due to the fact that he had belief in their survival ability, he decided that he would not craft it again, deciding to just have the sets he crafted now and onward to have the max level flux. Ding! 9 flux transformation has been upgraded to the maximum level. Whoosh! After undergoing 4 upgrades, the flux that was circulating throughout Horus' body, which allowed him to look like a green wooden sculpture, now took on a more dark green color, akin to the color of unpolished jade. Nonetheless, although the color of the flux became less distracting, the power behind each point of flux was more plentiful than before. Okay. Let's start thinking of names again. After upgrading his flux to the max level, he went back to thinking up names for the equipment sets he would be crafting. Surprisingly, this time, it only took a few seconds for Horus to think up of what seemed to be suitable names for him. Opening up the equipment fabrication screen and going through the usual first step, the system asked him the name of the equipment set he was crafting. Taking in a deep breath, he then said with confidence, I would like this equipment set to be called Overlord of all things regarding blood across the myriad universes. An awkward silence occurred after Horus said that name, with the system not responding for a couple of minutes. Ding! The name has been denied. When the system did respond to the name, it was that of disapproval, making Horus feel embarrassed that he said that. Thankfully, he was able to regain his composure, pondering as to what the limits of naming equipment sets were. Thinking about it for a bit more, he thought about incorporating royal ranks into the names, adding the rank Duke to the equipment set he was making for Herelia. Surprisingly enough, it was denied yet again, prompting him to tone down the name one more notch. Eventually, Horus found a name that was suitable. I would like to name the equipment set Marchioness of Blood, Horus said. Expectant to find out if this name was accepted or not. Ding! The name Marchioness of Blood has been given to the equipment set. Due to the name of the equipment set, all blood-related abilities shall be enhanced by 20%, and the user has a guaranteed chance to life-steal 20% of the damage dealt by the user. Horus could not help but radiate an intense aura of happiness after finding out that his name had finally been accepted, continuing through the subsequent steps until he finally finished the equipment set. Whoosh! Now that I know the naming limits, I should go ahead and craft my unique equipment set, Horus said to himself after obtaining a notification that the Marchioness of Blood equipment set has been successfully crafted. Opening up the equipment fabrication screen one more time, he chose Ignition for the type of equipment set he wanted to craft before being asked the same question, which was a question regarding the equipment set's name. Horus cleared his throat before responding. I would like the equipment set to be called Marquis of Magical Destruction. Ding! The name Marquis of Magical Destruction has been given to the equipment set. Due to the name of the equipment set, all abilities that use up of energy will have their damage be increased by 35%. In addition, the amount of energy needed to activate those abilities shall be decreased by 10%, while the cooldown time shall be reduced by 20%. There is also a 5% chance to deal double damage to an enemy hit with the ability. Yo, True Edawn here. I wrote a novel for the WN Spirit Awards entitled Den of Freedom. It's a sci-fi novel. I've made that more or less of morph novel. I would appreciate it if you checked it out. Chapter 156 Awakening. Ding. Chapter 157 I am you. You are me. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 158 Primitive Technology. A few minutes had already passed since Horus' clone, Argentum, was fully formed. At this point in time, the two of them had their senses of vision closed, attuning to each other's various senses in order for each other to get a better grasp of the limits of the other. Of course, in actuality, this was just Horus trying to get a grasp of the limits of the clone before the war happens. Although he had split off half of his soul to his clone, which allowed him to perceive the world through his clone's senses at any time, that did not mean that the clone had a mind of its own. Though he could make that happen. Chapter 159. No other choice. While Argentum had the thought of making a fire since he was feeling very cold in the Tempest Cliff, another fire was lit up in the eyes of a certain goddess in the celestial plane. Her mood slightly soured due to the image that was shown on the orb in front of her. Chapter 160. Distribution. Due to his ruler's skill related to movement still being activated all the while he was trying to find other methods to enhance his clone's power, it did not take long for Horus to arrive in the Alliance space, teleporting to the center of the main hall in less than 30 seconds or so. Chapter 161. Divine Wind Spirit. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 162. Acolyte of Winding. Chapter 163. Life and Death Decision. At the very moment he had returned back from his spell testing, Argentum hastily sat down on the ground cross-legged, envisioning the methods to progress in his tempering skill as he closed his eyes. Due to the elation and motivation he had felt from the damage dealt by the first spell he had unlocked with his new class, the speed at which he had completed a cycle of training this time had been reduced by quite a bit, only taking around 15 minutes or so instead of the usual 20 minutes. And so, with a hastened pace of completion, a full 2 hours had passed by, increasing Argentum's progress in his tempering skill by 1.6%, bringing it to a total of 6.6%. While moving on to the next cycle, a few thoughts could not help but linger in his mind. One of the thoughts that lingered was the fact that if he wanted to enhance his tempering skill, he would need to enhance the power of the skills making up the skill. The only problem was that he only knew a few ways to enhance this skill at a fast pace, without enlisting the tutelage of a mentor from an academy of sorts. With this thought in mind, he promised to himself that once the war was over, he would let Argentum enter human civilization and learn in an academy to increase the speed of improvement by quite a great degree. One of the other thoughts in his mind was the fact that he knew that for every cycle he completed, the time remaining until Chonk and his army arrive in front of the Tempest Branch Alliance was getting shorter and shorter. With this in mind, he was trying to optimize his training as much as possible, but it seemed that fate did not want him to improve any further. Rumble. While finishing his current cycle, raising his progress by another 0.2%, Argentum could not help but feel the ground shaking violently. This shaking prompted him to stand up, wondering as to where the shaking came from. He had a thought that it could have from Chonk and his army traveling towards the Alliance space, but then his rationality took over, telling him that inanimates, when moving, can't make the ground shake. I guess it's just a passing earthquake, Argentum said to himself, thinking that this was the most plausible thing that was happening right now. Letting out a sigh of relief, he then sat back down on the ground. Only to stand up once more. Bang! Crack! Bang! Amidst the violent rumbling of the ground, Argentum could not help but pick up faint sounds of explosions, as well as trees cracking and falling down. It was at this point that the idea of Chonk and his army getting closer in his mind had become more solidified. He thought about it for a bit, thinking about how the ground rumbling and the trees falling could be correlated to the movement of Chonk and his army. I should get closer to the origin of the sounds, Argentum said before dashing towards the direction of the sound's origin. While making his way towards it, he was thinking out loud. Faint explosion sounds, trees cracking and falling down, as well as the ground shaking, Argentum muttered to himself, thinking up of a connection between the three. I can connect the first two quite easily. The reason why I could hear faint explosion sounds and trees falling down can be due to the fact that Chonk's army wants to create a level ground for their army and our alliance to fight in, commanding his army to break as much trees as possible. As for the ground shake, Argentum could not help but scratch his head, pondering over how he could connect this to the previous two. Eventually, When he had come to a distance where he could hear the sounds clearly, he muttered to himself in a doubtful tone, "The reason why the ground is shaking. Is it because they want to remove the tree stumps along the way?" Fortunately, he was only a short distance away from the origin of the sound, making sure to hide himself if the ones making the sound were Chonk's army. After making sure that he was camouflaged, he looked at the area where he heard the sound come from, only to have a slightly elated expression on his face. Not long after, this expression turned into that of slight fear. My guess was actually correct, Argentum shouted inwardly, slightly shocked from what he was seeing in front of him. At a scale like this, it's no question that the ground would shake violently. In front of him was the sight of multiple inanimates, ranging from rocks to sticks, to even plants and small trees. Half of these inanimates were targeting the trees along the way, making sure that the trees fell. If one attack did not make a tree fall down, then another attack would come to make it fall down. As for the other half, they manipulated the energy within their bodies to move the fallen trees out of their way, allowing them to move at a constant pace. To think that he's the one removing the stumps. Continuing to look on further as to what was happening, Argentum could not help but mutter as the sight of an ethereal-looking being hovered above all of the inanimates, forming multiple threads of energy that single-handedly uprooted the tree stumps along the way. This ethereal-looking being was none other than Horal, who was now a pseudo-inanimate being. While looking at him, Argentum could not help but mutter to himself, "I sure hope Heralia was right about Horal." Wait. Shit. I got to alert Heralia about this. Just as he was about to continue watching from the sidelines, he realized what he was looking at, making sure to move away from the sight in the most silent way possible, before making a dash towards the area he was training in a while ago. Since it was an emergency, Argentum pushed his body to the limit, arriving at the area in the span of a couple of minutes. Although he was heavily gasping for air, the thought of conveying the information of Chonk and his army getting closer filled his mind. Leaning on the trunk of a nearby tree before hastily transferring his control back to his original body. Of course, he made sure to still have sense sharing activated just in case the army came across his clone, but he did not activate automated clone control since he did not want his clone to be put in danger unless needed. Whoosh! At the very instant Horus regained control of his original body, he commanded the system to summon Fenrir and Teresa. It did not take long for them to manifest in front of their master, sensing the aura emanating from their master not long after. "Master. Has the time come?" Fenrir could not help but ask. "Yeah, they are finally here," Horus replied to Fenrir in a concise manner, before adding, "Although we're in the Tower of Seclusion, could you two protect me in the off chance that someone from the enemy army tries to attack me?" "Don't worry, Master. Well, make sure no one can touch you except for us." This time, it was Teresa who replying in her energetic tone as usual. Radiating an aura of slight happiness, this aura then transformed into that of solemnity, hastily sending a thread of energy towards Heralia through the Alliance system, connecting their minds together. "Heralia, tell everyone to congregate at the main hall," Horus said at the very instant the connection was made. Heralia, who was on the other side of the connection, was slightly confused by Horus' request, asking, "What's it for?" "Very bad news," Horus hastily replied. "Chonk and his army are getting closer and closer to the Alliance base. You don't have to know how I found out for now. Just tell everyone to congregate at the main hall and have their trump cards ready." After a moment of silence, Heralia responded with, "All right. I'll tell them." "You better head to the main hall as fast as you can as well. You hear me?" "Don't worry, I can teleport there at any time," Horus replied back with a slightly cheerful tone before cutting the connection between the two of them. Letting out a short sigh, Horus then looked at Fenrir and Teresa, telling them to fall in line in front of him. "I should have done this earlier," Horus could not help but say as he looked at the two in front of him. "I know it takes some time for the two of you to adapt to it, but I'm going to have to evolve the two of you to X-grade right now to increase our chances of winning." "Go ahead, Master," Fenrir responded without hesitation. "It would allow us to protect you even more anyway. Plus, wouldn't it help in the plan you had in mind, Master Teresa continued where Fenrir had left off, before adding, well, try to adapt to our increased powers as fast as possible. If both of you are fine with it, then. Hearing their replies, Horus did not beat around the bush anymore, commanding the system not long after. System, use my unused experience points to max out Fenrir and Teresa's levels. Ding. Horus did not know if it was an illusion or not, but he had a feeling that the commands of the system become instantaneous when it felt like Horus was in danger. It did not take long for multiple notifications to appear in front of his field of vision. A lot of unused experience points has been consumed. Fenrir and Teresa have both reached the max level. Fenrir and Teresa have both met the necessary requirements and are ready to evolve. After closing all of the notifications he had received, he then commanded, evolve both Fenrir and Teresa. Use up all of my unused experience points after that to raise their levels as high as possible. Ding. Whoosh, whoosh. For some unknown reason, the speed at which Fenrir and Teresa had transformed into their evolved forms only took an instant, which made Horus question the idea of the system acting faster when necessary. Nevertheless, he put this idea to the back of his head after removing notifications regarding Fenrir and Teresa's evolution, as well as their increase in level. Since both of you don't have any teleportation abilities, I'll keep you in the system for now, Horus said to the both of them, with them disappearing in front of his field of vision not long after. He did not wait for their approval since a matter of survival was currently happening. A matter which would dictate the Alliance's life and death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pulling out all the stops, Horus activated all of his ruler skills, gobbling up quite a lot of his FP at the first activation. Fortunately, the rate at which his FP regenerated was faster than how much the ruler skills consumed, allowing him to maintain a state of always having full FP. Soon after that, he hastily teleported towards the main hall. Whoosh. It did not take a lot of teleportations for Horus to arrive at the main hall, being greeted by the sight of almost all of the members of the Alliance congregated with their equipment sets being worn. Even the pillar-level members were no exception, wearing their Blessed by the Heaven sets, just like the executive level and normal members of the Alliance. Seeing as everyone had already worn their equipment sets, Horus decided to wear his equipment set as well, opening up his weapon inventory to bring out his Marquis of Magical Destruction set for everyone to see. It did not take long for him to equip set, enveloping him in a layer of white light. Of course, at the very moment he was finished equipping this set, the aura he exuded exceeded the aura all of the pillar-level members could exude combined. Nevertheless, one certain inanimate could still surpass his aura. Whoosh. Not long after equipping his equipment set, the sight of a crimson-red branch appeared in the center of the main hall, radiating an aura of power that exceeded Horus' aura by quite a bit, allowing everyone to know that there was not much difference between the combat power of Horus and the crimson-red branch, slightly stupefying everyone. Nonetheless, since they were at war, the fact that two members at the leader level of combat power made them feel at ease. It seems you've shown your full power, Horus. A familiar voice resounded throughout the main hall, making Horus smile inwardly as he replied, I can't lose out to you now that I'm the vice leader of the Alliance, right Herelia? Well, that's true, Herelia replied with a light chuckle, only to be stopped as a stifling aura swept over the whole Alliance space, making everyone silent in an instant as they looked towards the direction of the aura's origin. Once they looked at its direction, they could all see a wolf with jade green fur standing in front of what seemed to be a giant army of inanimates, not losing out to the number of members the Tempest Branch Alliance has. On the left side of the wolf was an ethereal-looking being that was floating, while on the right side was a docile-looking rabbit. If one ignored the murderous aura emanating from it. Seeing as how the wolf was just standing there, Herelia looked at everyone in the main hall before saying, everyone, follow behind me. Whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, all of the members of the Tempest Branch Alliance had come out of the Alliance base, coming face to face with the army of the wolf in front of them. At the very front of this was Herelia, looking at the large wolf at the front of the army opposite her. You have two choices. After a moment of tense silence between the two, The wolf opened its mouth and started to talk. You could submit to me and let the Tempest Branch Alliance be spared from destruction, or fight. Herlia used some of the energy in her body as a carrier of her voice, allowing everyone to hear her reply. After a few seconds, she then replied, "How about we choose the latter?" Whoosh. Soon after, an aura of power that surpassed what she showed before started to emanate from her, putting all of the members of the alliance at ease. As for the wolf on the other side, it remained silent for a bit in ponderation before opening its mouth to say, "So be it, destruction it is." Chapter 164. The first wave. This jade green wolf was none other than Chonk, who had brought his army towards the Tempest Branch Alliance in order for him to become the sole ruler of the Tempest Cliff. After saying what he had to say, he turned around and looked at the ethereal-looking being on his right, becoming silent as he pondered for a while. Eventually, he opened his mouth to say to the ethereal-looking being, "Initiate Code 11, Mass Destruction Variant." "Got it, Master," the ethereal-looking being replied to Chonk's words, before maintaining its silence for a bit. While being silent, a pulsating aura of power started to emanate from its body as quite a large amount of energy particles were making their way towards it. These energy particles were soon absorbed by its body, increasing the size of its body before turning around to look at the great amount of inanimates behind it. Not long after, it then spoke, "Everyone, Code 11. Aim your strongest skills towards me." Afterward, it looked back at the army of inanimates opposite where it was, focusing on the crimson-red branch that was standing at the very front. Soon after that, it looked at another inanimate, a slightly shocked aura emanating from it for quite a bit before chuckling. It then said inwardly, "Herlia, it seems you've improved quite a lot since I left. Trust me, even though I'm not bound by contract, I'll help you defeat Chonk." But Horus. Quite a fearsome being. This ethereal-looking being was none other than Horrel, who had become a pseudo-inanimate after leaving the Tempest Branch Alliance. He could not help but feel regret that he was called by Chonk in order to become one of the leaders of this operation, though he could not do anything as Chonk was the one saved him, being his master. After muttering a few sentences inwardly, Horrel, who had his back faced towards the inanimates, felt a great aura emanating from behind him, reaching a level of ferocity that did not lose out to the maximum power he could unleash. "Well then," Horrel said softly, "let's start this operation." Horrel turned around and expanded his aura to envelop all of the inanimates who had their abilities charged. After looking at every single inanimate, he then shouted, "Aim, fire." On the other hand, a tense silence enveloped every member of the Tempest Branch Alliance. Although they had prepared a lot of trump cards for this war, they still could not help but think at the back of their souls that they would surely lose against this war. They were up against two animate-level beings for fuck's sake. Ignoring the tense silence in the air, Horus, who was somewhat near the front, made his way towards Herilia's side, teleporting in an instant. At the very instant he had teleported, he focused his sense of vision towards the opposing army, noticing that a great aura, that did not lose out to the auras emanated by the two of them combined, emanated from the opposing side. Horus could not help but look at Herilia, sensing a nervous aura emanating from her. Knowing that removing nervousness would not do any good, Horus then muttered to Herilia, "It seems they are preparing to wipe us out at the first attack. Do you have any plans?" "I do," Herilia replied, still nervous. "Though I'm not sure if my plan would hold up against the power of their attack." "Believe in our members," Horus said not long after in response, surprisingly easing Herilia's nervousness. "They've prepared quite a lot for this war. I've also given everyone equipment sets that boost their combat abilities. Don't you think we're at the peak of preparation?" "We ink." Just as Herilia was about to respond to Horus' statement, Herilia could not help but sense a spike in the aura from the opposing side. Horus could not help but notice this as well, seeing very well that every inanimate on the opposing army was about to attack them. Not long after, every inanimate fired their skills, prompting Herilia to command a few members to cast movement speed enhancing spells on everyone. only to stop midway as she noticed that all of them aimed their skills towards one of the stronger beings in the opposing army. Of course, Heraclea knew very well who the inanimates were aiming at. From the aura she had sensed from this being, she could not help but mutter to herself, "What are you planning to do, Horal? Do you still remember our promise?" Whoosh! In an instant, all of the skills fired by the inanimates had congregated towards Horal, who had spoken the name of some spell, which was unfortunately left unheard by Horus and Heraclea due to their distance. Nevertheless, the two of them could see the effects of the spell, leaving both of them in stupefaction. "What the?" Horus could not help but say. "I have a bad feeling about this." Heraclea, on the other hand, muttered to herself before turning her body to look at the members behind her. Not waiting for Horal to make his move, Heraclea shouted, "Those who have movement speed enhancing spells, cast it on everyone right now." Fortunately, due to most of the members being silent, Heraclea's voice could be heard among all the Alliance members, allowing those who do have movement speed enhancing spells to cast them at the shortest amount of time possible. At the very instant Heraclea could see that everyone had a movement speed buff on them. She then shouted, "Make your way towards the main hall. Also, initiate code 3. Whoosh, whoosh." Unlike how animates would retreat with the intent of preserving their own life, the members of the Alliance made their way towards the main hall in a way that would surely stupefy animates, moving along in an orderly manner. Once the first few members had entered the hall, they would hastily move towards the outer edges of the hall, leaving the entrance for the other members to get into until the hall slowly fills up towards the center. Horus and Heraclea did not take long to enter the main hall, with Horus teleporting and Heraclea flying at incredibly great speeds. Since they were more or less the commanders, it would make sense for them to not be in the front lines, with Heraclea looking throughout the main hall to see if certain members of the Alliance had already entered the hall. Fortunately, those members were already inside the hall, prompting Heraclea to shout, "Code 3, ready, ready." One of the members on one corner of the hall had shouted in response. Not long after, a few more members had shouted the same thing, allowing Heraclea to look at the opposing side with more ease. "All right," Heraclea shouted, before adding, "Activate code 3, impenetrable fortress." Not long after, the members who responded to Heraclea's question all shouted simultaneously, hastily conjuring a barrier of blue energy that covered a radius far larger than the size of the main hall. This sight could not help but surprise Horus as he said to Heraclea, who was beside him, "When you say the Alliance has trump cards, I seriously wasn't expecting this. Although it looks bland, it can defend against attacks at my peak strength," Heraclea said not long after, explaining the strength of the move that was just used. She then looked at the members who conjured the spell, before looking at the gradually intensifying aura emanating from Horal. At that point, she said, "Though I'm not sure if it could handle an attack at that level. How about I help out?" Horus pondered for a bit before responding. Heraclea looked at him for a bit, wanting to say something, but Horus made his move before Heraclea could reply. Boundless Spirit Domain. Whoosh! In an instant, a large domain appeared in the main hall, enveloping all of the Alliance members with the feeling that they could exert more power with their skills, as well as use their skills more times than before. This also affected the members that conjured the spell from earlier, the barrier of blue energy surrounding the main hall instantly intensifying in strength. This move from Horus left Heraclea at a loss for words, taking quite a while for her to say, "With this enhancement, I think we can." "We'll have to see if we survive then." But before Heraclea could finish her words, Horus interrupted Heraclea, telling her to focus her attention towards the ethereal-looking being, who had already reached its limits, evident from the aura that was emanating from it. Code 11, Inanimate Shattering Beam. Whiz. Not long after shouting the name of the spell, a large beam hastily made its way towards the entrance of the main hall, with the intent of wiping out all of the members of the Tempest Branch Alliance. Fortunately, this beam was stopped by the blue energy barrier conjured a while ago, warping quite a lot under the force of the beam. All of the members inside the main hall, which was being protected by the blue energy barrier, could not help but fall silent as they hoped the blue barrier could withstand the power of the beam. Unfortunately, just as it seemed that the beam was about to weaken in strength after ramming against the barrier for so long, all of the members of the Alliance heard a voice come from the opposing side. This voice came from none other than Horrell, shouting, "Energy burst!" Whoosh! At the very instant he was finished, the strength of the beam had intensified by threefold, instantly shattering the blue energy barrier protecting the members of the Alliance. The members of the Alliance could not help but hastily make their way towards the outer edges of the main hall, seeing as the beam was heading towards the center. Nevertheless, they still shouted their voices of concern towards the beings at the center of the main hall, namely Horus and Herelia. Just as Herelia was about to make a move against the beam that was heading for the two of them, Horus was ahead by her, teleporting closer to the beam before muttering under inwardly, "Grand Spiritus deification." Whoosh! In an instant, the aura that Horus emanated had now surpassed what Herelia radiated a while ago, around threefold the intensity of Herelia's. This instant jump in power made everyone look at the origin of the aura, slightly surprised that Horus was in front of the beam. Fortunately, Horus had a plan in mind to combat against the beam, activating his own barrier skill without hesitation, allowing him to become the focus of the beam, saving the others from the force of the beam. Of course, he could not hold on for long since he was pretty much fighting against the power of a pseudo-inanimate after calculating the strength it exerted on him, and so, he decided to fight against the attack. With an attack of his own. 9 realms myriad spell zords. In that instant, a blade that was slightly harder than the size of his body had conjured over him, before emanating an aura of the underworld not long after. Eventually, the aura of the underworld emanating from the blade had reached a tipping point, prompting Horus to use it to slash at the beam. Sword of Pride. Whoosh! In an instant, the blade had slashed the beam in 2 parts. Then 4. Then 8. The blade slashed multiple times before dissipating into thin air, reducing the size and energy of the beam until it had become negligible. Unfortunately, due to the beam being cut into smaller beams, that meant that the multiple beams had scattered throughout the hall. Fortunately, almost all of the members of the Alliance were equipped with a competent defensive skill, allowing them tank the beams that had lost a lot of its energy. And so, with that, the Tempest Branch Alliance had survived the beam that aimed to wipe all of them out. Whoosh! Horus teleported back to Herelia's side after cutting the beam into multiple smaller beams, slightly chuckling at the aura of stupefaction radiating from Herelia. To snap Herelia from this stupefaction, Horus said, "We can't have our leader show her full strength at the very start now, can we?" In response, Herelia remained silent, her mind in slight disbelief at the power Horus just showed. In her mind, that level of power had already exceeded her previous peak of strength, making Herelia wonder inwardly as to how much Horus had improved in combat power after evolving to Sgrade Inanimate. Seeing that the beam he shot out could not eradicate the Tempest Branch Alliance, rather than get angry, Horrell smiled inwardly, muttering to himself, "It seems Chong is going to have to sacrifice a lot of troops for this war, unlike the previous 2. Nevertheless, his external expression was still angry, radiating an aura of regret as he turned to look at Chonk, who was now at the very back of the army. Maintaining a respectful tone, he then said, "Master, Code 11 has been initiated." Unfortunately, Code 11 was unable to wipe out the Tempest Branch Alliance. "Should we proceed with Code 15? Chonk, who was on the receiving end of Horrell's question, pondered over Horrell's suggestion for a bit, before opening his mouth to say, "Save Code 15 for later." Unlike the 2 previous alliances, they seem to have a more intelligent leader. "We should gauge their overall strength first. Tell 10 willing inanimates to form a team, their mission to find out the strength of the members of the Tempest Branch Alliance." "Got it," Horrell replied respectfully to Chonk, before asking all of the inanimates in Chonk's army on who was willing to be part of the first team that would fight against the Alliance. While that was happening on the opposing side, the Tempest Branch Alliance was in a state of solemnity, with each and every member filled with the intent to help the Alliance out. Initiate Code 5. Buff everyone's abilities up. After composing herself from the shock of Aura's improvement, Herelia decided to make sure that every Alliance member was at their peak condition. She was also doing this in the case that Chonk decided to have everyone in his army charge towards the Alliance. Leader, I think you should look at the opposing side. While Herelia was commanding the members in an efficient manner, telling those who were injured to be healed and buffing everyone's abilities up, a member came close to her and said, this attracted Herelia's attention, prompting her to look at the opposing side with a bit of silence. Seeing what the other side had done, Herelia pondered for a bit before shouting, everyone, listen up. This shout attracted the attention of all the Alliance members, even attracting Aura's attention as well. With all of their attention towards Herelia, she continued to speak. The other side has sent a party of 10 towards our Alliance, probably with the intent to gauge our strength. Now, we can't let them move arrogantly in front of our Alliance, right? Well, send a party of 10 in response to what they've done. To make them think that we're weaker than they thought, we'll be sending 10 normal members of the Alliance. Of course, one member shall be the leader of this small party. Would anyone like to volunteer? Chapter 165 A Small Skirmish. Would anyone like to volunteer? At the very instant Herelia finished asking this question to the normal members of the Alliance, without hesitation, all of the normal members stepped forward in front of Herelia, wanting to become one of the first volunteers for the war. Normally, when animates would ask other animates to volunteer to act as bait or act as reconnaissance in the middle of a war, it would take quite a long time for that to happen since animates prioritized their own benefits rather than the benefits everyone could get. As for inanimates, it was quite the opposite, with everyone wanting to volunteer at any chance they could. They did not do this because they had the resolve to die, but rather, it was because their souls were formed while they were enhancing their power. This meant that their souls were not tainted with corrupt ideas, unlike animates, who had grown up in a world filled with corrupt ideas. This meant that they volunteered with the purpose of helping everyone rather than helping themselves. Unfortunately, since all of the normal members were volunteering, this meant that Herelia had to choose from a couple hundred members, thinking up of an ideal party that would allow them to attack, defend, and heal when necessary. Eventually, Herelia had chosen 10 members out of the couple hundred members wanting to volunteer, telling them to fall in line in front of her. After sweeping through the 10 members in front of her, she then said, I've told you the purpose of having you 10 in front of me a while ago. You shall form a party of 10 and make the other party that's coming here think that we're weaker than we actually are. She then continued, in other words, you have to limit your damage output as much as possible. You could also kill 1 or 2 members of their party. Make sure to never exceed that number though. What's most important though is your safety. If you think one of the members in the party will die soon, retreat as fast as possible. And with that out of the way. While saying this, Herelia focused her field of vision towards a decently sized tree. She then said, since you're the sole healer of the party, you shall be the commander. Is that alright with you, Vyushia? Yes, leader. Hearing Herelia's request, Vyushia accepted without hesitation. Nevertheless, this was the first time Vyushia was put into a position like this, emanating an aura of slight nervousness as she accepted Herelia's request. She was going to make sure that she'll do her best to follow Herelia's conditions amidst her nervousness. Herelia then radiated an aura of slight happiness before using a red tendril to point towards the opposing party that was getting closer in the distance. She then said, well then, I wish all of you the very best of luck. Make sure to not die. I'll try to make sure. Vyushia responded to Herelia's words before looking at the other members of the party she was about to lead. Suppressing her feelings of nervousness, she then said to them, we depart. Whoosh. Not long after, a hexagonal formation appeared in front of the entrance of the main hall. This hexagonal formation consisted of 3 tanks at the front, 2 attackers and 2 buffers at the middle, as well as an attacker, an illusionist, and a healer at the back. After making sure that everyone was in proper formation, Vyushia, the sole healer at the back, commanded the formation to move forward, setting off for the mission Herelia gave them. As he watched the party Heralier just sent move towards the opposing party, Horus could not help but look at Heralier and ask, "Are you confident that they'll make it back safely?" Heralier responded as an aura of affirmation radiated from her. She then said, "Although they are normal members of the Alliance, all of the members I chose for the party are still peak level X-grade inanimates. Anyways, it seems something is bothering you." Well, Horus pondered over how he was going to word the thought in his mind without making Heralier seem stupid. Eventually, he decided to just be straightforward, saying, "To be honest, I think they'll give off the idea that our alliance is far stronger than Chonk and his army would think." Heralier looked back at Horus in slight curiosity and asked, "Why do you think so?" "They have equipment sets on." This sentence alone made Heralier realize that she should have told them to remove their equipment sets before they left to head for the opposing party. Not long after that, she thought of sending a thread of energy to Vyushia to tell her that they should remove their equipment sets. But she could not help but think that the opposing party was far stronger than the party she just sent out. In the end, she let out a sigh and muttered to herself, "I hope Vyushia follows my words as close as possible." A few minutes have passed since Chonk's army and the Tempest Branch Alliance had sent out small parties. At this moment, the two small parties were already facing one another in the middle of the large space that was cleared out for this war. On one side was the party sent out by Chonk's army, wanting to gauge the strength of the Tempest Branch Alliance. Each and every member of this party radiated an aura that would usually instill fear in normal X-grade inanimates. As for the other side, it was the party sent out by Heralier, which consisted of normal members of the Alliance. Unfortunately, due to their affiliation to the Alliance, as well as the equipment sets they were wearing, instead of giving off the impression that they were weak members of the Alliance, the impression they gave to the opposing party was a party that consisted of demons that could easily kill one of them with one skill. The aura each member gave off was stronger than the aura radiated by a member of the other party by anifold. Nevertheless, even though they were up against a party that seemed to be stronger than they thought, the members of the opposing party mustered their courage, taking the initiative to attack the Alliance party. The leader of the opposing party, who was at the rear of their formation, shouted, "Attackers, use your ultimate move." Jade Wind Blade, Grand Flame Burst, Noxious Domain, Azure Slash. My strongest move. At the very instant the opposing party told their attackers to attack, Vyushia, who led the Alliance party, could not help but push her soul to its limits, thinking as to how they would retaliate from this attack without making the other party think that they were incredibly strong. Eventually, a thought came to Vyushia's soul as she hastily commanded, "Buffers, increase tanks' defense." Tanks, use reflect skill. Whoosh, whoosh, like clockwork. The two buffers in Vyushia's party hastily activated their spells to enhance the defense of the three tanks at the front of the party's formation. Not long after, the tanks activated their reflect skills, covering the three tanks in a faint yet visible barrier of energy surrounding their bodies. "With this move I'm sure they'll think we can't attack well," Vyushia thought to herself, confident that this decision of hers was the best move she could do. Unfortunately, it was going to severely backfire at them. Bang, bang, bang. At the instant the attacks sent out by the opposing party had collided with the barriers of the tanks of Vyushia's party, it had been reflected back towards the opposing party. Noticing this, the opposing party did not become flustered that the attacks were reflected back at them, since they had three strong tanks that could defend against these reflected attacks. Unfortunately for them, rather than move in a path that was on a collision course with the tanks, these reflected attacks followed a path that aimed for the attackers that sent out the attacks in the first place. The leader of the opposing party noticed this and told the attackers to run for their lives, while concurrently telling the tanks to block the reflected attacks path from hitting the attackers. Bang! Although the tanks were able to defend against the attacks, the damage they received from the reflected attacks was more than they had expected, putting the three tanks they had in a critical condition. In exchange, they were able to save three attackers from getting hit with what seemed to be a stronger version of their attacks. Unfortunately, This meant that two attackers were not spared by the reflected attacks, turning them into bits and pieces in an instant, rendering them dead. The leader of the opposing party was at a loss for words. It did not expect that the attack sent back at them would have their damage intensified, that it would severely injure their tanks and kill some of their attackers. At this moment, it could not help but look at the party in front of them from a new perspective. A perspective that told it that any move they made would undoubtedly kill one or two members from their army. On the other hand, Vyusia was also at a loss for words from the conclusion of the party's first move. She expected that the reflected attack would be easily dispelled by the tanks of the opposing party. She did not expect that the reflected attacks would actually have minds of their own and target the attackers that sent the attacks at them in the first place. She also did not expect the power of the reflected attacks to be increasing to a level that two attackers from the other party were killed while three tanks were severely injured. The leader of the opposing party, as well as Vyusia, muttered to themselves at the same time, wondering as to how they were going to continue with their missions. From the conclusion of the first move between them, it seemed that they had already failed the missions given to them. After a moment of idleness between the two parties, the leader of the opposing party shouted all of a sudden, "We're retreating." This is enough information. Whoosh! Not long after saying those words, all of the surviving members of the opposing party, as well as the severely injured ones, tried to make their way back to Chonk's army as fast as possible. Unfortunately for them, it seemed that this retreat they made would become their final move for Chonk's army. If they go back, they tell others that alliance is very strong. Vyusia could not help but think of the consequences once she let them get away. What she expected was that the skirmish between their parties would last for far longer, allowing her party to look weak and give off the impression that they were weaker than they actually are. She tried to ponder as to why their counterattack had a result like this. In the end, she had no idea what the reason was after pondering over it for quite some time. Since pondering over the reason seemed to be useless, Vyusia decided to break the goals Herelia gave them to arrive at a conclusion that was around the same as what Herelia wanted. She thought of making sure that everyone from the other party was killed, allowing the opposing army to think that the alliance was strong, but did not know how strong they were. Continuing along this train of thought, she had a thought that this would allow more members of the opposing army to be killed off, increasing the advantage the alliance had. In the end, she decided to follow through with this thought, commanding the buffers to enhance the attack speed, as well as the attack power of the attackers. Not long after that, she commanded the attackers to attack with their strongest move while she commanded the illusionist to envelop the opposing party in an illusion. Whoosh, whoosh, and just like that, the remaining members of the opposing party had been wiped out from the surface of Eridinia, falling into an illusion that made them stay in place, becoming target practice for the attackers of Vyusia's party, easily killing all of them with a few skills. What remained from these members of the opposing party were the bits and pieces that used to make up their body, making Vyusia, who looked at these remains for a bit, feel a bit guilty. Nevertheless, she still had Herelia's mission in mind, though she had to think up of a compromise. After making sure that the opposing party was eradicated for good, Vyusia told the party to head back to the Alliance base, with Vyusia thinking up of methods as to how she would explain this to Herelia along the way. Around 10 minutes had already passed since Horrell had sent out a party to gauge the strength of the Alliance. Seeing as none of the members of the opposing party had come back yet, he decided to spread his energy towards the area where the energy of the party he sent was last sensed. At the very instant he had sensed the energy of the party he sent, he could not help but become shocked inwardly as he muttered to himself, "To think that the Alliance has the firepower to actually kill 10 members of Chonk's army without a problem." While pondering as to how this became the case, a certain figure could not help but pop up in his mind, making him radiate an aura of excitement, which he hurriedly suppressed. Nonetheless, this did not stop him from asking himself, did Horus make all of this possible? If Horrell knew that Horus had only given the Alliance a single trump card instead of multiple ones, he would definitely wonder as to how he had increased the power of the Alliance with just one trump card, as well as wonder how deep Horus has hidden his true power. Well then, I should tell this to Chonk. After pondering over the possible methods as to how Horus increased the strength of the alliance, Horul made his way towards Chonk and said, "The party we sent has been eradicated by the Tempest Branch Alliance." What? Hearing Horul's words, Chonk could not help but be in disbelief. Remembering how he had easily destroyed the two previous alliances, he could not help but think as to what set the Tempest Branch Alliance apart from the other alliances in terms of combat power. Is this true? Wondering if he had heard wrong, Chonk asked Horul again, to which Horul replied, "Yes, Master. I just investigated a while ago. Only the remains of the members could be sensed." Chonk remained silent from Horul's reply, pondering over what the army's next move would be. While doing so, he could not help but think to himself, "This is the first time I've made moves greater than 2. It seems the alliance actually has enough power to fight against my army." Eventually, Chonk made a decision in his mind. He looked at Horul in front of him and said, "The alliance might be thinking that we would send more parties to gauge their strength, which would allow them to gain an advantage." With that idea in mind, initiate Code 2, Chonk continued, to which an aura of slight fear radiated from Horul before responding, "Yes, Master." Chapter 166 Unexpected Betrayal. While Chonk was talking with Horul about their next move, the party sent out by the Tempest Branch Alliance had just returned to the Alliance base, with the leader of the party hastily making her way to where Heralia was. At this moment, Heralia was currently talking with the executive level and pillar level members of the Alliance, wondering as to whether they should deploy one of the defensive trump cards they have in order to be ready against sudden attacks. This, in turn, meant that it took a while for the leader of the party, whose name was Vyusia, to actually speak with Heralia since she was just a normal member. The Tempest Branch Alliance followed quite a strict hierarchy, only being able to talk with members of a higher position when permitted. Fortunately, while Heralia was talking with those members at the executive and pillar level, Horus noticed Vyusia, who was just waiting for Heralia to finish her talk. "Yo Heralia." Without a care for what Heralia was talking about with the others, Horus interrupted her from continuing her conversation. This easily attracted her attention, albeit making her slightly frown as she asked, "What is it?" "I hope it's important, Horel." "It's very important." Horus interrupted her from continuing any further. He then formed a tendril that pointed towards Vyusia as he continued, "The party you sent has come back. Don't you think the information they have is more important than the thing you were talking about with the others?" Focusing her field of vision towards where Horus was pointing, Heralia was able to see Vyusia, who was inwardly thankful for Horus since that meant she was finally able to talk to the alliance leader. As for Heralia, after noticing Vyusia, she looked back at Horus and said, "I apologize for being slightly angry a while ago. Anyways, can you handle the conversation I was having with the executive and pillar level members? It's about a defensive trump card in case of sudden attacks." "Got it." Horus accepted Heralia's request, leaving Heralia for herself as he said, "Make sure you obtain a lot of information from her." "Don't worry." Heralia radiated an aura of slight happiness before excusing herself from the members she was talking to a while ago, making her way to where Vyusia was. At the very instant Heralia had arrived in front of Vyusia, the first thing Vyusia did was greet her properly, saying, "I greet Alliance Leader." "I'm sorry I made you wait." After hearing Vyusia's greeting, Heralia could not help but feel slightly bad, apologizing to her. "Did I make you wait that long?" "Not very long," Vyusia replied to Heralia's question, before adding, "Also, I bring results from the mission." "Yeah, I know," Heralia said as an aura of affirmation radiated from her. She then asked, "So, what happened?" "First off, let me say to Alliance Leader, I am very sorry," Vyusia replied to Heralia's question with this statement, slightly confusing the latter as to why she would say sorry to her. Not long after, Vyusia went silent for a bit before telling Heralia the results of the mission. After hearing Vyusia talk about the results, it was then that Heralia understood why she said sorry to her. Result of mission is as follows. The party sent by Alliance leader made it back safely. No member from party was injured. On the other hand, the opposing party was killed. No member from opposing party was spared from destruction. Could you tell me as to why this was the case? Herolio asked Vyushya, although she had an idea as to why that was the case. Nevertheless, she wanted to be sure that her idea was correct. It did not take Vyushya that long to respond, replying with, "My party members stronger than expected. Even we did not attack back. We used reflect skill to reflect attacks shot at us. I don't know why reflected attacks became stronger and killed the members of opposing party. But since opposing party was running away, I decided to tell party members to make sure no one from opposing party is left alive." Herolio pondered over Vyushya's words for a bit, finally understanding what was going on in Vyushya's mind while she was fighting against the opposing party. Not only that, Vyushya's answer even solidified the idea in her mind, leading her to say to Vyushya, "All right, that will be all for now. Good work. You may leave." "Yes, leader." After hearing that she could finally leave, the feeling of nervousness Vyushya felt a while ago was finally gone, allowing her to be at ease while the members of the party she was in a while ago came up to her and asked how it went. With an aura of slight happiness radiating from her, Vyushya told her party members, "Alliance leader is not mad, though I don't have idea why. At least we're not punished." Just as Vyushya had told her party members that the Alliance leader wasn't mad at them, on the opposing army's side, Horrell had made his way towards a certain portion of the army, meeting up with what seemed a few inanimates that radiated eerie auras. These eerie auras made the other inanimates stay a fair distance away from them, but this did not stop them from knowing what these inanimates could do. These few inanimates were inanimates specially trained by Chonk for a special purpose. This special purpose was related to the code 2 Chonk was talking with Horrell about a while ago. As Horrell got closer to these inanimates, he could not help but feel uncomfortable once he entered the radius of the aura emanating from them. Nevertheless, this was his master's orders, so he had to follow. Enduring the weird feeling as he moved, he eventually made his way towards the largest branch among the branches that radiated the same eerie aura. What set this branch apart from the other branches was not only by its size, but by its color and design as well, taking on a dark hue while being covered in silver engravings. As for the other branches, it was either one of the two, taking on a dark hue, or being covered in smaller silver engravings. Coming face to face with this large branch, Horrell then said, "Master told me that we're going to initiate Code 2. In response, an aura of slight shock radiated from the large branch as it replied back, "Seriously? We're actually going to initiate Code 2? Didn't Master not use Code 2 for the two previous alliances?" Master's words. Horrell made a shrugging movement with his ethereal body before continuing, "Either way, the alliance we're up against is stronger than you'd think. You better be careful when choosing the members you possess." Since Horrell was basically the leader of the inanimates, these words of concern could not help but make the large branch more vigilant as it replied, "All right. If it's just as you say, then we'll take great precaution. I wish you good luck, Reinva." Horrell replied to the large branch's words before turning around to head towards the front of the army. While he left, Reinva, the large branch, could not help but let out a sigh as he looked at the branches around him. Not long after, a slightly elated expression radiated from all of them as Reinva said to himself, "It's been a while since I was able to use Code 2. To think that another chance has come." Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, these branches started to hover before making their way to Reinva's body. Soon after, these branches were absorbed by Reinva's body, as if they were part of his body in the first place. In fact, that was indeed the case. Reinva was told by Chonk to make the other parts of the army think that Code 2 constituted of many inanimates, rather a single inanimate. Either way, since he was about to use Code 2, he did not have to set up a facade anymore. gradually hovering off the ground before turning himself invisible. Whoosh! He then started to make his way towards the Tempest Branch Alliance without attracting the attention of the members of Chonk's army, nor the attraction of the alliance he was trying to get close to. Nevertheless, this did not stop him from softly laughing. He. Code 2, Unexpected Betrayal. Begin. While Reinver was making his way towards the alliance, Herlia made her way back to where Horus was, with Horus informing her of the decisions he had made with the executive and pillar-level members before letting Herlia continue where he had left off. It took a few more minutes for Herlia to finish her discussion, coming to a unanimous agreement with the alliance members she was talking to, with them hastily making their moves at the instant the discussion was finished. On the other hand, after finishing the discussion, Herlia made his way towards Horus, who was currently fiddling with a few things in his system. Seeing this, Herlia used a red dendril to attract Horus' attention, prompting Horus to close the system before turning around to look at who tapped on him. Noticing that it was Herlia, Horus then said, "What's up?" "I've already obtained the information from Vyushia's party." Herlia answered Horus' question, before proceeding to tell him the things Vyushia told her without concealing anything. After that, she then asked him, "I'm pretty sure you know what Vyushia was aiming for with her move." "Yeah, I do." Horus radiated an aura of affirmation as he continued, "By killing all of the members of the opposing party, Chonk's army would think that we are strong, but they don't know how strong exactly, which would lead them to sending more parties we could possibly kill." Herlia radiated an aura of affirmation as she knew Horus was right. She then asked, "Do you think they'll move just like how Vyushia thinks they'll move?" Horus pondered for a few seconds, thinking up of various conclusions before replying to her question. "I think the chance of them doing that would be highly unlikely," Horus said to Herlia before adding, "Chonk is an animate. He could think up of multiple countermeasures. If he was still an inanimate though, there might be a high chance that he would actually do what Vyushia wanted him to do." "You thought so as well?" Herlia said in slight shock before adding, "But yeah, I agree with what you say." Looking at this war from a neutral perspective, an animate would surely create tons of countermeasures for these types of things. Inanimates have a limit as to how far they could think. Unless they are blessed by a god. Well, of course, Horus radiated an aura of slight happiness, which turned into seriousness not long after as he said, "Anyways, we'll have to wait and see what move Chonk would do next." I'm sick of this. Just as Horus and Herlia were about to look out of the entrance of the main hall, their attentions were attracted by a loud scream from a certain portion of the main hall. In fact, this loud scream had attracted the attention of all of the alliance members, prompting them to look at a decently large branch with blue engravings on his body. Seeing as it had gotten the attention of everyone, it then continued to scream, "Why do we fight for the alliance? Don't all of you fear the fact that you could die from this war?" Not long after, another scream could be heard from another part of the main hall, this time coming from a sapling that was of a dark hue. "That's right. Although we're fighting for the survival of the alliance, in actuality, it's just a way for the higher positioned members to keep their positions while us normal members sacrifice ourselves for the alliance." Continuing where the sapling left off, a weird-looking branch started to shout from another part of the main hall, saying, "Us normal members should band together and let the higher positioned members know that we're not some sort of sacrifice. We're not some sort of sacrificial lamb, ready to lay their lives for everyone at any time. Yeah? Let them feel our wrath. Bring down the pillars to a lower position. Oust the leader from her position. Let a new leader lead the alliance." Screaming for no apparent reason. But yeah. Change. A few seconds later, a few more alliance members started to scream out loud, attracting the attention of all of the members of the alliance. In response to this, Horus and Herlia could not help but feel that something was off. A while ago, the alliance members were harmoniously working together, only for a few members to start complaining. Was it because of the nervousness they felt knowing that they could die at any time? Looking at each other in slight confusion, Horus asked Herlia, "The members that shouted out their complaints, were they always like this?" "No, not at all. Herelia radiated an aura of disapproval. In fact, those members are the most cooperative members we have in the Alliance. Oh, really? After hearing Herelia's reply, Horus had instantly gotten to a conclusion, connecting Vyushia's mission to what was happening right now. It seems we have a rat on the loose. Chapter 167. Why not retaliate? A couple of minutes before what seemed to be an uprising occurred within the main hall of the Tempest Branch Alliance, an invisible branch gradually made his way towards a part of the Alliance's base wherein he would not be seen that easily even with his invisibility skill activated. He also took into consideration his need to see the targets he had to possess. This invisible branch was none other than Reinva, who had been tasked by Horel to initiate Code 2 on the Tempest Branch Alliance. At this moment, he could not help but radiate an aura of elation after knowing that he could show his abilities to Chonk, which would possibly allow him to be promoted to a higher position in the army. Nevertheless, since this part of the mission needed him to not be noticed by the Alliance, he hastily suppressed his aura before focusing attention on the members of the Tempest Branch Alliance. To make Code 2 successful, taking Horel's words into consideration, it seems I need to possess around 5 members to incite a feeling of unrest amongst the members of the Alliance. Reinva muttered to himself, calculating the optimal number of beings he had to possess and take on their actions in order for an uprising to happen. Not long after, he looked at the auras of each and every member in the Alliance, since his skill would not activate if the aura radiated by the being he was going to possess was many times higher than his aura. While doing so, he could not help but become shocked once he found 2 beings in the center of the Alliance's hall, which were radiating an aura that exceeded most of the auras radiated by those surrounding them. After noticing this, Reinva could not help but release a bit of sap in fear, muttering to himself, if they find out we're controlling the victims, I'm seriously going to be screwed. He then went ahead and composed himself, adjusting his soul to its peak condition before settling on 5 members that seemed to hold a bit of authority amongst the members of the Alliance. Not long after, he decided to possess another member just in case, but his grasp over this last member was a bit lacking when compared to the previous 5. Puppetry arts, instigation. Whoosh, whoosh. After saying the name of the ability, 6 threads, that was the same color as his body, shot out of his body as each and every thread made their way towards the 6 members he had chosen to possess, with each of them radiating a slightly different aura after being possessed. Noticing this, Reinva used his soul to its limits, returning the auras of the 6 to what they were before, waiting to make a move when the situation seemed right. Code 2 has finally begun. Tempest Cliff, Tempest Branch Alliance. Horus and Herelia looked at each other with an aura of slight confusion radiating from their bodies. They then looked at the members of the Alliance that complained all of a sudden, wondering as to why they only started to complain just now. Not only were Horus and Herelia looking at the Alliance members who complained with slight confusion, even the members who were not affected by Reinva's skill looked at these Alliance members with slight confusion. It seems we have a rat on the loose. Horus could not help but mutter to Herelia after asking a few questions to Herelia regarding these members. While these Alliance members noticed that everyone was looking at them with auras of confusion, prompting to band together and continue complaining, Herelia ignored this and looked at Horus before asking, it seems so. Did Chonk plan this before the war started? It could be planned before the war, or it was done in retaliation to what we did to the small party they sent. Horus responded to Herelia's question, before adding, but by the looks of it, it seems their plan is not working. What did you do to achieve this level of solidarity, Herelia? Herelia pondered over Horus' question for a while before responding with, to be honest, I did nothing at all. I just treated each member kindly, gave them attention for their feats, and so on. Yeah, that makes sense, Horus said before looking at the Alliance members, that were complaining a while ago, finally congregate towards a certain portion of the main hall in order for their voices to be heard louder. We don't deserve to be used as cannon fodder. We're more than that. Yeah, we still have a long life ahead of us. We should band together and oust the leader from her position. Who's with me? As long as we band together, we can do anything. come join us for a good cause, my fellow members. We're going to change the position of the alliance for the better good. Fuck yeah. Change. Listening to their words one more time, Horus could not help but look at Herlia and ask, so what are we going to do them? Just let them complain until they get sick of it. Since it has something to do with Chunk, those complaints won't stop until the opinion of the other alliance members change. Herlia replied to his question, pondering a bit. Not long after. After that, she added, then again, we have to make sure that it's a third party doing this, and not their actual feelings. If it's their actual feelings, then they'll be the one to handle that. How are you going to do? Just as Horus was about to ask how Herlia was going to make sure that a third party was making those alliance members complain, a certain skill flashed in Horus' mind before adding, ah, right. Go ahead. Whoosh. At that instant, Herlia hastily made her way towards the complaining alliance members and radiated her aura at its limit, making those near her feel stifled. Fortunately, this feeling was only faint among the members that were near his aura. Her true focus was the 6 alliance members who were complaining, focusing her aura towards them with the intent of making their complaints stop. Surprisingly, that method worked, making the 6 alliance members stop complaining. In response, all of the alliance members that were looking at the 6 that complained could not help but let out sighs of relief as they continued on with what they were supposed to do so, knowing very well that their alliance leader would handle this without a problem. Eyes of undeceiving truth, Herlia muttered to herself, before an aura that seemed to make everyone feel that every lie would be uncovered by her, radiated from her body, enveloping the 6 in this aura. Not long after enveloping the 6 in that aura, she asked them, tell me, are these your true feelings? Whoosh, whoosh. Although the 6 did not reply due to the overbearing aura pressing on them, the aura they radiated alone was enough of a reply for her, retracting the skill, as well as the aura she was radiating before heading back to where Horus was. At the time she had made her way back to where Horus was, the 6 alliance members continued to complain once more. This time though, all of the alliance members ignored their cries, continuing on with what they were tasked to do. Nonetheless, it was quite jarring to the sense of hearing of the inanimates, prompting Herlia to shout, could anyone seal their ability to speak for a while? It's quite annoying. Whoosh. Not long after, 6 silver threads of energy made their way towards the 6 alliance members, abruptly stopping the complaints that came out of them. Although they radiated auras of shock and disbelief, one could still sense a small hint of relief from their auras. Wondering where the silver threads came from, Herlia looked around, only to find out that these threads came from Horus as a small ball of energy gradually dissipated into thin air. Just before Herlia could ask as to what that skill was, Horus was the first one to talk, saying with an aura of slight happiness surrounding him, that'll be a secret for now. Anyways, what should be our next move against this attack? Not long after, Horus asked Herlia, to which she replied, I have no idea. I would have been able to retaliate if it was a physical attack against our members, but this is the first time I've experienced an attack such as this. Seeing as Herlia did not have any plan to retaliate against this move made by Chunk's army, Horus could not help but radiate an aura of slight elation as he said, what if I told you? I have a way to retaliate against that. You do? Herlia could not help but radiate an aura of slight curiosity from Horus' words before adding, what is it? Quite simple, really. Horus replied to Herlia's question before adding, if they want to incite public outrage amongst the members of our alliance, then that means we just have to incite public outrage amongst their members as well. Herlia was at a loss for words for quite some time. Eventually, she looked at Horus with an aura that radiated as if I haven't thought of that before, saying, well, if we had someone that could do that, I would have done it already. No? Well, Horus' aura of elation around him intensified by quite a bit as he said, that's the point. I could do that. Oh. Herlia replied to Horus' words as if it was normal, before finally being processed by her mind as she uttered not long after, you should have told me you could do it in the first place. After finally processing what Horus said, Herlia could not help but say to him, To which he replied, "We can't have our enemy find out everything about us, now can we?" Anyways, the inciting public outrage part is still an uncertainty for me, but I'm extremely sure that I can scout out the opposing army and their next plans, Horus said to Heraclea afterward, to which Heraclea replied, "Even that is more than enough." Inciting public outrage is a bonus. Other than that, could you go ahead and find out who's doing that to our members? "I'll try," Horus replied before closing his sense of vision, activating his unified soul control skill as he manipulated half of his soul's power to manifest outside his body. Whoosh! Not long after, a decently sized silver ball appeared on top of his body, which prompted Heraclea to ask, "What's that?" "A part of my soul," Horus responded to Heraclea's question before splitting up the silver ball into 8 smaller balls. Due to the fact that the amount of soul power he allocated to this soul vessel he made was far less than the amount he used while he was testing it out, he had a far easier time controlling these 8 balls, allowing them to move in different directions and speeds. Whoosh, whoosh, adjusting his mind to the burden of controlling 8 small balls at once, as well as being aware of his original body and clone's surroundings. Horus then willed the 8 balls to transform into a smaller size as he manipulated the 8 balls to head towards where the opposing army was. I kind of like the idea of naming skills like these under codes. Horus could not help but mutter as he opened his sense of vision once more, allowing him to look at 3 perspectives at once. He then looked at Heraclea, who was beside her, and asked, "Don't you think this deserves to be called a code?" "That's up to you," Heraclea replied before heading towards a certain portion of the main hall. "If you find any results, just send a thread of energy to me. I'll be discussing Code 5 and Code 7 with the other pillar members. You could come with me and add a few of your skills to enhance these codes if you want." "Sure, I'll go and join the discussion later," Horus muttered as he focused on one of the perspectives he could see, which was currently expanding at a fast rate due to him commanding the 8 balls to move outward. He then added, "I'll just make sure that the balls I sent out won't get destroyed. Once that's done, I'll definitely go and join." "Alright then." Heraclea radiated an aura of affirmation before leaving Horus to his own. In response to this, an aura of intense elation radiated from him as he proceeded to think up of a good code number for this skill of his, as well as a good code name. What would be a good code number and name for this? Eventually, Horus found a suitable code number and name for this skill, muttering to himself, "Since this skill was deployed as retaliation to the unexpected betrayal our alliance has just experienced, that would surely be a good code name. As for the number I have in mind, it would fit as well." "Well then, let's try saying it." "Code 69, no you. Okay, that kind of made me cringe." Chapter 168. A reunion with malicious intent. While Horus had sent out 8 small balls of his soul towards the territory of the opposing army to retaliate against the move they've done, a secret conversation was happening between the 2 animates in Chonk's army, with multiple trees and tall shrubs surrounding them. "Thank you for coming to meet me," a jade green wolf said with slight respect as a docile-looking rabbit made its way through some shrubs, appearing in front of the jade green wolf. This docile-looking rabbit had white fur that was slightly dirty due to the shrubs it had to pass through, but this did not stop the murderous aura that was radiating from its crimson-red eyes. At this moment, the murderous aura surrounding the rabbit was suppressed to a minimum, with a respectful aura was radiating from the rabbit, responding back to the jade green wolf with, "No, thank you. It's an honor to talk with a rank 1 animate." "Save the formalities, Chungus. I've invited you to fight against the Tempest Branch Alliance, so it would make more sense to pay respect to you, knowing what you can do," the jade green wolf said in response, to which the docile rabbit slightly chuckled. This jade green wolf was none other than Chonk, while the docile rabbit was Chungus, the second animate in Chonk's army. Although Chonk's army knew that Chungus was going to help them out in the war against the Tempest Branch Alliance, After seeing that Chungus did not make a move at all, they decided to ignore his presence while still being wary since he was still inanimate. In actuality, Chungus being inactive was a facade he put up in order for the army to know what he was actually doing. Chonk invited Chungus to his army for what he was actually doing. It was something Chungus became well known for, earning him the moniker of Monarch of Despair among animal-type animates. So how's the progress with that thing doing? Chonk asked Chungus, to which Chungus replied without hiding anything, give me about 20 to 30 minutes more, and I think he'll have it set up. By then, I think the whole army can just go ahead and attack the Alliance without a care for the world. Good to know, Chonk replied to Chungus with slight elation. He then said, after this war, I'll make sure to give you my tips on ascending to rank 1 animate. I'm glad you're still holding up your part of the deal, Chungus said in a slightly happy tone before turning around to head towards a certain direction. Before leaving, Chungus said to Chonk, rest assured, you'll win this war. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, Chonk let out a sigh before muttering, I hope we do win. If not, I'm very sure it would take me a long time to ascend to rank 2. After that, he put on a solemn and composed expression before heading back to where his army was. A couple of minutes have passed since Horus sent out his 8 soul balls towards the territory of the opposing army. At this moment, the 8 balls had finally arrived above the territory, allowing Horus to get a bird's eye view of the opposing army. Although Horus had already seen the members of the army before in that reconnaissance mission, he could not help but mutter to himself through his original body, for inanimates, I still can't believe they were that organized. From what he could see, Chonk's army was split into multiple divisions, with each division radiating a different aura, allowing Horus to get a vague idea of what each division did. Chonk's army had 7 divisions, with one division being quite large when compared to the size of the other divisions. On top of that, this certain division had a certain being Horus knew leading it. Horus could not help but mutter as he looked at Horal's current ethereal form. Although he was quite happy for Horal since he had broken through to the pseudo-animate level, he still could not help but have conflicting emotions since he was on Chonk's army. Even knowing the fact that Horal was actually a double agent sent out by Herelia. Nevertheless, since the two sides were at war, Horus decided to trust Herelia's words and try to add in Horal to his plans of retaliating against the attacks sent by Chonk's army. Whoosh! Since he did not want to be found out by some sort of inanimate that could sense souls, he decided to split up one of the soul balls he sent into a smaller size, reducing the amount of soul strength it had before heading towards where Horal was. While he sent this smaller soul ball to Horal, Horus could not help but ask himself if unified soul control would allow him to transmit his voice. In the end, he told himself, well, if it doesn't work, I'll just use the energy in the soul to form a connection with Horal. Whoosh! It did not take long for the smaller soul ball to hover beside Horal, with Horal not even noticing the presence of this soul ball at all. Noticing this, Horus could not help but have malicious thoughts as he secretly made a connection with Horal through unified soul control after trying to transmit his voice, which ended up in failure. After making the connection, he then transmitted a huge stream of thoughts towards Horal through unified soul control, with each thought saying, "Hey, Horal, you are." Horal could not help but mutter in shock, attracting the attention of a few inanimates behind them, slightly confused as to why their commander was startled all of a sudden. Fortunately for Horus, Horal hastily composed himself, allowing the suspicion of the few inanimates to die down as he collected his thoughts, finding the voice of those thoughts familiar. Horus? Horal asked in his mind, to which Horus replied, "Yep, it's me. I'm so glad to talk with you again." Hearing that he was talking to Horus, Horal could not help but radiate an aura of happiness inwardly, only for it to change to sadness in an instant as he continued, "But I left the Alliance without letting you know. I know the general gist of things through Herelia, so don't worry," Horus said after Horal was finished talking. He then added, Don't beat yourself up from this. Anyways, I'm kind of curious as to what species you evolved to. Allowing me to know your species might help me out with my plan in mind. Give me a second, Horrell replied before recalling the name of his current species. After a few seconds later, he then told Horus, my current species is Mana Spirit. From the name alone, I think you know what I'm capable of. Yeah, that's more than enough information. Thanks, Horus replied with a tone of slight gratitude. After that was a short silence between the two of them. Fortunately, it did not last long, with Horus asking, how strong are the division leaders in Chonk's army? Excluding me, around Heralius level, I guess. Horrell replied to Horus' question in a slightly doubtful tone before asking, what plan do you have in mind anyway? Well, your army sent out someone who possessed a few members of the Alliance, so I've decided to retaliate with the same thing, but more potent, Horus replied, which slightly startled Horrell. In his mind, Horrell was wondering as to when did Horus obtain such power. Can you do that? Horrell could not help but ask before adding, speaking of which, how are you talking with me right now? Horus pondered over his words for a bit before replying to Horrell's question. In short, I manifested part of my soul in reality, allowing me to use my soul as reconnaissance, offense, and for miscellaneous things like talking with you. As for the matter as to whether I can possess other beings with my soul, there's no better way to know than to try. Hey. Although Horrell replied with a tone that he understood what Horus was doing, he still could not help but become shocked at how versatile Horus' skill set had become. Back when Horus entered the Tempest Branch Alliance, he could only cast basic magic and attack with a huge amount of force. But right now, Horrell could not believe that his skill set even included the manipulation of other beings. In the end, he decided to accept that Horus could do surprising things. Thinking about what to ask next, a thought popped up in his mind, prompting Horrell to ask Horus, oh, right. How can I help with your plan? What I had in mind was that I'd possess the 6 division leaders with my soul. Then have you report this matter to Chonk? Horus answered Horrell's question before adding, since you're a pseudo-animate, Chonk has designated you as the overall leader of the army, right? Horrell responded with a sound. He then asked, what would happen after that? After thinking about it for a bit, it could 2 ways, Horus replied before adding, the first conclusion would be that Chonk would go ahead and kill the 6 division leaders that I possessed, leaving the division leaders without a leader for a short bit. If the divisions obtain a replacement leader, they would surely be unprepared for the task given to them. And the second? Horrell continued to ask. The second conclusion would be that Chonk won't end up killing the 6 division leaders, just telling them to leave them as is. And that's where you come in. What do I do by then? Horrell asked one more time. You kill them in secret. Horus let out a malicious chuckle as he replied. With Chonk not knowing that the division leaders have been killed, he surely wouldn't put in any replacement leaders for the divisions, leaving them in chaos. Although I'm willing to participate in your plan, Horrell thought that Horus' plan was a good idea, but he could not help but think about it from another angle. What if Chonk found out that I killed those 6 division leaders? Wouldn't he go out and kill me? Don't worry about that, Horus replied before adding, I have a trump card that would allow me to protect you without a problem. I see. Horrell went silent for a bit before a determined aura started to radiate from inside. I'll help out then. Glad to have you on board, Horus replied. I currently have 8 soul balls hovering above the army to act as surveillance, so I'll split them up and use them to possess the 6 division leaders. Speaking of which, do these division leaders have strong souls? Horrell was quite shocked that Horus could do multiple things at once. He could not help but wonder if Horus was getting confused at this point in time. Nonetheless, he composed himself and replied, to be honest, I don't know. I guess they have a weak soul? Fair enough, Horus said in response. And with that, this concludes our conversation for now. I'll let you know when to move. Don't act suspicious, okay? As Heralius double agent, how could I? Horrell lightly chuckled as he answered back. After that, the connection between the two was cut, with Horus proceeding to split up 6 soul balls into 12 smaller soul balls, with the first half staying where they were. As for the second half, they made their way towards the leaders of the 6 divisions, which increased the burden on Horus' mind since he was controlling 15 soul balls simultaneously at this moment. Nevertheless, since he was an inanimate that was more suited to the back, Horus was at ease, allowing him to put his full focus on controlling these 6 smaller soul balls towards the division leaders. Not long after that, he tried to use unified soul control to possess the souls of these division leaders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Surprisingly, the souls of the division leaders were easily possessed, allowing Horus to control the bodies of these leaders without a problem. He could not help but think that the reason why the possession was easy was that he had higher soul strength than the souls of these division leaders. Nevertheless, with the addition of 6 division leaders being possessed, this increased the number of perspectives Horus could see from his original body to 9. At this moment, he could not help but become confused. As long as I pull this off, this will surely increase the chances of the alliance winning, Horus muttered to himself, stealing his resolve as he connected with Horus once more. I've successfully possessed the souls of the 6 division leaders, Horus said to Horus, which slightly surprised Horus as he said, that fast. I'll go ahead and make a ruckus with these leaders then, Horus then said to him before adding, once these division leaders have caught the attention of most of the army, I hope you go ahead and report this to Chonk. I'll make sure to do so, Horus replied before adding, trust me on this one. And with that, Horus said with excitement, Operation Reversal is now a go. Operation Reversal. What's that? The name of the operation I'm doing right now. Oh, hooray for Operation Reversal. Let's go ahead and start. Chapter 169 Beryl's Aqua Spells. While Horus and Horus were just starting their operation to reduce the combat power of Chonk's army, with Heruli not knowing the extent of Horus' retaliation, a different thing was happening in the Arcana Tower of Seraph Kingdom. Aquasphere. A young woman shouted these words, which resounded throughout the decently sized room she was in. Whoosh. Not long after, a single layered magic circle appeared on top of one of the young woman's palms, taking on a blue hue as the blue fog, that was covering her body while casting the magic, had made its way towards the magic circle. A few seconds later, the blue magic circle shrunk in size as a ball of water gradually manifested on top of the young woman's palm. Eventually, the blue magic circle had disappeared, leaving a decently sized ball of water hovering over the young woman's palm, mimicking the natural movements of water. Until it didn't. Splash. The ball of water had mimicked the natural movement of water for around 10 seconds or so until it was abruptly changed into a clockwise movement akin to a raging tsunami. Noticing this, the young woman could not help but let out a sigh as she muttered to herself, 12 seconds. Around 7 seconds longer than the previous attempt. Whoosh. After muttering those words, she dispelled the water ball she had conjured before making her way towards a chair and a slanted table, sitting down as she looked at the thin book on top of the slanted table. While looking at it, she could not help but lightly frown as she scratched her head. A few seconds later, she said, according to this scripture, as long as I mimic the natural movements of water for 30 seconds, that would be enough for me to be considered a master of the Aquasphere spell. It has given me enough methods to increase the amount of time for me to mimic those movements. But why can't I seem to hold it for longer? Letting out all of her frustrations, she let out a deep sigh before lying down on the slanted table, staring at the book by its side as she said to herself, calm down. This is just a small trial in the face of becoming a stronger god-level being. You'll still have to face multiple trials of power after this. Surprisingly, saying these words to herself worked, gradually removing the frown on her face as she sat upright again, muttering, System, how can I improve my mastery over the Aquasphere spell? Ding. Not long after, a holographic screen appeared in front of her field of vision. On it was the system's reply to her question. Reading it with a single glance, The young woman could not help but lightly frown as she muttered, "You'd have to buy another scripture in order to extend the time, and it's a scripture that most rank 2 acolytes would kill to get." Ha! Closing the holographic screen in front of her, she then squeezed the skin between her eyebrows with 2 fingers in slight annoyance. After a few seconds, she stood up from her seat and walked towards the door, muttering, "I can be selfish for once, right? Since I'm participating in the war for the throne, teacher would definitely allow me to buy this scripture, right?" With that in mind, she then unhesitatingly went out of the room she was in, heading towards the upper floors of the Arcana Tower in order to seek out her teacher. This young woman was none other than Ire, while the teacher she was referring to was none other than Dane. It had been a day since the two met up with each other to talk about Ire's invitation to become a part of the 9th Prince's party in the war for the throne. After accepting the invitation, Ire told her teacher about the problems she came across while trying to master the Aquasphere spell she bought to fulfill her teacher's goals. Being her teacher, Dane told him all he knew regarding the methods to master the spell at a faster rate, even recommending a scripture related to the Aquasphere to her, taking into consideration the amount of contribution points she had. After that, the meeting between the two ended, with Ire hastily buying the scripture that her teacher told him to buy, reducing the amount of contribution points she had to a double-digit number. Nevertheless, the investment was worth it. By the time she had entered her training room and read through the methods written on the scripture once, she was able to mimic the movements of water for 2 seconds. After taking around 6 hours to digest the information written on the scripture, and look at it from another perspective, she was able to extend this time to 5 seconds. As for the current time she had achieved, this was all due to her thinking out of the box, creating her own ways of fusing the multiple methods on the scripture together without them clashing. Not only that, but she had also peered through a bit of the scripture's essence, which might have influenced the time a bit. It did not take long for her to reach the upper floors of the Arcana Tower, using a basic movement speed boosting spell on herself. At the moment she had arrived at the floor where her teacher was, she showed a badge that told the ones guarding the floors that she was a disciple of a high mage at this floor, giving her access to the floor, allowing her to head into the room that her teacher was usually in. Knock, knock, knock. Arriving in front of the door of her teacher's room, she listened if there were any sounds in the room for a bit, wondering if there were any other people inside the room. After hearing that there was nothing, she then went ahead and loudly knocked on the door, saying, "Teacher, can I come in?" "It's me, Ire." "Ah, Ire?" Expecting that she would get a normal response from her teacher, what she got instead was her teacher speaking in a surprised tone, as if he never expected that Ire would come to his room. After that, a small ruckus could be heard happening inside Dane's room, with the sounds of magic being cast in between. Eventually, a normal response was received by Ire, with Dane clearing his throat as he said, "All right, come in, my student." Although she wondered as to what the ruckus was, Ire shrugged her shoulders before opening the door, allowing her to see her teacher seated on a chair, his appearance akin to that of a scholar. But what she did not expect was that, on a chair slightly distant from his teacher's chair, was a beautiful female mage that wore the same colored robe as her teacher. The female mage's face was slightly flushed, which made Ire think that their ruckus was due to something indecent. Nevertheless, she shrugged this off as she did not want to interfere with her teacher's business, just as how he did not interfere with his. She made her way towards a vacant chair, sitting down on it as a tense atmosphere appeared within Dane's room. Not long after, as if she could not handle the tense atmosphere, the female mage abruptly stood up and politely bowed in front of Horrell, saying, "Thanks for teaching me those things, Horrell. If you have anything else you need from me, just ask." After that, the female mage scurried off, leaving the two by themselves with an awkward air between them. Dane was the first one to break the silence, awkwardly laughing as he said, "It's not what you think." "I don't really mind it, teacher," Ire replied to her teacher's words before adding with a smile, "Teacher is human too, after all." Hearing such a response from his student, Dane let out a sigh of relief before clearing his throat while the aura he gave off returned to normal. With a serious yet smiling face, he then asked Ira, "So, what brings you here to my room?" "Well, I bought the scripture just like you said, teacher. That allowed me to mimic the natural movements of water for 12 seconds, Ira replied. She then added, "But for some reason, I feel like that's the limit of the scripture, not allowing me to extend the time any longer, even though the time needed to be considered a master of the aquasphere spell is 30 seconds. Dane pondered over her words for a bit. A few seconds later, he responded with, "Can you show me how much of the aquasphere spell you've mastered so far? You can also tell me your insights regarding the spell as well." "All right." Iren nodded to her teacher's words. Standing up before a blue fog converged around her body. Not long after, she held up one of her palms as a magic circle appeared on it, with the blue fog converging towards the magic circle not long after. Aquasphere. Whoosh. Unlike before while she was in the training room, the speed at which the water ball had manifested was many times quicker, with the magic circle shrinking in an instant, a decently sized water ball replacing it soon after. This water ball moved like how water would move if it were floating. Dane then stood up and touched the water ball, seeing the ripples his touch made on the water ball. And then, after some time, the water ball became unstable, abruptly changing its form back to a raging tsunami that circled in one direction. Seeing that, Ira dispelled the spell, looking at her teacher and saying, "Teacher, I think I need to buy another scripture related to the first scripture if I want to extend the time the aquasphere would be like that." "What scripture are you planning to buy?" Dane asked his student. "Beryl's aquaspells," Ira responded without hesitation. Dane raised his eyebrows after hearing the scripture his student suggested to buy. He could not help but ask, "What gave you the idea to think that a scripture like that would help you?" Ira pondered over her words for a bit, knowing very well that she can't say that it was because of the system helping her out. Eventually, fusing together what she knew about the scripture she said, as well as the experience she had while using the scripture her teacher recommended to her, she was able to give out an answer. "Well, although Beryl's aquaspells is more on the expensive side for someone like me, it would allow me to obtain inspiration from the highly refined spells it has, reducing the mana consumption of aquasphere, as well as extending the time it could act naturally. Not only that, but it would also allow me to obtain more insight on the other water-based spells there are, as well as refine it due to my affinity for the 4 basic elements." "So did you come to me because you need contribution points to buy it?" Dane pondered over her words and her abrupt appearance in front of him for a bit, replying with this question. Ira dawdled a bit over her response, before deciding to just get straight to the point and reply with, "Yes." "Well, I guess it's your lucky day," Dane replied to her response with a smile, standing up before heading towards a nearby bookshelf to grab a blue book out of it. He then gave it to Ira, who looked at the cover of the book in shock after reading the title written on it. Beryl's Aquaspells. Ira could not help but look at this book she had received and her teacher again and again in slight shock. Seeing this, Dane could not help but laugh as he said, "I bought that at the time when I needed the inspiration to ascend to the rank 3 mage class. You can borrow it for now. Once you ascend to your rank 3 class, give it back, okay?" With eyes filled with elation, Ira stood up and politely bowed in front of her teacher, replying with, "I definitely will." Seeing how touched she was from receiving a scripture she needed, Dane let out a chuckle as he said, "Don't let me down. You're destined to do great things." In response, Ira nodded before hastily heading out of her teacher's room, making sure to close the door behind her as respect. Other than that, she used all of the movement speed boosting spells she knew to reduce the time she took to reach her training room. It took around 5 minutes or so for her to return, slamming the door to her training room shut as she arrived. She then grabbed the scripture that was on the slanted table before placing the 2 scriptures on the floor, opening both of their first pages as she said with confidence, "Since the system says this is what I needed to finally master the aquasphere spell, It's time for me to become a rank 3 class holder. Chapter 170 Wreaking Havoc. Let's go ahead and start, Horus said to Horror after cringing over Horal's response a while ago. He then went ahead and started controlling the 6 division leaders at once, only to feel a huge burden on his soul an instant later. This huge spike in difficulty made Horus feel pain, even though he was an inanimate being. After the pain had subsided, he tried to move all of the division leaders at once one more time, bringing a huge burden to Horus' mind once more. These movements, from what he could see through the perspectives of the division leaders, could not help but make the division members look at their leader with a confused aura emanating from them. In the end, Horus realized that he did not have a soul strong enough to control the 6 division leaders at once, muttering to himself that he should have grinded Genesis points to boost the power of his soul even further now that he had a skill that would suppress the aura of his soul. Nevertheless, since he did not grind Genesis points, he had to make do with what he had, deciding to control the division leaders one by one instead of all at once. The result: the division leaders, from the members' perspectives, move like how they used to before, dispelling the confused auras emanating from them. This did not stop others from having auras of suspicion though, since there was a set amount of time when the division leader would move normally, then go idle for quite some time. Although Horus noticed this as well and tried to make the division leaders look as natural as possible, there's a limit to what one inanimate, who was not even well versed in manipulating multiple beings at once, can do. Thanks to this, Horror had obtained quite a lot of messages from the members of the 6 divisions, with them sending threads of their energy, telling him that their division leaders started acting weirdly all of a sudden, as if they were being possessed by some other being. Receiving these types of messages, Horror could not help but tell Horus through their connection, "Hey, Horus, could you do a better job of controlling the division leaders? Although I could make the members feel at ease for a while, I can't do this for long. Since you still have the energy to say that, how about you go ahead and control 6 division leaders at once?" After Horus received Horal's message, he could not help but complain as he continued, "I'm already trying my best. There's a limit to how much I can do." Then, how do I appease the members of the 6 divisions? Horal could not help but ask Horus, to which Horus replied, "Why ask me? You know more about Chunk's army than I do. Can't you think up of a way yourself?" After that, the connection between the two was temporarily cut as Horus tried to move 2 division leaders at once, with limited success. A few seconds later, the connection between the two of them was re-established, with Horus telling Horal, "Expect a few more messages coming your way in about now." Whoosh! And just like that, more strands of energy made its way towards Horal, their messages filled with suspicion towards their division leaders, wondering what the true leader of the army is doing. Some even wondered if the opposing army had bribed their leaders to act this way. In response to this, Horal decided to take Horus' words, thinking up of a way to appease the members himself. Moving his mind to the maximum, he thought about the identities of the members in Chunk's army, deciding to put the blame on a certain member of the army instead. Eventually, he found a perfect member to act as their scapegoat, since no member in the army knew much about him anyway. With this idea in mind, he then sent a message to Horus, saying, "I think I found a pretty good way to reduce the members' suspicions." Horus could not help but utter in response. He then added, "What do you have in mind?" "According to Herelia, you did some recon on the army before we moved closer to the Tempest Branch Alliance." Horal started talking after hearing Horus' response. He then continued, "I'm pretty sure you know about the 3 strongest beings in the army very well." "Yeah," Horus replied as his control over the division leaders got better and better, allowing the division leaders to move more like how they did before. While doing so, he replied, "The weakest of the 3, being a pseudo-animate. Then, there are 2 animates, with Chonk at rank 1 and another animate that's yet to reach rank 1. I think the name of the other animate was Chungus. Anyways, why are you asking me? Oh, are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Horal said in a slightly excited tone, to which Horus replied, "Are you going to place the blame on this Chungus guy?" "Exactly," Horal replied to Horus' question before explaining. even though he's part of Chong's army, in actuality, only became part of the army as of late. In the 2 previous skirmishes we had with the 2 alliances, he was not even part of the army. That's why many of the members of the army are suspicious of him, even though they try maintain a respectful tone when in front of him, since he's inanimate. He hasn't made a move that has won the favor of the members yet, so don't you think he's a good scapegoat? I'm not the judge of that, Horus replied after Horal's explanation, adding, but from what's telling me, he would help you out in explaining what is currently happening. Does Chong get messages from the members as well? No, not at all. Horal answered Horus' question. All of the messages go through me, before I go and tell Chong a summary of what those messages are. Even better, Horus said as he let out a slightly malevolent chuckle not long after. He then said, I hope you make a pretty believable explanation for what's happening. Once I control 3 division leaders fluently, I think he'll start phase 2 of Operation Reversal. What's phase 2? Horal could not help but ask. Wreaking havoc, Horus replied with an elated tone before cutting off the connection between the 2 of them, leaving Horal alone to himself. Seeing as how Horus trusted him so much, Horal reciprocated this trust, thinking up of a good explanation that would surely appease the members of the 6 divisions. After obtaining about 20 more messages from the members of the 6 divisions, their tones quite angry, Horal decided that the explanation he had created was sufficient, sending a strand of energy back to the members who sent him a message. On the strand of energy he sent was a message. It read, you might be wondering as to why your division leader is acting quite weirdly. The reason behind that is because Chungus, the animate the leader had invited, has finally started to make his move. His move has something to do with possessing the division leaders and then infusing them with the power of his animate skills, allowing them to deal more damage at the Alliance once the time for the massive skirmish comes. I hope all of you understand that Chungus does not know these division leaders, hence he has to adjust to the movements of the division leaders in order for the Alliance to not notice that something is off with the division leaders. He then added another strand of energy after it. On it said, I hope all of you cooperate with Chungus, making the division leaders look like they're moving normally while Chungus adjusts. And, with that, the suspicion these division members had were dispelled at once, replacing it with auras of enthusiasm and slight fear, with the idea that they were helping the army out. Horus also noticed the change in attitude from these division members while controlling the division leaders, wondering as to what the hell Horal did for their attitudes to take a 180-degree turn. Nevertheless, with the members not being suspicious of the division leaders' movements anymore, Horus was able to improve his control over the division leaders. After about 5 minutes or so, he was able to control 2 division leaders fluently, though he had to remove 2 of the soul balls he had as reconnaissance in exchange. After another 5 minutes, he was able to control 3 division leaders fluently, removing 2 more soul balls in exchange. Fortunately, the view of a single soul ball was wide enough wherein 4 soul balls on a certain area's corners would be enough to cover everything. Alongside Horus' improvements in terms of control, Horal was also obtaining messages from the division members, regarding how their division leader was moving normally while noticing that another division leader was moving normally as well. These messages could not help but make Horal look at Horus with awe, sending a message through his connection. Horus, how the heck are you doing all of this? Horus hemmed and hawed for a bit before replying with, to be honest, I don't know. I guess I have an innate affinity for these types of things. Ding. While continuing to improve his mastery over controlling multiple division leaders at once, Horus heard a notification sound resound through his mind, prompting him to open up the notification screen. At the very moment he had opened the notification screen, the burden on his mind while controlling 3 division leaders at once had significantly lessened, making him realize that the notification was related to the decrease in burden he felt. Due to your hard work, the passive skill dual tasking has been created. After reading the notification he had obtained, he closed the notification screen and emanated an aura of elation from his original body, making the Alliance members, who were looking at him with curiosity, wonder as to what he was doing. He then decided to push himself even further, removing all of the soul balls in midair. "These 6 division leaders will be my eyes and ears for now," Horus muttered to himself as he continued. "If they die, then I'll just deploy the soul balls again. It kind of sucks that I couldn't use the attack I made for the soul balls though." And so, with firm determination, he was able to fluently control all of the division leaders at once after a few more minutes. This astounded the division members, as well as Horus, who had received a lot of messages regarding this. He sent out a message to Horus through their connection, saying, "I don't know how, but you actually did it, Horus." "Surprisingly, I did," Horus replied to Horus's words with a chuckle. He then said, "I think it's time for us to move to phase 2 of Operation Reversal. Anyways, I've decided to change phase 2 a bit." "Oh?" Horus could not help but become curious as to what Horus had changed. "What changes are you making to increase the advantage the Alliance has against the army?" Horus replied to Horus's question before adding, "Don't you think making the division leaders kill their members is a good move?" Horus was silent for quite a while, appalled at the change Horus had made. Nevertheless, this would undoubtedly give the Alliance a huge advantage. After accepting this fact, he then replied, "Make sure you maintain the connection between us so I know when to make a move." "Okay, got it," Horus responded with a tone of excitement before manipulating the 6 division leaders at once, making them speak simultaneously with the same words. The words they said were, "Everyone, I have something to tell you." Hearing these words from their division leaders, the division members eagerly came closer to their division leaders, asking questions regarding the plan made by Horus. Although Horus was confused at first, he could not help but think to himself that Horus did a great job masking what he was doing. Amidst all of the excitement of the division members, the division leaders spoke one more time. This time, they only said one word: silence. Unsurprisingly, all of the division members shut up, though this did not stop them from radiating auras of excitement, wondering as to what their division was going to do next. Fortunately for them, Horus was about to tell them what their division was going to do next. Unfortunately, it was not something they would have expected to happen. "I'm pretty sure all of you know the plan thanks to Horus said through the 6 division leaders, intensifying the auras of excitement the division members radiated. "For that, I thank all of you for your cooperation," he continued, the auras of excitement reaching a peak. He then made the division leaders go silent for a bit, increasing the eagerness of the division members, which made them move closer to their respective division leaders. "And with that, let us start operation." After the silence, he made the division leaders talk once more, extending the word at the end for a few seconds. Once they heard the words uttered by their division leaders, all of them became dumbfounded, frozen in place. What did these division leaders say? "Well, division extermination." At the very instant the division leaders were finished saying these 2 words, Horus hastily activated the ultimate skills they had, which affected a wide area. Heaven's Extermination Ray, Necro-Ruination, World of Frost, Azura's Wrath, Shadow Binding Arts, Hidden Death, Wave Arts, Unending Reverberation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, 6 ultimate skills had been used in the territory of Chonk's army, wiping out most of the members of Chonk's army in one move. All of those that had survived were at a loss for words as to what had happened. It would take some time until Chonk and the Tempest Branch Alliance found this out. It would eventually be remembered, not by its original name of Operation Reversal, but a name that befitted what had happened. Operation Massacre. Chapter 171 Irreconcilable Heaven's Extermination Ray, Necro-Ruination, World of Frost, Azura's Wrath, Shadow Binding Arts, Hidden Death, Wave Arts, Unending Reverberation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, 6 ultimate skills, coming from 6 different inanimates, were cast on the territory of Chonk's army simultaneously. These 6 skills went ignored by the members who were still dumbfounded from the words uttered by their division leaders, with them only realizing what they had done until it was too late. Ah, no. At the very instant they realized what their division leaders had done, They did not spare any time to avoid the skills that were cast, or if they were stronger, defend against them. Although they now abhorred their division leaders, they could not direct this hate towards them, since being alive was better than being dead. Whoosh, whoosh. As if it was an orchestra, a plethora of skills, ranging from barriers to movement speed boosting skills, were activated by the members of the 6 divisions in succession, holding on to the hope that they would be able to survive the attacks of their division leaders. Unfortunately for them, the division leaders packed more power than they thought. FSH, FSH, FSH. On one part of the territory, a beam of light shone down from the sky, vaporizing any inanimate that came into contact with it along its path. Even those that had barriers all over their bodies were not spared, dispelling their barriers in one hit before slicing their bodies into 2. In another part, multiple water energy particles congregated over the division leader's head before spreading out like a raging tsunami, easily catching up with those that had movement speed boosting skills activated. Once they were caught by the raging tsunami, they were heavily bombarded with a ton of water energy particles, hastily rendering them dead. The method of killing was different in the other parts, but ultimately, most of the members of the 6 divisions were not spared by the ultimate skills of their division leaders, turning into lifeless inanimates in a matter of an instant. That's why they became division leaders. It was because they knew how to command other inanimates, as well as hold power far greater than what normal inanimates have. While this was happening, Horrell could not help but be mesmerized by how Horus was able to do all of this. In awe, he muttered. Not only did he cast the ultimate skills of these division leaders, but he also made sure that they overlapped over one another, making sure that those that escaped would be caught up in another ultimate move. It was around this time that Horrell obtained a message from Horus through their connection, with Horus saying, "Hey Horrell, make sure to protect your division well. I'm gonna redirect a bit of the ultimate skills towards your division, so Chonk has more reason to kill these division leaders." Although the message was abrupt, Horrell hastily snapped out of his daze as he replied, "Got it." Whoosh. Not long after replying, he hastily made multiple strands of energy with a message on it, sending towards the members of the division he controlled. "Everyone, get close to me. The other division leaders are going on a rampage." This was what the strands of energy contained, which made the division members look at their division leader from a new perspective as they hastily got congregated to where Horrell was. Unlike the members of the 6 divisions, the members of Horrell's division were not informed of what was happening on the other divisions, which greatly surprised them after finding out that the other division leaders went on a rampage. Seeing as Horrell did not go on a rampage like the others, they could not help but think that the other divisions were pitiful while solidifying their beliefs towards Horrell. After some time, the ultimate skills started to converge towards Horrell's division after seeing that almost all of the members of the 6 divisions were dead. Although Horrell did not get a signal from Horus through their connection, he knew what he had to do, conjuring a large and thick barrier over the members of his division. This move could not help but make the members feel awe for Horrell, thinking of him as a true division leader. Bang, bang, bang. Eventually, the ultimate skills collided with the barrier, attacking it with all its might. Surprisingly, even though the skills were at their full power, they weren't able to break through the barrier, shocking the members of Horrell's division while Horrell was looking at the ultimate skills in awe. Since he was a mana spirit, he could vividly see the flow of energy in skills and spells that use any form of energy. He noticed that even though the skills looked like they were attacking the barrier at full power, most of the energy in them were redirected towards the appearance of the skill rather than its power. He knew that the opposite was happening a while ago. If not, Horus would not be able to kill all of those division members with these ultimate skills as easily as he did. While making sure to not look out of place, Horrell sent out a message to Horus, saying, "I thought you were already at your limit when you made those division leaders use their ultimate skills, and now making it look like the skills are attacking at full power even though they are not. Although I would like to say that my barrier could withstand the full power of a few grade inanimates, what you're doing is more amazing." "How did you do it?" he asked soon after. "I guess I have an innate affinity for these things. Horus soon replied, deciding to not tell Horrell about the system. In actuality though, the reason why he was able to do this was all due to the dual tasking skill he had obtained a while ago. The dual tasking skill was in actuality a grade mortal level skill, which allowed him to easily level up and upgrade this skill to a far stronger variant. At the moment, it was now an grade mortal level skill, which took on the name pentatasking. With this skill now enhanced, the burden he felt while controlling these 6 division leaders was now minuscule, which allowed him to deploy the surveying soul balls in midair again. Eventually, the ultimate skills gradually weakened as they were colliding against the barrier, which made the members of Horrell's division trust him even more. While this was happening, Horus sent a message to Horrell, saying, "I'm pretty sure Chonk has been notified about what I've done." The sounds made by these ultimate skills are incredibly loud. "I'm pretty sure" as well. Horrell could not help but respond to Horus' statement, adding, "What kind of reaction do you think he's going to have?" "What else?" Horus let out a slightly malevolent chuckle as he replied, "Rage. Unending rage." Bang, bang, bang. On a slightly distant part of the territory of Chonk's army, a jade green wolf could not help but perk up its ears after hearing loud explosion sounds coming from his territory. This jade green wolf was none other than Chonk, who could not help but feel that something bad has happened within his territory. With this in mind, he muttered to himself, "Heavens, please tell me that nothing bad happened. Don't tell me anything bad happened." While thinking about this, the negative thoughts in his mind could not help but grow larger, making him think that something incredibly bad has happened. With the loud sounds still being picked up by his ears, Chonk decided to get closer to the origin of the sounds, running as fast as possible. Master, bad news." Just as he was about to arrive at the area where the origin of the sound was, a familiar voice to him resounded in his mind, making him stop in an area filled with trees. This voice was filled with worry and guilt, which made Chonk feel like his worst nightmare has come true. Although he now had a hunch that something bad had indeed happened, he could not help but still hold on to the hope that nothing bad had happened. Composing himself as he responded, "What happened, Horrell? Speak." A few seconds of silence had passed after Chonk's response before Horrell replied to his question. Nevertheless, the reply he had obtained was more than enough for his hope to be crushed. He had a feeling that he was on the verge of losing his mind due to the news that he had obtained. "Master, the first 6 divisions have been wiped out by their respective division leaders." This was what Horrell said to Chonk. He also added, "Only a few members of those divisions were able to escape." Chonk took a few deep breaths to compose himself, knowing very well that he was surely going to go insane. After calming himself down, he asked, "Why did they do it?" "I have no clue, Master," Horrell hastily responded before adding, "They were not making any other moves after that, which is weird." Hearing that the 6 division leaders did not go any further, Chonk could not help but feel a weird sense of ease as he replied, "Wait for me to get there, Horrell." After hearing Horrell respond to his last statement, Chonk then continued dashing towards the origin of the sound, concluding that those loud sounds were made by the 6 division leaders as stated by Horrell. It only took Chonk a few minutes to arrive at the area, his expression filled with intense shock after looking at the sight in front of him. Since the 7 divisions of his army were situated here, that meant that a large clearing was made for them. Almost every part of the clearing was transformed into a ruined state, with the remains of the killed inanimates strewn all over. He let out a sigh of relief after seeing that a small area of the clearing was still clear, with a barrier housing a decent amount of members, as well as Horrell in the center. After that, he looked at the 6 division leaders that killed their respective division members. These 6 division leaders were positioned in a line, all of them facing Chonk with a slightly arrogant aura emanating from each one of them. Suppressing his intent to kill them then and there, he asked with a loud voice, "Why did you kill them? Speak and I might even spare you." "Spare us?" Rather than talking one by one, the 6 division leaders talked simultaneously, which slightly took Chonk aback. Nevertheless, He easily adjusted to this as they continued talking. "You went ahead and sent someone to manipulate our members, transforming the alliance into a chaotic hellhole." The division leaders continued to talk, making Chonk think that something was off with their words. They then continued, "Don't you think it's fair and just for us to retaliate with what you've done to our alliance?" Alliance? At that point, Chonk decided to release his rage, emanating a huge aura of murderous intent as he snarled. He then said, "You six are actually a part of that shitty alliance? Quite commendable for you six to keep up a facade for so long." "Who said we're part of the alliance?" At that, the 6 division leaders malevolently chuckled as one of the division leaders stopped talking. Not long after, this division leader started rolling around by itself in shock, stopping as it noticed Chonk, who was looking at it. Without hesitation, the division leader sent out a thread of energy that said, "Leader, Alliance." They have someone who can. Just before the division leader could finish its words, the remaining 5 could not help but coldly laugh as a beam was sent out towards the former, splitting it into 2. It was at this point that Chonk's perception of the 5 division leaders had changed, sensing the sincere aura from the currently dead division leader's words. "Who are you?" Chonk asked the 5 division leaders with his rage still at its peak, to which they replied, "You don't have to know who I am. What you should only know is that I'm going to make your life a living hell. I'll make sure you won't be able to destroy the Tempest Branch Alliance." "Is that you, Herelia?" Chonk could not help but ask before adding, "If it's you, then I'm sure you know what's going to happen next." "Unfortunately for you, I'm not Herelia," the 5 division leaders replied simultaneously. They then continued, "I'd suggest you kill these 5 division leaders, lest you want me to make your other plans fail." Hearing the mocking tone from the division leader's words, Chonk could not help but snarl as he replied, "Whoever you are, relay my next words to Herelia. I wanted to give you one more chance to surrender, but with this move you've done, there's no turning back." As if she needs to hear that, the 5 division leaders laughed at Chonk's words as they replied, "If I find out who you are, I'm gonna make sure you're the first one to die," Chonk said before going ahead and charging towards these 5 division leaders. He then swiped with one of his front paws as a large amount of wind energy particles congregated towards its claws. Whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, the 5 division leaders were split into multiple fragments, carried away by the strong breeze of the wind. While that happened, Chonk could not help but hear a faint laughing sound that gradually became weaker as he turned around to look at the unscathed area. Horror. Chonk conjured a strand of energy, to which he sent towards Horror in an instant. "Yes, Master," Horror replied. "Although we only have a few dozen members left, let's start Code Omega." Chapter 172 Code Omega. Let's start Code Omega, Chonk said to Horror without hesitation. Horror, who was in the middle of the gathering of the remaining members of the army, could not help but shudder and radiate a faint aura of fear, which did not go unnoticed by some of the members who were looking at him like some sort of divine prophet. Fortunately, Horror was able to compose himself in a matter of an instant as he replied to Chonk's statement. "By Code Omega. You mean all of the phases?" Horror. Chonk answered Horror's question in a serious tone before adding, "We don't know if they have more tricks up their sleeve like the one a while ago." Hearing that, Horror could not help but look at the members of his division, as well as those that had escaped from the onslaught of the ultimate skills, with slight guilt. Although all of the members of Chonk's army knew what Code Omega meant, only Horror, Chonk, and Chungus knew what Code Omega truly was. "I'll just go and prepare a few things before we start. I also need to tell Chungus about this," Chonk said a few seconds later before using a few skills to locate where Chungus was. After locating Chungus, he then said to Horror, "Make sure to always be ready to obtain my message, Horror." "Yes, Master," Horror replied with a tone of slight fear and reverence as Chonk turned his body to point towards the general direction of where Chungus was, before dashing at his full power. Whoosh, whoosh. Due to his class being related to wind, to the inanimates, Chonk was more or less invisible to them if he moved at his full speed. Nevertheless, The breeze that was generated from his movement was more than enough for them to know that the army's main leader was here. Letting the breeze made by the dash caress his body, Horrell could not help but think about what had happened to Horus. He knew that Horus used a portion of his soul to possess the 6 division leaders, turning them into his puppets, which were ultimately destroyed by Chunk's attack. He could not help but worry that the injury Horus obtained on his soul was severe, that he would not be able to make any further moves. Fortunately, Horrell's worries dissipated into thin air as he heard a familiar voice resounded throughout his mind. "I wasn't expecting him to attack that quickly," the voice said in Horrell's mind. It then added, "Anyways, I'm back." Horus. Horrell was in disbelief. A small amount of time has only passed between the time when the bodies of the 5 division leaders were destroyed and the time when Chonk left to head to Were Chungus. But Horus was actually able to recover a great part of his injuries to communicate with him. What's with the surprised tone? Horus could not help but ask, clueless as to why Horrell was shocked to hear his voice. Not long after, Horrell responded to his question, saying, "It's just the how? How what?" Horus did not understand what Horrell was trying to say, to which Horrell noticed and said, "Only a small amount of time has passed since the bodies of the 5 division leaders were destroyed. Surely you would have obtained a great injury to your soul after that, right?" That. After listening to what Horrell was trying to imply, Horus could not help but lightly chuckle as he said, "I only used a small part of my soul to control them. To be honest, I did not take that long to heal those injuries. Most of the time was taken up by me talking about what I did with Herelia." At the moment, she's still dumbfounded. "What did you tell her?" Horrell could not help but ask. "I'll tell you what happened then," Horus replied to his question, starting to narrate what had happened after the bodies of the 5 division leaders were killed. Of course, the story he narrated to Horrell was a bit different from what had actually happened. Whoosh. That hurts, Horus could not help but say as 5 of the perspectives he saw were instantly removed by a single swipe of Chonk's front paw. At the moment, he was only left with 3 perspectives, one from his original body, one from his clone's perspective, and one from above the territory of Chonk's army. In actuality, a sizable chunk of his soul was removed from that attack, which effectively slowed down Horus' capabilities by quite a bit. Fortunately, this side effect was alleviated a bit by the pentatasking skill, allowing the other parts of his soul to do what the lost parts of his soul were doing. Knowing very well that having a chunk of his soul gone would not be of great help to the war, Horus hastily activated his healing skill, focusing it towards its soul. Whoosh. Well, that was fast, Horus could not help but say after he felt the instant recovery of his soul back to its peak condition. Not only that, he felt like his soul was slightly sharper than before, though it was just barely noticeable. Nevertheless, with his soul back to normal, Horus let out a small sigh of relief as he looked at the perspective from Chonk's army, noticing that Chonk was talking with Horrell through energy transfer. "I'll just hop in later. Who knows if Chonk wants Horrell to do something bad to the Alliance," Horus decided before teleporting to where Herelia was, appearing near the entrance of the Alliance's small ecosystem where the discussion was being held. Whoosh. "Wah, you scared me." Herelia could not help but scream after Horus appeared in the center of the circle where they were discussing something, prompting the other members, who were in the discussion, to look at Horus with slight surprise as well. "Hee, I apologize." Horus slightly chuckled as he apologized to Herelia before teleporting to a more appropriate place. He then looked at the other members that were included in the discussion before radiating a slightly serious aura. "I sincerely apologize for interrupting the discussion," Horus said before adding, "Could anyone tell me what was being talked about before I came here?" "I'll tell you, Vice Leader," one of the members in the discussion, who was a branch in the shape of a banana, rolled forward before focusing its sense of vision towards Horus, the aura radiated from it being a mix of awe and shock. "Please do," Horus replied politely to the banana-shaped branch, inwardly proud at the fact that he was called Vice Leader. "Before you entered the discussion, Vice Leader, all of us have agreed to initiate Code 5 and Code 7 in the case that the opposing army comes to our alliance and attacks us while we're inside." The banana-shaped branch started to explain after Horus was finished talking. It then added, "At the moment, we are currently discussing as to whether we should activate Code 1 if they..." Just as the banana-shaped branch was finished talking, Horus could not help but say, "Ah, I almost forgot." "What did you almost forget?" Herelia could not help but look at Horus and ask. "Remember that I went ahead and counterattacked against the move done by Chonk's army?" Horus said in a slightly questioning manner. "Yeah? What about it?" Listening to his words, Herelia's interest could not help but be piqued as she asked, "Well, let's just say I might have gone overboard and killed around 90% of Chonk's members." After saying this, Horus let out a short chuckle. In response, all he got from the members of the discussion, as well as Herelia, was silence. It took a few seconds for Herelia to break the silence as she asked, "I'll tell everything later," Horus said before teleporting back to the center of the Alliance space, leaving Herelia and the other members of the discussion hanging. "And that's pretty much how it went," Horus said to Horul, omitting the stuff about the system while exaggerating the speed at which he had recovered his soul even further. After listening to Horus' story, Horul could not help but think that Horus had improved by quite a lot after he had left the Alliance. "Anyways, I noticed that you and Chonk were talking about something while I was talking with Herelia," Horus continued after narrating his story. "What was it about?" At that instant, a faint aura of fear radiated from Horul, which carried over to his tone as he replied, "Chonk told me that we were going to initiate Code Omega." "Code Omega?" Horus could not help but ask, wondering as to why the Alliance and Chonk's army were using codes before placing the thought at the back of his head. "Since we now have a connection, I can pretty much tell you most of the codes that Chonk's army has," Horul said after pondering over how he was going to explain Code Omega. He then said, "Anyways, I'm pretty sure that we're going to start Code Omega soon, so we'll just tell you the main parts of it. Make sure to relay it to Herelia, okay?" Horus replied to Horul with a grunt before adding, "My sense of hearing is focused on your words." "All right," Horul said before starting to explain. Code Omega is. While Horul was telling Horus a simplified version of what Code Omega was, Chonk had finally arrived at the area where Chungus was. As he arrived, he was greeted by the sight of a magic circle that spanned about 15 meters in diameter. Around the perimeter of this magic circle was a docile-looking rabbit, etching a few sigils with its paws on the ground. This docile-looking rabbit was none other than Chungus, the animate that Chonk hired to be a part of Chonk's army for this war. "Oh, if it isn't Chonk." Hearing the sounds of bushes shaking, Chungus could not help but look at the origin of the sound, noticing that a jade green wolf had arrived. "It seems you've come to check if the grand restriction spell is complete." "More or less," Chonk replied to Chungus' question as he got closer to the magic circle, sensing the large amount of mana that was infused into it. With this in mind, he looked at Chungus and asked, "Mana stones?" "Not just any normal mana stone, wind mana stones," Chungus replied to Chonk's question with a slightly cheerful tone. "I see," Chonk said before becoming silent. After a few seconds, he then asked Chungus, "How much time left until the circle is complete?" "Not a lot if you help me out on some parts," Chungus said as he headed towards another part of the magic circle, drawing a few sigils while channeling the energy of a few wind mana stones into it. "Sure," Chonk acceded to his request before adding, "It would be a great help if the magic circle is finished before we start Code Omega anyway." "Wait." Chungus could not help but stop what he was doing and stare at Chonk as he blinked a few times. After that, he asked, "Starting Code Omega this early? What else can I do?" Chonk let out a sigh as he replied, "I don't know how, but the opposing alliance has infiltrated our territory and killed most of our members." TSSS. Chungus could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. After that, he went silent for a bit before replying, "All right then, I'll speed up the completion process of the circle so we could prepare more for Code Omega." "Don't worry, I'll help out," Chonk replied before heading towards another part of the magic circle, drawing a few sigils on the ground as he started to ponder over the army's next move. At this point, it's all or nothing, Chonk thought to himself. It's quite weird though. If they could possess 6 of the division leaders quite easily, why did they not possess Horrell? Is it because he's a pseudo-animate, or is it, I'll just keep my eye on him even more. If he does end up betraying me, I still have that skill up my sleeve anyway. A couple of minutes had passed since Horrell started telling Aurus about the general mechanics of Code Omega. At this moment, the conversation between the two of them was already finished, but they still maintained their connection for emergencies. I should tell Herelia about this as soon as possible. Aurus could not help but mutter as he looked at the perspective from Chonk's territory, noticing that the remaining members of Chonk's army, as well as the 3 strongest members, were making their way towards the Alliance base. What are you going to tell me? Just as he was about to teleport, a familiar voice resounded behind Aurus, prompting him to focus his sense of vision in an instant to take a look at who that was. After finding out that it was Herelia, Aurus let out a sigh of relief as he said, "You almost scared me there." "Think of it as payback." Herelia let out a short chuckle before adding, "Anyways, what do you want to tell me?" "Herelia, listen well," Aurus replied to her question, saying, "Chonk's army is heading to our alliance at this very moment. They are going to use something I heard from Horrell called Code Omega." Code Omega? Hearing that it came from Horrell, Herelia's aura could not help but turn serious in an instant as she asked, "What's it about?" According to Horrell, Code Omega has 3 phases. Aurus replied without hiding any of the information Horrell told him. The first phases of Code Omega is whoosh. Just as he was about to start explaining to Herelia what Code Omega was, Aurus instantly sensed an incredibly menacing aura coming from outside the Alliance base, interrupting his explanation midway. Fortunately for him, everyone else sensed this aura as well. Looking at the origin of this menacing aura, what they could see was the remaining members of Chonk's army, all ready to go ahead and kill the members of the Tempest Branch Alliance without hesitation. They were arranged in a formation, with Chonk at the very front and center, while Horrell and Chungus took up the left and right sides behind Chonk respectively. At the very moment, they were intently looking at the Alliance members inside the base, with Chonk mostly focusing his attention towards Herelia, who was at the center of the Alliance base. He could not help but take note of the glowing wooden sculpture beside Herelia, noticing that it radiated an aura that did not lose out to her. After that, Chonk turned around to look at the remaining members of his army as he shouted, "Everyone, we are gathered here today to engage in the final skirmish that will determine the ruler of Tempest Cliff. I need everyone's cooperation in this final operation, for this operation will surely allow us to achieve victory even with our minuscule numbers." He then turned around one more time to look at the Alliance base before saying, "Horrell, Chungus, activate your spells." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a large blue ball manifested over Horrell's head, while a large red ball manifested over Chungus' head. Not long after, a large green ball manifested over Chonk's head, to which he manipulated to consume the blue and red balls, transforming into a humongous ball of light. With the ball of light over his head, he then shouted with intense fervor, "Code Omega." Phase 1. Maledictum Claustra. Chapter 173. Breaking the Barrier. Maledictum Claustra. Whoosh. In an instant, the ball of light over Chonk's head hastily charged towards the entrance of the Alliance base. As this ball of light made its way towards the Alliance base, the Alliance members thought that this ball of light was going to explode and inflict a lot of damage to them, prompting them to activate all of their defensive and evasive skills. Even Herelia and Aurus had the same thought as well as they watched the skill being prepared a while ago, activating their defensive skills to its limit. Seeing the response of the Alliance, Chonk could not help but grin as he muttered to himself, "If Maledictum Claustra was an offensive skill from the get-go, that would just be extremely straightforward now, wouldn't it?" Swoosh. Just before the ball of light could enter the main hall of the Alliance base, in a matter of an instant, the ball of light expanded in an insanely fast rate, transforming into a white barrier that covered the entrance of the Alliance base. Noticing that this was the case, the Alliance members could not help but feel a bit of anger that they were led to the thought that the ball of light was an offensive skill. The barrier was pure white for a few seconds before it became translucent, allowing the Alliance to still see what was happening outside the hall. With the wall covering the entrance of the Alliance base, Heraclea and Horus could not help but look at each other, with Heraclea asking Horus, "Why did Chong conjure a barrier on the base's entrance? If the purpose of the barrier is to bar us from leaving, I'm pretty sure that wouldn't." Just as Heraclea was talking with Horus about the barrier and how it would be easy to break through, Horus could not help but look at it from another perspective, interrupting Heraclea as he refuted, "I'm pretty sure that's the case, Heraclea. A barrier made out of the energy of two animates and a pseudo-animate. It wouldn't take that much time to realize that its purpose is to bar us from leaving." With all of the memories from his past life fully unlocked, Horus knew the difference between an animate and an inanimate in terms of power very well. Add on the fact that he knew what was going to happen in the next two phases of Code Omega, he knew that if they didn't have a card up their sleeves that would allow them to turn the tides, they would undoubtedly lose. As for the other Alliance members, every one of them could not help but look at the barrier and think to themselves that this barrier would eventually be broken by their Alliance leader. Seeing the impassiveness of the Alliance, Chong could not help but shout at the Alliance members, "You think you could break through that barrier that easily? What a joke. That barrier's made with the energy of two animates and a pseudo-animate. You'd need the power of an animate to successfully break through the barrier." Chong could not help but snarl as he said this. After that, he turned around to look at the members of his army with an aura of confidence emanating from him. He then said with fervor, "I'm pretty sure that every one of you knows the power of that barrier. It would be akin to a stroke of luck if they break through it." With them being unable to move, let us proceed with the preparations for Phase 2. While Chonk and his army were preparing for the second phase of Code Omega, the Alliance could not help but go into a state of slight panic, with the pessimistic thought of them not breaking through the barrier slowly seeping in. Nonetheless, they knew without a doubt that panicking would not help them out, trying to maintain a state of calm and composure, since if one panicked, then the others would panic as well. As for Heraclea and Horus, they were the only ones unfazed by Chonk's words, with Heraclea still having the belief that she could break through the barrier with her strength, while Horus knew that he still had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Noticing that the opposing army was preparing something while they were barred from exiting the Alliance base thanks to the barrier, Heraclea could not help but look at Horus and recall the words he was about to say a while ago before being interrupted by the arrival of the opposing army. "Oh yeah, Horus, you were going to talk about something called Code Omega earlier?" Heraclea asked Horus, to which Horus replied, "Ah, yeah, Code Omega has already started." "Really?" Heraclea could not help but say as her sense of vision focused on the barrier. With her focus still on the barrier, she asked Horus, "That's part of Code Omega?" "Yeah, that's the first phase of Code Omega, named Maledictum Claustra," Horus replied to her question before adding, "The goal of the first phase is to limit our movements, which would allow the opposing army to focus their strongest attacks towards us, who are akin to sitting ducks." "You said something about Code Omega having 3 phases, right?" Heraclea committed the answer to memory before asking another question. "What do the 2 phases after this first one do?" "Although Horal didn't tell me what the names of the next 2 phases are, he did tell me the goals of the next 2 phases," Horus answered Heraclea's question, pondering as to how he was going to phrase it in simpler terms. After a few seconds, he had an idea as to how he would go and phrase it, saying, "The second phase of Code Omega is pretty much their preparation phase. The goal of the second phase is to increase the combat power of the army to its utmost limits. As for the third phase, if we don't make a move to stop it, I'm incredibly sure that the Alliance would not exist anymore." Horus continued to talk, adding, "More or less, the third phase is pretty much them fusing their powers, sending out an attack that would kill any inanimate even if they were only grazed by it. In short, if we don't break that barrier, the Tempest Branch Alliance would cease to exist." Herilius said after pondering over Aura's words. Hearing this, Horus radiated an aura of affirmation as he replied, "Pretty much." "Does the Alliance have any codes that would allow us to break through such a barrier that easily?" Herilia could not help but let out a sigh as she replied with an aura of slight disappointment. "Although we do have codes that have an immense attack power, they are only effective when they come into contact with animates or pseudo-animates. We've tested them against barriers before, they were just deflected by it, even with their immense power." "So, what are your plans then?" Horus could not help but ask. Whoosh! After Horus was finished asking, Herilia radiated her aura to its limits, dwarfing the aura that she had radiated earlier. This aura did not go unnoticed, with almost all of the Alliance members focusing their senses of vision towards their Alliance leader. As for Horus, after sensing this aura, he could not help but mutter to himself, "I guess she still hid a lot of power from me. I'm pretty sure it'll surprise you." Then, Horus continued to mutter as Herilia looked at him and said, "What else can I do?" "There's only one thing I can do." Whoosh! Attack with my full power. At the very instant she was finished talking, Herilia flew towards the barrier at a fast speed, with her aura gradually becoming tangible as it glowed a faint crimson color. Sanguine Ruler Body, Basics. Full power. Condensed sanguine aura. Swoosh. After mentioning the name of those two skills, the pressure radiated by her aura had increased by multiple times. Looking at this, Horus could not help but pick up the names of the two skills and muttered with slight doubt, "Sanguine Ruler. Does she become a true Sanguine Ruler?" It did not take long for Horus to place this thought at the back of his head, focusing his sense of vision towards Herilia, wondering how strong of an attack she would be able to deal to the barrier. Of course, this did not stop him from thinking about his attack as well, since the earlier the barrier is broken, the better the Alliance would fare. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, multiple crimson tendrils started to extend from Herilia's body, wrapping around one another until the tendrils transformed into what looked like a giant thorn. With a giant crimson thorn now made, Herilia channeled all of her energy towards the giant thorn, making the thorn radiate a faint light that was of a deeper shade of crimson. Supreme Sanguine Art. Cure Thorn. Bang! She then manipulated the giant thorn to hit the barrier, creating a loud banging sound that was not left unheard by the members of the Alliance, as well as the opposing army on the other side of the barrier. With most of them still preparing for the second phase of Code Omega, Chong could not help but look at what was happening to the barrier, noticing the large thorn that hit the barrier. The barrier started to warp a bit after the giant thorn hit the barrier, with the point of contact slightly glowing white as the barrier tried to return to its original shape. Noticing this glow, Herilia tried to manipulate the giant thorn to push further, with the intent of making a hole through the barrier that would them to move anywhere they wanted. Boing! Unfortunately for her, the giant thorn had reached its limit to warping the barrier, with the barrier bouncing back to its previous state as the thorn was reflected at her. Seeing this, Herilia hastily dispelled the giant thorn, letting out a disappointed sigh as she flew back to where Horus was. On the other side of the barrier, seeing what had happened to the thorn, Chong could not help but feel smug that the barrier had done its job, wondering if there was another confident inanimate in the Alliance that would attack the barrier like Herilia as he went back to preparing for the second phase. "Well, that's all I got," Herilia said in a slightly sad tone as she landed near Horus. As for Horus, he could not help but look at Herilia with slight surprise, realizing that the power she had unleashed was far greater than before. Not only that, the previous thought he had surfaced in his mind, prompting Horus to ask her, "Hey, Herilia, have you become a true Sanguine Ruler? Where did you hear about that?" Not expecting to be asked that, Herilia could not help but reply in a surprised tone, "From the inheritance," Horus said without hesitation. Hearing that it came from the inheritance, Herilia then replied without hiding anything, "Not really. I'm only a Sanguine Ruler candidate." To unleash that much power even though you're still a candidate, Horus could not help but mutter in awe. Eventually, he stopped thinking about it and moved back to the barrier. He looked at Herilia with an aura of slight confidence radiating from him, asking her, "Herilia, do you think I could break that barrier?" "Probably not," Herilia replied. She then added, I already pushed myself to the limit with that attack. Unless you have a trick up your sleeve, hee. Horus replied to her words with a chuckle. After that, he then commanded the system in his mind. System, summon Fenrir and Charissa. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, two inanimates manifested near where Horus was, both of them radiating an aura that did not lose out to the pillar-level members of the Alliance. Not only that, but the aura they radiated seemed to have surpassed the aura radiated by the pillar-level members, which made the Alliance members look at them with an intense sense of curiosity. The first inanimate that manifested near Horus was a wooden sculpture of a wolf. This sculpture seemed to have been made by a great sculptor, with each area capturing the ferocity and regality of a wolf that led other wolves, a wolf king. Not only that, one could see a small crown on top of the sculpture's head as the sculpture glowed a faint green, its size being multiple times bigger than Horus. As for the second inanimate that manifested, one could see that its wooden body seemed to have been chiseled by a good sculptor, possibly mimicking the curves of a woman. But what stood out from this inanimate was the flames that covered most of its body, with one side of it being flames that took on a white hue, and the other side taking on a black hue. These flames covered her wooden body like a dress as the flame on top of her head flickered between black and white at times. After they manifested into existence, the two of them noticed where they were, hastily focusing their vision towards Horus as an aura of subservience radiated from them. Charissa Flamerai, at your service, Master. The first one to talk was the inanimate that was covered in flames. Fenrir Zephyrin, at your service, Master. Not long after, the wolf sculpture spoke as well, showing their subservience towards Horus. Although Horus went on and greeted them normally after that, he could not help but become inwardly shocked, especially at Fenrir. He inwardly said to himself, to think that Fenrir had gained his last name after achieving X-grade inanimate. He's gonna become an incredibly strong ally then. Recalling what he knew about allies back in his previous life, those that evolved to X-grade inanimate with no name were the weakest allies one could obtain from the ally Gaka. Those that had one name after reaching X-grade inanimate were moderately strong, while those with the first and last name after reaching X-grade inanimate would go on and become figures that did not lose out to players back then. Not only that, but there were also rumors that those with a first and last name could go on and obtain a title, increasing their strength even further. How are you two doing? Horus asked them, with both of them replying along the lines of being bored and waiting for him to summon them. While they answered, he could not help but look into their current species, now realizing why Fenrir had obtained a last name after evolving to X-grade inanimate. Fenrir Zephyrin. Species, Tempest Wolf Monarch Maximus Epic. Charissa Flamerai. Species, Greater Trientis Formosus, Infernalist Charissa Epic ++. After looking into their species, Horus moved his train of thought back to the barrier that was blocking the entrance, while everyone else was awed by the appearance of these two inanimates. Just as he was about to talk with Fenrir and Charissa about what they were going to do, Herelia could not help but ask Horus through a strand of energy, are these the allies you speak of from your system? Yeah, they are, Horus responded not long after through the strand of energy, letting out a small chuckle as he continued, and they'll allow me to unleash an attack that could probably break the barrier. Cutting off the connection between him and Herelia, Horus looked at Fenrir and Charissa with a slightly apologetic aura, saying, I apologize if the summoning was abrupt, but I need the two of you to help with something. What is it, Master? Fenrir was the first one to ask, with Charissa focusing her sense of vision towards the barrier blocking the entrance of the Alliance. She then looked back at Horus and asked, Master, are you asking us for help regarding that thing blocking the entrance? Yeah, Horus responded to Charissa's question before adding, to break the barrier, we would need a lot of power. Remember what I asked the two of you while you two were grinding your skills in the Tower of Seclusion? At that question, Fenrir and Charissa could not help but radiate an aura of slight excitement, with Charissa asking, Master, you mean? It's exactly what you two are thinking. Even Horus could not help but radiate an aura of excitement, wondering as to how much power they could dish out. A fusion attack. Chapter 174, Fusion Attack. A fusion attack? Listening to what the three of them were talking about, Herelia could not help but ask, attracting the attention of the three as they looked at her. With their attention on her, she decided to continue with her train of thought as she said, "Is it like Code 3 wherein everyone pooled in their energy to form a single skill?" Code 3, Master, what's that? Teresa could not help but ask, to which Horus promptly replied, Teresa, it's one of the skills of the Alliance wherein they make a large barrier with the energy of multiple inanimates. Ah, I see, Teresa said in response to Horus' answer. Not long after, Horus then turned to look at Herelia and replied to her question, saying, the fusion attack we have is a bit different from the fusion attack you know, although we do share our energy to form a skill. Horus said before adding, we also fuse our bodies into one. Eh? What do you mean by that? Herelia could not help but ask, with indecent thoughts that she did not recognize popping up in her mind. In response to that, Horus let out a sigh before saying, you know what? It's better for us to just show the fusion attack right now rather than explaining it. The earlier the barrier is broken, the better, right? He then said to Herelia, radiating an aura of confidence. Well, yeah, Herelia replied with an aura of affirmation radiating from her. Whoosh. After Herelia answered Horus' question, Horus disappeared in front of her field of vision in an instant, teleporting to an area near the barrier before starting to hover a few meters above the ground. Just as Herelia was about to focus her sense of vision towards where Horus appeared, she could not help but feel a strong breeze near her, realizing that Fenrir and Teresa, the two allies Horus had summoned, were hastily flying towards where Horus was. It only took a few seconds for the two to arrive, with Fenrir positioning himself in front of Horus while Teresa positioned herself behind him. Seeing as the two of them had positioned themselves exactly where they had to be in his memories, Horus could not help but recall the time when he asked the two of them about fusion attacks. A couple of days ago, Tower of Seclusion. While Horus was pondering as to what skills he could make into tricks that could turn the tides to their favor, he could not help but look at Fenrir and Teresa, who were arduously grinding their skills in silence. While looking at them, he could not help but recall the ally system in his past life, as well as the multiple features that the ally system had. Eventually, he remembered a certain feature of the ally system that would easily become a great trick up his sleeve that could allow him to dish out large amounts of damage. With that in mind, he decided to get closer to Fenrir and Teresa, interrupting them from their grinding for a while. What is it, Master? Fenrir was the first one to ask after being interrupted by their master. As for Teresa, she looked at their master with a curious expression. Have you two heard of fusion attacks? Horus asked the two of them. In response, both Fenrir and Teresa rummaged through the memories, eventually finding out that a certain part of their memories was solely dedicated to fusion attacks. With both of them radiating auras of affirmation, the two of them simultaneously replied, yes, Master. Could you two check what kind of fusion attack forms are available for the three of us to use as one in your memories? Horus asked the two of them before commanding the system to show him a list of fusion attacks that all of three of them could use. I just need to check if all of us have the same access in terms of fusion attack forms. Also, make sure it's the strongest one. Ding. A few seconds later, a holographic screen appeared in front of Horus' field of vision, giving him a broad list of fusion attacks he could use. Although the number of fusion attacks he could use was a lot, they were more or less subsidiary skills under an ultimate skill. These ultimate skills were the broad list of fusion attacks he could see, having the word form at the end. Tempest Gale form is filled with fusion attacks that only needs me to fuse with Fenrir as the condition, Horus muttered before adding, and Void Blaze form is filled with fusion attacks that only needs me to fuse with Teresa as the condition. While reading through the broad list, Horus could not help but recall what fusion attacks did back in Eyes. According to his memories, fusion attacks were the only attacks that inanimates could do which would allow them to triumph over pseudo-animates, and possibly, animates as well. He remembered that fusion attacks did not only fuse the energy of the player and the allies into one big mass, it also combined the stats of each being in the fusion attack in a multiplicative manner, which bridged the gap in terms of stats. Eventually, Horus was finished recalling his old memories of great fusion attacks, looking at the 4 fusion attack forms that allowed him to fuse with Fenrir and Teresa together. Spiritus Magia form, a form where I would be the main focus of the fusion. Zephyrus Maxima form, a form where Fenrir would be the main focus of the fusion. And Infernalus Ultima form, a form where Teresa would be the main focus of the fusion. Horus could not help but become disinclined to choose the first 3 forms, remembering that these fusion attacks had calculations and stuff behind them. He commanded the system to show him the general formula of power for these forms, disappointed at the power they could show. "Let's see if this last form is the same," Horus muttered, taking a short glance at Fenrir and Teresa to see if they were done searching through their memories. Seeing as they were not, Horus then went on and commanded the system to show him the general formula of power of this last form. Horus could not help but radiate an aura of satisfaction as he said to himself, "This is the one." Ignis Zephyr Anima form, a form wherein the best qualities of each being would be bolstered to a superb extent. Horus read what was written on the holographic screen, closing the screen soon after. He firmly decided that this form would be the best form for him to use in the war. He then looked at Fenrir and Teresa once more, noticing that the 2 of them were looking at him, waiting for him to talk. And so, Horus asked the 2 of them, "So, what's the strongest form the 2 of you have in your memories?" Hearing this question, Fenrir and Teresa looked at each other for a while before looking back at Horus and saying simultaneously, "Ignis Zephyr Anima form." "Nice," Horus said in response to their reply. He then told them, "Could I ask you two to spare a bit of your time to be familiar with this form? We might need to use it in the war that's coming soon." "Not a problem, Master." Teresa was the first one to reply, with Fenrir saying not long after, "As long as it helps the Master." With an aura of slight happiness, he then muttered to himself, "I can't wait to see the power of this form." Whoosh, whoosh. After making sure that they were positioned properly, Horus then went ahead and shouted, "Release your full aura." Swoosh. In an instant, Fenrir and Teresa released an aura that was more or less on par with Herelia when she did not use her full power. As for Horus, he released an aura that was akin to the sun in the sky, giving everyone that looked at the 3 the feeling that the barrier could probably be broken by these 3. As for Herelia, she could not help but become dumbfounded at the aura Horus was releasing, surpassing even her aura when she was at her peak a while ago. "How much power have you hidden from us?" Herelia could not help but look at Horus like some sort of monster, slightly angry at the fact that he did not show all of it earlier. Nevertheless, by how he acted around her, she could not help but feel that this move of his could probably allow them to break through the barrier. "Activate your domain skills." With their auras at full power, Horus then shouted these words, prompting Fenrir and Teresa to shout their skills. "Kingdom of the Tempest Monarch, Eternal Realm of Yin-Yang Flame, Boundless Spirit Domain." Whoosh. At the very instant the 3 had activated their domain skills, rather than collide with one another, they instead fused as one, giving birth to a domain that exuded an intense aura of flames, storms, and energy. This domain then enveloped the 3 of them, to which Horus hastily shouted, "Now activate all of your status-boosting skills." Tempest Monarch's Supremacy, Tempest Monarch's Deification, Yin-Yang Flame Ascension, Divine Yin-Yang Orb Manifestation, Grand Spiritus Deification, One with the Divine, Zenith Nihility Dash, Dark Universal Blade, Soul Transcendence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each status-boosting skill being activated, the aura radiated by the domain intensified in strength, with the status-boosting skills used by Horus giving the highest improvement to the aura's strength. At the exact moment the 3 of them were finished using all of their status-boosting skills, the domain underwent a qualitative change, distorting into an orb that enveloped the 3 of them, with the landscape inside it being akin to an unending storm of chaos. At this point, All of the Alliance members could not help but stare at this orb, feeling fear and hope from the aura radiated by this orb. Even Herelia, who could not believe that such an aura could reach this level, felt that this orb would allow them to break the barrier. On the other side of the barrier, Chonk, who was commanding the members of his army to charge their ultimate skills, could not help but sense an aura that was radiating from the Alliance base. Noticing this, he could not help but try and look closer at the origin of the aura, seeing that an orb that shifted between red, green, and black, was hovering near the barrier. Oh no! Chonk could not help but mutter to himself after he felt the aura that was coming out of the orb. The aura that was radiating from it far surpassed the aura the giant thorn radiated a while ago. He had a feeling that the aura radiated by this orb was around 30 to 50 times stronger than the previous one. With that in mind, he could not help but think pessimistically, asking himself, is that ... actually going to break the barrier? He then looked at Horrell and Chungus, who were busy charging their spells up behind him with an aura of concentration radiating from the both of them. He looked back at the orb, muttering, if that doesn't break through the barrier, then I could say without a doubt that we've won the war. With the landscape inside the orb being akin to a world of chaos, Horus looked at Fenrir and Teresa with a serious aura surrounding him, while the two of them looked at him with an expectant aura around him, wanting to know what their next move was. Let us start the chant for the first move, Horus said in a serious tone before adding, Fenrir, you start. All right, Master. Fenrir replied to his master's words before looking at the barrier in front of them. He then started to speak, as the origin of the Zephyr, I shall become the blade that cuts through the world, slicing everything that comes across my path. Not long after, Horus then said, as the origin of the Anima, I shall become the tyrannical pole that wields the blade of destruction, allowing the blade to sweep across the heaven and earth with power and finesse. After Horus was Teresa, saying, as the origin of the Ignis, I shall become the power that propels the pole forward, becoming the envoy of judgment to those that come and hinder my path. With Teresa finished with what she had to say, a few seconds of silence ensued between the three of them. After that, the three of them started to speak as one. With the Orb of Resolution as our overseer and power source, we shall now fuse as one, the power of chaos and order inherent in our every move. Whoosh! After saying that, the orb that enveloped the three instantly shrunk in size, splitting up into three orbs that barely covered the bodies of Horus, Fenrir, and Teresa. Not long after, as if it was done by the hands of a deity, the bodies of the three gradually transformed as the orbs were absorbed by their bodies. Whoosh! In an instant, Fenrir, who was at the front of the formation, hastily transformed into a sharp blade that was about 50 centimeters long. On the dull end of it was a decently long piece of metal. Whoosh! Not long after, Horus transformed into a pole, which wrapped around the long piece of metal that jutted out the dull end of the blade, extending to a length of about a meter. Whoosh! And finally, Teresa transformed into what covered most of her body, flames. These flames emanated from the end of the pole, radiating a golden color. A second later, these golden flames then started to envelop the pole, and soon enough, the blade as well. Swoosh! After the golden flames covered the pole and the blade, a strong breeze started to emanate from the tip of the blade, taking on a light green color as it started to swirl around. It then went ahead and expanded to envelop the whole pole and blade as well. Surprisingly, rather than clash with one another, the golden flames and the green breeze coexisted with one another, increasing the power of each as the aura radiating from this pole and blade intensified even further. Ignis Zephyr Anima form. After all of that, the pole and blade started to move back, increasing the distance between it and the barrier as the voices of the three started to resound throughout the Alliance Hall. First, Divine Art. After increasing the distance between it and the barrier to its limit, a large jet of flames burst from the blunt end of the pole, propelling it at high speeds as the green breeze vigorously swirled at the tip of the blade. Fiery Tempest Naginata. Bang! Dot. 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 Boing. Chapter 175 Imperium Orbis Ignis Zephyr Anima Form. First Divine Art. Fiery Tempest Naginata. Whoosh. Akin to a shooting star darting across the night sky, a Naginata covered in golden flames and green winds darted towards the barrier in a matter of an instant, making a streak of golden and green light as it collided with the barrier. Bang! At the moment it hit the barrier, unlike Herolia's attempt from before, the barrier instantly warped under the sheer force behind the Naginata, as if the power of the Naginata was more than enough to break through the barrier. Noticing this, Herolia could not help but radiate an aura of anticipation, muttering to herself, "An attack like this. I hope it breaks the barrier." Whoosh, whoosh. Golden flames continued to spurt out the blunt end of the pole, making the Naginata push at the barrier as it warped more and more, its appearance akin to a reverse water drop. While this was happening, ripples of white light started to radiate throughout the barrier, with the point of contact between the barrier and the Naginata's blade as the origin. Whoosh, whoosh. On the other side of the barrier, Chonk, who was almost finished with his preparations for the second phase of Code Omega, could not help but sense an aggressive aura coming from the Alliance space, prompting him to turn around. At the very instant he turned around, he noticed what was happening to the barrier and could not help but feel intense trepidation as he watched. Is that actually going to break through the barrier? Chonk could not help but mutter to himself in doubt, vaguely seeing a weapon covered in flames try and pierce through the barrier, warping it to the maximum. To his eyes, it seemed as if the weapon only needed a little more force for it to finally pierce through the barrier and set the Alliance free. Realizing this, he could not help but tell the members of his army, who had not finished charging up their spells, to hurry up so they could start the second phase. While doing so, he could not help but look up at the skies and utter in a begging manner, "Heavens! If you truly want me to reach rank 2, please tell me that this weapon wouldn't break through the barrier." Whoosh! As if the heavens had answered his statement, the momentum of the weapon as it tried to pierce through the barrier had abruptly stopped. Not only that, but the ripple of white light radiating from the barrier had stopped as well. A few seconds later, the barrier had instantly reverted to its original shape as it flung the weapon back with a loud sound. Boing! Seeing this, Chonk could not help but be at a loss for words. He could not help but look up at the skies for a bit, thinking to himself, "Did the heavens actually hear my prayers for once?" He then blinked his eyes a few times, wondering if what he was seeing was an illusion. After finding out that it wasn't an illusion thanks to him being pestered by Horrell and Chungus regarding the second phase of Code Omega, Chonk could not help but start chuckling. First, it was a soft chuckle of disbelief, then gradually, it transformed into a loud cackle of arrogance as an aura of smugness radiated from his eyes. Still cackling, he shouted, "To think that the heavens are on my side." After that, he turned around to look at the members of his army and said, "Their last-ditch effort has become useless in front of Maledictum Claustra. Once we start the second phase, victory is ours." Victory for the army. Not long after, almost every member of the army responded to Chonk's words. On the other hand, Horrell could not help but feel a bit of fear as he looked at what had happened to the barrier a while ago. At first, he was quite hopeful that this attack would break through the barrier, even though he did not know which member of the Alliance did it. Nevertheless, with the result of the attack in plain sight, he decided to place his hopes on Ores, not knowing that he was the one who actually attacked the barrier. Utilizing the connection between the two of them, Horrell sent a message to Ores as Chonk started to command a few members of the army. Bang! Thanks to the move the barrier did, the Naginata was flung towards one of the walls of the Alliance's main hall, becoming stuck as it still emanated a few golden flames and green winds. Hearing the loud bang, all of the Alliance members, including Herolia, could not help but let out a sigh either inwardly or outwardly. As for Herolia, she let out a sigh inwardly as she muttered while looking at the Naginata, "Even an attack like that did not break the barrier. If so, how much power would we actually need to break through?" At this moment, Herolia could not help but feel despair at the current situation. The aura radiated by the Naginata a while ago had exceeded her previous aura by a lot, being tens of times more intense than hers. And even that could not break through the barrier. With that in mind, Heraclea could not help but think that the Tempest Branch Alliance was actually going to be destroyed. On the other hand, a soft voice could be heard from the Naginata. Fuck. This voice came from the pole portion of the Naginata, who was none other than Ores. At the moment, him, Fenrir, and Teresa were stuck on the wall due to their current form. Hearing their master curse out, Teresa, who was the golden flames emanating from the end of the pole, could not help but say in an apologetic tone, "We're sorry for being too incompetent, Master." Hearing that, Horus could not help but reply, "Teresa, it's not your fault." Just as he was about to continue consoling Teresa, he then remembered about Fenrir and said, "Fenrir, it's not your fault either." Rather than feel guilty about them not being able to break through the barrier, Fenrir, who was the blade stuck on the wall, could not help but think about why they could not break through the barrier from another perspective. After pondering for a bit, he then asked Horus, "Master, what if we use the other skills of the Ignis Zephyr anima form?" "It suggests not, Fenrir," Horus replied to Fenrir's suggestion. Although the 5th to 7th divine art would probably have enough power to break through the barrier, there's still a great emphasis on the word probably. While telling Fenrir the reason why he was disinclined to do the other skills of the Ignis Zephyr anima form, Horus could not help but think to himself, Mfusking stupid. Why didn't I summon more allies until I reached the limit? If I had 5 allies with me instead of 2, then I would've surely broken through that barrier without a problem. Horus knew very well that the strength of fusion attacks not only depended on the strength of the beings fusing as one, but it also depended on the number of beings fusing as one. The difference between the fusion of 3 beings and 4 beings in terms of power dictated whether that attack could kill a pseudo-animate or an animate. Even though he was filled with slight regret over not summoning more allies, Horus did not dwell on the matter too much as he let out a sigh, willing the energy that was shared between them to split apart, letting them return to their original forms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It did not take long for the 3 to land at the center of the Alliance's main hall, with Fenrir and Teresa positioning themselves behind Horus like his bodyguards. As for Horus, he did not mind this as he looked at Heraclea and sighed before saying, "Well, as you can see, we failed." "You gave your all," Heraclea replied to Horus' words before letting out a sigh. "That alone is enough." As she said this, she could not help but look at the barrier and say with a slightly melancholic tone, "Hard to think there would be a day where the whole alliance would be wiped out." She then looked back at Horus and said with a slightly melancholic chuckle, "As the strongest alliance in Tempest Cliff, it's quite ironic, isn't it?" Well, Horus ignored Heraclea's words of melancholy as he pondered over the other methods he had to break through the barrier. Surprisingly, it only took a few seconds for him to formulate a plan. Looking at Heraclea with an aura of slight excitement surrounding him, Horus could not help but say, "Heraclea, I haven't told you this before, but..." Heraclea could not help but radiate an aura of curiosity as she listened to Horus' words. After listening to the full explanation, she could not help but radiate an aura of intense shock as she softly shouted, "That's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Chonk and his army would have their psychological barrier crumble while we're prepared to retaliate. "It still need the help of the Alliance though," Horus said, knowing very well that Heraclea had accepted his plan. "Do we have any proficient illusionists that could cast a facade on the other side of the barrier, making it look like we're still here?" Heraclea closed her sense of vision for a bit as she pondered. Not long after, she opened them as she replied, "I've called the top 5 illusionists in the Alliance." "Will they be enough for this plan?" "More than enough," Horus replied with the aura of excitement surrounding him intensifying. Just as he was about to tell the illusionists what they were going to do as they had just arrived, a familiar voice resounded throughout Horus' mind. Hearing what the voice told him, Horus could not help but chuckle as he imagined the shock on the body of the voice's origin. "Hey Horus, Chong is going to start phase 2 soon," this voice said in Horus' mind. This voice came from none other than Horul, who was a double agent for the Tempest Branch Alliance. Not long after, he added, "Once Chong shouts the phrase tenfold power, am pretty sure the Alliance is going to lose. Make sure to break through the barrier before he shouts those words. He. In response, Horus laughed at his words. He then said, I'll make sure the Alliance breaks through before that happens. Not only that, but he'll also be giving you a big surprise you'll surely love. Oh? Horus could not help but say, what kind of surprise? You'll have to wait and see. After saying these words, Horus then told Horus that he was going to break through the barrier, ending the conversation between the two of them. Not long after, he turned back to look at the 5 illusionists that had been called by Herelia to arrive at the center of the main hall. All right. What I need you 5 to do is create a mirage on the barrier that would make it look like that was still in the Alliance, Horus said to the 5 before asking them, can you 5 do that? In response, the 5 illusionists looked at each other for a bit, exchanging strands of energy with one another for a while. After a few seconds, one of the illusionists rolled forward and said to Horus, no problem. Make sure to do it as fast as possible, Horus said to the 5 before they hastily rolled towards the barrier, creating a sheet of energy that Dr.A.P.ed over the barrier. A few seconds later, a carbon copy of the image that could be seen from the outside was on this sheet of energy, making Horus radiate an aura of happiness as he muttered to himself, time for me to do my part. Whoosh! Summoning all of the FP in the body, he transformed it into strands that extended out of his body before intertwining with one another as a black light started to radiate from the center of the mass of strands. Not long after, he detached these massive strands from his body, manipulating it to settle on the ground at the center of the Alliance Hall. Whoosh! In an instant, the black light in the center had expanded to a great amount, emanating an aura that the black light was connected to another part of the world. In actuality, that was indeed the case, with Horus expending quite a decent amount of his FP to form another mass of strands outside the Alliance space. Sensing that the connection between the two masses was successful, he then shouted, lesser portal creation. Swoosh! In that instant, all of the remaining strands, which were not engulfed by the black light, had been engulfed as the aura that emanated from it had intensified, attracting the attention of all the Alliance members that were panicking as to how they would escape the Alliance space. After making sure that the other side underwent the same phenomenon as well, Horus then shouted without hesitation, everyone enter the portal and we'll end up behind the Alliance space. This will allow us to catch them off guard. Noticing that some members were doubtful as to whether the black light in the center was a portal, Herelia continued where Horus left off, saying, the orders of the Vice Leader are my orders. Enter the portal and we shall initiate Code 1, Phase 1. If they are going to attack us with their full power, then let us attack with our full power as well. On the other side of the barrier, while being unaware of what was happening inside the Alliance, Chonk looked at the members of his army with great confidence, sensing the great aura of power that emanated from each one of them. He then turned around to look at what the Alliance had done after that close escape, slightly surprised that the barrier was untouched after that. Seeing this, he could not help but feel that something bad was going to happen. Not long after, he suppressed this feeling and thought optimistically as he said, they just gave up on breaking the barrier. I'm sure that's what they did. After saying those words, he turned back to look at his army and took a deep breath. He then shouted, everyone, release your skills. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, multiple rays of light that varied in sizes and colors started to shoot out of each member in the army, converging towards a certain spot above Chonk's head. A few seconds later, 2 thicker beams of light shot out from Horus and Chungus, easily absorbing the power from the beams of the members as the 2 beams unified into a double helix made out of light. With this double helix floating in midair, Chonk then jumped up and slashed out with his front paws, making the double helix burst as the energy it contained covered a wide range, shrouding a large area with a faint white haze. Soon after, Chonk summoned all of the mana in his body and channeled it through his paws as he slashed out yet again, allowing the white haze to absorb his mana as each member in the army felt themselves grow stronger. With the aura of power radiating from the members growing twice as strong, Chong could not help but look at them with a satisfied expression on his face as he shouted, Code Omega. Phase 2. Imperious Orb Ice, Manifold Power. Chapter 176. The Greater Threat. While the war in the Tempest Cliff gradually unfolded as its climax got closer and closer, a different thing was happening in the celestial plane. With a figure in a white dress speeding through space as she traveled towards a certain direction. On her hand was a dark orb that radiated an aura that was at the epitome of evil, an aura that could be akin to what could be felt at the core of the underworld. Whoosh, whoosh. This figure was none other than Shirahana, Kurohana's divine clone that was tasked to help Nyx, the Hallmaster of the Hall of Greater Divinity, with the possible demon problem the celestial plane was going to have. At this moment, she had just landed on the ground in front of the Hall of Greater Divinity, clutching the orb she held tightly as she muttered a few incantations while walking. Swoosh. In an instant, a white light covered the surface of the orb, making everyone that was in the Hall of Greater Divinity, who had felt an ominous aura from her a while ago, go back to what they were previously doing. With her not attracting the attention of everyone, she then made her way towards Nyx's office, taking only a few minutes to arrive. Knock, knock, knock. Shirahana knocked on the door a few times, with each knock having a lot of force behind it. Due to the amount of force exerted, the sounds that were made could be heard from a decently far distance, which made some of the gods in the Hall of Greater Divinity look at her with a confused expression. Who is it? Nevertheless, this was enough to attract the attention of the person on the other side of the door, who answered the knock before opening the door, revealing Nyx, who had joined Shirahana while picking weapons quite some time ago. Seeing Shirahana in front of her office door, Nyx could not help but be slightly surprised as her eyes widened. While looking at her, Nyx could not help but think to herself, it has only been a few hours since she left Misha's plane to subdue the two lesser gods consumed by the demons. With that amount of time, was she actually able to obtain any information from them? While Nyx was looking at Shirahana in a slight daze, Shirahana took the initiative to enter the office as she gradually pushed the door open before walking in. Nyx, who had only snapped back from her daze after Shirahana had entered the room, could not help but let out a soft sigh before lightly smiling as she closed the door. Not long after, she sat behind her desk, looking at Shirahana, who sat across her desk. While looking at her, she could not help but notice the white orb Shirahana was holding, prompting her to point at it and ask, Shirahana, what's that? This is something related to the two lesser gods. Shirahana replied with a light sigh before placing the white orb on the desk. I've obtained a lot of information from fighting them, with the most important piece of information in that orb right there. Nyx could not help but place her hand under her chin in slight curiosity as she looked at the white orb that was placed on her desk. She looked at it from different angles, wondering what was unique about the orb as she asked Shirahana, let's save the orb for later, since you say it's the most important piece of information. Did you find out what type of sin possessed the two lesser gods? From their fighting style, it was actually quite obvious, with them connecting through their private parts and all that. Shirahana answered her question as she scratched her head. Not long after, she added, anyways, it's the sin of LUSD that had possessed the two. If you think about it, it kind of made sense since those two are a couple. How about the grade? Nyx questioned further before adding, did you find anything about the level of sin we're up against? Click. After Nyx asked her that question, Shirahana snapped her fingers as she muttered a few incantations in a hasty manner, with a few wisps of energy coming out of her mouth before being absorbed by the white orb on the desk. Whoosh, whoosh. In a matter of a second, Nyx hastily found out that the orb was not purely white at all. Not only that, she hastily found out that the white light that covered the orb was also something that Shirahana had purposely done, as an ominous aura emanated from the now dark orb, covering the room in an atmosphere that made the two feel like they were in the depths of the underworld. It did not take long for Nyx to sense this aura, hastily making a few gestures with her hands as she covered the dark orb in the desk with a translucent barrier, limiting the aura of the orb to the desk it laid upon. After doing so, she scrutinized the dark orb, eventually noticing that in the center of the dark orb was a dark sigil that was extremely familiar to her. While looking at the sigil, it invoked some dark memories from her past, a past that was filled with H.I.P.S. and incessant fighting. After reminiscing about those bad memories for a while, Nyx hastily placed them on the back of her mind as she could not help but look at Shirahana and ask, "You do know what this is, right?" "How could I not? I was also in the first Divine Demon War, remember?" Shirahana replied with a light sigh. "Anyways, it's the demon's mark I've obtained from the two. I was actually surprised that it was that condensed. It would take me a while to find out what grade this sin is, but it would allow me to alert the immortal verdict wielders and possibly even the supreme guardians about this matter, reducing the impact the demons would have on the celestial plane," Nyx said after Shirahana replied to her question, grabbing a pair of black-rimmed glasses before wearing it as she started to lowly mutter some abstruse incantations. While muttering, Nyx used a strand of energy to connect her mind with Shirahana's mind, allowing her to continue talking with her as she examined the demon's mark. "Do you have any guesses as to what grade the sin in this demon's mark might be?" Nyx asked through the strand of energy, with Shirahana replying not long after, "I made a rough guess while I was on their island. I hope it's not real though." "What do you mean by that?" Nyx could not help but ask, sensing the faint aura of fear surrounding Shirahana. "Deified sin." At the very moment she had uttered these two words through their connection, Nyx could not help but stop in her chanting, looking at Shirahana with slight shock as she could not help but shout, "Deified sin? You do know that the strongest sin we've come across in the first war is a unified sin, right?" "Of course, I know that." Shirahana let out a long sigh as she responded. She then added, "That's why I don't want the demon's mark inside the sin to be of that grade." Hearing Shirahana's reply, Nyx could not help but let out a sigh as well before returning to examine the orb, saying through the strand of energy, "A unified sin is already at the level of a greater god. A deified sin would already be at the level of an immortal verdict wielder. Would the celestial plane even be able to handle that? I don't know. I don't know at all." As Shirahana replied to her question, she could not help but recall the memories of the first Divine Demon War in her mind, remembering the grueling experiments and sacrifices she had seen and done in order for the celestial plane to survive the onslaught of demons. And that onslaught was only led by a unified sin. At the very moment she finished reminiscing, Nyx had already finished examining the dark orb on the desk, dispelling the barrier that surrounded it before casting a shroud on the surface of the orb. Shirahana looked at Nyx, wondering as to what grade of sin was in the demon's mark, only to find out that a frown was on Nyx's face as she radiated an aura of slight fear. "Nyx. You don't mean?" Even though Nyx did not say anything about it, Shirahana could not help but think that that was the case. In response to her words, Nyx let out a long sigh as she opened a rift before placing the orb in there, closing it soon after. She then looked at Shirahana and said in a slightly disappointed tone, "Shirahana, it seems we have to inform the immortal verdict wielders about this. Perhaps, even the supreme guardians." "So it is a deified sin?" Shirahana could not help but ask as she stood up from her seat, eliciting a slight nod from Nyx in response. Noticing this, she could not help but let out a sigh before turning around to open the door to the office. She then looked back at Nyx, who had already walked up behind her, telling her, "Let's go together. I'll contact Kaiser about this while you contact Facia." In response, Shirahana nodded to her words before dashing out of the Hall of Greater Divinity at a maximum speed, attracting the attention of a few gods in the hall that were minding their own business. A few seconds later, Nyx dashed out of the Hall of Greater Divinity as well, but this time, she attracted the attention of all of the gods in the hall, with most of them asking each other as to why the Hallmaster had left the Hall of Greater Divinity. Ignoring the banter between the multiple gods in the hall, Nyx soon flew towards a certain area in space, meeting up with Shirahana before they headed towards a certain direction in the celestial plane. The place the two of them had in mind was a region wherein most greater and lesser gods would avoid due to the sheer aura emanating out of it. Also known as the region where the immortal verdict wielders, the supreme guardians, and even the overseer resided. This region was known as the Divine Triad Pagoda. It took Shirahana and Nyx to arrive at the boundary of the Divine Triad Pagoda half a day at their maximum speed, slightly trembling in fear at the very instant the aura from the region had enveloped their body. Fortunately, they only trembled for a short bit before getting used to the aura of the region, not hesitating to go deeper inside the region as they headed to one of the 3 pagodas in it. Around 20 minutes later, they had finally arrived in front of this pagoda, with the pagoda radiating an aura of grandeur and regality as its appearance was akin to a pagoda fit for an emperor. Of course, this pagoda paled in comparison to the 2 other pagodas in the region, with them being more grandiose in size and appearance. At the very instant they had landed a few meters in front of this pagoda, a voice resounded from the pagoda, asking the 2, "What is your purpose for coming here?" The 2 of them looked at each other for a bit, wondering as to who was going to answer this question. Not long after, Nyx decided to step forward, retrieving the dark orb from the rift as she replied, "We have come here to inform the immortal verdict wielders about the possible onslaught of demons." Not long after, she held this dark orb up, removing the shroud from it as an ominous aura instantly radiated from the orb, engulfing a large area around this orb in its aura. Enduring the uncomfortable feeling it radiated, Nyx then said, "This is our evidence. A demon's mark at the deified sin level. We have also concluded that there might be a chance for it to be a primordial sin in disguise." Hearing that the demon's mark Nyx held could be a primordial sin, Shirahana could not help but shudder in intense fear, not wanting to imagine the catastrophe brought about by a sin at that level. Fortunately, it did not take long for the voice in the pagoda to respond to Nyx, hastily suppressing the aura on the orb while removing it from Nyx's hand as it replied, "The immortal verdict wielders have taken notice of this, and will tell all of you the actions needed to be done once they have a plan in mind. You shall be called by your respective immortal verdict wielders in the future. You may now leave." Seeing as the demon's mark had been taken by the pagoda, Nyx and Shirahana looked at each other for a bit before deciding to leave the area just like what was advised by the pagoda. A few minutes later, after Nyx and Shirahana had left the Supreme Divine Pagoda, a burly man was tossing a dark orb up and down as he walked towards a certain area of the pagoda. At the very instant he had arrived at the area he wanted to go to, he looked at the 7 other people in the area with a grin as he threw the dark orb above their heads while saying, "Hey guys, look at this." Whoosh! After the dark orb was stuck in its position in midair, it radiated an ominous aura that alerted the 7 other people in the area, prompting them to look at the burly man with a slight frown. "Dishalon, you do know what you threw, right?" One of the men in the area, who had a slim body yet a dashing face, could not help but look at the burly man as he asked before sighing, "I'm pretty sure he does, seeing as a grin is plastered on his face. All he knows is fighting, anyway." Not long after, a woman with an immensely beautiful face started to speak, letting out a sigh as an expression of disappointment was plastered on her face. "Oh come on, Kaiser, you wield the immortal verdict of chaos. Shouldn't you be happy about these things?" The burly man, whose name was Dishalon, could not help but look at the slim man with a grin. "Happy? The fate of the celestial plane is at stake. How could I be happy?" Kaiser, the slim man, could not help but be angry at Dishalon. Just as he was about to continue berating Dishalon for his attitude about the whole matter, one of the men in the area radiated an intense aura that made everyone look at him with rapt attention. "Lucidum, what's up?" Dishalon asked the man that radiated an aura as he entered the area before sitting down on the ground. "I've just obtained some bad news, guys." Lucidum, the one who had attracted everyone's attention in the area, could not help but frown as he uttered some news to them. "What kind of bad news?" This time, Kaiser was the one who asked, to which Lucidum replied, "It came from one of the Supreme Guardians." At the mentioning of the Supreme Guardians, all of them went silent, letting Lucidum continue with the news he was about to tell. Sensing the serious auras surrounding them, Lucidum took in a deep breath before starting to relay the news. I've just obtained information that the demon's mark that was just delivered to us is related to the primordial sin that had attacked one of our outer regions a few years ago, Lucidum said before continuing. This demon's mark came from a general under that primordial sin, who seems eager to wage war with the celestial plane. If it's a fight they want, then it's a fight they'll get. After listening to the news, Dishalon grinned before shouting. Not long after, he asked, which universe did the primordial sin come from? Immortalist universe, Lucidum replied to Dishalon's words, making everyone look like they had choked on something. A few seconds later, Lucidum continued to talk amidst the silence. It seems the Immortalist universe has intentions of assimilating our universe into theirs. Well then, using the words from the lesser and greater gods back then, it seems this divine demon war could possibly be our last. Chapter 177 Striking Fear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after Herelia told all of the Alliance members that Horus' words were her words as well, all of them made their way towards their portal, still holding a bit of fear as to where it led them. Noticing this, Herelia let out a sigh inwardly as she started talking about how the portal was safe. Unfortunately for her, no one took the initiative to enter the portal. In the end, she decided to go and enter the portal first instead. She did not mind as she thought that this would allow her to initiate Code 1 faster anyway. Whoosh! With the accompaniment of a soft sound of wind, Herelia jumped into the portal on her own accord, disappearing from the vision of all of the Alliance members. Soon after, the Alliance members that were around the periphery of this portal could not help but look at each other, deciding to jump into the portal together. Whoosh, whoosh. Eventually, everyone realized that they had no reason to be scared of jumping into the portal, entering it like the waves of a tsunami as Horus watched them enter from the side. Before this, he commanded Fenrir and Teresa to stay inside the system until he summoned them out, to which the two had no qualms about. While looking at them from the side, he could not help but think about the next part of his plans, deciding to add Herelia's plan of using Code 1 into the mix. After pondering over it for a while, Horus realized that he was the only left in the Alliance Hall, making him lightly chuckle as he jumped into the portal like everyone else. Whoosh! It did not take long for Horus to appear at the other side, with him appearing in front of what seemed to be the Alliance members arranged in a semicircular formation. Horus looked behind him and noticed that the portal was on the face of a stone wall, giving him a few ideas as to what to do next in his plan. Nevertheless, he dispersed this portal soon after and turned around to look at Herelia, who flew towards him at the very instant he appeared. I've never been to this part of the Alliance base before, Horus could not help but mutter to himself as Herelia landed beside her before adding, it's quite a beautiful sight. Behind the semicircular formation of Alliance members were trees that looked like they came out of paintings done by great artists, complemented by the hazy mountain view far away and the fluffy clouds in the sky. It made him want to yearn a faster end to this war, which would allow him to enjoy more picturesque sights like these. What's the next part of your plan? Noticing that Horus was getting a bit off track, Herelia asked him this question to snap him back to his original train of thought, to which Horus thanked him not long after. As I've said before, I'm going to use a hidden trump card of mine to break through the barrier, Horus replied to her question after recollecting his thoughts. In response to this, Herelia radiated an aura of curiosity around her as she asked, I'm still curious as to what kind of trump card it is. Can't you tell me about it? I'm sorry, it's not the right time yet. Horus let out a sigh before replying. He then pondered for a few seconds before replying, but if we win this war, I'll show you a glimpse of this trump card. In response, Herelia answered, okay then, make sure you keep that promise. She then focused her field of vision towards the semicircular formation, saying, go and do what you have to do. I still have a ton to do to prepare Code 1. Plus, wouldn't it have better effect if both are used at the same time? That's true, Horus slightly chuckled as he responded. Not long after, he emanated an aura of seriousness as he said, Once my preparations are done, I'll send a strand of energy to let you know that you should make a move." Heralia let out a grunt as a response. She then said, "Let's hope everything goes well, for the survival of the Alliance, for the survival of the Alliance." Horus muttered not long after before disappearing from the sight of all of the Alliance members, including Heralia. A few seconds later, Heralia let out a sigh before radiating an aura of seriousness as well, shouting at the Alliance members, "Everyone, get into the arrow formation. Make sure to use your strongest skills for this one. We're going to blow Chonk's mind away." On the other hand, oblivious to what had happened inside the Tempest Branch Alliance's base, Chonk looked at the members of his army, noticing the increase in the aura they radiated, being twice as strong than before. He then looked at Horrel, noticing that there was only a slight increase to the aura he radiated, while he noticed that the increase in aura for him and Chungus was barely noticeable at all. With all of these things laid out in front of him, he hypothesized that they would need to reach five-fold power if Horrel's aura was going to become twice as strong, while for him and Chungus, he hypothesized that they would need to reach the highest level possible for Imperium Orbis, tenfold power. Seeing as how everyone had adjusted to their newfound strength, Chonk looked at them and asked, "Is everyone ready for the next level?" "Yeah." Unsurprisingly, the members of the army were addicted to the feeling of their newfound strength, giving them the feeling that they would be unhindered amongst the inanimate existences in the world. Not long after, they charged up their ultimate skills yet again, shooting them out as they converged into one point before Horrel and Chungus shot out two large beams that transformed it into a double helix yet again. After that, Chonk went through the process one more time, slashing at the double helix before spreading his energy throughout the area, instantly increasing the intensity of the aura of the members of his army by one more level. Imperium Orbis, twofold power. Whoosh! While this was happening, Horrel was thinking about another thing, looking at the entrance of the Tempest Branch Alliance's base from time to time, slightly anxious as to what had happened inside as he muttered to himself, "I hope they didn't give up on this war." Not long after, he felt the slight increase in his aura, hastily giving him a bit of inspiration as the anxiousness inside him had been washed away with slight confidence and hope. "But if they did, then I shall rekindle their will to fight for survival." Whoosh! With Zenith Nihility Dasher not being deactivated, Horus was able to teleport to the location he wanted to appear at in just one move. At the moment he appeared, Horus looked around his surroundings and muttered to himself, as expected, "This is truly an ideal spot for me to look at Chonk's army from afar." The location that Horus chose was in fact the top of the Alliance base, with trees and shrubs on the top of the Alliance base. This allowed him to blend in with the surroundings so he could not be seen by Chonk's army. Of course, he also activated his morphing skill, transforming him into a mundane-looking stick that would not stand out against the surroundings. Just to be sure, rolling a bit forward to get a better view of what Chonk's army was doing, he then said, "All right. Phase 1 of the plan is complete. Time for Phase 2. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Unbeknownst to the opposing army, 8 soul balls, which surveyed over their territory a while ago, had now started to move closer to where they currently were. Naturally, these 8 soul balls were the soul balls Horus deployed a while ago, which he discarded after seeing the need to fluently control 6 beings at once, only to return it after obtaining the current pentatasking skill. He made sure to not attract the attention of the opposing army as he moved these soul balls. Fortunately, it did not take him too long to realize the soul balls were too high up for the opposing army to even see, prompting him to move these soul balls at the fastest speed possible. After using up a few minutes to move these soul balls, Horus radiated an aura of slight excitement as he muttered, "Phase 2 complete. Time for Phase." Whoosh! Just as he was about to start Phase 3 of his plan, from the 2 perspectives he had of the opposing army, he could not help but notice that the aura radiated by each member of the army had intensified by a considerable level. Not only that, he noticed that it increased after a certain amount of time. With that in mind, he could not help but recall what Horrell told him. Make sure to break the barrier before he shouts the phrase tenfold power. Is this what Horrell meant? The intensification of aura? Horus surmised that this was possibly the case. It was in line with what Horrell explained to him about the 3 phases of Code Omega as well. With that in mind, he decided to keep a close eye on what level of increase they were at, manipulating the soul balls to move to a lower altitude, which would possibly allow him to hear what Chonk says through unified soul control. After that, he then asked himself, what phase was I on again? Right. Phase 3. Recalling what phase he was currently at, Horus then hastily transferred his control to his clone, Argentum. Whoosh. It'll take a while for me to get used to this. At the very instant control was transferred over Argentum's body, Argentum could not help but shudder a bit as he muttered to himself. Not long after, he stood up and commanded the system regarding his progress on completing the tempering skill. Ding! An increase of 0.4%? That's quite nice. Argentum could not help but say to himself in slight joy. After finding out that Chonk and his army were getting closer to the Alliance base, Horus hastily decided to transfer his control back to his original body while he commanded the system to let his clone increase his progress on the tempering skill. Although the speed at which one cycle was completed was slower when compared to when he did it, Horus, or rather, Argentum, was satisfied with this bit of progress. After standing up, he started to do some light stretching as it had been a while since he was in this body. Not long after, he then went to the main matter at hand, which was to break the barrier. Indeed, Argentum was his trump card to break through the barrier, which would inflict high psychological pressure to Chonk's army. Not only that, he thought that with Chonk and his army not knowing who or what broke the barrier, this would increase the psychological pressure they felt to incredulously high levels. He then spread the fingers of his right hand as he muttered the incantation for Nature's Wind Bolt, a level 0 spell that dealt insanely high damage thanks to the difference in existence level. It did not take long for his right hand to glow white as he had gotten a taste of using the spell. Let's see if the damage is still the same, Argentum muttered to himself as he extended his right hand towards the trunk of a tree before shouting, Nature's Wind Bolt. Whoosh. Pew, pew, pew. And just like before, a bolt of white shot out of right hand, piercing through 10 tree trunks before dissipating. Looking at it for the second time, Argentum let out a light chuckle of disbelief before saying, even though I know it's a level 0 spell, I still can't believe the level of destruction it can inflict. Soon after, he rubbed his chin with his forefinger and thumb while thinking about the possibility of him breaking through the barrier with the stats of his current body. While he was thinking, he could not help but think out loud as he started to mutter. The energy of a pseudo-animate, a rank 0 animate, and a rank 1 animate combining together to create a barrier that is nigh impossible for inanimates to break through. With the difference in existence level between the 3, wouldn't the limit of the barrier be equivalent to the average existence level of the 3? Argentum muttered to himself. In other words, the limit of the barrier is around the strength of a high-ranked pseudo-animate, or a rank 0 animate. And that means I can break through the barrier easily with my current strength. Argentum let out a sigh of relief after calculating that he had more than enough power to break through the barrier. Nonetheless, he wasn't finished thinking as he said, although Nature's Wind Bolt packs a lot of punch for a simple level 0 spell, the shock value of it is not high. It's not flashy enough. I'm still far away from unlocking a new spell, seeing as I need to reach a progress level of 15%. Argentum let out a sigh. Not long after, he started to look back through the memories of his past life, wondering if there was something he could use to make his spells flashy. That could work. Fortunately, it only took him a couple of minutes of recalling to obtain what he needed from the memories. Recalling a memory wherein the player casted 2 of the same spells one after the other, making the 2 spells fuse with one another. With that in mind, he extended his right hand once more towards the trunk of a tree as he muttered the incantations of Nature's Wind Bolt again. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, he shouted the name of the spell, with a white wind bolt shooting out of his palm an instant after. But then, while the white wind bolt was traveling towards the trunk of the tree, He then extended his left hand and hastily chanted the incantation of the spell one more time, shooting out another white wind bolt towards the trunk of tree. Whoosh! Surprisingly, as the second white wind bolt followed behind the first one, it seemed as if the second white wind bolt had a strong suctioning force behind it as it absorbed the first white wind bolt in front of it, increasing the bolt's power, size, and most importantly, flashiness. Whoosh! With the fused white wind bolt now looking more like a white spear with wind swirling around its tip, it then pierced through the trunk of the tree without a problem. Then 10.20.35. The energy behind the fused white wind bolt had been used up after it had pierced through the 35th tree trunk, leaving Argentum at a loss for words at the power increase. 1 plus 1 doesn't equal to 2 in this case. Argentum muttered as he wondered as to how much wind bolts he could fuse, and how much damage it would deal. Ding! Just as he was about to experiment with that in mind, he had obtained a notification from the system, prompting him to open up the notification screen. After reading through the notification screen, the aura he had radiated had done a 180-degree turn as he hastily sent his control back to his original body on the top of the Alliance base. Well, to think the heavens haven't abandoned me. Ding! The user has conjured the Nature's Wind Spear spell without relying on the mastery of the tempering skill. Due to the conjured spell being close to the strength of a level 1 spell, the system has increased the progress of the user's tempering skill by 10%. The user has achieved 15% progress on Divine Wind Spirit. The user now has access to the Nature's Wind Vortex spell. Chapter 178 Fear of the Unknown. It did not take long for Horus to transfer his control back to his original body, slightly shuddering for a couple of seconds before hastily teleporting to where his clone was without being seen by the opposing army. While teleporting, he made sure to appear in areas that allowed him to get a better sense of the aura that the opposing army was radiating. Alongside this was the fact that he manipulated the soul balls that hovered over the army to lower in altitude even further, allowing him to listen to the shouts of Chonk far clearer than before. Whoosh! He just said sixfold power. I should hurry up a bit, Horus muttered to himself as he then put his full focus onto teleporting closer to his clone, taking only a minute to arrive near his clone's body this time. Whoosh! At the instant he had arrived, he could see his clone idly standing between multiple trees that had holes in their trunks. If it wasn't for that, it would look like his clone was waiting for him to arrive, wanting to finally end the war and reach the existence level of a god. Nevertheless, he still remembered what he had to do, hastily channeling a huge amount of FP from inside his body before transforming it into strands of energy that extended outside his body. Not long after, just like before, he manipulated these strands to intertwine with one another as a black light started to radiate from the center of this entanglement. He then continued to entangle the strands even further as he placed it on the ground near where his clone was. While he was doing this, he looked at the perspective his soul balls had, deciding on a location that was close enough for Argentum to hit the barrier on the Alliance with his newly unlocked Nature's Wind Vortex. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to find a suitable location, being a concentration of trees around tens of meters away from the barrier that blocked the Alliance's entrance. Whoosh! Not long after, from the perspective of the soul balls, he could sense a faint black light radiating from the center of those trees, letting Horus know that he had successfully opened up a connection between the two. He then manipulated the remaining strands of both portals to be engulfed by the black light in the center, expanding the diameter of the black light as the connection between the two portals had stabilized. After making sure that there were no problems with the portals, he then transferred his control back to Argentum's body, moving it to jump into the portal without hesitation. Whoosh! In a matter of an instant, Argentum had arrived in the area where he had placed the second portal earlier, allowing him to have a clear view of the barrier that was blocking the Alliance's entrance, as well as a clear view of the opposing army whose auras seemed to be puny for his animate self. Nevertheless, the aura Chonk radiated far surpassed what his body had radiated, mostly due to Chonk being a rank 1 animate while he was still a rank 0 animate. If only I had more time to train this body, then I might have just gone ahead and used this body to end the war without a problem, Argentum said to himself before letting out a sigh. After arriving near the Alliance barrier, he then sent his control back to his original body, making it teleport back to the top of the Alliance base before passing the control back. Surprisingly, this process only took a couple of minutes, but it was more than enough for the aura radiated by the army to increase by a nifold as Chonk shouted the phrase sevenfold power. Judging by the speed at which Chonk increases the intensity of their aura by a nifold, I still have around 6 minutes to prepare before I hit the Alliance barrier in order to inflict high psychological pressure to the army, Argentum muttered as he went over the plan in his mind one more time. What he was planning to do was to hit the barrier at the very instant Chonk was about to finish shouting the phrase tenfold power. He noticed that the increase in intensity had only solidified after Chonk had said those words, even though the increase could be felt even before that. 6 minutes was more than enough time for him to look at the spell he had obtained a while ago. Ding, _ Nature's Wind Vortex. MP cost 7 MP. A level 0 spell inclined towards the wind element. Its more known variant is the Wind Energy Vortex, a spell that allows those that learn the magic arts to cast a vortex of wind that could deal large amounts of damage on a great area. Although the normal variant is known more for its level of destruction, this variant takes it one step further as its appearance has transformed into something that's more akin to fireworks, distracting enemies due to the beauty of the attack. The spell's damage depends on the caster's intelligence stat, as well as various skills that enhance wind-based abilities and spells. _ Since it uses over twice as much MP than Nature's Wind Bolt, surely more of its energy would be redirected towards damage instead of flashiness, right? Argentum could not help but ask himself as he pondered over some what-ifs. In the end, his heart was settled as he muttered to himself, if else, I'll just use it before sending Nature's Wind Bolt afterward. I wonder if they'll fuse. While speculating as to whether the two spells would fuse, he eagerly watched over Chonk's army as he waited for Chonk to be close to reaching tenfold power. While Ores, or rather, Argentum was waiting for Chonk to finish his second phase of Code Omega, a slightly tyrannical aura was radiating from the backside of the Alliance base as a branch with red carvings all over its body stood in front of a narrow formation of sticks and saplings. Of course, the branch with red carvings was none than Herelia, who had ordered the arrow formation of sticks and saplings to use their strongest skills. Not long after, she had ordered them to aim these skills towards her, telling them that this would increase her power to a level they had never witnessed before. These orders were all in line with the first phase of Code 1, which was actually a code made by Herelia in the case where they needed a lot of power as fast as possible. Unlike Chonk's Code Omega, Code 1 only had 2 phases, the charging stage and the berserk stage. At the moment, Herelia was starting the charging stage. Fire! Herelia shouted without hesitation as she hovered a few meters off the ground, allowing those at the back of the arrow formation to still shoot her. Pew! Whoosh! Boom! Zoom! Attacks of various colors and styles had soon erupted from the arrow formation, all of them heading towards Herelia's floating body in a flash. Just as it looked like Herelia was going to resist these attacks with her body, numerous amounts of blood-red strands manifested from her body, extending towards the direction of the attacks as she manipulated these strands to arrange them in the appearance of a blooming flower as dark red energy started to circulate throughout her body. While she circulated this dark red energy, she could not help but think about how she had relied a lot on Horus for most of this war, slightly feeling bad that she delegated Horus to a lot of the tasks that would allow their alliance to have an advantage over this army. With this in mind, the dark red energy circulating in her body took on a deeper shade, being closer to black than red in a matter of an instant. Not long after, she then channeled this energy towards the blood-red tendrils that were going to tank the attacks sent out by the alliance members. with the blood-red tendrils radiating an aura of tyrannical might as the auras surrounding Herolia's body gradually grew weaker. Herolia could not help but lightly grunt after having a bit of her power be redirected towards the blood-red tendrils. I seriously don't like using this, but since Horus has shown his full power in front of all of us, why don't I show him the Alliance's full power as well? Nevertheless, she endured the feeling of growing weaker as the attacks finally collided with the blood-red tendrils. Surprisingly, the blood-red tendrils did not break down from the multiple and incessant attacks of the Alliance members. Instead, the blood-red tendrils had absorbed the energy from these attacks, gradually increasing the intensity of the aura radiated by the blood-red tendrils as Herolia muttered, "Forbidden sanguine arts. Power siphoning." Whoosh, whoosh. Eventually, the aura radiated by the blood-red tendrils had become so intense that they had nowhere to go other than Herolia's body, returning Herolia's combat power back to normal in a matter of seconds. A few seconds later, her power had increased to twice her normal combat power. Then thrice. 5 times. 10 times. It did not take long for Herolia's combat power to reach a level that made the Alliance members, who were not even close to her aura, shudder in fear as she manipulated the energy in the blood-red tendrils she had made to enter her body. Forbidden sanguine arts, blossom augmentation. Whoosh. At the very instant all of the energy inside the blood-red tendrils that had withstood the attacks made their way towards Herolia's body, the aura that she radiated had instantly increased to 30 times of her normal aura, giving her the feeling that she could kill all of the inanimates in Chonk's army with one skill without a problem. Noticing the auras radiated by the Alliance members as they looked at her, she then hastily suppressed this aura to tolerable levels as she landed on the ground. Still feeling the newfound strength coursing throughout her body, she could not help but wonder what reaction Horus would have once he found out that she was dishing out damage that could probably already be at the level of a pseudo-animate. This ponderation of hers made her radiate an aura of slight excitement and anticipation as she muttered to herself, "I hope we can show Code 1 as soon as possible. I seriously want to see the aura he radiates once he finds out how strong I've become." She then realized that she had gone off track from her previous train of thought, muttering to herself not long after, "Well, I hope we can show Code 1 as soon as possible so the war ends early as well." Around 5 minutes have passed since Argentum had arrived near the Alliance barrier, waiting for Chonk to shout the phrase tenfold power so he could fire Nature's Wind Vortex and Nature's Wind Bolt towards the barrier, breaking it and inflicting immense psychological pressure to Chonk. At the moment, Argentum was watching the opposing army charge up their skills as the aura they radiated was a far cry from what it was before. The army had finally passed through ninefold power, which meant that this was the last boost in terms of power they would get before the third phase of Chonk's Code Omega starts. Although Argentum knew for a fact that the third phase would happen sooner or later, he was going to make it happen at the latest time possible. Whoosh. Not long after, all of the members in the army, save for Horel, Chungus, and Chonk, had fired out their strongest skills, converging towards a certain spot in the air above Chonk's head. Noticing this, Argentum then made his way closer to the barrier, traveling about a few meters as he muttered the incantation for Nature's Wind Bolt. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as the spell was ready to be thrown towards the barrier, he then saw that Horel and Chungus had fired out their strongest skills as well, transforming the convergence in the air into a double helix of light. Without hesitation, he threw the spell towards the barrier as he silently shouted the spell's name. Whoosh. At the very instant he threw the white wind bolt in his hand, he then placed both hands in front of him as he hastily muttered the incantations of Nature's Wind Vortex. Veritas Pensi Flora Maxima. These were the words he muttered as Chonk had jumped in midair and swiped down on the double helix, breaking it into multiple particles that spread all over the area. Nature's Wind Vortex. Whoosh. Fortunately for Argentum, even though it was the first time he had cast the spell, he was able to send it out before the white wind bolt could reach the Alliance barrier, allowing the vortex, that had taken on a white color as well, to fuse with the bolt as it transformed into what seemed to be white drill that was surrounded by a green swirl. Imperium Orbis, tenfold pow. Just as Chonk was about to say the final stage of the second phase while radiating an aura of intense confidence and pride, he noticed that a bright white drill hastily made its way towards the barrier of the Alliance, easily breaking it as if the barrier was some fragile glass. Bang! Accompanied by a loud explosion sound, the barrier that was hindering the members of the Tempest Branch Alliance had been broken just like that. In a matter of an instant, the aura of confidence and assurance that they would win the war, which circulated amongst almost all of the members of the army, was instantly crumbled after seeing the barrier blocking the entrance breaking with just one attack. Of course, the most shocked out of everyone in the army was Chonk, who had the best vision out of all of them, noticing that the inside of the Alliance base was completely devoid of any inanimate. At this moment, he could not help but hold intense fear for the Tempest Branch Alliance while wondering as to who or what had the ability to break the barrier, even though all of the members of the Alliance had already escaped before that. They were not there. Chonk could not help but mutter. Not long after, he shouted, "They were not there." Without hesitation, Chonk turned around to look at his army with intense fear in his eyes as he shouted, "Change of plans. After finishing the second phase, we shall not move ahead to the third phase. Before starting the third phase, initiate Code Beta. Who knows when the Tempest Branch Alliance might attack us?" Chapter 179 Otherworldly Visitor. Since Argentum was close to the barrier, which in turn allowed him to hear the words Chonk shouted after he broke the barrier, he could not help but madly laugh at the success of his plan. Not only that, since he had another perspective of the army through the soul balls, he also saw the expression of fear on Chonk's face from a top-down view, making him laugh even harder as he watched Chonk command his army to move farther away from the barrier. Eventually, Argentum let out a sigh of contentment as he sat down on the ground as he muttered to himself, "And with that, I think I can call Herelia and the other Alliance members to surround Chonk's army. Since they are going to distance themselves from the barrier thanks to my intervention, this would allow Herelia and the Alliance members to have more time. I think, does the Alliance have members that can allow other members to teleport?" While Argentum was wondering about this in his mind, an notification sound resounded throughout his mind as a holographic screen appeared on his screen not long after. This notification sound stopped his train of thought, prompting him to look at the text on the holographic screen in front of him. It did not take long for Argentum to become shocked as a halo of green light gradually manifested over his head. Noticing this, he could not help but mutter to himself in slight wonder. Who knew that fusing low-level spells would increase the progress of mastering a tempering skill by a lot? Ding! The user has conjured the Nature's Wind drill spell without relying on the mastery of the tempering skill. Due to the conjured spell having the strength of a simple level 1 spell, the system has increased the progress of the user's tempering skill by 15%. The user has achieved 25% progress on Divine Wind Spirit. The user now has access to the Tempest's Envoy spell. The user has achieved 25% progress on Divine Wind Spirit. The second tempering process shall now commence. Not long after he finished reading through the text on the screen, the halo of green light over his head started to intensify in brightness as it gradually increased its speed of rotation. Eventually, the halo of green light had reached a peak, bringing up a small hurricane as it instantly shrunk in diameter, passing through his forehead as a plethora of wind energy particles started coursing throughout his body one more time. Fortunately, since he was still at war, unlike the first tempering process, the second tempering process took less time, taking around 30 seconds at most for all of the cells in his body to become more inclined towards the wind element. Ding! The user has undergone the second tempering process. Intelligence has been increased by 3 points, vitality has been increased by 1 point, and agility has been increased by 2 points. The user must reach 50% progress in the tempering skill to undergo the third tempering process. With the wind energy particles dissipating in his body after enhancing the build of his cells, he stood up and moved his body in a few bizarre ways, allowing him to know the minute improvements he had obtained in the agility and vitality stat. As for the increase in intelligence, he started calculating in his mind once more. Finish his test a few seconds later as he let out a satisfied sigh. This tempering skill is seriously great, Argentum said to himself with a light smile. He then muttered, once this war is over, I'm seriously going to enhance this tempering skill to its limit. Speaking of which, what's the Tempest's Envoy spell about? Thinking about the spell he had acquired just a while ago, he commanded the system to show the spell's description, which made his eyes widen as he let out a grin. Not long after, he thought about the possible ways he could maximize the effects of the spell as he muttered to himself, man, this new spell is just like the Tempest Burst spell I had back then. Speaking of which, I wonder what happened to that skill. Did it disappear after I evolved my movement skill? Anyways, I'll leave this body here for now. Argentum continued to mutter as he decided to pass the control back to his original body, only taking a few seconds to do so. I should tell Herelia to make a move now. Whoosh! With the control back at his original body, which had been camouflaged on top of the Alliance space, he hastily commanded the Alliance system in his system to connect him with Herelia as he gradually adjusted himself to his body. Fortunately, thanks to Herelia being vigilant for any message Horus would send her, the connection between the two had been successfully made in the first instance. You finally called, Horus, Herelia said with a slightly joyful tone through the connection. I apologize for taking a while. Hearing Herelia's tone, Horus could not help but talk in a joyful tone as well while apologizing. Not long after, he added, anyways, I've already done what I did. It's time for the Alliance to ambush Chonk's army. For some unknown reason, rather than responding to his statement, Herelia lightly coughed in response for a bit. Just as Horus was about to ask if she was okay, Herelia finally talked, saying, alright. Well, be there as soon as possible. I'd like it if you corner Chonk before I come there. Also, leave the members of his army alive. With him hearing Herelia's last statement, Horus could not help but become confused as to why she would make such a request. Fortunately, Herelia answered his doubts before he could ask them, adding on, you'll see why later. Alright then, Horus responded to Herelia's request before letting out a soft sigh. After that, he cut off the connection between them as he used the soul balls he was manipulating to check in on Chonk's army, which was getting closer and closer to the territory they were residing at a while ago. Although Horus thought that the distance made was too much for him, once he thought about it from Chonk's perspective, he thought that this distance did make sense, since a magic spell with that kind of power could probably be shot from a long distance. Nonetheless, with this level of distance, Horus did not have to worry about getting found by Chonk's army, disabling his morphing skill as he summoned Fenrir and Teresa out of his system once more. Whoosh, whoosh. A few seconds later, a wolf sculpture and a curvy stick covered in flames appeared to his left and right, both radiating subservient auras as they simultaneously said, Master. Sorry for abruptly keeping you two in the system back then. Horus could not help but radiate an aura of guilt as he looked at the two, thinking about what he had done while the whole alliance was still inside the hall. Fortunately, the two were understanding, with Fenrir replying, nothing to worry about, Master. You wanted to make the job of teleportation easier, thinking that it would be easy to just keep us two in the system in the chance you needed us. Hearing Fenrir's response, Horus radiated an aura that was akin to being cared for. A few seconds later, Teresa looked around the surroundings with her field of vision, noticing that they were outside the Alliance space. With this in mind, Teresa looked at Horus and asked, Master, why are we here? And why did you summon us? We're finally going to attack the opposing army, Horus said as he radiated an aura of excitement. Not long after, he looked at the two of them and said, since the other Alliance members are at the back of the Alliance space, it'll take a while for them to arrive near Chonk's army. In other words, we'll be the first few inanimates to come close to Chonk and have a bout with them. He then took a look through the soul balls and noticed that they stopped retreating, stopping at an area that was only a few meters away from the territory they resided at. From the looks of it, it seemed that they were going to finally finish the second phase, prompting Horus to say to both Fenrir and Teresa, "Of course, we can't just come there without being as menacing as possible, right? Let's activate the Ignis Zephyr anima form. As for the move we'll use, well, think about that later." With their master telling them that they were going to do a fusion attack again, Fenrir and Teresa radiated auras of excitement and happiness as they positioned themselves accordingly. Seeing that they were eager to do a fusion attack as well, Horus radiated a slightly intensified aura of excitement as he shouted, "Activate your aura skills, let's surprise Chonk's army." On the other hand, Chonk and the army radiated auras of slight fear, with Chonk radiating the most intense aura of fear amongst them. Although it was just a single move, the thing broken was still the culmination of the energy of three beings that were at the existence level beyond an inanimate. He could not help but wonder if the alliance they were fighting against had a few connections to some strong animates, making Chonk slightly regret the fact that he wanted to wage war with such an alliance. Nevertheless, what's done is done, and all he could now was to make sure that this strong animate did not interfere with his army while fighting against the Tempest Branch Alliance. Thinking that the distance between the Alliance base and the army was sufficient, Chonk let out a sigh of relief as the state of his mind gradually turned better. He then turned around to look at his army and said, "Let's continue where we left off. Start the final part of the second phase." Whoosh, whoosh, and just like that, all of the inanimates in Chonk's army started charging their strongest skills one more time, shooting them towards a certain place in midair over Chonk's head. With all of the beams shot out by the inanimates converging in one place, Horul and Chungus followed up with their own strongest skills as well, shooting out beams of their own towards where the beams converged, transforming the energy that condensed in that certain spot into the shape of a double X. As usual, Chonk went ahead and destroyed this double X with his front paw, allowing the particles that made up this double X to spread throughout the surroundings as the aura of the army intensified by a notch. A few seconds later, Chonk circulated the energy inside his body and then spread it out towards the surroundings, solidifying the aura that every member had. Imperium Orbis, tenfold power. Shouting this phrase, Chonk let out a long sigh of relief, thinking that the gap of strength between his army and the Tempest Branch Alliance had lessened, even if it may be just a little bit. Just as stated before by him, before starting the third phase of Code Omega, he decided to begin Code Beta first, sending a strand of energy towards Chungus with the message, "Chungus, can you go to the magic circle you made and wait for my signal?" Code Beta is just a fancy name I made up for the grand restriction spell you have. Although the request was sudden, Chungus decided that it would probably be better for him to stay away from the war anyway. Even though he was hired by Chonk to fight in this war, he would rather stay safe from harm rather than be riddled with wounds all over. "Alright, then, just send a strand of energy once you want me to activate the spell, okay? MHM." And with that, after Chonk acceded to Chungus' request, Chungus then turned around and started hopping to where the magic circle he made was. A few minutes had passed by with nothing happening, making Chonk think that the Alliance was probably going to give up in the war until "And I thought we would arrive here before they could finish powering up." A decent distance away from Chonk's army, a voice started speaking, which made Chonk look at the direction of this voice. He could not help but radiate an aura of killing intent as he looked at the three inanimates that were gradually getting closer to where his army was. A few members of the Tempest Branch Alliance deciding to come closer on their own accord. "I must applaud you for your bravery." At the instant the three inanimates had arrived in front of Chonk's army, Chonk could not help but radiate a haughty aura as he spoke in a slightly cold manner. Surprisingly, although he spoke in this manner, the feeling he had inwardly was vastly different from his exterior. "What the heck? The aura they are radiating far surpasses the aura the inanimates of my army are radiating. Now that I think about it, the aura they are radiating is extremely close to intensity to Horul's. Is this the trump card of the Alliance? Why applaud us for our bravery?" In response to Chonk's words, A glowing wooden sculpture replied to his statement, lightly chuckling as it added, "Don't you think you should be mad at us for having your 6 division leaders die from your paws?" "Oh wait, it was just 5. Listening to one of the inanimates' response, Chonk could not help but grit his teeth in anger, coldly laughing as he shouted, "Oh, so you 3 were the ones who forced me to kill my self-important members of my army?" "Nah." In response, the glowing wooden sculpture moved forward by a bit. It then responded, "That was all me." In that instant, the expression on Chonk's face, as well as the emotion he was feeling inside, had become similar. Immense rage. "Why you?" Just as Chonk was about to hit the glowing wooden sculpture with his front paw, an aura that slightly exceeded the aura radiated by the 3 inanimates could not help but make him stop in place, looking at where the new aura had come from. At the moment he looked, he said, "Are you going to stop me, Herelia?" In front of his field of vision was a branch covered to the brim with red carvings, radiating an aura that did not lose to the auras radiated by the 3 inanimates that had come before her. Of course, this was none other than Herelia. She responded to Chonk's question, saying, "I have all reasons to. He's the vice leader of my alliance, after all." After that, she looked at the glowing wooden sculpture with an aura of immense confidence before saying, "Horus, since you've shown me your full power, how about I show you the full power of the Alliance?" Forbidden Sanguine Arts. Crimson Spirit Incarnation. Whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, the aura radiated by Herelia had intensified by tens of times in an instant, dwarfing the auras radiated by Ores, Fenra, and Charissa, who were the 3 inanimates that came before her. A few seconds later, the aura that surrounded Herelia took on a crimson shade as her body gradually morphed into a humanoid shape. In response to this occurrence, Horus only had one thing to say. Onk. While the War of Tempest Cliff was occurring, a rift had abruptly opened up in the boundary of the Tempest Cliff. Whoosh. Not long after, a mosquito the size of a large spider had exited this rift, looking at its surroundings with a curious yet confused expression. After looking around its surroundings, it could not help but mutter to itself, this place doesn't really suit the feeling of a cultivator's inheritance. Is this seriously the inheritance of that secluded cultivator?" Just as he was about to go ahead and wander around the whole Tempest Cliff, its senses could not help but pick up multiple faint yet intense auras clashing with another, making it radiate an aura of curiosity as it started flapping its wings towards the auras. Is this seriously the place of a cultivator's inheritance? From the auras I'm feeling, I feel like that isn't the case. Nevertheless, it's kind of exciting. Chapter 180 Crimson Spirit. Infernal Spirit. While Shirahana and Nyx were in the Divine Triad Pagoda reporting the demon's mark to the immortal verdict wielders, a goddess had changed her mind in a certain part of the celestial plane, a primordial sin. This goddess could not help but mutter as she looked at the orb floating in front of her, going over the new memories that had entered her mind as her clone was currently in the Divine Triad Pagoda. Indeed, this goddess was none other than Kurahana. She was currently thinking about what she could change in Horus' fate after finding out this new information. "We only fought against a unified sin back then, and that alone was enough to destroy a huge part of the celestial plane where the lesser gods resided. If the sin leading this time is a primordial sin, then," as she continued to think about it deeper, she could not help but bite on her lips as she continued to watch what was happening on the orb. Currently, the image on the orb was of Horus and the other inanimates around him being trapped inside a secluded hall. A few seconds later, Horus had shown strength that far surpassed his existence level while a unique and tyrannical aura surrounded his body. Surprisingly, this move Horus had done gave her a new choice to take in her mind, which seemed to be the best course of action for her with the information she had received as of late. A few seconds later, Kurohana formulated a plan in her mind that would enhance Horus' strength in the future, which in turn would increase her strength in the future as well. After solidifying this plan, she then hastily asked the gods and goddesses that controlled over the laws she needed for the plan to allow her to control a small portion of it for a certain amount of time. Fortunately, it did not take long for the other gods and goddesses to accede to her request, with Kurohana gesturing with her hands a few seconds later, as strands of energy with various colors started to manifest around her body. Unsurprisingly, the laws she temporarily gained access to all revolved around fate. Let's see. Back then, I was pursuing the pinnacle of speed, Kurohana muttered as she started to fuse some of the energy strands into condensed strands, with the laws inside them fusing as one. Since the celestial plane is up against a primordial sin this time, it would be better for the weapon to be great in all areas, possibly pursuing the pinnacle of everything. Speed, destruction, defense, and flexibility. Yeah, that could work. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, she sent a few condensed strands of energy towards the orb in front of her, changing the atmosphere inside the orb quite a bit. Kurohana watched what happened on the orb for a while, letting out a smile after she saw that Taurus used a portal spell to let them escape the secluded hall they were in before going ahead and controlling his clone to destroy the barrier to inflict psychological pressure on the enemy they were fighting up against. I'll just delay it for a bit more time. I'll have him win this war for now. Kurohana then sent out a few more condensed strands of energy, all of which was silver in color. After being absorbed by the orb, she then used her temporary control over the law of destiny to check the fate Taurus would meet along the line. Content with the fact that she was able to pull in a living being from another world, she was also content with the fact that the being she had summoned was not too powerful considering the strongest entity in the war. She then manifested a few more strands of energy, placing a finger under her chin as she pondered over what kind of fate Taurus would have to face for him to become the strongest evolving weapon at the lowest grade possible. She brought the orb closer to her, gesturing with her hands here and there as she scrolled over the world of Eridinia, looking for the perfect situation that would do just that. Fortunately for her, she noticed that an aura of multiple waves clashing against each other was radiating from a certain kingdom not far away from where Taurus was, making Kurohana lightly smile as she muttered, although it would be better if that certain kingdom would capture Taurus, it's still a kingdom from another continent. I'll choose this kingdom for convenience's sake. Then again, I could just refine him once he becomes a weapon. It's not really a problem for me. I just have to exert a bit more effort, is all. Then again, a war for the throne. Oh, it seems that there's another being that has a perfect system in the kingdom. At this moment, Kurohana could not help but lick her lips before saying, interesting. Whoosh, whoosh. And with that, she then sent out all of the strands that hovered around her towards the orb, changing quite a lot of things in the world of Eridinia, all of the elements having something to do with Taurus. Using her temporary control over the law of destiny once more to see Taurus' fate, she nodded in contentment and lightly grinned after finding out that the change she brought to Taurus' system would happen along the line as well. Even though Kurohana knew that this change would make Taurus weaker in the short term, in the long term, this would allow Taurus, his clone, to become incredibly strong amongst Sama-leveled beings before reaching the existence level of godhood. Letting out a sigh of relief after making sure that all of her manipulations were correct, she then relaxed her body on the chair she was sitting on, panning the image on the orb back to the Tempest Cliff, with the image on the orb being Taurus breaking the barrier that secluded them a while ago with his clone. With that, Kurohana could not help but smile as she muttered, affinity, system, and production. Those changes are surely more than enough to bring a great boost in strength to Taurus, she added not long after before pondering over something. It did not take long for her to finish pondering, with her muttering once more, once Kurohana comes back, I'll probably go pay a visit to miss her. I should add the power of purification on Taurus. Combine it with that skill and he'll truly be considered as my magnum opus. XXXX continent, Tempest Cliff, slightly far away from the base of the Tempest Branch Alliance. Whoosh, whoosh. Taurus could not believe what was happening to Herelia. Even Chonk, who was on the opposing army, was not expecting this to happen as well, with his mouth agape at Herelia's transformation. Then again, almost everyone in the opposing army could not help but have auras of shock radiating around them. Except for Horal. Phew. Horrell could not help but let out an inward sigh of relief after seeing that Herilia's will to fight was still at its peak. Not only that, Horus, who came before Herilia, also radiated an intense will to fight, making him feel more at ease. Nevertheless, he could not help but be in awe while looking at Herilia activate Forbidden Sanguine Arts, Crimson Spirit Incarnation, reminiscing about the previous time she had activated this skill, which established her place as the leader of the Tempest Branch Alliance. Back then, she only had a few skills fired at her, and that was enough for her to send all of the pillar-level members flying with a single move. While Horrell was watching Herilia transform, he could not help but compare the aura of the current Herilia and the past Herilia. How many skills were fired at her before the transformation? I'm pretty sure she would be on an equal level with me. Number. She could even be on a level higher than me. Oi! Just as Horrell was about to go down a rabbit hole of power levels, a familiar voice resounded in his mind, prompting him to look at the glowing wooden sculpture near Chonk. What is it, Horus? As he replied to Horus' call, Horrell could not help but give him a look of gratitude as he asked. I have a strong feeling that Herilia's transformation would wipe out all of the inanimates in your army, leaving you and Chonk as the remaining survivors of her onslaught. Horus replied to his words, with Horrell becoming inwardly shocked. Just as he was about to ask further, Horus continued to talk through their connection, saying, in other words, that would make Herilia a target of Chonk's rage. Now, we don't want that to happen, do we? And with that, he'll be transforming as well. Hearing Horus' statement, Horrell was left at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Horus revealing the fact that he could transform like Herilia was a big shock to him, with the only syllable he could utter out in reply being, "A." Ignoring Horrell's state of being dumbfounded, Horus continued to disseminate his plans to Horrell, telling him, before I transform, I'll tell Herilia to only attack half of the army while she leaves another half to me, leaving Chonk with no choice but to target us at the same time. I'll also tell Herilia about the second phase of this plan after I finish transforming. In other words, prepare to be attacked by either me or Herilia. We don't want to give away the idea that you're actually on our side, right? Although Horrell was at a loss of words, he was eventually able to process Horus' words, replying with, "Ah, gotcha. Does that mean I have to attack you two as well?" "Of course," Horus said in a slightly excited tone. "Don't worry about us being injured from your attacks. Herilia has her unique ways to survive such an attack, while I have my unique ways as well. Just focus on continuing the illusion that Shonk's loyal servant that will fight to the bitter end." Okay. With Horrell's last reply, Herilia had finally finished transforming, taking on the appearance of a female humanoid that was made up of crimsoned energy. In actuality, such a being could only exist in places that had an intense concentration of blood energy. These beings were only known as crimson spirits. Rah! Herilia let out a cry in her crimson spirit form, instilling great fear into the inanimates of Chonk's army while Chonk felt intimidated from the cry. She then started to walk closer towards Chonk's army, with the intent of absorbing the vitality of all the inanimates in the opposing army, which would allow her to have a greater chance of winning against Chonk. Unfortunately for her, just as she was about to continue walking, a voice resounded in her mind, prompting her to stop in her tracks, leaving Chonk with a confused expression. "Herilia, can you hear me?" This voice was none other than Horus, wondering if Herilia had lost her mind after transforming. Fortunately for him, Herilia replied without a hint of going berserk, saying, I'm just keeping up a facade that I've gone berserk. You've kind of broken it though." In response, Horus let out an awkward chuckle as he pondered as to how he was going to phrase what was on his mind. A few seconds later, he said, I apologize for that then. Anyways, can I oblige you to just attack around half of the inanimates in Chonk's army? Also, please move while we're talking." "Ah, right." After hearing Horus' timely reminder, Herilia started to move closer to the opposing army in an imposing manner, giving the inanimates a feeling that they couldn't escape her clutches. While this was happening, she pondered over Horus' words and replied, "Although the amount of power I could obtain would be less, I guess I can do that. Anyways, what for? I'll attack the remaining half so that Chonk would have no choice but to target both of us at the same time. Horus responded to her question before adding, before you ask me that I wouldn't have enough defense to withstand his attacks. I'll use a fusion attack to take on the same form as you. You can do that? Heraclea was slightly bewildered, pondering over the possible things that could happen along the line as she waved one of her arms up in the air, manifesting a few thick blood-red tendrils that headed towards a few inanimates. Of course, due to the fear that she had instilled in them, the inanimates were too afraid to move that it looked like they had no choice but to be hit by the blood-red tendrils, with the tendrils siphoning all of their power, slightly increasing the intensity of Heraclea's aura in the process. Yeah, Horus replied to her words before sending out a message to both Fenrir and Charissa, who were behind him all this time. It did not take long for the two to position themselves on both sides of Horus, with Horus taking a glance at Chonk while this was happening. He felt a slightly malicious energy coming from Chonk, prompting him to say to Heraclea, also, watch out for Chonk. I'm pretty sure he still has tricks up his sleeve. Got it. After Heraclea replied to Horus' words, the connection between the two had been cut, with Heraclea's speed going up a notch as she waved both of her arms at the same time, allowing her to attack more inanimates at once. Surprisingly, even though Chonk was seeing his men die in front of him, he did not retaliate at all. Noticing this, Horus had a feeling that something bad was going to happen to him and Heraclea sooner or later. Nevertheless, this did not stop him from continuing with his plan, sending messages to both Fenrir and Charissa at the same time as he told them, chant for the fifth skill. Charissa, you start. Rather than respond to her master's commands, Charissa hastily started chanting the incantation of the fifth skill, saying, as the origin of the Ignis, I shall become the body that wields unending destruction, raising everything to the ground with the flames of the infernal realm as the great being. Not long after, Fenrir followed up on Charissa's words, saying, as the origin of the Zephyr, I shall become the limbs of the body of the infernal realm, allowing the great being to show the intrepid strength and agility of the infernal realm. And finally, Horus started his part of the chant while looking at Chonk, who still had not made a move after having a quarter of his army killed by Heraclea. Although the ominous feeling he felt from Chonk had intensified, he continued with his chant, saying, as the origin of the anima, I shall become the driving force of the body of the infernal realm, letting the great being exert the superb power of chaos with every movement. We sacrifice our bodies to the infernal realm. Let chaos and destruction originating from the infernal realm tarnish this very world we live in. At the instant the three of them had said this statement at the same time, the three of them had instantly transformed into blobs of energy, fusing as one as they took on a humanoid shape. A few seconds later, this humanoid-shaped energy had solidified, radiating the energy of flames, winds, and the void at the same time. Ignis Zephyr Anima Form, Fifth Divine Art, Infernal Spirit Manifestation. Whoosh, whoosh. Without hesitation, Horus, who controlled the majority of the infernal spirit they had transformed into, ran towards the other side of the opposing army, raising his right arm as he manifested multiple orange flames covered in green swirls around him. Not long after, he waved his right arm, sending the orange flames towards the inanimates as it incinerated their bodies in a matter of an instant. And with that, two pseudo-animates, a crimson spirit and an infernal spirit, started wreaking havoc on Chonk's army, killing off the inanimates that were a part of Chonk's army one by one as they gradually grew stronger with time. Meanwhile, Chonk was looking at how much members of his army were remaining, muttering to himself, just a little bit more. At this moment, he had discarded the idea of proceeding with the third phase of Code Omega since the third phase ultimately relied on the number of inanimate members he had. But since the two pseudo-animates, who were just inanimates a while ago, were wreaking havoc on his army, he decided to fight with his full power. After weakening them, of course. Whoosh, whoosh. Eventually, all of the inanimates in his army had been destroyed by either the Crimson Spirit or the Infernal Spirit, with the remaining members in his army being him, Horal, and Chungus. Normally, a commander of such an army would surrender to the opposing army, as they knew that it was nigh impossible for them to make a comeback. But since Chonk was a rank 1 animate, he still had a feeling that he could do the impossible. The Crimson Spirit and the Infernal Spirit looked at Chonk with expressions of immense arrogance and pride, with the Infernal Spirit saying in a hoarse voice, "You only have 2 members left, Chonk. We have won this war. Give up your dreams of ruling over Tempest Cliff." In response, Chonk started to chuckle, which gradually intensified to a laugh, before turning into a maniacal cackle. He then looked at the 2 pseudo-animates in front of him with an expression of arrogance of his own, saying, "Are you really sure that your alliance has won the war?" "What do you mean by that?" This time, it was the Crimson Spirit who talked. It then added, "Don't delude yourself, Chonk. You've lost almost all of your combat power. Just give up." "You wish," Chonk shouted in response to the Crimson Spirit's words, before adding, "Chungus, activate the magic circle." Whoosh! In an instant, a large area that enveloped Chonk, Horrell, Horus, and Herelia had been created, with both Horus and Herelia feeling that their combat power had grown considerably weaker. Noticing this, the Infernal Spirit could not help but look at Chonk with anger as it shouted, "Chonk, what did you do to our bodies?" Code Beta, Grand Restriction. Chonk replied to the Infernal Spirit's words, letting out a chuckle before he added, "Quite a perfect situation, don't you think? 2 beings from the Alliance, and 2 beings from my army. 2v2. Since you 2 have shown your full power to me, let us show our full power as well then." Zephyloopus Overdrive. Chapter 181 Lies and Deceit. Zephyloopus Overdrive. Chonk shouted after activating Grand Restriction, radiating an aura of intense pride and confidence while doing so. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after, Chonk's fur started to glow a faint green as the wind energy particles within a certain radius around him started to congregate, transforming into tangible particles as they made their way towards Chonk's fur, sticking on his fur before hardening, transforming into an armor that protected most of his body. Surprisingly, this armor intensified the aura Chonk was radiating by a few notches, making Horus and Herelia, who had already transformed into pseudo-animates, feel a sense of slight fear whenever they looked at his body. Of course, they suppressed these feelings as much as possible, remembering that Chonk was the only barrier hindering the peace in Tempest Cliff. "Fear me, weaklings," Chonk said with a haughty expression on his face. "This armor has allowed me to fight against rank 2 animates without losing." While listening to Chonk, Horus thought that he had turned into one of those annoying characters in the novels he used to read back then. As of present, Chonk seriously resonated with the characters that explained every move they were doing in his mind. Even though Horus found it annoying, this was a chance for them to find out the intricacies of the Grand Restriction spell. "Blabbering won't get you anywhere," Horus, who was currently controlling the Infernal Spirit, said haughtily in response as he charged towards Horrell with his right fist clenched. Not long after, golden flames started to manifest around the fist, giving one the idea that Horus was going to use the power of the sun to incinerate Horrell to death. On the other hand, Horrell saw this attack come for him, making him freeze up in fear as he knew that this attack would undoubtedly kill him in one hit. Fortunately for him, just as the attack was about to hit him, a gust of wind hastily enveloped Horrell, sending him a few meters back as a being took over his place, swiping with its paw in retaliation. Whoosh! Bang! At the very instant the attacks collided, a loud explosion had occurred, with one of the 2 beings sent flying for tens of meters. Herelia, who was currently a Crimson Spirit, watched this scene unfold from a certain distance, her mouth turning agape as she could not believe the gap the 2 had in terms of strength. Gah! A loud shout could be heard while it was accompanied by the sound of something hitting the ground. Not long after, the sounds of hissing in pain could be heard as the being that was sent flying stood up and looked at the one who retaliated against its attack. "Don't you dare use underhanded tricks in front of us, Chonk." Unsurprisingly, the one sent flying was the Infernal Spirit, radiating an intense aura of rage as it stared at Chonk from afar, who was currently inwardly elated at the increase in strength Zephyr Lupus Overdrive had given him. In actuality, Chonk had no idea as to how much of an increase the skill would give him, saying those words to inflict a bit of psychological pressure on the two. Hearing what the infernal spirit shouted, Chonk could not help but cackle as he replied, "All is fair in war." Whoosh! While Chonk was laughing, the Crimson Spirit decided to make a move, reducing the gap between them in an instant as multiple blood-red tendrils started to manifest all over her body. She then manipulated these tendrils to attack erratically as it replied to Chonk's statement, saying, "All is fair in war indeed." Crimson Rain. Bang, bang, bang. In that instant, multiple blood-red tendrils tried to pierce through Chonk's body, creating a sound that was similar to a firing machine gun. Unfortunately, just as the Crimson Spirit thought that its attack had worked, Chonk let out a grin as the armor on his body glowed, a wave of wind energy particles radiating outwards not long after. Boom! Just like the infernal spirit from before, the Crimson Spirit was sent flying for tens of meters as the blood-red tendrils that had manifested all over its body started to disintegrate as it fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at the results of the attacks of the two pseudo-animates, Chonk could not help but laugh loudly once more as he yelled, "Useless. Incredibly useless. Unless you dispel Grand Restriction, your attacks shall become useless in front of me, Chonk." While Chonk continued to maniacally laugh, Horrell, who was moved by Chonk to a safe distance a while ago, could not help but look at the Crimson and Infernal Spirit with worry. Just as he was about to send a message to Horus as he wondered if he was safe, a familiar voice resounded in his mind, saying, "Don't worry about us. We're fine." "It doesn't look like it though." Horrell could not help but reply with a hint of worry. "Trust me, Horrell." "We're fine," the voice replied not long after. Of course, this voice came from none other than Horus. After saying that, he asked Horrell, "I think I'm pushing my luck here, but do you know anything about the Grand Restriction spell Chonk used?" Letting out a soft sigh of disappointment, Horrell replied, "Unfortunately, Chonk kept me in the dark from this matter." "Should I ask him about it?" "Nah, don't," Horus replied to Horrell's suggestion with disagreement before adding, "It would just make Chonk suspect you even more." "We'll try our best to get information from him. By the looks of it, he's becoming drunk with power after activating that skill of his." "What should I do, then?" Since Horrell could not ask Chonk regarding the Grand Restriction spell, he wondered as to how he could help the two in obtaining the information they needed. While Horus was pondering, he had already moved to where Herelia had landed. The two of them talked about a few things through strands of energy, making sure to be covered while doing so. Eventually, Horus and Herelia finished talking, with Horus sending a response to Horrell not long after. "Try to make Chonk not fight as much as possible since we're more or less powerless against an animate. Even more so with the spell activated. In other words, volunteer to fight against us since we're under the Grand Restriction spell. Make sure to use all of your buffs to reduce suspicion. Unless he tells you to not use them." "Alright then," Horrell acceded to Horus' request, slowly making his way towards Chonk, who was still savoring the feeling of strength flowing all over his body. On the other hand, Herelia and Horus watched Horrell's movements, with Herelia asking Horus, "You think this will work?" "Hopefully," Horus replied to Herelia's question. He then added, "Let's get closer to Chonk though. We have to make sure that Chonk has no choice but to let Horrell fight in his stead." After responding to Horus' words, the two of them started to move closer to Chonk, radiating an imposing aura along the way. Of course, the aura they radiated did not go unnoticed, with Chonk snapping back from his savoring session as he noticed that the two of them were only a few meters from them. Unfortunately for Chonk, just as he was about to go ahead and charge at them with a swipe of his paws to increase the advantage of their side, a strand of energy was sent to him, prompting him to look at the pseudo-animate that had appeared beside him. Of course, this pseudo-animate was none other than Horrell. "Master, would you allow me to fight against these fake pseudo-animates?" This was what the strand of energy contained, the strand that prompted Chonk to look at Horrell. Just as Horrell felt that Chonk was about to say no, Horrell followed up with another strand of energy, saying, "Master, wouldn't it be better for me to exhaust their energy so they cannot retaliate against your attacks? Not only that, but I also have a feeling that Master does not want to waste too much energy in this war." Chonk pondered over Horrell's words for a bit, with some of the words resonating with him. Fortunately for Horrell, Chonk agreed to his suggestion, sending a strand of energy that said, "Well, not wrong. If you think you can kill them, then kill them. If not, just exhaust their energy as much as possible." Chonk then sent another strand of energy as a continuation to the previous statement, saying, "Of course, never underestimate them even though they are under the Grand Restriction spell. Even though their combat power has been considerably weakened, they still dealt a bit of damage to the armor I'm wearing." While he acceded to his servant's request, Chonk loudly laughed to attract both Horus and Herilius' attention, shouting, "You better be grateful that Horrell here is going to attack in my stead." "Oh right, wasn't he a part of your alliance back then?" "Think of this as a reunion then. A reunion where the only memory you'll make is despair." Whoosh! Not long after uttering those words, Chonk went ahead and hastily moved far away from the three, closing his eyes as an ominous aura gradually radiated out of his body. On the other hand, Horrell looked at Herilia and Horus with an aura of malicious intent surrounding him. Mana Ascension. Will of Nature's Mana. One with Mana. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the aura Horrell was radiating had easily surpassed the aura Herilia and Horus were radiating, with him laughing in a slightly malevolent manner before saying, "Herilia, Horus, it's quite nice to see you again. To think that you've defected from the Alliance to help such a tyrannical being." Herilia was the first one to respond to Horrell's words, her tone having a hint of disdain. "Are you satisfied with the choice you've made?" "Why wouldn't I be? Master is far more powerful than you, Alliance leader," Horrell replied to Herilius' question with a hint of a mocking tone at the end. "This is farewell for the two of you." After saying what he had to say, a ball of silver light manifested over Horrell's head, gradually growing in size as the aura it emanated intensified alongside the increasing size. Both Herilia and Horus could not help but look at the silver ball in fear, with Horus voicing out his fear in a serious tone. "Are you seriously going to kill both of us?" "As I said earlier, why wouldn't I?" Horrell evilly laughed as the silver ball grew larger. "The two of you are weakened by the Grand Restriction spell. By killing off the two of you, this would allow Master to easily kill the other members of the Alliance and truly rule the Tempest Cliff." Hearing what Horrell was saying, Chonk, who was circulating the ominous aura that had manifested a while ago around his body, could not help but cackle malevolently as he said, "As expected from my loyal servant." He then looked at the two, who he thought was about to die either under his or Horrell's hands, scoffing as he said, "Since the two of you could die from the hands of your former alliance member, with my attack being the final nail on the coffin, how about I enlighten you two on the spell that has led you two to your untimely demises?" With a haughty grin on his face, he said, "Although I said that it was a 2v2 earlier, in actuality, it's a 2v3. He then continued, "The Grand Restriction spell is being consciously controlled by another member of the army, who is at the animate existence level. You could go ahead and try dispelling the Grand Restriction spell, but you'd surely die under his hands before you can even do so." Chonk added before laughing once more, thinking that his army had finally won. On the other hand, Herilia, Horus, and Horrell could not help but look at each other with expressions of disbelief. "Too easy." All of them let out a sigh soon after as they muttered at the same time. They could not help but wonder if something was wrong with Chonk's brain. Nevertheless, the three continued their facade, with Horrell shouting, "Prepare to die." Canis Exidio, whoosh. In that instant, the silver ball over Horrell's head had transformed into a large beam, aiming at both Herilia and Horus. Due to the distance between the three, the bodies of Horus and Herilia were fully covered by the beam. But against Chonk's expectations that the two would die, although it seemed that the beam would kill the two had conjured barriers in front of them, giving off an expression that they were still struggling to the bitter end. GRH. Horus grunted to keep up the facade of them being at a disadvantage before shouting, "We will never surrender." "Dream on." Horus replied to Horus' words before saying, "You'll eventually exhaust your energy and die under my beam." Master wouldn't even need to make a move. While Horus was saying this, Horus sent a message to him through their connection, asking, "Could you focus the beam's strength towards me for a bit?" I'll use the beam's strength to fly towards the Alliance base. Of course, I'm going to make it look like I was defeated by the beam, dispelling my transformation. Alright. Although Horus did not know the reason why Horus wanted him to do this, he still did it anyway, shouting words that mostly revolved around the topic of despair and demise as he shifted most of the energy in the beam towards Horus. While this was happening, Horus continued to put up a struggle as a facade while sending a message to Herelia through their systems. "I'm gonna go and dispel that grand restriction spell," Horus said to Herelia through a connection. "Is that the reason why Horus focused the beam towards you?" Herelia could not help but ask after Horus told her what he was going to do. "Yeah, I'm gonna it look like I've exhausted all of my energy, dispelling my transformation as I use my trump card to go and kill that other member in their army." Horus responded to her question before adding, "You're fine with me doing this, right? As long as it allows the fight to be on an even playing field again, I'm fine with it." Then again, Chonk might attack while you're gone, so I'll alert you when he does, Herelia replied to Horus' question. Not long after, she added, "Don't get caught." "I'll try not to." After responding to Herelia's reminder, Horus reduced the strength of the barrier in front of him as he shouted, "I will never surrender. Just die already." In response to Horus' words, Horus focused all of the beam's strength towards him as Horus reduced the strength of his barrier to 0, allowing the beam to shatter the barrier as Horus, who was still an infernal spirit, was sent flying tens of meters towards the Alliance base. Horus could not help but shout in agony due to the beam's strength. Of course, Horus was just shouting as a facade as he manually dispelled the transformation, sending him, Fenrir, and Charissa flying towards the Alliance base with a loud thud. Chonk, who looked at this situation from afar, could not help but look at Horus in a new light as he muttered, "He truly is a capable servant." Thud, thud, thud. "Are you two okay?" At the instant the three of them had landed somewhat close to the Alliance base, Horus hastily returned to his normal position, asking both Fenrir and Charissa if they were fine. "I'm fine, Master." Fenrir was the first one to respond since he landed on his forepaws. On the other hand, Charissa took a while to respond as she landed in the same position as Horus, eventually getting up as she said, "I'm kind of dizzy." Fortunately, it did not take long for Charissa to return to normal, returning to her exuberant self in a matter of seconds. With Charissa finally recovering from the fall, Horus looked at the two of them and said, "I'll put you two back into the system once more. Is that alright with you two? You don't have to ask us this question every time." Master Charissa responded to Horus' question before adding, "We were summoned to protect you. Don't worry about it." "If you say so," Horus said before letting out a sigh, inwardly feeling bad for what the two had to put up with. He then said, "While the two of you are in the system, please practice the incantation for the forbidden art. I have a nagging feeling inside that this war is coming to a close." After listening to both of them acceding to his request, he then commanded the system to keep the two inside as Horus let out a short sigh of relief. He went over the plan he had in mind, which he had created after Chonk revealed the information regarding the Grand Restriction spell, before radiating an aura of seriousness around him. Soon after, he suppressed this aura to a bare minimum, remembering that he had to keep up an illusion that he had been defeated by Horus. Nevertheless, this did not stop him from becoming slightly excited inwardly, muttering, "Time to initiate the operation that shall turn the tides to our favor, and hopefully, even end the war." Chapter 182 Turning the Tides. Whoosh. Without hesitation, Horus transferred his control to his clone, who was still hidden between the trees not far away from the entrance of the Alliance base. At the very instant the control was transferred to Aurus clone, Argentum, he blinked for a few times to get used to the new main perspective he had before standing up to do some light stretching, adapting to the form of his clone's body. I should seriously evolve my original body to the animate level as fast as possible, Argentum muttered as he warmed up his body for what he was going to do, thinking about the multiple things he could do with two animate bodies. Other than allowing me to easily adapt to the feel of this body, it would also allow me to have multiple identities. Well, the latter part is only helpful if I do something bad. I don't think it'd do crimes at the animate level. He then took a deep breath before focusing his sense of vision towards the top-down perspective he obtained from the soul balls. Remembering the words that Chonk uttered a while ago, he could not help but think that if one of the elements from a while ago were lacking in any way, a chance like this would not have popped up, leading the two of them to die under Chonk's paws and ultimately the Alliance after them. If I remember Chonk's words correctly, the Grand Restriction spell is being controlled by another animate on their side, which could only be Chungus, the being Horrell used as a scapegoat for Operation Reversal to succeed. Argentum went over Chonk's words while thinking out loud as he manipulated the soul balls to move towards a higher altitude before screening the whole area to find signs of a magic circle. Whoosh, whoosh. Chungus is only a rank 0 animate, which means I could kill him with the most basic spell I have without a problem. Argentum continued to think out loud as he finished scanning the area near the Alliance base with the soul balls. Finding no magic circle, he then moved the soul balls to scan over the area between the Alliance base and the territory Chonk's army resided in before going all in. Then again, I can't help but be anxious after remembering what Chonk said. Since Chonk said that us at our pseudo-animate forms would die under Chungus' hands, then Chungus might have some life-saving trump cards that would allow him to easily escape my attack. With this in mind, Argentum let out a sigh of despair, thinking about what spells he had at the moment that would allow him to not let Chungus get away from his attack. It was then that a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. Unless I use Tempest's Envoy. Ding, commanding the system to bring up the skill description of Tempest's Envoy in front of his field of vision, Argentum made sure that the effects of the spell would allow him to easily kill Chungus without a problem. Tempest's Envoy. MP cost 5 MP. A level 0 spell inclined towards the wind element. The more known variant of this spell is Wind's Envoy, increasing the speed and damage of a single spell by 50% for a short amount of time. As for this variant, it takes this effect one notch higher, borrowing the power of nature to enhance the speed and damage of any spell cast in a certain span of time by 100%. Allowing lower-leveled spells to unleash the power of a higher-leveled spell while using less mana in the process. Argentum could not help but lightly grin after reading the description of the skill one more time, closing the screen not long after as he moved the soul balls towards the territory Chonk's army resided in a while ago. While doing so, he muttered, "The Nature's Wind variant of level 0 spells truly is more powerful than any of the level 0 spells my inanimate body has access to." Then again, the power of a spell is also based on the stats of the user. Found it. Eventually, Argentum was able to find the magic circle that Chonk spoke of a while ago, situated about tens of meters away from where the army resided. Manipulating the soul balls to reduce their altitude so he could get a better view of the surroundings around the magic circle, Argentum then imprinted the view in his mind before tilting it to fit his main perspective. Not long after that, Argentum started to dash towards the area where the magic circle resided at his full speed, making sure to not alert Chonk of his presence. Operation Turning the Tides has officially started. Wait. Shit, I shouldn't be shouting. While Argentum was heading towards the area where the magic circle, as well as Chungus, resided, a mosquito the size of a spider had made its way towards the area where three entities could be seen clearly with his spatial receptors, clearly feeling the aura that came from the three of them. Quite interesting. Looking at the landscape of front of it, it could not help but focus on two entities who were fighting against each other, both of them radiating auras that fluctuated in intensity. At times, it would feel that the auras radiating from them were as weak as mere insects, while at other times, it would feel that the auras radiating from them were very close to the aura radiated by normal humans. If I were to gauge their power using the constitution stat I have, at their weakest, they would be at a 0.01, and at their strongest around 0.6, the mosquito muttered as it watched the two continue clashing skills, mesmerized by the aesthetic of their skills. Not long after, it then shifted its focus towards the other entity in the area, who was quite a distance away from the other two. The aura sensing from this one, the mosquito could not help but feel a bit anxious while examining this entity. Surprisingly, not long after, the anxiousness the mosquito felt had faded away in an instant as a thought flashed across its mind, replacing the anxiousness it felt with slight excitement. If the strongest auras radiated by the two fighting entities were equivalent to the strength of a kid, then to the mosquito, the remaining entity had the strength of someone who was quite deep in the first realm of cultivation. Using the constitution stat, this entity would be at around 2 or 3. If I were to estimate the purity of its bloodline though, probably around the same level as mine, the mosquito said as it noticed that the aura emanating from this entity was gradually getting stronger, giving it a few goosebumps. Nonetheless, it felt that the current situation it was looking at was quite boring, making it feel like that the travel it had done was not worth it at all. At this point, I seriously don't think this is the inheritance place of that secluded cultivator. Then again, the intensity of the wind element here is quite high though. Whoosh! Just as it was thinking of heading to another portion of Tempest Cliff to stave off its boredom, its senses picked up two auras that were only slightly weaker than the aura radiated by the previous entity, with the two auras gradually getting closer to one another. Although most of its mind said that these two auras would also be in a boring situation like the three entities it was currently looking at, there was still a stray thought in its mind that made it feel like it would regret the fact of not checking out the situation of these two auras. Without hesitation, the mosquito decided to follow the stray thought it had, flapping its wings at its highest speed to check on the two auras. Whoosh, bang, boom, pew. At the moment, Horrell and Herelia were in a heated fight to the death. Or at least, that's what they were trying to make it look like. At times, they would shout at each other with words related to death, demise, or despair while aiming their skills at one another. Of course, they focused on the flashiness of their skills rather than the power behind it, conjuring barriers from time to time to keep up the facade that both of them were struggling. To think that you can withstand my attacks for this long, Horrell shouted as he sent a ball flying towards Herelia. In response, Herelia scoffed at Horrell's words as she manifested a bloodred tendril on her right arm, manipulating it to send the ball Horrell sent flying. You truly underestimate me, Horrell. While this was happening, the two of them were having a separate discussion through a strand of energy, both of them letting out sighs as they felt that both of them looked like clowns if any other being was looking at what they were doing. I wonder if Horus has already found where the magic circle is at, Herelia could not help but say through the strand of energy. She then added, it's kind of embarrassing to keep up this kind of facade, to be honest. I want to hide in a hole already, to be honest, Horrell replied to her statement, relaying that he shared the same opinion. He then pondered for a bit before talking through the strand of energy. Leader, do you have any idea as to what Chong is currently doing? Shouldn't you be the one who knows more about that? Why ask me? Herelia replied with a tone of slight disbelief, waving a mass of red tendrils towards Horrell, to which Horrell retaliated with a blade of energy. Just wondering what you think he's doing, Horrell responded to her question, sending a few energy blades towards her, to which she dodged all of them without a problem. Herelia pondered over it and responded, from the ominous aura radiating from his body, it's quite obvious that he's preparing a move that would kill me in one hit. And that's what I wanted to hear, Horrell lightly chuckled as he uttered his response through the strand of energy. conjuring a barrier as Herlia sent out projectiles made out of bloodred tendrils. After blocking the attacks, he then said, "I have a crazy idea that would make our facade more believable. I wonder if you're interested in doing it. As long as it makes this less monotonous, you have my full support." Herlia let out a short sigh before responding, conjuring a wall of bloodred tendrils as Horrell shot a beam of energy at her. "In short, I make it look like you overpowered me, allowing you to get close to Chonk and attack him. Of course, before you do, I block your attack at the last second as I send you flying to this same location," Horrell said to her as he manipulated a blade of energy to slash at Herlia, which she retaliated with a blade made out of bloodred tendrils, clashing with one another. Herlia thought about Horrell's idea for a bit, finally understanding what Horrell was getting to with this idea. After that moment of realization, Herlia laughed with joy as she responded, "Sure. Sure. Let's start right now." "Bloody thorn!" Herlia shouted as she conjured a mass of bloodred tendrils that condensed into a large thorn, sending it flying towards Horrell. Although Horrell blocked the attack with a barrier, the strength behind the thorn was too much, hitting Horrell as he was sent flying for a few meters. This shift made Chonk, who had been circulating the ominous aura around his body all this time, stop for a bit and wonder what had happened that made Herlia overwhelm Horrell, who had been at an advantage all this time. "Die, Chonk." Of course. Before Chonk could think any further regarding the situation, Herlia dashed towards Chonk at the highest speed possible, sending a bloodred tendril towards him. Bang! Just as the bloodred tendril was about to hit Chonk, a beam stopped the tendril from getting any closer, deflecting it towards another direction before another beam was shot towards Herlia, sending her flying back multiple meters. Thud. At the very instant Herlia had landed back to where she was a while ago, Horrell hastily appeared in front of her, madly laughing as he shouted, "You thought you could overpower me, huh? I won't let you have another chance." And that's basically how it works. Horrell hastily established between them with a strand of energy, saying these words. In response, Herlia said in a dejected tone, "You could have been more lenient with the beam strength. I could fly, you know." But just as Horrell was about to apologize for his action, Herlia followed her words with a light chuckle before saying, "Other than that, this is far better than before. Look at Chonk's face. He's proud of you. Let's keep it up." And with that, the two continued with this new pattern, surprising Chonk every once in a while. A few minutes had passed since Argentum started running towards the magic circle that restricted their strength. At this moment, he had finally arrived near the perimeter of the magic circle, hiding behind a tree as he looked at the rabbit that was infusing energy in the magic circle. "Now that I think about it, why did I accept that wolf's offer in the first place?" The rabbit started to complain as it continued to infuse energy in the magic circle. This rabbit was none other than Chungus, thinking that he was alone, complaining without a care for the world. "He's only a newly advanced rank 1 animate, he's not much compared to the previous customers I had." Chungus continued to complain before adding, "Did I have a few screws loose while I accepted his request or something?" After saying that, he went silent for a bit, pondering over something. Not long after, he then let out a sigh as he muttered, "If I think about it, I could just go ahead and stop powering this magic circle at any time." The rewards given by the stronger animates are still multiple levels better than what he was offering anyway. Hearing this from behind the tree, Argentum decided to scrap his previous plan of using Tempest's envoy to kill Chungus in one hit. After hearing that Chungus did not even have any good relations with Chonk, he thought that he could just talk it out with the rabbit, and possibly redirect the power of the spell towards Chonk instead of them. Mustering his courage, Argentum solidified his plans of talking with Chungus instead of fighting it out, creating a few rustling sounds as he walked past a few shrubs. "Huh? Who goes there?" Picking up these sounds, Chungus could not help but look at the direction of the sound's origin, slightly surprised that a human with leaves covering its private parts had appeared before him. He was left at a loss for words for a bit, instantly becoming vigilant as he snapped back to reality, saying, "Are you here to kill me for my meat? If so, I won't let you have my meat without expending a lot of energy. No, not at all. I don't even need to eat to survive. Surprisingly, rather than go at him like any normal human, this human replied in a calm and composed manner as it sat down outside the perimeters of the magic circle. Of course, Chungus could not help but still be a bit vigilant towards the human. Until it heard what the human said afterward. You were hired by Chonk to seal the strength of the alliance he's fighting against, right? The human asked Chungus, not waiting for Chungus to answer as it continued. Well, I'm the ally of the alliance he's fighting against, and I think it's quite stupid for Chonk to use such a skill to fight against inanimates. Don't you think he has more than enough power on his own to fight against the alliance? I can't say wrong. Since it's true, Chungus thought about what he was going to say, voicing out his agreement with the human's words. He then continued, it's quite cowardly for a rank 1 animate to use these types of skills to kill inanimates. Indeed, the human said before adding, and with that in mind, I am here to propose something that would benefit the both of us. Change the target of the magic circle to Chonk and he'll give you information regarding the multiple ascension paths from rank 1 to rank 9 animate. I can even tell you the requirements needed to achieve them. Hearing that this human in front of him would give him information regarding something that was kept a secret by many, Chungus could not help but think that it was too good to be true. But then, the human gestured him to come closer, whispering something in his ears which made him widen his eyes in an instant. At the instant the human was finished whispering, Chungus said without hesitation, all right, I accept. Slurp. Just as Chungus was about to accede to the human's request, it seemed that an external force acted upon his body, sucking out all of the liquid inside his body, only leaving the dried corpse of a rabbit on the magic circle. The human was visibly shaken as it saw this happen in front of it, looking around with intense vigilance, its eyes widening once he saw a large mosquito not far away from where it was, radiating an aura that did not lose out in intensity when compared to itself. Hello there. Care to have some fun? Chapter 183 Dual Cortex Mage XXXX Continent, Seraph Kingdom. Arcana Tower. A few hours have passed since Ira borrowed the scripture Beryl's aqua spells from her teacher Dane. Ever since she received the scripture, she had been reading and digesting the information contained in the scripture while cross-referencing what she already knew from the previous scripture she read, as well as fused some theories regarding the two scriptures in her mind. To think that the two are actually connected. Ira could not help but mutter as she closed the two scriptures on the floor, letting out a sigh of contentment before looking at the covers of the two scriptures. Beryl's aqua spells actually expounds on the intricacies of the aquasphere spell, which means that it's a scripture focused on the basics of the aquasphere spell. As for the scripture teacher wanted me to buy, it did not occur to me that it was an extension of the theories of the aquasphere spell in Beryl's aqua spells. Glossing over what she understood and concluded from the two scriptures as she closed her eyes for a while, she then stood up as she grabbed the two scriptures, placing both on the slanted table before heading back to the center of the room she was in. Q.ha. Ira took in a deep breath as she extended her left arm outward, summoning all of the water energy particles that were inside the room she was in. Not long after, a faint blue haze covered her body, to which she manipulated towards the extended arm as she started muttering the incantations for the aquasphere spell. Whoosh, whoosh. Starting from her feet, the faint blue haze made its way towards her extended arm like a slithering snake, transforming into a lump of blue energy at the instant it had arrived on her left palm. It did not take long for all of the blue haze to make its way towards her left palm, with the lump of blue energy hovering over her left palm undergoing a qualitative change as it turned into a solid ball of water. Glurg, glurg. Aquasphere. Ira shouted as she focused all of her willpower towards the water ball hovering over her palm, remembering the new theories and ideas she had obtained from the scripture she had borrowed, as well as the old theories and ideas she had obtained from the scripture she had bought, combining them as one while the water ball mimicked the natural movement of water. At the moment the water ball had maintained its form for over 12 seconds, Erie's concentration had intensified by a few notches, trying her best to make sure that the water ball continued to maintain its natural flowing form. What she did not know was that she was applying too much stress on herself, with cold drops of sweat flowing down her forehead as she hoped that the water ball would maintain its form for at least 30 seconds. Splash! Eventually, Erie's concentration had been broken, with the water ball starting to move erratically as a result of this loss in focus. But although that was the case, a weird expression was plastered on Erie's face as she looked at the water ball that was currently rotating clockwise in front of her. It was an expression of happiness. "I did it," Erie muttered in slight disbelief, wondering if what she had done was just a dream. Fortunately for her, she could feel the reaction of her body, the state of her mind, as well as the breeze that blew inside the room she was in, letting her know that she had truly succeeded this time. A time of 34 seconds. "I did it." As she screamed in joy, she subconsciously squeezed the water ball tightly, only realizing what she had done at the exact moment the water ball had burst under the pressure of her hand. Nonetheless, this did not stop her from being elated with what she had done. Hastily conjuring a fireball before manipulating it to sweep around her body, drying off the robe she was wearing. Rather than go ahead and tell others about this achievement, she went ahead and sat down on the chair in front of the slanted table, closing her eyes as she pondered on what she could improve upon, realizing that she was utilizing a lot of mana for a spell that did not cost that much mana in the first place. With this in mind, she muttered, "If I were to try and cast Fireball and Aquasphere at the same time, with my current mana capacity, I could do that, but I could only do it once or twice before my mana runs out. I should reduce the amount of mana I use for the Aquasphere spell while making sure to achieve the same level of effect. After that, I'll do the same for Fireball." Soon after, she stood up and started optimizing the mana usage of the 2 level 1 spells she owned, taking over a half a day to reduce the mana consumption of both spells to a level where she was satisfied. Nonetheless, the number of times she had conjured and dispelled these 2 spells in that half-day could not help but make her gasp for air heavily as she lied flat on the ground. Then again, while she lied flat on the ground, a smile was still plastered on her face, letting anyone that saw this face know very well that she incredibly enjoyed what she was doing. Surprisingly, as she continued to lie down on the ground, her eyes started to droop as she yawned. It did not take long for her eyes to completely close as her breathing slowed down soon after. In other words, she was now sleeping. To be honest, it was quite understandable for her to sleep after what she had been doing for the past few days, assiduously reading, expounding, and fusing theories and ideas from the 2 scriptures so she could fluidly control the Aquasphere spell. And with that, many hours had passed by as the sun rose from the east, illuminating the room where Rira resided with its rays. MNGH. Rira could not help but mumble as a few of the rays hit her face, making her frown as she gradually opened her eyes. At the very instant she did, she hastily squinted as the sunlight directly hit her eyes, slowly standing up in the process as she started to do some light stretching. Did I fall asleep on the floor? Rira muttered in slight wonder, the frown on her face intensifying as her back ached while she stretched. Feeling this, she let out a sigh before saying, "Yep. I fell asleep on the floor." She then went outside the room she was in, heading towards the lower floors of the Arcana Tower to freshen herself and eat some breakfast. After around 20 minutes or so, she then went back to her training room, heading one of the windows near her room to take a look at what time it was. Past noon already, Rira muttered as she looked at the sun that had already passed the peak. After doing so, she went to the center of the room, closing her eyes as she tried to remember what she had done before she slept. The sensation of letting Aquasphere move like water for over 30 seconds, the reduction of mana usage for the Aquasphere and Fireball spell, she recalled all of these before opening her eyes once more. "I hope it works out this time." She then took in a breath as she attuned her body to the fire energy particles within the room, using her mana to call these particles and congregate on her body. It did not take long for a faint red haze to appear all over her body as she extended her right arm while muttering the incantations for the fireball spell. At the instant she was finished chanting, all of the red haze on her body made its way towards her right palm, hastily transforming into a ball of fire that radiated a lot of heat and light. Fireball, she muttered as she attuned herself to the sensation of having such a spell continuously consume her mana, as well as her mental power in order for the spell to be stable. She then let out a long sigh as she extended her left arm this time, softly saying, "And now, the second spell." Sucking in a cold breath of air, she then attuned her body to the water energy particles in her room, making sure that a part of her body was still attuned to the fire energy particles. After that, she used her mana to call these water energy particles to coalesce around her body. At this point, she felt a strain on her mind, thinking that it was very hard for someone at her level to make sure that a spell did not go berserk while casting another spell at the same time. But that's what would allow me to achieve greater power at the same class. Enduring the strain she felt on her mind, she muttered the incantation for the aquasphere spell, with the blue haze all over her body gradually making its way towards her left palm, turning into a lump of blue energy before undergoing a qualitative change to a ball of water. Swish, swish, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing that the aquasphere was hovering over her left palm, Ira did not dare to let her emotions get to her as a holographic screen appeared on her face at the very instant she was able to hold both spells at the same time. Ding! Please make sure to hold both spells for at least 30 seconds. If this condition has been achieved, a new skill hidden within the user's potential shall be unlocked. Seeing this notification appear on her screen, she commanded the system to close the screen in her mind as she took in a deep breath, making sure to utilize both halves of her brain to the fullest as she made sure that the two spells on her palms did not go berserk. Although there were times where one or both spells she had on her palms were about to go berserk, she was able to de-escalate their volatility, eventually allowing her to hold both spells for over 30 seconds. Ding! Hearing a notification sound resound throughout her mind one more time, Ira let out a sigh as she dispelled both spells at the same time before massaging both of her arms from the strain of having them stay at the position she had them for too long. Nevertheless, this did not stop her from becoming excited inwardly as she hastily commanded the system to show the latest notification she had received. Whoosh! Congratulations to the user for holding both spells for at least 30 seconds. A skill hidden within the user's potential has been unlocked. The passive skill dual casting has been unlocked. At the instant she read the name of the skill she had obtained, Eri's eyes could not help but widen as she looked at her teacher from a new perspective. Although I had the feeling that the reason why teacher wanted me to do that was because of this skill, I didn't expect that I'd actually have it in me. Not long after, a grin spread across her face. Unable to hide the excitement she was feeling, she then went ahead and raised both of her arms once more, opening both palms as she muttered the incantations for aquasphere and fireball consecutively. Swish, whoosh, and just like that, a ball of fire and a ball of water had appeared on her left and right palms respectively, leaving Ira in awe as to how the passive skill she had obtained made the process multiple times easier than before. She then dispelled both spells before pondering over something. After doing a bit of pondering, she then muttered with a slightly excited tone, "If my predictions are correct, with this passive skill, a class that has set off waves even in eyes in the early days would now be my own class." Ding! Would you like to transition to a higher ranked class? It seems the system thinks the same. I've reached the limit of what my rank 2 class can do. Ira grinned at the small holographic screen that appeared in front of her field of vision. Not long after, she responded to the system's question, saying only one word: yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not long after her confirmation, the holographic screen in front of her field of vision disappeared as the aura emanating from her body had intensified by a few notches, enveloping the room she was in with an aura that she could control anything in this room with a single thought. But it did not stop there. A few seconds later, her aura expanded far beyond her room, enveloping the whole floor her room was in with her aura. making all of the mages, that were on the same floor as her, look at the room she was in with curiosity and awe. Nonetheless, they all had the same idea in their minds. A supreme mage was about to be born. While the aura was still enveloping them, the mages in the same floor as her started contacting their mentors, telling them of this phenomenon, which surprisingly aroused the interest of their mentors very much. As for what was happening inside Erie's room, at this moment, she was already floating a meter or so off the ground, sensing that her body was undergoing a great change as every part of her body was nurtured by the mana she had trained. The last part that was nurtured was her brain, undergoing a great change as she could sense everything that was happening outside and inside her body with a single thought after her mana nurtured her brain. Whoosh! Eventually, the aura that had expanded to cover the whole floor her room was in hastily shrunk back, condensing into her body as she gradually floated back to the floor on her two legs. After all of that, she could not help but clench her fists, feeling immense power flowing throughout her body, all of it stemming from the mana she had, as well as her brain. Ding! Not long after, an notification screen appeared in front of her field of vision, detailing the changes that had happened to her body. At the very instant she finished reading it, a smile was plastered on her face as she muttered, "I was indeed right. That legendary class has now become my class. I wonder how far I can go." Whoosh! The user has ascended to a higher class. The user's class has been changed from rank 2 mage to rank 3 dual cortex mage. The user has gained access to level 0 spells of the fusion variant. The user has obtained fusion affinity and spell fusion. The user's stats have been greatly increased. A god seems to be greatly interested in your abilities. Chapter 184 The True Climax Tempest Cliff. Within an area near the territory where Chonk's army resided quite some time ago. Just as Argentum thought that he was about to strike a deal with Chungus, who seemed to be greatly interested with the rewards he would obtain in exchange, an external element he did not even expect had come into the scene, hastily sucking all of the fluids in Chungus' body, leaving a dried husk of a rabbit on top of the magic circle it previously controlled. Since he saw it happen in front of them, Argentum could not help but be visibly shaken by the fact that something that he could not even see had sucked the vitality of that rank 0 animate just like that. Although most of his mind wanted his body to go ahead and run back to where his original body was, there was a stray thought that wondered if running away would make him a target of that external element as well. Eventually, that stray thought won over the majority of his mind, prompting him to stand up and let out a deep breath even though he was still extremely afraid of what could happen inwardly. He then went ahead and scanned his current surroundings, wondering if the external element was aiming for the magic circle the rabbit had created on the ground. Not long after, an aura that surpassed his started to emanate from a location near him, forcing him to muster up his courage as he looked at the origin of that aura. It did not take long for him to find out what kind of being emanated that tyrannical aura, the sight of a mosquito the size of a large spider flying a couple of meters away from him. That big mosquito killed Chungus. How did it do it? This was the thought that was going through his mind. Understanding the fact that a mosquito from this world could possibly have its blood-sucking abilities exaggerated to a great degree, but he could not fathom the fact that it did not even have to touch the rabbit's body to suck its blood. Nevertheless, ignoring the fear Argentum held towards it, the mosquito started to talk with him. "Hello there," it said. Not long after, it added in a slightly cold yet malicious tone, "Care to have some fun?" Hearing the question asked by the mosquito, Argentum could not help but hastily conclude that the word fun the mosquito said was pertaining to the fact that it was going to suck his blood. With that in mind, he hastily raised his arm as he chanted the incantation of a certain spell, increasing the density of the wind energy particles in the area he was at. Tempest's envoy. Whoosh, whoosh. At the instant he was finished casting the spell, he then went on and chanted another incantation, chanting the most basic attack spell he had in his arsenal, Nature's Wind Bolt. As for the mosquito, who noticed the instant increase in the density of the wind element, it could not help but look at what the human in front of it was doing, noticing that the faint glow emanating from the human's raised hand had the intent of destruction. It was then that the mosquito knew that the human was going to kill it. Am I really that bad at introducing myself? The mosquito could not help but ask itself before letting out a sigh, mustering all of its strength to hastily fly towards the human's body, poking its proboscis on the human's back not long after. Selective stun imbuement. Mouth, whoosh. Just as the human was about to finish casting its spell, its eyes grew wide as it noticed that the mosquito had easily made its way towards its back. Unfortunately for the human, even though the spell on its hand was almost finished, a foreign fluid coursed throughout its body, stopping its mouth from moving any further. PSSSHHH. Due to the incantation not being finished, the spell was unfortunately dispelled, increasing the human's fear towards the mosquito that was on its back. Buzz. How the am I seriously going to die? Since his mouth was sealed from moving thanks to the fluid that was injected on his body by the mosquito, Argentum could not help but close his eyes, deciding that it was better for him to not see what killed him before he truly died. But then, what he heard next made him confused. To be honest, I didn't really want to do this. You were aiming to kill me. I was just acting in self-defense, the mosquito said after retracting its proboscis from his body, heading towards his field of vision. Not long after, it added, anyways, the situation is quite interesting. After that magic circle stopped getting any power, it actually increased the intensity of the aura of one of the entities from that other place. In response to this, Argentum tilted his head to the side as his eyes widened. Noticing this, the mosquito let out a laugh before saying, it seems I've gotten your attention. I'll unseal your mouth as long as you don't kill me. Do we have a deal? Argentum pondered over the mosquito's statement for a bit before deciding that it would bring him more good than harm if he agreed to the mosquito's conditions. He soon nodded his head, with the mosquito muttering a few words in response not long after. PSSHHH. In an instant, Argentum felt that the muscles that moved his mouth were loose again, taking in a deep breath of air before letting it out soon after. He then lightly stretched his body as he looked at the mosquito and asked, why did you kill that rabbit? We would have turned the tides if it wasn't for your meddling. Well, the mosquito pondered over its answer for a bit before replying, why not? The magic circle that rabbit was controlling significantly decreases the combat power of a being. If you didn't kill him in the middle of our conversation, then we could've killed Chonk already, Argentum said in response, letting out a sigh not long after. Chonk. Is that the name of that entity with the incredibly strong aura? The mosquito could not help but ask Argentum, to which it added not long after, if it is, then I could kill that being without even getting close to it. In response to the mosquito's words, Argentum stayed silent because he knew that it was true. The aura that the mosquito radiated a while ago had surpassed the intensity of his aura, and when he compared it to Chonk's aura, he found out that even with his coat of armor, the mosquito's aura was still slightly stronger than Chonk's. Argentum pondered over what he could do next for a while, scratching his head furiously with his head down before letting out a sigh. The mosquito looked at what Argentum was doing, slightly confused. Not long after, it picked up a few words coming out of Argentum's mouth. It seems I have no choice now, huh? Hey, mosquito. What's your name? Argentum raised his head to look at the hovering mosquito, with the mosquito radiating an aura of annoyance as it replied in a slightly haughty tone, I don't like the way you talk, human. Well, you killed a variable that could have allowed us to win the war, Argentum said in a slightly haughty tone in response before adding, do you really expect me to be polite to you after what you've done? Although I know you have more power than me, I still have some tricks up my sleeve. The mosquito soon heard Argentum's words, letting out a soft sigh as it realized that it indeed had no reason to be overbearing in the first place. With that in mind, it changed its tone quite a bit as it said, all right, I apologize for what I've done. Anyways, my name is Bell. You? Argentum? Argentum replied to the mosquito's question before asking him, What are you doing here? To be honest, I don't know either. Bell let out a sigh before replying to his question. He soon added, I entered this place through a rift. I just thought that what was happening in this area was quite interesting. Wait. Rift. Argentum could not help but ask. But just as Bell was about to expound on it, Argentum interrupted him, saying, not now. Let's save the banter for later. For now, help me out in killing Chonk. Well. Before you even requested that, I was planning to suck that being dry anyway. Bell soon responded to Argentum's words. Not long after, he asked, do you want me to kill that being right now? Nah, not right now, Argentum replied as the aura radiating from him gradually took on a hint of malevolence. He soon added, I must make him feel what the other two alliances in Tempest Cliff had gone through thanks to what he has done. Listening to his words, Bell could not help but interpret in any other way, letting out a malevolent laugh as he asked Argentum, so. Are you planning to torture the being before you kill it? If so, I have my ways to make the experience better. Just as Argentum was about to ask Bell as to how he had gotten to that conclusion, Bell hastily went up to his ears and whispered what he had in mind, making Argentum's eyes widen as a cruel grin gradually crept up his face. Tempest Cliff. Between the alliance base of the Tempest Branch Alliance and the territory where Chonk's army resided quite some time ago. Whoosh. At this moment, Herelia had broken away from Horal's clutches once more, radiating an aura of killing intent as she hastily made her way towards Chonk, manifesting a blood-red tendril that would slash at his body, only for her attack to end up futile as a beam struck the tendril, deflecting it. Horal, when will you stop hindering me from killing Chonk? Herelia could not help but shout as a beam was shot towards her body, sending her flying a few meters back from where Chonk was. Not long after, a being appeared in front of where she landed, letting out sounds of exhaustion as it replied, as long as I still have an ounce of energy within me, I shall never let you get close to Master. On the other hand, Chonk, who was watching this unfold a certain distance away from him, could not help but praise his servant inwardly for protecting him every time Herelia was about to attack him, thinking to himself, once I unleash this ultimate move to kill Herelia and the Alliance, I'll definitely let Horal become my right-hand man. Of course, Horal and Herelia, who were still fooling Chonk up till now, conversed through a strand of energy, with Herelia asking Horal, quite some time has passed since Horus has been flung away by your beam. Do you think he dispelled the magic circle already? Highly unlikely, Horal replied to her words before adding, he's up against an animate. Even though it's rank 0, the gap in strength between an animate and an inanimate is just insurmountable. Whoosh. Just as Horal was about to finish what he was about to say through the strand of energy, the aura radiated from Herelia had intensified multiple times, reverting back to the intensity that it was previously at before she and Horus were debilitated by the spell. Of course, being the recipient of such an increase in the aura's intensity, Herelia was left speechless for quite a bit, taking some time to snap back to reality before laughing out loud in pure surprise. Not long after, she sent a message to Horal through the strand of energy that connected them, saying, so, what were you saying? In response to Herelia's words, Horal let out an awkward chuckle through the strand before saying, I take my words back. Horus just seems to be making miracles every time, even when we think that it's impossible. Just as the two were about to continue chatting with each other, a familiar voice resounded in their minds at the same time, prompting them to look at Chonk, who had an expression of shock written on his face. The voice said, I've dispelled the effects of the magic circle. Horal, it's time to sever your ties. Herelia, it's time to retaliate at full power. As for me. I'll come there as soon as possible. Whoosh. Hearing the breeze flowing through the area they were in, Chonk could not help but be a bit curious as to where it came from. But just as he was about to continue wondering as to where the breeze came from, something else took up his attention, prompting him to look at the two pseudo-animates a decent distance away from him, especially the pseudo-animate that he had debilitated a while ago. That can't be. Chonk muttered in disbelief as he could sense the aura radiating from that pseudo-animate quite well. Sensing this aura, He knew very well that the effects of the magic circle had been disabled. Thinking about the possible reasons as to why it had been disabled. Did Chungus die? This was the first thought that came to his mind, hastily concluding that it was impossible as the Tempest Cliff was a place where animates were rarely seen. Moving that thought aside, he then wondered, if he didn't die, then did the Alliance persuade him to disable the spell? If that's the case, then who? Just as this thought came to his mind, he remembered a certain being of the Alliance he was fighting against being flung far away from where he was. At that moment, he realized that he was being fooled all along. Horror! Chonk shouted with intense rage, radiating an intense aura incomparable to the aura he was radiating a while ago. Without hesitation, he dashed towards where Horror and Herelia were, condensing all of the ominous aura circling his body towards one of his front paws. While dashing towards where they were, he continued to shout, "I trusted you. I thought you were on my side all this time. And this is how you pay me after what I've done to you. I saved your life." In response to Chonk's shouting, Horror let out a sigh as he responded, "I am indeed thankful to you for saving my life, but you didn't have to make me your slave. No, think of this as atonement for what you've done to everyone in your army." Just as Horror was about to retaliate against Chonk's imminent attack, Herelia hastily moved in front of Horror, sending a message through a strand of energy. "Enhance my abilities as much as possible, Horror. You don't have enough strength to defend against his attack." Not long after, Herelia's voice could be heard, saying, "I'll make sure he feels regret for what he has done." Horror pondered over Herelia's words for a split second before muttering, "All right. Punch her for me." Alliance Leader. Imbuement Mode. Mana Ascension. Imbuement Mode. 1 with Mana. Mana Power Transfer. Whoosh. In an instant, the aura radiating from Herelia had intensified yet again by multiple notches, making Chonk feel slight intimidation. Nonetheless, due to the rage that was overflowing throughout his body, he continued with his advance, raising the front paw which he imbued all of the ominous auras around him before swiping down with his full strength. Looking at this attack, Herelia could not help but feel that time has slowed down for her. Not long after, she let out a sigh, muttering, "I wish Horus was here to see this. I'm sure he'll be shocked to see that wasn't my full power." Forbidden Sanguine Arts. Crimson Spirit 0. Whoosh. Dot. Dot. Reverberation. Dot. Dot. Bang. Chapter 185 Revival of the Nutshot. Forbidden Sanguine Arts. Crimson Spirit 0. Whoosh. In less than an instant, all of the aura radiating out of Herelia, who was currently a Crimson Spirit, hastily made its way towards the Crimson Spirit's right fist, making it seem that the fist was covered in colorless yet tangible energy. At the moment this happened, Chonk's right paw, which was the paw where he imbued all of the ominous auras toward, was only half a meter or so away from colliding with Herelia's body. Noticing this, Herelia hastily moved her right fist to collide with Chonk's paw, a strong explosion sound resonating from the collision of their limbs. Soon after, there was an abrupt lull from their collision, with Chonk looking at Herelia with eyes filled with rage, saying, "Move out of the way." In response to this, Herelia lightly chuckled before replying, "How about you move out of the way instead?" Reverberation. Boom. At the instant she muttered that word, an explosion came from the area where their limbs were touching, pushing Chonk a few steps back. Chonk was at a slight loss for words as to what had happened, but he was still greatly infuriated, scoffing at the power of the attack as he said, "Is that all?" Just then, bang, 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 one after the other, successive explosion manifested around Chonk's right paw, with each consecutive explosion having more energy than the previous. Thanks to this, even before Chonk could land on the ground from the previous explosion, another explosion would have happened, sending him flying back even further. Thud. It was about 30 seconds or so after Herelia made her move did Chonk finally land on the ground with a hard thud. Chonk hastily stood up in anger, deciding in his mind that he was going to have to kill Herelia first if he wanted to kill Horror, the servant that had betrayed him. On the other hand, Herelia noticed the aura that was radiating from Chonk, prompting her to look at Horrell behind her and say, "Horrell, I'd suggest you fly or something if you don't want to get caught up in the force of our attacks. If it's possible, suppress his powers as well." While Herelia was talking, Horrell was in awe at the power Herelia showed to him. He never expected that an inanimate could amass enough power that could fight against an animate, a rank 1 animate at that. Of course, there was a thought in the back of his mind that Herelia must have sacrificed something to attain that level of power. Nevertheless, he processed what she said, hastily flying a few meters up in the air before replying, "All right. I'll act as your support, just like the old times." Herelia let out a light chuckle before saying, "Just like the old times, indeed." Crimson rejuvenation. Whoosh! As a red wave of energy covered her body, Herelia could not help but let out a sigh of relief as she inwardly thought, "This is why I don't want to use the final stage of the forbidden sanguine arts. It consumes almost all of my HP." While thinking about this, Chonk was dashing towards her with the left paw being imbued with a Minnesora this time. Without waiting for her command, Horrell used all of the spells he knew to reduce the combat power of Chonk. Unfortunately, only a small part of his combat power was reduced, radiating an aura of disappointment towards Herelia. In response to this, Herelia radiated an aura that said, "At least you did your best." She then placed both of the hands of the Crimson Spirit to the ground before channeling all of the energy in her body towards the ground. Soon after, a wall of earth that was covered in red energy appeared in front of Herelia at the very instant Chonk was only a few decimeters away from her. Then again, Herelia muttered before continuing as she radiated an aura of elation, "The power it gives me is always exhilarating." Resonance. Bang! Swiping his left paw at the wall of earth in front of him, Chonk had the idea that with the power behind the paw, he would easily be able to break through, allowing him to attack Herelia just as she was caught off guard. Unfortunately for him, fate didn't seem to go his way as all of the energy behind his attack was absorbed by the wall of earth, sending it back to him at twice the strength. Whoosh! And so, Chonk was sent flying one more time, but this time, he was akin to a broken kite, landing on the ground head first as a great amount of dust was scattered in the air. Seeing this, Herelia hastily dispelled the wall of earth before healing herself back to full health. She then hastily dashed towards Chonk while he was still down, clenching both of her fists as she redirected all of her aura towards both fists. At the moment she arrived near Chonk, she sent both fists towards Chonk, starting a barrage of punches on Chonk's body as each consecutive punch that landed on his body gradually intensified in power. Undying. Boom, boom, boom. After some time, the level of power behind each punch had reached a level wherein Chonk was making a crater on the ground, with every consecutive punch deepening said crater. Since Herelia was hitting Chonk by the abdomen, Chonk could not retaliate against the attacks with his paws. Nevertheless, this did not stop him from working his brain at full speeds, biding his time on making a counterattack against her. On the other hand, while Herelia was continuing with her barrage, she could not help but wonder to herself, "I wonder what's taking Horus so long." Tempest Cliff, an area where a magic circle could be seen. Quite some time has passed since Belle whispered a few things in Argentum's ear. After doing such a thing, the two of them conversed with malicious intent emanating from the two of them. A wide malevolent grin could be seen on Argentum's face while an aura of malice was radiating from Belle, eager to do what they had talked about. "Let's go with that plan, okay?" Argentum said to Belle, making sure that they were on the same page. In response, Belle replied, "Yeah, I got it." Not long after, Argentum closed his eyes as he focused on the perspective from the soul balls, manipulating one of the soul balls to split into two, with one of the two halves going down to where Belle was before making a connection with Belle's mind. After seeing that the connection was successful, Argentum sent a message through the connection, saying, "Can you hear my voice?" Belle was quite shocked to hear Argentum's voice in his mind without him opening his mouth. Nonetheless, Belle composed himself as he answered in his mind, "Yeah, loud and clear." "All right, good to know," Argentum said in response. He then added, let me just head back to my original body. I'll give you the sign through our connection, okay? Wait a second. That isn't your original body? Listening to Argentum's words, Belle could not help but ask in confusion. In response, Argentum replied, yeah, this human body isn't my original body. Then, what's your original body like? Belle asked, slightly curious. Argentum took in a deep breath before responding, a glowing wooden sculpture. Belle was left at a loss for words. Not long after, he said through his proboscis, to think the heavens hate you as well, eh? Since Belle was talking through his proboscis, Argentum went ahead and opened his eyes and mouth, making this sound. Hearing what Belle said, he could not help but think that there was something hidden in between the words mentioned. Fortunately, it did not take long for Argentum to give up. Knowing very well that they were still in a war, he positioned his body to lie on a nearby tree, lightly smiling before telling Belle, move to a place nearer where Chonk and the other two are. It'll be no better if you can inflict the poison while I distract him. Don't worry about me. Belle let out a confident laugh. Just go and distract the being already. Hearing those words, Argentum soon closed his eyes before transferring control back to his original body, which was located near the entrance of the Alliance base. MNGH. At the instant that control was transferred back, Argentum, who was now Ores, could not help but mumble out a sound as he adapted to the feeling of his wooden sculpture self. It did not take him long to adapt, commanding the system to summon Fenrir and Teresa not long after. Whoosh, whoosh. A few seconds later, Fenrir and Teresa appeared in front of him before doing a subservient pose as they said their usual lines of greeting. Horus ignored this and asked the two of them, have you two practiced the chant for the forbidden art? Yes, Master. In response, Fenrir and Teresa replied with slight excitement. Horus then radiated an aura of satisfaction before saying, let's make our move then. Bang, bang, bang. A couple of minutes have passed since Herelia started pummeling the shit out of Chonk, forming a crater that was around 4 meters deep already. At this moment, the aura Herelia could feel from Chonk was significantly weaker than earlier. With this in mind, she thought that she just had to pummel him even more and he'll eventually surrender. While continuing to be pummeled, Chonk tried to talk amidst the punches, an expression of arrogance on his face as he told Herelia, do you think your alliance has won? By the looks of it, isn't that the case? Herelia, who did not stop punching Chonk, replied with an aura of confidence and pride radiating around her. Hey. Hey. Chonk slowly cackled while continuing to endure punches. Herelia heard this, an aura of confusion radiating from her not long after. A few seconds later, Chonk said, time. For revenge. Whoosh. In an instant, a large ball of green energy had manifested a meter above Herelia's head, with Horrel shouting out in fear, Herelia, watch out. Hearing those words, Herelia could not help but look up, radiating an aura of slight fear as she noticed the large ball of energy above her head. At this moment, all of the cells making up her body told her that she wasn't able to escape this attack. She could not help but look at Horrel, only to look at Chonk with an expression of rage as she knew that she couldn't rely on Horrel as well due to his low power. In response to Herelia's expression of rage, Chonk let out a grin before saying, die. Ultimate art, Lucifer's Claw of Eternal Damnation. Whoosh, bang. An explosion that took on a green color soon appeared where the crater was, with a being letting out a scream of agony as the energy behind explosion greatly destroyed the area it enveloped. While this was happening, Herelia, who thought that she was surely going to die, could not understand how she was a safe distance away from the center of the explosion. She looked around her surroundings, noticing that a claw made out of swords was covering her body, with Herelia easily concluding what happened to her just as the explosion happened after seeing it. Looks like I made it in time. Just as she wondered where the claw came from, a familiar voice resounded quite a distance away from where she was, making her, as well as Horrel, who was still flying in midair, look at the direction of the voice's origin. At the instant they found out who made the sound, both of them could not help but shout, Ores. Yes, Imores. It did not take long for Horus, as well as Fenrir and Teresa behind him, to make their way beside Herelia. Not long after, he focused his sense of vision towards the green explosion a distance away from him, muttering, "I guess you reap what you sow." It took quite some time for the explosion to dissipate, revealing a jade-green wolf covered in mere fragments of armor. Not only that, but it also seemed that the fur on its body was a bit charred due to the explosion. Nevertheless, this wolf was staring at Herelia and Horus with eyes filled with intense rage, letting out a growl as he shouted, "Using my attack to weaken me. How dare you!" Whoosh! Without caring about the injuries on his body, Chonk dashed towards them with both paws covered in an ominous aura. Not only that, an intense aura of the wind element emanated from both paws as well, letting both Herelia and Horus know that Chonk was about to do an all-or-nothing attack. Just as Herelia was about to take a step forward, Horus hastily teleported in front of her, focusing his sense of vision towards her before saying, "Take a rest for now. You'll be leading the Alliance for quite a long time." "For now," Horus said as he focused his sense of vision towards Chonk. "He'll let Chonk feel the Alliance's hatred." "Selective stun," Horus shouted without hesitation as he concurrently sent a message through a certain connection. Hearing these words, both Horus and Herelia could not help but radiate an aura of confusion. Of course, it did not take long for the aura they radiate to change into shock as they saw what was happening in front of him. Whoosh! Seemingly out of thin air, a large mosquito appeared a few meters above the dashing Chonk before using its proboscis to pierce through his abdomen as it injected foreign fluid that spread throughout his body. Just as Chonk noticed this, it was already too late. Selective stun imbuement, body, PSSHHH. And just like that, Chonk stopped in his tracks, standing like a lifelike statue a few meters away from Horus and Herelia. Herelia and Horus were left at a loss for words after seeing what had happened to Chonk. The two of them could not help but think, was it always this easy to fight an animate? As for Horus, he teleported closer to Chonk while Fenrir and Teresa followed behind him. At the very instant he appeared in front of Chonk, he then said, "Pain sensitivity." Not long after, another foreign fluid was injected into Chonk's body by the mosquito. The mosquito, who had its proboscis stuck on Chonk's abdomen, said after injecting the fluid, "I've increased the being's pain sensitivity by 10 times with the reaching the heavens poison." "That's enough of an increase, right?" "More than enough," Horus responded to the mosquito's words before adding, "Get away from Chonk for now, Bell. I'm going to reduce his defenses to inflict the most pain possible." Hearing those words, Bell, the mosquito, retracted his proboscis and flew a few meters away from where Horus was. On the other hand, Horus summoned 9 swords made out of FP, placing them in a circular formation around Chonk. Fenrir, Teresa, stepped back as well. Horus focused his sense of vision on the two behind him before saying, at the instant they distanced themselves from Horus, he willed these 9 swords to stick themselves to the ground as he muttered an incantation. Limbo, lust, gluttony, greed, anger, heresy, violence, fraud, and treachery. May these sins inside your body be amplified to levels far beyond comprehension, crippling your abilities to the bare minimum. Ultimate Art, 9 Realms Sealing Array. Whoosh! After Horus was finished chanting the incantation, a faint dark blue haze covered every inch of Chonk's body, with Chonk's eyes fixated on Horus. His eyes radiated intense rage as if it was telling Horus that once he was free, he would kill him first. In response to this, Horus let out a malevolent laugh before conjuring a sword of energy near Chonk's behind. Although Chonk could not turn his head around to look at where the sword of energy was, it could sense the energy emanating from it. His pupils shrinking at the instant he realized where the sword of energy was aiming. He looked at Horus with eyes that shouted, "Please, any place but there." Of course, Horus ignored this voiceless pleading, muttering, "Experience the hatred of the alliances, as well as Horus's hatred." Lineage Ending Nutshot. Chapter 186. A Merciful Death. Lineage Ending Nutshot. Swish. Plop. Without hesitation, Horus manipulated the sword of energy to slash at a certain part of Chonk's body, a part most commonly known as the organ that allows one's bloodline to proliferate for many generations. Chonk's nuts. At the very instant both of his nuts dropped on the ground, surprisingly, Chonk was able to break free from the stun that Bell applied on him, opening his mouth as wide as possible as he let out a scream that seemingly pierced the heavens. Alongside that, the area where his nuts were cut off was bleeding profusely. Fortunately, Bell noticed this before he lost even more blood, piercing his proboscis on Chonk's abdomen before injecting another foreign fluid into Chonk's bloodstream. Blood manipulation imbuement. Hemostasis. Whoosh. And just like that, the flow of blood coming from Chonk's nuts had stopped in an instant. Nevertheless, Chonk continued to scream out in pain since nuts have a lot of nerve endings. Add in the fact that his sensitivity towards pain was amplified by 10 times thanks to a foreign fluid. It would make sense that this would happen. Herelia and Horal looked at Taurus from afar, both radiating an aura of fear after seeing what he had done to a vulnerable Chonk. Never once did they expect that Taurus was going to do that, making a mental note in their minds not long after to not get on his bad side. On the other hand, Fenrir and Teresa looked at this as well, and just like Horal and Herelia, the two of them radiated an aura of fear, with Fenrir muttering, "I'm glad I'm on Master's side. If I wasn't." He then shook his head multiple times after saying it, not wanting to imagine what would befall him if he wasn't on Horus' side. Eventually, around 30 seconds or so, Chonk lost most of his strength to scream out in pain as his throat had gone hoarse, his scream gradually softening before it came to a stop. At this moment, his complexion had become pale. The fur on his body was not jade green anymore. It now took on a pale green color. His limbs were affected as well, buckling from the pain, but still barely holding on. In that state, Chonk's eyes focused on Horus, with Horus focusing his sense of vision back at him. It did not take long for Horus to notice that there was some intent hidden in Chonk's gaze, an intent of wanting to speak. After some time, he found out that Chonk lost most of his intent to kill him, being replaced with slight fear towards him instead. Soon after, he sent a message to Bell through the connection they had, who still had his proboscis poking through Chonk's abdomen. Obtaining Horus' message, Bell then muttered, "Redirection, torso." Whoosh. In that instant, Chonk felt that something in his bloodstream gradually moved away from the muscles of his head, congregating towards his abdomen and limbs instead. He tried moving his jaw, slightly glad that he was able to do so. Not long after, Chonk looked back at Horus, enduring the pain that was still lingering in his body as he asked him, "Why did you do this to me?" "Well, you attacked our alliance," Horus replied to his question. Soon, he added, "Isn't that enough of a reason for me to do such a thing? Have you ever wondered about the reason why I did it?" Chonk pondered over his response, asking this question soon after. Hearing this, Horus could not help but think about Chonk's motives from a different perspective, taking quite some time to respond. "So you're saying that there's a greater reason to this war other than becoming the ruler of Tempest Cliff?" "I yearned to reach greater heights," Chonk answered his question, letting out a few grunts of pain here and there before continuing, "The peak level of a living being's existence." At this point, Horus thought that Chonk declaring war against the three alliances was quite a selfish move, letting out a slightly disappointed sigh before telling him, "I presume the reason why you waged war against the three alliances is because your class has something to do with the Tempest Cliff, right?" Chonk's eyes slightly widened at Horus' response, muttering, "How did you know?" "Just a hunch," Horus soon replied. Not long after, his tone took on a hint of anger as he told Chonk, "Even though your class is related to the Tempest Cliff, you didn't have to wage war with the three alliances. To be honest, couldn't you just ask them kindly about your plans? If you did that, then you wouldn't be in this state." Chonk was at a loss for words, thinking about Horus' words over and over again. It did not take long for him to realize that Horus was right. He had approached this problem at a wrong angle. With that in mind, he laughed out loud in a mocking tone that seemed to be directed at himself. Horus and the others looked at this in silence, sensing the great melancholy that was radiating from him. While he was still laughing, Horus teleported to where Fenrir and Teresa were, telling the both of them, "Let's dispel the Ignis Zephyr anima form. It seems we don't even need to use the forbidden art anymore." He then focused his sense of vision towards Chonk, uttering, "That wolf has lost his will to fight already." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It did not take long for the aura emanating from the three to return to their original states. Coincidentally, Chonk was finished laughing, with his eyes fixated towards Herelia and the hovering Horrel. After looking at them for quite some time, he then said something that made everyone in the area look at him with shock. "By the looks of it, I'm undoubtedly going to die here. Let's settle our grievances here and now." Everyone in the area, except for Chonk, looked at each other, wondering if they had heard it correctly. Noticing this, Chonk took in a deep breath as most of the pain he felt subsided before saying once more, "Let's settle our grievances here and now." With Chonk repeating his statement, Horus then looked at Herelia and Horrel, with Herelia radiating an aura that she was raring to settle their grievances. As for Horrel, the aura he had was around the same as Herelia, just that there was a slight difference. A hint of pity. Horus thought about this and concluded that it was understandable. Horrel's life was saved by Chonk, and here he was, on the opposing side of the one who saved his life. Horrel did hate the fact that he was used as a tool by the one who saved him, but once Horrel thought about it, it was akin to repaying for what Chonk had done. Sensing that the aura emanating from Herelia had intensified quite a bit, Horus looked at Bell and sent a message through the connection. "Bell, dispel pain sensitivity. This fight is approaching its end." "All right," Bell responded through the connection, disabling the amplification to Chonk's pain sensitivity before retracting his proboscis and hovering a couple of meters away from Chonk. At this moment, Horus held a bit of pity towards Chonk, knowing very well what aiming for the peak entailed. In that path, there were times where one would make mistakes, possibly getting tens, hundreds, thousands caught up in a disaster that they didn't expect to befall them. But since Chonk was an enemy of the Alliance, this was the least he could do out of pity before ultimately ending the enemy's life, letting out a sigh as he told Herelia, "Go and settle your grievances." Herelia raring to go at him at this point. Whoosh. Hearing those words, Herelia did not hesitate to dash towards Chonk at the shortest time possible, clenching both fists before sending a barrage of punches on Chonk's vulnerable body. With each consecutive punch, the strength behind it gradually grew, inflict more pain on Chonk as time passed by. Of course, with his pain sensitivity back to normal, the amount of pain he felt was now negligible. He slowly turned his head to look at Horus, who was a decent distance away from him, and gave him a look of silent gratitude. Nevertheless, the words let out by Herelia would inflict more pain on him compared to getting his nuts cut off. Why did you kill everyone in those two alliances?" Herelia shouted in a melancholic tone before changing her tone to that of anger. "What did they ever do to you? They were only minding their business, but you just went ahead and decided to wage war against them on a whim. Don't you think that's fucking stupid?" Herelia continued to yell amidst the punching. "Have you ever wondered what their expressions were like, what they were feeling, what they thought about while fighting against you? Of course not. You killed them without giving a damn as to what they thought. Sure, us inanimates may not be on the same level as you animates, but we still have souls. We have a conscience of our own," Herelia muttered, her tone becoming melancholic once again before reverting to intense rage. "You did not even think about that, did you? You thought of us as some mere sticks and saplings that you could just break without worrying about the repercussions, right?" To me. At this moment, Herelia stopped punching, retracting her right fist as multiple blood-red tendrils manifested near her right wrist, wrapping around the clenched fist like boxing gloves. She then channeled all of her aura towards her right fist, sending it out at her full strength. "Just a murderer. Forbidden sanguine art. Crimson Spirit 0. Repentance." Whoosh. A large gust of wind had been formed from the punch, with Chonk closing his eyes in response to the feeling that this punch could possibly end his life. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, wondering why his body did not feel any pain yet, prompting him to open his eyes a few seconds later. At the very instant he opened it, he saw that Herolia's fist was only a few centimeters away from his face. After some time, the fist in front of him gradually shrunk in size as the blood-red tendrils covering Herolia's fist shriveled up before she retracted it. Nevertheless, this did not stop her from radiating an aura of disgust towards Chonk, muttering, "I want to hit you so hard that it would kill you, but death wouldn't bring back the souls of the dead." After saying those words, she turned around, with Horrell gradually making his way towards him. At this point, a feeling of intense regret enveloped Chonk's body. He had the intense want to turn back time. If he was able to, he would change his approach to attaining the peak into one that did not harm innocent beings in the process. Unfortunately for him, he did not have the power to do so. Drip. At the instant Horrell had appeared in front of him, tears were already trickling down Chonk's face, silently sobbing from the thoughts that were in his mind. Of course, this wasn't left unnoticed by Horrell, his aura gradually changing from hatred to pity as he sensed that Chonk was feeling regret over his past actions. Nevertheless, Horrell still had a lot of hatred towards the wolf in front of him, muttering, "Chonk, I don't have much to say regarding making me as your servant since you saved my life. That was more or less a means of repayment for what you've done. But have you ever wondered the feelings of those who you forcefully turned into servants?" Horrell continued talking as a small ball of energy manifested above his head. Chonk did not notice this small ball at all, continuing to silently sob as he was apologizing in his mind, his sadness intensifying, knowing that his apologies wouldn't bring them back. Have you ever wondered about the feelings of those that joined your army? Of course not. At this moment, the small ball above Horrell's head radiated an intense aura of power as he sent it flying towards Chonk while saying, "You only thought about yourself." Bang! An explosion soon occurred on Chonk's abdomen, snapping Chonk from his daze of profusely apologizing in his mind. Sensing the pain that came from the explosion, just as he thought that he would feel more pain from the explosion, it had abruptly stopped, with Chonk promptly looking at Horrell, who was radiating an aura filled with pity at this point. Without a word, Horrell turned around, sending Horus a message through a strand of energy, to which Horus sent one back in response. Not long after, Horus made his way towards Chonk, with Chonk looking at Horus with a lamenting gaze. Just as Chonk thought that Horus was going to attack him with the strongest skill, Horus spoke to Chonk instead, telling him something that made Chonk look at Horrell with a look of slight gratitude. "I understand your perspective quite well, Chonk. But alas, you truly have made the wrong choice," Horus said to him before adding, "Fortunately for you, Horrell tells me to spare you. With this, you'll get a new lease in Lee." Before Horus could finish his sentence, Chonk sent him a strand of energy as he looked at Horus with a gaze of expectation, saying, "I've killed too many beings already. I can't live without regrets in this world anymore. Please kill me instead." Hearing Chonk's voice resound throughout his mind through the strand of energy, Horus pondered over Chonk's words for a bit before letting out a sigh. He then focused his sense of vision towards Belle, who was still floating a couple of meters away from Chonk, and sent a message through their connection. "Belle," Horus said, "free to suck him up." "You sure?" Although Belle was eager to go ahead and suck Chonk dry, he could not help but think twice, wondering if it was truly okay to do so as he sent a message back. "Yeah," Horus soon replied before adding, "That's what he wished." "I won't hold back then," Belle replied before activating a few skills not long after. Ranged absorption, vitality siphoning, slurp. A few seconds later, Chonk felt his energy hastily being sapped away by an unknown source, prompting him to look at Horus in front of him with eyes of gratitude, muttering two words before all of his energy was sapped dry. "Thank you." Thud. And so, on a fateful day, Chonk, known as the Demon of the Tempest Cliff by the Inanimates, fell to the ground near the base of the Tempest Branch Alliance with a thud, his remains being a dried corpse. After the war, rumors had spread across the whole Tempest Cliff that Chonk wished to die after having a change of heart, but only a handful of beings knew what had truly happened. Nevertheless, The War of Tempest Cliff had finally come to an end. The Tempest Branch Alliance had won. Chapter 187 Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance. Looking at the dried corpse in front of him, Horus had mixed emotions in his mind, eventually letting out a sigh that embodied all of them. Not long after, he focused his sense of vision towards Heraliah and Horel, not before muttering a few words to the corpse that was behind him. "May your soul rest in peace." He then went ahead and teleported closer to Heraliah and Horel while commanding Fenrir and Teresa to get closer to them as well. At the instant all of them were gathered together, Horus looked at them, noticing the various emotions they felt before radiating an aura of slight elation and happiness soon after. "The Alliance has finally won," Horus said in a slightly happy tone. He then added, "We are the sole rulers of Tempest Cliff now." Hearing these words, Heraliah could not help but radiate an aura of slight melancholy. On the other hand, Horel radiated an aura of composure, yet his sense of vision was focused on Heraliah, knowing very well what was going on in her mind. "What's wrong, Heraliah? Shouldn't you be happy that we won?" Horus asked her this question after noticing the aura radiating from her, only to remember her words from a while ago. After that moment of realization, he hastily uttered, "No, wait. I'm sorry for being insensitive. I shouldn't have said that." Heraliah heard Horus' words, focusing her sense of vision towards him before letting out a short sigh. She then replied, "No worries. As I've said before, one cannot bring back the souls of the dead. I've somewhat come to terms with the deaths of the Verdant, Nut and Blossom Breeze Alliance after Chonk died." She then focused her sense of vision towards the empty Alliance base a distance away from them, muttering to herself, "I shouldn't dwell on the past. But why do I still have the feeling that they must have survived?" Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Heraliah muttered those words to herself, a group of sticks and saplings gradually made their way towards Heraliah and the group, all of them radiating auras far weaker than them. The first one to notice this group was Horel, who had a greater view of the area due to him still hovering. At the very instant he noticed them, he hastily said to Horus and the others, "Guys, we have some surprise guests coming to where we are. Their power level is around B2 grade inanimate." Hearing this, Heraliah focused her sense of vision towards the direction where the group of sticks and saplings were coming from. As for Horus, he did the same thing as well while commanding the system to keep Fenrir and Teresa, leaving only him, Heraliah, and Horel near Chonk's dried-up corpse. With the three of them being vigilant, the group had eventually arrived in front of them, with an old-looking branch rolling forwards to be in front of the group. Just as Heraliah was about to ask the group what their intentions for coming near them were, the old-looking branch radiated an aura of relief and happiness as it said, "Ah, thank goodness. The Tempest Branch Alliance wasn't destroyed by Chonk." These words left the three at a loss for words, with the old-looking branch turning around to look at the sticks and saplings that came with it. As it continued, "Then again, the Tempest Branch Alliance is the strongest alliance in Tempest Cliff, right?" "Right. The Tempest Branch Alliance is the strongest alliance." The sticks and saplings behind the old-looking branch replied in unison, increasing the confusion Heraliah and the others felt by a few degrees. May I ask who you might be?" Seeing as the group that came seemed to be in adoration towards them, Heraliah reduced her vigilance towards the group and asked this question to the old-looking branch. In response to this, the old-looking branch let out a short chuckle, replying with words that seemed to not answer Heraliah's question. "I guess the skill I've crafted is quite effective." The old-looking branch then radiated an aura of slight happiness as it said to Heraliah, "Hello, Heraliah. I wonder if you remember the super smart me?" Heraliah listened to the old-looking branch's question. The words it said bringing out memories in her mind in an instant. Looking through the surfaced memories, the aura radiating from Heraliah had changed from vigilance to shock, her voice slightly quaking as she asked, "Harriet. Is that really you? Although I've sacrificed a ton of my power just to create a second body of myself, it is indeed me." The old-looking branch replied to Heraliah's words before letting out a chuckle. Not long after, the old-looking branch let out a sigh of relief, Fortunately, I was able to teach this skill I made to the leader of the Blossom Breeze Alliance and a few of their important members before Chonk struck." Hearing these words, Heralia's shock had intensified, asking, "So Milia is also alive?" Whoosh! At the instant she finished asking those questions, a slightly crooked sapling moved beside to where the old-looking branch was, radiating an aura of happiness as it replied, "What? Do you seriously want to see us die that badly?" Finding out that the two of them were alive all this time, Heralia could not help but radiate an aura of intense happiness as blood-red fluid started to drip from the eyes of the Crimson Spirit. The happiness she felt was too overwhelming, prompting her to scream, "Thank the heavens you two are alive." On the other hand, Horus and Horal looked at this from a bystander's viewpoint, with Horus utilizing the soul connection he had with Horal as he asked, "Horal, do you know who Heralia is talking about?" Harriet, the leader of the Tempest Branch Alliance, and Sir Melia, the leader of the Blossom Branch Alliance. Horal replied to Horus' question before adding, "I don't know how they did it, but they survived Chonk's attacks at the cost of their power reverting to around B to a grade inanimate." "I see," Horus said after listening to Horal. Not long after, he pondered over a few things before telling Horal, "Well, I guess I won't disturb Heralia's reunion. I'm pretty sure you know a few important people from those alliances as well, so go and greet them." Noticing the tone of slight indifference in Horus' words, Horal asked, "How about you? What are you going to do?" "Me?" Horus radiated an aura of slight happiness before replying, "As the vice leader of the alliance, shouldn't I go ahead and tell the alliance members that we've won the war?" Swoosh. And so, without letting Horal reply, Horus disappeared in front of Horal's field of vision, with Horal letting out a short sigh before lightly chuckling. He then muttered, "You could've just told me that you were jealous, you know." Whoosh! It did not take long for Horus to arrive at the back of the Alliance base, appearing in front of the Alliance members who were still in a narrow formation all this time. At the very instant he had appeared in front of them, the Alliance members hastily moved towards him, transforming the arrow formation into a circular formation that circled Horus. All of them were eager to know what had happened after they shot their strongest skills at the Alliance leader. Nonetheless, since Horus was the vice leader of the Alliance, many of them were quite nervous to ask him this question. Fortunately for most of the Alliance members, a decently sized tree came closer to Horus, catching Horus' question as he asked the tree, "What's your name?" "Vyusia, vice leader." The tree responded to his question, with Horus remembering what Vyusia had done in the war. Recalling this, he said, "Ah, the leader of the party we sent out." "Yes." Vyusia briefly answered his question as she went silent for quite some time. Eventually, she mustered up her courage as she asked him, "Vice leader, what happened? In the war." In response to this, Horus went silent, making the Alliance members feel that something bad has happened. He then teleported towards the back wall of the Alliance base, hastily conjuring a decently sized portal that led to the main hall of the Alliance base in about a minute or so. Swish. Swish. At the instant the portal was successfully connected and conjured, Horus focused his sense of vision towards the Alliance members who were now in a semicircular formation around him. Not long after, he radiated an intense aura of happiness as he said, "Chong is dead. Our alliance has won. Now go back to the main hall and make Heralius feel the alliance's victory." A moment of silence spread throughout the alliance members for a few seconds until, "Hooray for the Tempest Branch Alliance. We won." As expected from the alliance leader and vice leader, "Our alliance shall become the strongest alliance in Tempest Cliff." Incessant cheers soon came from the alliance members as they rushed towards the portal without hesitation, forcing Horus to hover above the portal before lightly chuckling at what they were doing. It did not take long for all of the Alliance members to cross the portal, leaving Horus alone at the back of the Alliance base a couple of minutes later. After making sure that everyone had crossed the portal, he dispelled the portal before sending a message through a certain connection. A minute or so later, Horus could vividly hear the sound of wings flapping, prompting him to look at the origin of that sound with an aura of happiness, saying, "Thanks for your help, Bell." who had just arrived at the back of the Alliance base thanks to Horus' message, was slightly startled by Horus' abrupt show of gratitude, hastily composing himself a few seconds later as he replied, "Well, I did reap a few gains from sucking that rabbit and wolf, so I have to thank you as well." Not long after, Bell went ahead and lowered his altitude to a comfortable height, looking at Horus at eye level. Just as Bell was feeling that the silence between them was awkward, Horus went ahead and broke the silence as he asked, "With that now over, what are you going to do next?" Bell pondered Horus' question for a bit before answering, "I might go back to where I came from after I talk to you about some stuff." "Eh? That soon?" Horus was slightly shocked at how fast Bell was going to leave, remembering that they talked about how Bell entered this place just some time ago. Just as Horus was going to persuade him to stay, Bell went ahead and said, "Don't try to persuade me. By the looks of it, I don't even have enough strength to travel the whole world unhindered. I still have to get stronger." Speaking of which, Bell added, "You should go to that red spirit thing." "No, wait, the branch with the red squiggly lines. They are talking about something important right now." "How about you?" Horus asked before adding, "Are you going to stay here?" "Yeah." Bell replied to his question in an instant. "Just send me a message through our connection once you're done." "All right then," Horus answered before letting out a short sigh. A few seconds later, Horus had disappeared from Bell's field of vision, leaving Bell alone to himself. With him being alone, Bell could not help but mutter, "I can't help but feel a resonance to this being. Perhaps he has a system just like me." Whoosh! It did not take long for Horus to appear where Herelia and the others were at, with all of them radiating an aura of happiness and reminiscence as they continued to banter at the instant he arrived. Nevertheless, his appearance hadn't gone unnoticed as Horus muttered, "Ah, Horus." Back. Hearing these words, Herelia, who had already dispelled her crimson spirit form, turned to look at Horus and said, "Great timing, Horus. Anyways, why did you disappear for a bit?" "I transported the Alliance members back to the main hall," Horus replied to her question. He then added, "I'm pretty sure they are just waiting for us to arrive." "I see," Herelia responded to his answer, feeling great gratitude towards Horus inside. Not long after, she then said, "Anyways, you truly did come at a great time." Harriet, the leader of the former Verdant Nut Alliance, Sermelia, the leader of the former Blossom Breeze Alliance, and I were thinking up of a name for the Tempest Branch Alliance. She then added, "We've decided to unite the three former alliances as one, each with their respective divisions so the Tempest Cliff could be safely protected. The problem is, we're having a hard time thinking up of a good name for this new alliance." Horus was left at a loss for words, wondering how three alliance leaders, with two of them previously being at the peak grades of an inanimate, are having a hard time thinking up of a good name. Eventually, he let out a sigh as he responded, "How about you fuse the names of the alliances into one good name?" So Verdant Nut Blossom Breeze Tempest Branch Alliance. This time, Harriet, the old-looking branch, responded to Horus' question with this answer. Sermelia, the slightly crooked sapling, soon responded to Harriet's response, saying, "For someone who calls himself super smart, that's not a super smart move. Naming isn't my forte, Sermelia." "You know that already." Harriet radiated an aura of slight annoyance towards Sermelia. Not long after, he then focused his sense of vision towards her and asked, "How about you? Do you have a good name?" "Of course I do." Sermelia let out a chuckle as she responded to his question. She then gathered the attention of everyone in the vicinity before saying, "How about we name the new alliance the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance? We have the word verdant from Verdant Nut, blossom from Blossom Breeze, and branch from Tempest Branch. Doesn't it sound nice?" Hearing the new name, Herelia hastily agreed to this suggestion, saying, "I like that name. I think we should go with it." Not long after, Horus voiced his opinion, saying, "Although it's a bit wordy, it's less wordy than Harriet's suggestion. I think we should go with it as well." Horus went ahead and voiced his opinion as well, saying, "I think I don't have the authority to voice out my opinion, but that does sound nice. I think it's a good name for the new alliance. Eventually, Harriet, the old-looking branch, let out a sigh before saying, I hate to admit it, but Sir Melia, you seriously have a good knack for naming things. I love the name. Let's go with it. Around half a minute later, the sticks and saplings that came with Harriet and Sir Melia voiced out their agreements as well. With that, Herlia went ahead and said, I guess everyone agrees with the name then. Let me officiate it. With the power vested in me as the Tempest Branch Alliance's leader, a new alliance shall be formed under the leadership of me, Harriet, and Sir Melia. Let the death of Chonk be the starting point of a new age in Tempest Cliff, a new age of peace. I now announce to the heavens that the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance is born. Chapter 188 What Lies Beyond Were. At the instant Herlia was finished saying these words, a loud rumble resounded throughout the area where the alliance base of the newly named Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance lied. Although Horrell, Horus, and the other sticks and saplings that came with Harriet and Sir Melia were dumbfounded at what was happening, the leaders of the three former alliances looked at this phenomenon and radiated auras of happiness and excitement. Amidst the rumbling, Harriet focused his vision towards Herlia and asked with slight curiosity, Herlia, did you always have this idea in mind? Well, I did plan on strengthening my alliance to a higher level, but never did I expect that you two were still alive. Herlia let out a light chuckle as she responded. She then added, with you two here, the process of strengthening the alliance was brought forward by quite a lot of time. It'll take a while for us to get back to our previous level of strength, but we'll make sure that the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance shall flourish under our leadership, Sir Melia said after listening to Herlia's reply. Herlia pondered over something for a bit while the ground continued to rumble, taking a few seconds to recall something she had done while officiating the new alliance. After recalling it, she gathered the attention of both Harriet and Sir Melia, saying, now I remember what I did. I said that the alliance shall be under the leadership of us three, right? Yeah? Harriet and Sir Melia responded in an instant to her question, slightly nervous at what she was going to say next. Both of them had a bad feeling about what she was going to say, and it seemed that that was going to happen. Letting out a playful chuckle, Herlia soon uttered, well, you'll see it once the rumbling finishes. Coincidentally, at the exact moment Herlia was finished saying that, the rumbling had abruptly stopped, being replaced with a wave of energy that seemed to radiate a feeling that it was invincible. This wave of energy soon enveloped Herlia, Harriet, and Sir Melia. Not long after, this wave also enveloped Taurus and Horrell, as well as the other sticks and saplings that came with Harriet and Sir Melia. Ding! A few seconds later, this wave of energy seeped in through their bodies, gradually fusing with the cells that made up their bodies as their auras had intensified by quite a few notches. Although Harriet and Sir Melia were shocked at how their auras were already at the level of an S-grade inanimate even though they were far weaker than that, the most shocked out of the beings that were gathered far away from the alliance base was Horus. Hearing a notification sound resound throughout his mind just as the wave of energy was finished fusing with the anima and flux making up his body, he commanded the system to open up a notification screen in front of his field of vision, letting out a soft sound of confusion only to be soon replaced with a loud shout of surprise, which attracted the attention of everyone in the surroundings. The alliance the user is affiliated with, the Tempest Branch Alliance, has changed its name to the Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance. The Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance has been upgraded to level 6. Due to the increase in the alliance's level, Power of the Alliance Vice Leader variant has been upgraded to Unified Power of the Alliance Vice Leader variant. Due to the decisions made by the leader of the alliance, the skill Unified Power of the Alliance War Commander variant has been given to the user. The Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance has been accepted by the heavens as the sole ruling alliance of the Tempest Cliff. All of those that are affiliated with the alliance have been given the skill Guardian of the Tempest Cliff by the heavens. The efficacy of Alliance Call and Judgment have been increased. What's wrong? Herlia asked as she heard Horus scream of surprise, to which Horus hastily answered after reading through the notifications. Herlia, I don't deserve that much. I'm already fine with being the vice leader of the Alliance. What do you mean? Herelia radiated an aura of slight elation as she responded. You've contributed the most out of all of the members in the Alliance in the war against Chonk. Not to mention, the only one in the Alliance that could fight toe-to-toe against someone 2 existence levels higher. So don't go and say that you don't deserve the position of War Commander, Herelia added before looking at Harriet and Sermalia. She then said to them, and that's how it is. Horus is still the vice leader of the Alliance while being its War Commander as well. I presume you two don't have any complaints about that? From what you're saying, Horus truly deserves that position, Harriet replied as he let out a sigh. He then looked at Sermalia, to which Sermalia continued where Harriet left off, saying, compared to him, we're nothing but specks of sand. We were the leaders of our respective alliances, but we were the first ones to escape using this skill. We did not think about most of the members of our alliance. Don't you think it's cowardly for us to do so? Well, you did what you could, Herelia responded to Sermilius' words after pondering over it for a few seconds. She then added, anyways, moving on from that, I've appointed the 2 of you as elders of the Alliance. Do you have any problems with that position? Why would we? Sermilia was the one who responded to Herelius' question this time. She then added, to take us as the elders of the Alliance even though we're at a level of strength far lower than the normal members of the Alliance, we are quite ashamed. Nonetheless, we shall strive to reach our previous level of strength as soon as possible. After hearing their response, Herelia then focused her sense of vision towards Horel, who was still floating in midair and said, Horel, since you're at the existence level of a pseudo-animate, are you fine with being the supreme guardian of the Alliance? Hearing this, Horel felt warm inside as he soon responded, I have no qualms with that, Alliance leader. I'd be glad to take up the position. And just like that, the high positions of the new Alliance were settled. As for the sticks and saplings that came with Harriet and Sermalia, they were given the position of being the leaders of the new divisions under Harriet and Sermalia, to which they gladly accepted without hesitation. With that settled, it's time to celebrate our victory. Don't you think? Herelius said after appointing the sticks and saplings, looking at Horus and the others with an aura of excitement. Without hesitation, Horel and the others happily agreed to Herelius' suggestion. The only exception to that was Horus, who said to Herelia through a strand of energy, I'll go and join you guys later, I still have to do something. Herelia was slightly shocked to get this response from Horus, who from her perspective seemed to always be the first one to agree with what she wanted to do. She pondered over Horus' answer for a bit, sending a strand of energy back to him in response with the message, does this something have to do with the animate that helped you out just before Chonk died? Pretty much. Horus sent a strand of energy back at her, replying without hesitation. He then sent a strand of energy not long after that, saying, I have to settle some things with the animate. The being's work isn't really for free. I see. Herelia responded to his words not long after with a strand of energy. She then said to him without utilizing a strand of energy, come back as soon as possible. Okay? You might miss out on a ton of stuff. I will. Horus hastily responded to her words as he radiated an aura of gratitude before disappearing from the vision of everyone in the surroundings in an instant. Whoosh! It did not take long for Horus to teleport back to where Belle was. This time though, he teleported a decent distance away from him as he wanted to check on the skills he had received from the Alliance upgrade while slowly flying to where Belle was. Let's see the effects of the skills I've gotten. From the names of the skills, they are all passive skills, Horus muttered as he brought up the notification screen one more time, looking at the first 3 skills he had received from the Alliance upgrade system. Identify the 2 unified power of the Alliance skills I've gotten, he soon said in a soft voice as he continued to make his way to the back of the Alliance. The notification screen in front of his field of vision soon replaced with 2 decently sized holographic screens. After taking a glance through the descriptions of the 2 skills, Horus could not help but take in a deep breath of air through his body as he muttered, kidding, right? Ding, ding, underscore. Unified power of the Alliance Vice Leader Variant Level 6. The will of every member in the Alliance has united as one, bringing forth astonishing power that would make those that are not affiliated with any alliance cower in fear. Being the Vice Leader of the Alliance, that astonishing power is bolstered further, even making those from weaker alliances worship your power. All stats plus 400%. Note: the stat boost can grow further depending on your species grade and level of authority within the alliance. Unified power of the Alliance War Commander Variant Level 6. The will of every member in the alliance has united as one, bringing forth astonishing power that would make those that are not affiliated with any alliance cower in fear. The War Commander of an alliance holds a special position in the alliance, well known for its prowess in fighting against multiple enemies at once. The power of the Alliance propels this prowess to unimaginable heights. Health plus 150%, Defense plus 150%, Attack plus 250%. Note: only one being in the Alliance can hold this position at any given time. After I'm done with everything, I'm seriously going to go and evolve, Horus muttered to himself as he closed the two screens in disbelief, commanding the system to open up the description for the other skill he had obtained. As a holographic screen replaced the two holographic screens that were in front of his field of vision a while ago, Horus went ahead and took a glance at the effects of the skill. After reading through it, he muttered, although its effects are less than what the unified power of the Alliance can bring, considering the number of passive skills I have that boost my stats ... can I still be considered grade inanimate? Ding. Guardian of the Tempest Cliff Level Max. Bestowed by the heavens to those that have protected and will protect the Tempest Cliff to the bitter end. This skill increases the stats of the user by quite a considerable degree. Not only that, but those that have this skill shall also be considered invincible in the area of Tempest Cliff. All stats plus 50%. HP and FP regeneration rate is increased by 200% when inside the Tempest Cliff. I'm finally here, Horus said as he closed the last holographic screen, sending a message to Bell after making sure that he was truly at the back of the Alliance base by utilizing the system. A few seconds later, Horus could hear some faint buzzing that gradually grew louder, with a mosquito appearing in front of his field of vision a while later. Finally here, Bell was the first one to initiate the conversation, speaking through his proboscis. How did it go? All right, I guess. Horus did not know how to respond to such a question. He then added, the Alliance I'm in has just strengthened further, with my positions becoming more solidified as well. Horus soon radiated the full extent of his aura, to which Bell sucked in a cold breath of air in response. Soon, Bell said, your strength. It has increased by quite a lot. Anyways, that's not what we're going to talk about, Bell added not long after, remembering what he had to talk about with him. In response, Horus asked him, what are we going to talk about? First off, what world is this? Bell asked Horus, to which Horus promptly responded, the world of Eridinia. Why? As expected. Hearing Horus' response, Bell let out a sigh of relief. From the aura I was sensing while in this world, it didn't seem like the place for the inheritance of a cultivator to be in. Cultivator? Horus could not help but mutter, as a memory in his mind had surfaced. While Horus was recalling this memory, Bell continued to talk, saying, I'm not from this world. I'm from another world called Chengliang. Fortunately, it did not take long for Horus to go through the surfaced memory, responding to Bell's statement with, I kind of expected you to be from another world, seeing as you came to this place through a rift. It was either you came from a faraway place in this world, or you came from another world as a whole. Anyways, you mentioned the word cultivator, right? Horus soon asked Bell before adding, the ones that grow stronger by cultivating chi and stuff, right? Bell could not help but be dumbfounded after listening to Horus' query, muttering, how? At that moment, something clicked in Bell's mind. His eyes focused on Horus, while Horus focused on Bell. Although there was pure silence between them, the two had undergone a mutual understanding. System. Breaking the silence, Horus asked Bell. Bell responded without hesitation. Soon after, he asked Horus, past life, human on Earth? Horus replied to his query, with Bell saying not long after, same. After a few more seconds of silence after that, the two of them started to lightly chuckle, which then turned into raucous laughter. Fortunately, they were at the back of the Alliance base, plus they were in an area where animates were rarely seen, so they continued to raucously laugh without a care in the world. Eventually, they stopped laughing, with Bell saying, to think that he'd meet a fellow reincarnator in another world. Have you seen any other beings like us in this world? Unfortunately, not yet, Horus replied before adding, the first one I've met that's a reincarnator. Anyways, have you ever wondered why you were brought to this place? To be honest, I sincerely have no idea why I was brought here, Bell responded to Horus' question. He soon added, I guess the heavens wanted me to be here and help you. The heavens. Horus focused on these two words, recalling how a goddess had given her a second chance in life, letting him live a life that was akin to the game he had played in his past life. While recalling this, he could not help but inwardly think, Kurohana, did you have something to do with this encounter? After that, the two of them continued to banter about some mundane things in their past lives, like how the two of them liked to read web novels in the past. Glad that they were living a life that was like in the web novels they've read, although with a bit more difficulty. Eventually, Bell went ahead and said, I guess our meeting ends here for now. That is, yeah, I'll find a way to head to your world once I get stronger, Horus said in response to Bell's words. Of course, I'll do the same as well, Bell responded to Horus' words not long after. I kind of wished that there was a way for us to talk to each other even though we're in different worlds though, Horus said as he let out a sigh. Indeed, it would allow all of us reincarnators to band together, Bell said, voicing out his opinion in the matter. Ding, ding. Just as the two of them were finished saying those words, a notification sound resounded from their minds, hastily prompting them to open up their notification screen. After reading through their notifications, the two of them looked at each other and muttered, did our systems have a feature like this in the first place? A resonance between systems has been formed, enabling the friend list feature in advance. Would you like to add the system holder in front of you as a friend? Chapter 189 Surpassing Fate Long Chapter Friend List. Horus muttered in slight confusion as he read through the couple of notifications he had received from his system. He then manipulated the notification screen that had appeared in front of his field of vision to an area of his vision that wouldn't obstruct him that much, focusing his sense of vision towards Bell before asking, do you know anything about this, Bell? To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of this feature in my system, Bell responded, having the same bewildered expression as Horus. He then pondered over something for a while, a flash of inspiration surfacing in his mind not long after. With this inspiration in mind, Bell gathered Horus' attention as he asked, don't you think this friend list feature might be similar to the friend lists that exist in those games back in our previous life? Is it really? Horus replied to Bell's query with a hint of doubt, thinking that a friend list feature akin to the ones in the games back in their previous life would make them a force to be reckoned with. I used to play NMAP back in my previous life, and the friend list offered a lot of things. Trading items, chatting from any location, knowing the being's location, teleporting to their location, and so on. He then added, would our systems, considering our current levels of strength, allow us to have access to those features? Bell pondered over Horus' words for a bit, sighing before replying, right. I assume you've read web novels, right? Horus answered Bell's question before adding, what about it? The systems in those novels, they would allow the main character to grow incredibly strong as an individual, allowing them to become invincible against equally leveled peers. Bell responded to Horus' question. He then added, if I didn't pass through the rift. If I didn't meet you. If we didn't ponder on ways to connect even though we're from other worlds. Would this feature be unlocked? True. Horus responded before letting out a sigh. He then pondered over the new feature a bit more before saying, "I'm pretty sure our systems are going to nerf this feature and return to its original form once we grow strong enough. Want me to check if that's the case?" Horus soon added, to which Bell replied, "It would definitely be a good thing to know before I leave this world." "All right then," Horus said after hearing Bell's reply. After a few seconds, he then asked the system inwardly, "System, what features does this friend list have?" Ding! It did not take long for Horus' system to answer, a holographic screen appearing in front of his field of vision not long after. He read through it, making sure that he did not miss a single word on it. Due to the limitations of the systems of the two system holders, the system has decided to bestow the user a rudimentary version of the friend list feature, allowing the user to communicate with the befriended system holder at any place and time. Once the user has attained the existence level of a rank 9 animate, more features of the friend list shall be unlocked, allowing the user to rely more on the befriended system holders. Well, our problems of communication while being far away is solved, Horus said as he closed the holographic screen after making sure that he fully understood what the system said. He let out a light chuckle as he added, "We only have a rudimentary form of the friend list unlocked, but it allows us to communicate whenever and wherever." "I see," Bell replied before radiating an aura of slight elation. "I guess we can unlock more features of the friend list once we grow stronger?" "Exactly," Horus chuckled before responding. He then said, "And with that, let's add each other as friends." "You took the words right out of my proboscis," Bell said before letting out a chuckle. They then went ahead and commanded their respective systems to add each other as friends. Ding, ding. Horus is now a contact in your friend list. You can communicate with this being at any time and any place. Seeing a new notification pop up in their notification screens that told them that they've successfully added each other as friends, both of them let out auras of intense happiness, only to be replaced with an aura of slight sadness not long after. Ha! Bell let out a sigh, who knew that even though we've only met for quite a while, it feels like we've known each other for a long time. "Don't say that," Horus replied, "you make me cry." Then again, we'll still meet each other in the future. Once we grow stronger. Once we grow stronger, Bell agreed with Horus' words. But, after saying that, Bell went ahead and intensified his flapping, increasing his altitude in a matter of an instant as he shouted to Horus, "I've enjoyed killing that wolf with you. May we meet again in the future. May we meet in the future." "Indeed," Horus shouted in response, to which Bell hastily flew towards the direction of the rift in response, sending a nonverbal message to Horus in the process. Noticing the nonverbal message sent by him, Horus went silent for a few seconds before letting out a chuckle. "A fight once we meet again? Sure. I'm all in for that. Whoosh. After getting to know more about the system, as well as parting ways with Bell, Horus went ahead and teleported back to the main hall of the new Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance, appearing in the center. At the instant Horus had appeared in the center of the main hall, his aura had attracted the attention of everyone in the main hall, prompting them to focus their sense of vision towards Horus. While this was happening, Horus could not help but feel a sense of pressure. Which was nullified by a being that radiated an aura more intense than his. "Horus is back." This being shouted with glee before adding, "Let us give our thanks to the War Commander." Thanks to the War Commander. Not long after the being said that, everyone in the main hall said what the being wanted them to say, making Horus feel a bit weird. Although he cherished the feeling of being someone in a high position, the feeling of being called out like that by multiple beings made him feel weird. Letting out an awkward chuckle as he told everyone to continue what they were doing, Horus soon started to hover, making his way towards the being that told everyone to shout those words a while ago. This being was a being that radiated an aura that far exceeded the aura radiated by Heralia or Horus, its appearance akin to a glowing mass of energy. This being was none other than Horul, the supreme guardian of the new Verdant Blossom Branch Alliance. At the very instant Horus had arrived in front of Horul, Horul went ahead and asked him, "Heralia told me that you settled some things with the animate you brought in the final minutes of the war. How did it go?" "Everything went well. Thanks for asking." Horus replied to Horal's query in a formal tone, which was hastily replaced with a slightly annoyed tone as he added, "Is what I would say if I didn't know you that well. You didn't have to do that once I arrived, you know." Horal laughed at Horus' response, saying, "If only you knew how much Heralia was praising your contributions a while ago." To be honest, Heralia could become a bard with the level of praise she had given to your contributions. Hearing the word bard being mentioned by Horal, Horus could not help but ask, "Where did you learn the word bard?" "Ah, that." Horal tried to recall where he had learned that word, replying not long after with, "Remember the town you and Heralia went to obtain a comprehension leaf, although you weren't in the Alliance at that time?" "Yeah," Horus replied with slight confusion. He then added, "What about it?" "We used to rummage through their libraries back then, trying to grasp more knowledge of the animate society before ascending to the animate existence level, or in my case, the pseudo-animate existence level." Horal replied to Horus' query not long after, quelling Horus' curiosity. "Anyways, speaking of Heralia, where is she?" After his curiosity had been piqued, Horus went back to the topic of Heralia praising her, wondering where she was at the moment. "She's currently at the Alliance Hall," Horal responded to Horus' question before adding, "She's currently giving Harriet and Sermilia the official positions of Alliance Elders. Unlike you, who had naturally obtained the position after the Alliance had undergone an upgrade, for us, we have to undergo an initiation to officiate our positions. For me, it's my second time though." "Should I go there?" Horus muttered to himself in ponderation as he remembered the soul balls he had deployed around the magic circle that the formerly alive Chungus used to control. He soon recalled these soul balls, manipulating them to return to him, looking through the perspectives of the soul balls to pass the time. While looking through it, Horus noticed that an element on the area outside the Alliance base had disappeared while he was talking with Bell. After recalling all of the soul balls, Horus went ahead and asked Horal about this missing element, saying, "Horal, do you know what happened to Chonk's corpse?" "Indeed, I do." Horal radiated an aura of slight elation as he replied to Horus' question. He then added, "I'd suggest you ask Heralia about this." With that being said, he then went ahead and teleported to the corridor that led to the Alliance's small ecosystem. Horal then went ahead and sent a strand of energy, sensing that the soul connection he and Aurus had was removed. On it was the question, "Would you like to go to where she is?" Whoosh! Without hesitation, Horus teleported beside Horal, sending a strand of energy back at him, saying, "Let's go." Swoosh! It did not take long for the two to arrive at the Alliance Hall in the Alliance's small ecosystem, with Horal relying on his existence level to travel a great distance in one teleportation while Horus relied on his ruler skills to bridge the gap in existence level. At the instant they had appeared at the entrance of the Alliance Hall, Horal looked at Horus in wonder and said, "To think that you can teleport as far as me while still being X-grade inanimate. When are you going to go and evolve to X-grade?" Horal soon asked him, to which Horus replied with an awkward chuckle as he said, "He'll evolve once things settle down." After responding, the two of them went ahead and entered the Alliance Hall, seeing two rays of light hit Harriet and Sermilia at the center of the hall. It was only when the rays of light had disappeared did Heralia, Harriet, and Sermilia notice the two enter the hall, with Heralia, Horal and Horus. "Glad to see you two here." "Hello there, Supreme Guardian and Vice Leader," Harriet said to the two of them, radiating an aura of respect. "Is it fine to call the two of you by your names?" Sermilia asked the two of them in a playful tone, with Harriet berating Sermilia soon after, saying, "They're at a higher position than us. Do you think we can say their names just like that?" "Yeah, that's fine with me," Horus replied to Sermilia's query before adding, "It would allow us to get closer anyway." What Horus said, Horal said after Horus was finished talking. They then made their way beside Heralia, with Horal on Heralia's right, and Horus on Heralia's left. "So, what brings you two here?" Heralia asked the two of them, to which Horal made a pointing finger out of energy in response, pointing it towards Horus as he responded. Horus here was wondering about Chonk's corpse. "Could you tell him about it?" "Oh, that?" Herelia said with slight indifference, recalling her plans for the corpse. She then focused her vision towards Horus before saying, "Just before I say it, let me tell you that this plan is only known by those with a high position in the Alliance. In other words, don't spread it to the members of the Alliance, alright?" "Of course," Horus responded. "I'm not that stupid." Well, Herelia listened to Horus' response before saying, "The plan is very simple. Using my sanguine arts, Harriet's special magic skills, and Sir Milius' great mastery over illusions, we're planning to revive Chonk and transform him into the greatest trump card of the Alliance, a controllable being capable of dishing out animate-level attacks." Horus could not help but imagine a future war where the enemies would undoubtedly be wiped out by a single attack from Chonk. With this in mind, he could not help but shudder as he muttered, "I don't really condone playing with corpses, but if it allows the Alliance to fight back against stronger enemies, then I don't mind." Ding! Just as he was about to continue talking with Herelia and the others, Horus obtained a notification from the system, confusing him quite a lot as this notification was truly out of the blue. Splitting a part of his soul to go and check the notification he had received, manipulating the notification screen that had been on the far side of his field of vision all this time to the center, he read through the new notifications he had gotten. In an instant, he had become silent on the outside. On the inside though, he was screaming out of intense bewilderment, shouting inwardly, "So that's why I haven't gotten anything from Chonk at the instant he was killed. It's because the rewards from an inanimate is too large to handle." Very excited to go ahead and check the rewards he had obtained, Horus sent a thread of energy to Herelia while the five of them were conversing, saying, "Herelia, I'm going to go to the Tower of Seclusion." "Eh? Why?" Slightly bewildered at the abrupt message from Horus, she sent back a message to him using a strand of energy. In response, Horus sent back a strand of his own, saying, "I'll have to keep it a secret from you for now. All I can say is that it's very urgent. I.C. Well, I hope it's not serious." Herelia pondered over Horus' words for a bit and let out a sigh inwardly. She then sent a strand of energy with these words on it. Not long after, she obtained a response from Horus to a strand of energy that said, "It's not. This urgent matter will surely help out the Alliance." After saying those words to Herelia through a strand of energy, Horus went ahead and interrupted the conversation the five of them were having, abruptly saying, "I apologize, but I need to leave right now. I have an urgent matter I need to do." Whoosh! And just like that, without letting Horus and the others reply to Horus' words, Horus had disappeared from their sight, hastily making his way towards the Tower of Seclusion. As for Herelia, she could not help but be inwardly disappointed, muttering, "It wouldn't hurt to open up to me, you know." Whoosh! Since Horus was rushing to head towards the Tower of Seclusion, it only took a minute for Horus to enter a secluded room inside the tower, hastily pulling up the notification screen once more as he wanted to make sure that the notifications he had obtained a while ago weren't false. After looking over them multiple times, he muttered in excitement, contributing a lot in the war was definitely worth it. Ding! Due to the final boss of the war being 2 existence levels higher than the user, the time needed to calculate rewards had been greatly extended. The system apologizes to the user for the inconvenience. The user's side has successfully won in the War of Tempest Cliff. The user has obtained 500,000 XP. The passive skill Will of the Victorious has been obtained. The user has the most contribution in the War of Tempest Cliff, killing off most of the enemies on the opposing side, as well as dealing the most damage to the final boss of the war. Due to the final boss of the war being inanimate, most of the rewards are only available once the user reaches their level of rank 1 animate in any of the user's bodies. Due to the user killing off multiple enemies alone, the passive skill 1 against all has been obtained. Due to the user killing off multiple enemies alone, the user has obtained 5 million XP. Due to the user killing off multiple enemies alone, the user has obtained 500 Genesis points. Due to the user dealing the most damage to the final boss, the hybrid skill Surpassing Fate has been obtained. Due to the user dealing the most damage to the final boss, The hybrid skill power surpassing boundaries has been obtained. Due to the user dealing the most damage to the final boss, the user has obtained 500 million XP. Due to the user dealing the most damage to the final boss, the user has obtained 5000 Genesis points. Due to the user dealing the most damage to the final boss, the user has obtained 100 OS points. I haven't misread, Horus said, speechless at the number of rewards he had obtained from the war. Over 500 million experience points, 5000 Genesis points, 100 OS points, as well as multiple passive skills that would most likely boost my high stats even higher. This was definitely worth it, Horus screamed in excitement as he commanded the system to bring up the information regarding the first two passive skills he had obtained. After reading through it, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air through his body, muttering, I just remembered that passive skills are evolvable. These are just at the grade mortal level. How high of a boost would they give at the transcendent level? Ding. _ Will of the victorious level 13. Grade, mortal C. Bestowed upon those that are blessed with victory. The energy amassed from the side of the victors envelops your body, bolstering your prowess to unimaginable heights. All stats plus 30%. Damage dealt plus 30%. _ 1 against all level 13. Grade, mortal C. Only those with the willpower to fight against hundreds or even thousands of enemies shall obtain the merit to have this skill, allowing them to stand on the same level as legendary and mythological figures. All stats plus 50%. When facing against multiple enemies, damage dealt plus 30%. _ And then, we have these last two skills. After reading through the description of the two skills and becoming satisfied with it, he then went ahead and commanded the system to show the descriptions of the last two skills, feeling intense nervousness and excitement. These two skills had come from him dealing the most damage to Chonk, so it meant that both skills had something to do with Chonk, right? Ding, ding. With the text on the two holographic screens from before with new ones, Horus went ahead and read the information written on them. Only to be left at a greater level of speechless. Eventually, he was able to mutter, this. What grade am I again? _ Surpassing fate level 140. Grade, mortal X. It is said that everyone is shackled under the chains of fate, letting everyone have fixed destinies. There are rare times that one goes ahead and breaks through the chains of fate, doing something that goes against the norm, surpassing the scope of fate itself. Those that have surpassed fate are beings with incredibly great power amongst their peers, to the point that it wouldn't be impossible for them to fight toe-to-toe with beings of a higher level. All stats plus 100%. Gain access to the active skill lesser fate manipulation. _ Power surpassing boundaries level 140. Grade, mortal X. Some say that levels of strength are made to have a smooth progression in power. Of course, some break those norms, exhibiting strength that is far greater than their current level. Only those with such power can create legends and change the world they live in. All stats plus 100%. Gain access to the active skill pseudo-animate ascension. _ After reading through the last two skills, he took note of the two active skills the two skills gave him access to, making a mental note to check their descriptions later. As he closed the holographic screens in front of him, he let out a satisfied sigh, muttering, I guess this will allow me to have a better foundation before evolving to X-grade. I wonder what kind of evolution choices I'll have by then. Horus continued to mutter as he then focused on the other things he had obtained from the war. For the experience points, I have a great use for them before I evolve. Horus pondered over them as he started to think out loud. As for the Genesis points, I'll focus more on the Genesis tree. Of course, I have to enhance my soul enchantment system as well, seeing as the soul balls have helped me out a lot. A stronger soul would definitely be beneficial. As for the OS points, just as Horus had reached this point, he went ahead and commanded the system to open up the existence evolution OS interface. Not long after, a holographic screen appeared in front of him. After reading through it, he let out a light chuckle as he said, There's no other thing I can do other than to upgrade it, right? The existence evolution OS has reached its limits. Would you like to upgrade the system's OS for 100 OS points? Without hesitation, Horus went ahead and confirmed the choice to use the 100 OS points to upgrade his system's OS. He expected that the upgrade in the system's OS would allow him to grow stronger in many ways, and that would be true. For the most part. Ding! In an instant, the holographic screen in front of him had undergone a drastic change, with the screen becoming a bit more corporeal as a feminine-sounding voice resounded in his mind, saying, "Thank you for upgrading the existence evolution system. The existence evolution system shall now be called the transcending existence system." The feminine-sounding voice continued to talk, all of it being improvements that the system upgrade had done. Due to the user not using the artificial intelligence module, the system has decided to discard the module, improving the other modules instead. The number of points needed to enhance the soul enchantment system and the Genesis tree system has been reduced. The user can now manually select skills and abilities obtained from these systems. The maximum potential for allies summoned through the ally system has been increased from SSS grade to Omega grade. All existing allies summoned by the user shall have their potentials and abilities enhanced by a grade. The user can now hide the system from other beings that have a system as well. The user can also transform the system into a fairy that flies around the user's body, acting as the user's personal assistant. Listening to the announcements made by the feminine-sounding voice, he felt that upgrading his system right now was the best choice he had made. Until he heard the next few announcements. Due to the manipulation of an external entity, the skill illusion nullification of the grade transcendent level has been instantly enhanced to undeceiving sight of the grade divine level. Due to the manipulation of an external entity, the skill undeceiving sight has fused with unified soul control, forming the hybrid skill penultimate veridical spirit. With the penultimate veridical spirit, all falsehood shall be negated in front of the user. Due to the penultimate veridical spirit, the truth of the spirit clone skill has been revealed, its name being spirit imbuement. Due to the penultimate veridical spirit, the truth of the clone argentum has been revealed, reverting all of the progress it has made at the animate existence level. Due to the penultimate veridical spirit, the truth of the clone argentum has been revealed, its true existence level being at normal grade pseudo-animate. What? Hello there, True Edawn here. You have just seen the end of Volume 3. Intertwining Fates. I'm pretty sure most of you are shocked at the fact that his clone wasn't actually a clone. Not only that, to think that it's also a pseudo-animate rather than animate. Quite unbelievable, right? It shall be explained in the next volume, Volume 4, Inevitable Destiny. In this volume, many things shall be revealed about Horus' clone, Kevin, as well as Kurohana and Ira. Probably. I hope you continue reading Ira's because it's going to become more fun from here on out. Chapter 190 Unraveling the Truth. Due to the manipulation of an external entity, the skill illusion nullification of the grade transcendent level has been instantly enhanced to undeceiving sight of the grade divine level. Due to the manipulation of an external entity, the skill undeceiving sight has fused with unified soul control, forming the hybrid skill penultimate veridical spirit. With the penultimate veridical spirit, all falsehood shall be negated in front of the user. Due to the penultimate veridical spirit, the truth of the spirit clone skill has been revealed, its name being spirit imbuement. Due to the penultimate veridical spirit, the truth of the clone argentum has been revealed, reverting all of the progress it has made at the animate existence level. Due to the penultimate veridical spirit, the truth of the clone argentum has been revealed, its true existence level being at normal grade pseudo-animate. What? Hearing what the feminine-sounding voice was saying, Horus was in utter disbelief. What do you mean by that? Even though Horus asked the system what it was saying, the system continued to list down the changes brought by the upgrade of the system's OS in an indifferent manner. Due to the penultimate veridical spirit, the truth of the clone argentum has been revealed, its true species being wind elemental. Due to the penultimate veridical spirit, all clone-related skills have been adapted to the user's pseudo-animate body. Due to the penultimate veridical spirit, all illusions cast on the user has been removed. Horus was at a loss for words, a feeling inside him gradually bubbling up as he continued to listen to the feminine-sounding voice of the system. Eventually, the feeling had reached its peak, bursting out of Horus as he shouted, "System, what the fuck do you mean by this? My clone isn't a real clone." Surprisingly, this time, the system responded to Horus' question, the same feminine-sounding voice resounding within his mind as it replied, "Indeed, user. Due to some illusions cast by an entity, the system has been fooled into thinking that the user's clone is of the animate existence level. Not only that, but it also seems that those who have come across the clone have been fooled into thinking this as well." Fooled into thinking? Horus could not help but ask, knowing that the skill was given to him by Kevin as he had predicted that Horus was going to be in danger in the future. He then continued, "I used up over 5000 FP to cast the spirit clone skill, and you're telling me that my clone isn't dot and dot animate." Wait a second. After Horus thought about the premise of the spirit clone skill Kevin gave him, the more he thought that it was odd. A single stat point of an animate is equivalent to 100,000 of an inanimate's, which meant that the cost for creating the clone would be incredibly high, right? With this in mind, he muttered, "Now that I think about it, it does seem odd. Only using over 5000 FP to craft a clone at the animate existence level, even though the difference power between the two existence levels is akin to night and day. System, could you bring up the description for spirit clone? No, wait. Spirit imbuement, as you wish, user." The system soon acceded to Horus' request, a slightly corporeal screen appearing in front of his field of vision not long after. Due to the upgrade the system had undergone, a soft voice was reading the words written on the screen while Horus was skimming through it. Ding, _ Spirit imbuement level 12, grade, Transcendent S. A skill crafted by those well versed in the art of manipulating spirits and bodies as a way to replace the normal creation of clones. This skill is mostly used by those with weak constitutions, possessing a body that has great strength to balance the weakness they had while their original body continues to exist. This skill allows the user to possess any body with a soul as long as the user has enough energy to do so, as well as sacrifices that would increase the speed of assimilation. Maximum number of clones, 1. Maximum existence level that could be possessed, pseudo-animate. FP cost, depends on the strength of the body that is being possessed. I see now, Horus muttered after reading through the description of the skill, letting out a sigh of disappointment not long after. A few seconds later, he started to lightly chuckle, which then turned into raucous laughter. Fortunately, he was inside the Tower of Seclusion, which was rarely occupied by the members of the Alliance, allowing him to continue raucously laughing without a care for the world. If one listened closely to his laugh, there was a hint of a mocking tone in his laugh. A mocking tone that seemed to be directed at himself. Eventually, Horus stopped laughing as he muttered, "How foolish am I to believe that I could get an animate body with just 5000 FP. Sure, I do want to experience the feeling the transcending comprehension leaf had given me, but never did I expect that Kevin has shrouded this clone of mine in a web of lies." At this point, Horus felt some hatred towards Kevin, who he used to think was someone who truly looked out for him. To think that his clone's existence level was false all along, he could not help but wonder what would happen if Kevin suddenly dispelled this illusion in an important fight, removing all of the strength his clone used to have. He then let out a sigh once more, feeling slightly more grateful that he had upgraded the system's OS. If he had not done so, he truly may have fallen into danger in the eventual future with what Kevin did. Nonetheless, he felt slightly melancholic at the fact that his clone had reverted to a level where it was not weird to say that his original body was stronger than his clone. Fortunately, he hastily removed this pessimistic mindset, thinking about the reverting of the clone's existence level from an optimistic manner as he said, "With the clone at the pseudo-animate level, I can amass more strength than before." There's a single level of difference between the pseudo-animate and the animate existence level, but that alone would allow me to possibly make me invincible at the animate level. Speaking of which, can I even evolve to the animate level? Horus could not help but wonder, remembering very well that those that evolved to the pseudo-animate level as an inanimate did not have any way to evolve to the animate level, deciding to reach the peak level a pseudo-animate could reach. With this in mind, Horus could not help but let out a sigh as he continued to rummage through his memories. Well then, by the looks of it, I'm stuck at the pseudo-animate level until I reach the divinity existence level. Then again, undergoing power baptisms is far easier than undergoing existence tribulations and principle formation. Just as he was about to give up, a memory that exactly answered Horus' query surfaced in his mind, his mood taking a 180-degree turn as he was filled with help for the pseudo-animate clone. It seems the heavens doesn't close all paths of progress. With this method, I can create a body that's far superior to a normal rank 0 animate, a super animate. I guess this was just a lucky coincidence, Horus said as he recalled who told him this method of allowing a pseudo-animate being to ascend to the animate existence level. The goddess of ruination, a power rank of 7. The legend of a pseudo-animate being defying all odds and becoming an incredibly rare super animate. As he remembered this, he could not help but wonder as he muttered, I wonder where Ea is at right now. She's probably trying to reach a higher level of divinity right now for sure. Just as he was about to go ahead and teleport to where his new pseudo-animate clone was, it seemed that the system was not finished listing the improvements the upgrade to the system's OS brought. The system's voice resounding in his mind after mulling over all of that. The clone-related skills the user had obtained from creating the clone had been transformed into a variant that suits the current pseudo-animate body the user, leaning more towards possession of a body rather than a true clone. Sense sharing has been adapted to experience sharing, a skill that allows the user to share rewards to the two bodies of the user. Automated clone control has been adapted to parallel body control, a skill that allows the user to control the second body while being in the original body. Clone possession and clone hibernation have been discarded as the system does not see a use for these skills. The system recommends that the user uses the pseudo-animate body as often as possible. Mental communication and spirit resonance have been deemed by the system as skills that would suit the user and the second body very well. Listening to what the system was saying, Horus was at a loss for words for a bit as he tried to process what the system was telling him. Eventually, he was finished processing the new information, radiating an aura of excitement as he went ahead and tried to use one of the newly adapted skills in his arsenal. Parallel body control. Whoosh. Looking through the perspective of his other body, he noticed that his second body was moving according to these thoughts, making Horus feel very elated as he did not have to worry about one of his two bodies being defenseless when he controlled the other one. After moving his second body around the trees near the Alliance base for a few minutes, he moved the body to the side of the Alliance base before removing his control over it. I should go and check its stats before showing it to Herelia and Horel, Horus muttered as this thought came across his mind. The reason why Horus hid his clone from Herelia back then was due to the fact of the difference in existence level. He was quite sure that Herelia would find it unbelievable that an animate was an inanimate's clone. He'll just say something along the lines that this clone of mine had undergone an existence tribulation before me. Horus pondered over how he was going to explain it to Herelia and Horel, deciding that this would be a reason that they would not find any fault with. Now, what are existence tribulations? Existence tribulations are trials that every being has to go through to ascend to a higher existence level. This was a feature added in Eyes that made it incredibly hard for inanimates to ascend to the existence level of an animate. Fortunately, it was eventually made easier in the future due to the abundance of transcendence and gods. And so, just as he was about to go and teleport to where his pseudo-animate body was once again, the system decided to block his way from getting closer to the pseudo-animate, listing one more improvement as a voice resounded in his mind yet again. Is this system purposely trying to block me from seeing the pseudo-animate or something? While muttering this question to himself, Horus attentively listened to what seemed to be the last statement the system was going to say. His interest piqued by the statement in an instant. Due to the system being upgraded, The highest possible existence level the user can now attain is the peak of the transcendent level. A few changes have been made to the progression of the user as an animate as well, removing the need for accumulating experience and levels in skills and stats. The system has adapted this progression of strength to better suit the user's needs, with the tempering and ascension skills being the main ways of increasing strength, while skills the user shall obtain at the animate existence level having mastery levels. Horus pondered over the last statements of the system for quite some time, thinking out loud not long after as he muttered, "So back when the system was called the Existence Evolution System, the maximum existence level I could attain was the peak of the animate level. Does that mean I have to upgrade the system one more time to reach divinity? Well, I'm still far away from being a transcendent, so I shouldn't think about this," Horus added. Not long after, he radiated an aura of slight elation as he continued to mutter, "Then again, I'm pretty close to the animate existence level. The fact that I'm not limited by experience points and levels from increasing my stats. Is very nice. Imagine a rank 0 animate. Having the price of a rank 3 animate," Horus said as he chuckled. "He'd probably be considered a legendary hero by then. Anyways, it seems the system is finished listing the improvements. Time to check on the pseudo-animate. XXXX continent, Seraph Kingdom. Inside a large manor, an old man in a long-sleeved white robe was sitting near a large bay window, a cup of tea letting out steam on top of a small table beside him. "Ah, Mercuria tea. Truly the finest tea from the Valerian continent," the old man muttered with slight glee as he grabbed the cup of tea before blowing onto it. After blowing onto it a few times, he went ahead and sipped a bit of the tea, letting the taste cover every nook and cranny in his mouth before saying, "Truly the finest tea." Whoosh! Just as the old man was about to take another sip of the tea, the old man felt that a large burden had been taken off in his mind, instantly feeling that something had gone wrong. He then went ahead and placed the cup of tea on the saucer it was on a while ago, slowly raising his hands towards the light shining from the large bay window as he gradually gestured with his hands. This old man was none other than Kevin, the sage who had helped Horus out. It took a few seconds for Kevin to finally finish gesturing with his mind, a frown creeping upon his face as he muttered, "It seems I have been found out." Not long after, Kevin went ahead and let out a sigh of slight disappointment. Surprisingly, a few seconds later, the frown on his face was replaced with a smirk, taking a look at the far ends of the sky as he let out a light chuckle. "Is this what it feels like to be found out by a greater god?" Kevin could not help but mutter with slight interest. "One of the divine craftsmen, Kurohana, finding out what I was doing not long after I planted that small seed. I wonder if this is your way of hindering our plans from progressing." As he said this, Kevin chuckled once more as he pondered over something. "Eventually," he said with a soft sigh, "all right then, I won't meddle in your matters anymore, Kurohana. His fate is still something you can't fathom anyway, not with the law you reign over, that is." After saying that, he took in a deep breath as he relaxed, grabbing the cup of tea once more before taking a sip yet again. "Ah, good tea." Chapter 191 A Foolproof Plan. Whoosh! Due to Horus' pseudo-animate body being positioned near the side of the Alliance space, it only took Horus less than a minute to make his way to where it was. At the instant he had arrived in front of his pseudo-animate body, he was left at a loss for words, unable to convey what he was seeing in front of him at the moment. After a few seconds, this was the only sound Horus could make after seeing his pseudo-animate body. The appearance it took on was in the shape of a human. But what separated it from other humans was that rather than the whole body being made up of cells, what made up this body was in fact pure energy. This pure energy was akin to what made up Horus' current body as a mana spirit. But since Horus' pseudo-animate body was a wind elemental, the hue of this energy was a light green. Other than that, there was also the lack of facial features on where its face was supposed to be. It did not take long for Horus to accept the fact that this is what his clone looked like, letting out a light chuckle as he noticed the cover he made for his private parts when the clone in front of him was still inanimate was still around the pseudo-animate's waist. Noticing this, He jokingly asked himself, surely, since this clone of mine is made up of energy, it wouldn't imitate that part as well, right? And so, with that question in mind, Horus went ahead and used parallel body control to move the pseudo-animate's arms, grasping on the leaf cover tightly before pulling it downward. At the exact moment Horus saw the leaf cover move downward, his sense of vision instantly focused towards a protruding rod of energy right where a certain part would normally be for a male animate, turning speechless once more. Although he was quite proud that this part was still the same after his clone turned into a pseudo-animate, he could not help but let out a slightly disappointed sigh before saying, why did it have to imitate that part instead of facial features? He'd rather have facial features for now before that part, to be honest. Either way, since it seemed that there was nothing he could do about it, Horus decided to accept this fact as well, pulling the leaf cover up to cover the pseudo-animate's rod. After that, he went ahead and checked if he could communicate with his clone like a second person like before, asking, can you hear me? Surprisingly, after hearing Horus' question, a rough shape of a mouth appeared on where the pseudo-animate's face was supposed to be, replying to Horus with, I can. Since you, and me, and we both have the system, we can talk with each other anywhere, anytime. Well, I'm glad to hear that it's still the same, Horus replied to his clone's words. He then pondered over something for a short while, focusing his sense of vision on the clone in front of him once more as he asked it, is your name still Argentum? Let me check, the clone replied, muttering a few commands to the system as a status screen appeared in front of it. Of course, Horus could see this status screen as well due to him sharing perspectives with the clone, but after looking at the clone's name through it, he commanded the system to stop sharing their perspectives. After closing the status screen in front of it, the clone replied to Horus' words with a tone of certainty, saying, just checked. I'm still named Argentum. Well, if you think about it, why wouldn't I be? True, Horus replied to Argentum's words, pondering over something yet again. A few seconds later, he asked Argentum, did you notice that I disabled the perspective sharing? Yeah, Argentum replied before adding, to be honest, it's quite nauseating to have two perspectives at the same time. Indeed, Horus voiced out his opinion. Not long after, he asked Argentum once more, saying, anyways, mind if I check your status screen? The original body. Why wouldn't I let you? Argentum replied to Horus' question with a slight chuckle, with Horus commanding the system to identify Argentum not long after. While Horus was commanding the system, Argentum let out a low sigh before saying, anyways, don't set your expectations too high. I still have a decent amount of skills, but my stats are pretty shit now. How shitty can it be? Horus replied optimistically. It did not take long for the system to respond to his command, a slightly corporeal screen appearing in front of his field of vision that laid out Argentum's stats in front of him. After taking a short glance through it, he could not help but look at Argentum before sighing. He then went ahead and said, it seems you were right. I apologize for only using around 5000 FP to make you back then. Ding, _ Argentum level 110. Experience, 0100. Species, Wind Elemental. Existence level, Pseudo-animate. Grade, Normal. Power Baptism, None. Dash. HP, 11 MP, 55 dash. Stats, Vitality 1, Strength 1, Defense 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 1, _ Every stat is at the lowest possible number. As Horus muttered this, he pondered as to why this was the case, getting to the conclusion that Argentum's stats was related to the amount of FP he had used. And since a single stat point for a pseudo-animate was 1000 points for an inanimate, it made sense that Argentum would only have a total stat amount of 5. I seriously apologize for only using over 5000 FP to make you back then, Horus apologized once more, to which Argentum let out a light chuckle in response. This chuckle could not help but make Horus confused, wondering what was so funny. Eventually, Argentum stopped laughing, satiating Horus' curiosity as he replied, since we share memories, I see what you're planning to do with me. To be honest, I agree that it's the best choice as well. Imagine your clone becoming a super animate, wouldn't that be cool? He then added, although you're optimistic about that plan, it seems you aren't optimistic enough. Think about this way. With my stats being at the lowest possible number, that means I have a greater room for improvement, right? Well, that is true, Horus slowly replied to Argentum's words, rummaging through his old memories as he continued to say, I also started at the lowest possible stats, only getting to where I am right now with the current species I have, plus the skills I have. As he was continuing to talk, Horus realized that he was looking at Argentum from a wrong angle at the start. Realizing this, Horus let out a chuckle with a hint of mockery. This mocking tone pointed at himself as he said to Argentum, I've been too engrossed in what I currently have for too long that I didn't even realize the insane amount of potential a blank slate like you would have. Am not a true blank slate though, Argentum replied with a hint of happiness as he continued, I'm a wind elemental. From the name of my species alone, I'm inclined towards the wind element. So what about it? Horus responded to Argentum's words as he added, you could just master the other elemental affinities and everything would be fine once you evolve, right? Wouldn't that make the power baptisms harder though? Argentum asked him, rummaging through their shared memories of power baptisms. Power baptisms in eyes were akin to the existence tribulations, but only to a certain extent. Unlike existence tribulations, pseudo-animates could undergo power baptisms, with the difficulty of a power baptism being related to the amount of power a pseudo-animate has. Of course, the higher the power when undergoing a power baptism, the greater the increment in terms of power a pseudo-animate would obtain. Why worry about those things, Argentum? Horus replied to Argentum's question before adding, and I thought you were the one who was more optimistic than me. If you're going to become a super animate, you should become the strongest super animate possible. Horus continued talking before saying, armed with the knowledge of eyes from the inanimate existence level to the divinity existence level, you know a lot of inheritances, dungeons, and certain places where you could amass tons of experience and skills that would boost your power even further. In front of all of that, a power baptism is merely a speck of sand. Listening to Horus' words, Argentum let out a sigh, the aura radiating from him being that of slight disappointment, which was directed towards himself. After a few seconds, this aura soon changed to that of slight elation as he said, you know what? Right. I have access to all of those memories, so I'll utilize them to the fullest. That's the clone I know. Horus replied with a chuckle before pondering over something. At the instant he had pondered over this, the aura radiating from Horus had abruptly changed to that of slight worry. Noticing this, Argentum asked, what's wrong? I just remembered that I was planning to introduce you to Herelia and Horal. Horus answered Argentum's query with a tone of slight disappointment. He then added, with your current stats, I don't know how I could tell them how you did all of those things. I see, Argentum said after listening to Horus, pondering over the possible ways he could help his original body out. Fortunately, it did not take long for Argentum to come up with a solution, telling Horus, I think I have an idea of what you can do. Hearing Argentum's words, Horus' interest was piqued, prompting him to ask Argentum, what do you have in mind? I don't know if the system allows this, but can't you transfer your unused experience points to me? Argentum suggested. Horus then replied, how would that help me with this problem? Oh. Realizing what Argentum was trying to convey, Horus acceded to Argentum's request, commanding the system not long after, system, transfer all of my unused experience points to Argentum. Ding. 508,732,464 experience points have been transferred to the user's second body, Argentum. Due to the difference in existence level, the number of experience points have been divided by 1000 as a pseudo-animate is 1000 times stronger than an inanimate. 508,732 experience points have been successfully transferred to the user's second body, Argentum. Well then, receiving a notification from the system that the experience points were successfully transferred to him, albeit at a lower value, Argentum could not help but say this as he expected the experience points to be transferred in full. He then looked at Horus and said, "It seems that there's a conversion rate, just like our stats." "Indeed," Horus replied as he pondered over what things would be affected by the conversion rate. "Stats are surely affected by the conversion rate, and by the looks of it, experience points are affected by the conversion rate as well. Would Genesis and OS points be affected by this as well?" Horus wondered, eventually concluding that it might not be the case. Speaking of Genesis and OS points, with this in mind, Horus looked at Argentum and asked, "Do you have access to the soul enchantment and Genesis tree system?" "Let me see." Hearing this, Argentum went ahead and commanded the system in his mind to open up these features, only to get a reply that only the original body has access to it. He also tested if he had access to the ally and friend list system, letting out a sigh of relief that he had access to it. Soul enchantment and Genesis tree seems to be exclusive systems just for you, original body, Argentum replied before adding, "I do have access to the ally and friend list system though." "Good to know," Horus replied to Argentum's findings before adding, "Anyways, are you going to use the experience points now?" "Yeah," Argentum replied to Horus' words with affirmation, softly commanding the system, "Use all of the unused experience points to max out my level." Ding! It did not take long for the system to act upon Argentum's request as a great mass of wind energy particles started to appear around Argentum's surroundings, hastily congregating to where he was as the aura he radiated gradually grew stronger and stronger. Alongside this was the feminine zooming voice of the system resounding in his mind, saying, 4,500 unused experience points have been consumed. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after, a small tornado surrounded Argentum, as if all of the wind energy particles were funneling their way towards his body. Eventually, after about half a minute or so, this tornado had disappeared, revealing Argentum with an aura that was multiple times stronger than his previous aura. "Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 10. After the tornado had disappeared, the system's voice resounding throughout his mind once again. It then asked him, "You have reached the maximum level and have met all of the necessary requirements needed to evolve to a higher grade. Would you like to evolve?" Argentum pondered over this question for a bit before ultimately replying in his mind with, "Postpone the evolution for now, as you wish, user." After the system had said this, the system's voice had disappeared in his mind, prompting him to look at Horus, who was looking at him with an aura of happiness. "Your strength has increased considerably," Horus said. But not long after, the aura around Horus had changed into that of slight disappointment as he radiated his aura to the fullest extent, letting Argentum know the difference between his current strength and the original body's strength. "It is still not enough. Baby steps, Horus. Baby steps." In response to Horus' words, Argentum let out a chuckle as he replied. He then added, "This is just the first step of my idea. I'm just about to move on to the second step." Horus' interest was piqued yet again by his clone, prompting him to ask Argentum, "What's the second step?" He. Argentum lightly laughed as a certain thought crossed his mind. "It's very simple but very effective." "Don't keep me in suspense, Argentum," Horus said before adding, "Just tell me." "All right then," Argentum replied, taking in a deep breath of air as two small holes appeared on where his nose was supposed to be. "The second step of this idea is to not introduce me to Heralia and Horul for now. What do you think? Well, that does make sense." Chapter 192 Shortcuts and Solutions. "Don't introduce me to Heralia and Horul for now. That's the second step," Argentum said to Horus without hesitation while radiating an aura of slight happiness. After hearing this, Horus was left at a loss for words. He was at a loss for words since for him, it was an incredibly stupid idea. As for Argentum, he interpreted Horus' silence as Horus thinking that he, Argentum, was an incredible genius. Of course, after the silence between the two had lasted for a minute, Argentum felt that something was off. Nevertheless, he continued to think that Horus was probably praising him in his mind, asking Horus, Well, what do you think? In response, Horus radiated an aura of indifference as he continued to maintain silence. It was at this moment that Argentum realized that Horus was not thinking of him as a genius. Realizing this, he could not help but ponder about it himself, thinking, by not introducing me to Herelia and Horel, it would save him the task of needing to make up a reason as to why I'm weak, right? That would be the most logical thing to do. Right. Well, that does make sense. Eventually, Horus muttered out a few words to Argentum, words that were related to the idea Argentum had thrown at him a while ago. He pondered over Argentum's idea while maintaining silent, thinking of ways on how to make the idea even better. To him, it was just a stopgap solution. Of course, he could go ahead and hide Argentum from Herelia and Horel to the ends of time, but to him, that would sour the friendship they had. I've already indirectly mentioned you as a trump card to Herelia, so I can only delay my introduction. If I don't introduce you to her and Horel, that would make me look like I'm still on guard against the alliance, Horus muttered a few seconds later as he let out a low sigh, looking at Argentum, who was radiating an aura of glee. Don't worry, Horus. You just have to delay my introduction for around 2 weeks, Argentum replied, with Horus radiating an aura of affirmation as he thought that 2 weeks wasn't too long of a time. Nonetheless, he could not help but become curious as to why Argentum decided to delay the introduction for a fixed amount of time. He soon asked Argentum about this, to which Argentum let out a light chuckle, which gave him the air that he had a well-connected plan in mind, as he replied, "The reason why I set it at 2 weeks is that I have full confidence that I can enhance my power to a level greater than yours within that time," Argentum said with an aura of optimism about him. He then continued, "It has something to do with the third step of my idea." Hearing the words third step, Horus could not help but ask Argentum, "How many steps are there in your idea?" Argentum pondered over Horus' question for a bit, placing his glowing index finger and thumb under his glowing chin. After a few seconds, he shrugged his shoulders as he replied, "So far, 4. I'm pretty sure I'll add more steps as time passes though." Listening to Argentum's words, Horus could not help but let out a sigh before saying, "Even though I'm you and me, it's like we're two different entities. Does it have something to do with us splitting our soul in two? I'm not sure. But you do give off the aura that you're always thinking too deep into things," Argentum replied. "Perhaps, that may be the case." Not long after, he asked Horus, "Does it have something to do with you upgrading the system's OS? Back then, you weren't like this." "It might be," Horus replied as he pondered over it, coming up with a possible conclusion a few seconds later, as he added, "It might have something to do with parallel body control. Back then, I could only control one body at a time." "Probably," Argentum replied as he scratched his head. After a few seconds of silence between the two of them, Horus then asked him, "Oh yeah, what's the third step of your idea?" In response, Argentum flashed a glowing grin as he responded, "Well, I'll follow your footsteps. Original body. It's just that I'm doing at a higher difficulty. I'm going to go and clear a dungeon." "A dungeon, you say?" Horus replied with shock as he heard Argentum's words. In his memories, although dungeons and eyes would provide players with a ton of experience points and skills, and sometimes even equipment, all dungeons are made for animates. "You do know how hard a dungeon is, right?" Horus asked Argentum before continuing. "The easiest dungeons can only be cleared by rank 0 animates at the very least. At your current state, you don't even have a tenth of a rank 0 animate's power." "Of course I know," Argentum replied before adding, "just misinterpreting what I said." "Huh?" Hearing this, Horus radiated an aura of confusion. Of course, after listening to Argentum's next words, Horus realized that he was probably overreacting. "I'm not going to clear a dungeon made for animates. I'm going to clear a dungeon perfect for pseudo-animates." "By dungeon, you mean?" Although Horus had an idea as to what Argentum was hinting, he asked to make sure. Fortunately, they were thinking the same thing as Argentum grinned, Indeed, I'm going to go loot some skills from animate towns. I almost forgot about that. Horus let out a sigh of relief. Since he was a long-time player of Eyes, he knew that there were two types of dungeons. The first one was the one he remembered vividly, the dungeons made for animates, filled to the brim with monsters, yet hold immense rewards at the end. As for the second one, since he had not gone through the pseudo-animate route and only heard of it through other players, he was less familiar with it. The more correct term for the second dungeon was town looting, which was fondly called by pseudo-animate players as dungeon looting. Although they weren't up against monsters like the animates, they were instead up against the surveillance of animates. Animates always sought pseudo-animates, mostly due to them being rare materials that could be sold for a high price, or materials that could be transformed into legendary weapons. Of course, since they weren't killing any beings while looting towns, they did not gain any experience, unlike the animates. But in exchange, the number of skills and loot they would obtain from a single looting session was enough to make animate players green with envy. Which town are you planning to loot? Then Horus asked as he commanded the system to bring up a map, slightly surprised that the map that had unfurled in front of him was more detailed than before. As for Argentum, he opened up the map as well, commanding the system to highlight the nearest towns within a certain radius. Not long after a couple of minutes, Argentum let out a grin as he pointed towards a certain town quite some distance from the Alliance base. "This is the town I'm going to go loot," Argentum said while pointing. He then muttered, "Verdant Breeze Town, a town situated beside the Greater Tempest Cliff. I'll have to cross the Inferno Plains and the Azure Shores to get to it. With my current speed, it would probably take me close to less than a week to get there." Hearing Argentum's words, Horus commanded the system to highlight the towns on his map as well, easily finding the Verdant Breeze Town Argentum was talking about. While looking at it, he could not help but notice that there were a few towns near the Tempest Cliff, but he chose the farthest one from it. With this in mind, he asked him, "Why'd you choose such a faraway town?" In response to this, Argentum scratched his head as he replied, "Well, think of it as step 3.1. I'm going to go get the elemental affinities for fire and water along the way. That's why I chose it." "I see," Horus said with slight reluctance, thinking that it would be better if Argentum was closer to where he was so he could teleport to him at any time. In the end though, he let out a sigh and stopped thinking about it, remembering that he wanted Argentum to become the strongest super animate possible. "Good luck on your travels," then, Horus said a few seconds later. Just as he said this, a thought flashed in his mind, prompting him to ask, "Oh, right. Could I check the skills you have right now before you head to Verdant Breeze Town?" "Sure, go ahead." Just like before, Argentum did not mind Horus' request, with Horus commanding the system to identify Argentum one more time. Ding! It did not take long for the system to respond, a small screen listing Argentum's skills in front of Horus a few seconds later. After looking through the skills Argentum had, he could not help but ask him, "Are you really sure these skills you have right now are enough? Go big or go home," Argentum replied. Active skills, Lesser Wind Magic LV. 1. Passive skills, Lesser Wind Affinity LV. 1. Lesser Mana Affinity LV. 1. Clouded Mana Core LV. 1. Boundless Potential LV. 1. Spirit Resonance LV. Max. Are you really sure you want to go to Verdant Breeze Town? After looking through Argentum's current skills, Horus could not help but think twice about his decision. Although Boundless Potential does look like a skill that would help you out, you still cannot hide the fact that your affinities and level of mastery over magic is weak. Can't you postpone your departure to a time where your skills are at a decently higher level? Or I could just grind my skills along the way while I make my way to Verdant Breeze Town. Argentum refuted Horus' words as he added, "You absorbed the Transcending Comprehension Leaf." At this point, Horus was awakened to the fact that Argentum had thought about his idea multiple times in his head, the goal of which was to become as strong as possible, as fast as possible. Realizing this, Horus muttered to himself, "How could I be so fickle-minded?" After that, he let out a long sigh before an aura of support and elation radiated from Horus as he said, "All right then. It seems you've thought about this quite a lot. I should learn a thing or two from my clone from time to time." "Don't be so harsh on yourself," Argentum replied with a light chuckle. "I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for your choices." "True," Horus replied before chuckling as well. Not long after, he then said, "But still, I can't help but worry that something bad might happen to you. As a pseudo-animate, you're more prone to being caught by animates and turn you into some piece of equipment." It was then that a certain skill Horus had came to mind. Unless, with this in mind, Horus' worries were washed away, replaced with a feeling of confidence and excitement for what Argentum would accomplish. "Argentum, I have no clue if this would work on you or not, but it's still worth a shot." Hearing Horus' words, Argentum could not help but be confused. Of course, it did not take long for Argentum to get what Horus was saying, with Horus muttering the name of a skill not long after. Wisdom transfer. Whoosh. It did not take long for a screen to appear in front of Horus' field of vision, listing down all of the skills he had. To be honest, he was quite shocked after looking at the screen because, unlike Fenrir and Charissa, even more skills could be passed on to Argentum than he thought, even though he was a pseudo-animate. Just as Argentum was about to ask what skills Horus was going to transfer to him, Horus went ahead and commanded the system, "Transfer all of the skills that could be transferred to Argentum." Ding! Not long after, Horus obtained a notification from the system as the system's voice resounded in his mind, saying, "All transferable skills shall be transferred to Argentum." Due to the difference in existence level, the transferred skills shall have their efficacies and grades diminished. "That's the least of my worries," Horus thought to himself as he laughed inwardly. As long as Argentum had more skills at the start of his journey, it was akin to giving him a head start in becoming someone strong. But surprisingly, another notification resounded in his mind, shocking him as he muttered, Thanks to the grades of the transferred skills, the penalty has been nullified." The system said, "All transferable skills have been successfully transferred and adapted to Argentum's body." Ding, ding, ding. While Argentum was still in shock as to what Horus had said, he was snapped back to reality by the multiple notifications he had received quite some time later. Although he knew that these notifications were related to the skills Horus had transferred to him, he did not know how much it was, prompting him to check how much skills he had obtained. Whoosh! Infinite Primordial Morph has been transferred to the user. Due to the limitation of the skill of the user that transferred the skill in the body of the current user, it has been adapted to 100 Facade Polymorph. Heavenly Spiritus Revival has been transferred to the user. Due to the limitation of the skill of the user that transferred the skill in the body of the current user, it has been adapted to Grand Breeze Rejuvenation. Grace of the Divine Tempest has been transferred to the user. Due to the limitation of the skill of the user that transferred the skill in the body of the current user, it has been adapted to Blessing of the Great Wind. A total of 6 skills had been transferred to Argentum, with most of them taking care of the areas that Argentum was lacking. After reading through the notifications, Argentum went ahead and looked through all of the descriptions of the skills, making him look at Horus with an aura of gratitude radiating from him. With these new skills, I could rest assured that he'll be able to clear a dungeon safely. I might even get more from it. Argentum thought as he closed the screens regarding the skill descriptions. Not long after. Taking in a deep breath, Argentum looked at Horus and said, "I guess he'll be leaving then. See you in 2 weeks." "Yeah, see you in 2 weeks. Horus said as he radiated an aura of concern. Noticing this, Argentum let out a sigh inwardly as he turned around to head towards the direction where Verdant Breeze Town was. Whoosh! Just as he was about to start moving, he heard the faint sound of wind coming from his back, prompting him to turn his head around to see what made that around. Surprisingly, he looked back and noticed that Horus was gone. He could not help but think that Horus had finally gone back to the Alliance base. making him let out a sigh of disappointment inwardly. But then he heard a voice coming from beside him. "You know what? Your idea has inspired me a bit before I go and evolve to X-grade. How about I go on an adventure as well?" Chapter 193 Personal Assistant. How about I go on an adventure as well? Horus said as he hovered beside Argentum, who was running at his maximum speed. Hearing Horus' words, Argentum hastily concluded that his original body was going to join him on his adventure to Verdant Breeze Town, possibly obtaining the same elemental affinities on the way. With this in mind, Argentum asked Horus with a slightly eager tone, "Are you perhaps planning to join me on my journey to Verdant Breeze Town?" Horus heard Argentum's question, radiating a slightly confused aura, which he concealed not long after. He then pondered as to why Argentum would ask him such a question like that, realizing that the words he said gave off that sort of vibe. It did not take long for him to respond, "Mistaken, Argentum. I'm going on a separate adventure from you. An adventure that would solidify my foundation even further before I become an X-grade inanimate. Plus, if you think about it, you're at a higher existence level than me. Wouldn't I just get killed if I join you?" "Lies. Way stronger than me," Argentum pouted as he responded before responding, "You just don't want to see my face, right?" At this moment, Horus let out a sigh as he wondered if the splitting of his soul gave Argentum the part of him that was stubborn. He thought up of a way to appease his clone's emotions, eventually saying, "I'll accompany you until we reach the boundary of Tempest Cliff." "Does that sound good?" "Yes, it does," Argentum said in response to Horus' query, letting Horus let out an inward sigh of relief. Since the time taken by the two to travel from the Alliance to the boundary of Tempest Cliff was limited by Argentum's maximum speed, which was not that low, mind you, it took them about 30 minutes or so to reach it, talking about some stuff along the way regarding their plans in the future, as well as possible ideas that could hastily increase their strengths. Unfortunately for Argentum, times of happiness were bound to end eventually, with the two of them at the boundary of Tempest Cliff. At the instant they had arrived, Horus looked at Argentum and said, "It seems we've reached the boundary. Let us part ways here, Argentum." "All right then." Argentum let out a low sigh as he said reluctantly. He then waved his hands as he said to Horus, "See you in 2 weeks then." "See you in 2 weeks," Horus replied not long after. He then added, "May you come back stronger than ever." Hearing those words, a light smile crept upon Argentum's face before turning around to face the direction where Verdant Breeze Town was. A few seconds later, a distance of about 10 meters or so were made between Argentum and Horus as Argentum had officially started his journey towards Verdant Breeze Town. "As long as he doesn't have any dumb moments, if he's in danger, hell, remember to communicate with me with mental communication," Horus muttered to himself as an aura of excitement radiated from him. "I guess Argentum's spirit of adventure has rubbed off onto me. Though we'll just go to places I've been to before." "Speaking of which, I should let Herelia know where I currently am," Horus said not long after, realizing that he had only told Herelia that he was in the Tower of Seclusion a long while ago. In the off chance that she needed him for something and went to the Tower of Seclusion to find him, only to find out that he was not there, Horus had a feeling that she wouldn't hesitate to use all of the manpower in the Alliance to scour the whole Tempest Cliff just to find him. With that in mind, he utilized the Alliance portion of his system to contact Herelia, surprisingly connecting with her not long after. "What's up, Horus?" At the instant the two had connected, Herelia was the first one to talk, asking why Horus had connected with her. "I just wanted to tell you that I'm not in the Tower of Seclusion anymore," Horus replied to her query as he added, "I'm currently outside the Alliance." "I see why you called me then," Herelia responded to his words not long after. She then asked him, "What are you doing outside then?" "I'm going to go to that inheritance to grab a few more comprehension leaves," Horus answered her last statement, deciding to not hide it from her. A moment of silence ensued after Horus' reply, taking a while for Herelia to respond with, "I see. Good luck on obtaining more comprehension leaves then. Also, remember that the maximum comprehension multiplier is 30 times the normal comprehension speed." "Although I'm quite curious as to how you know that," I have a feeling that it's because you absorbed a lot of comprehension leaves yourself, Horus replied before lightly chuckling. Anyways, thanks for the heads up. I'll be on my way then. Have a safe trip. These were the last words Heracles uttered before the connection between the two of them had been cut. After cutting off the connection, Horus pondered over his plans of solidifying his foundation after being inspired by Argentum, thinking out loud for a bit. Well, that solves the problem of the unlikely chance that Heracles would try to find me. I wouldn't be so unlucky for her to try and find me while I'm inside the Tempest Cliff inheritance, right? The plan he had in mind to solidify his foundation was incredibly simple. Nevertheless, this simplicity was extremely effective. It was only composed of 4 steps. The first step was for him to go to the Tempest Cliff inheritance and learn all of the skills that he had not learned yet from the bookshelves in that room filled with skills. After that, he would go ahead and fuse all of the skills that are of the same category into a greater skill, which he considered as a sub-step rather than a step in his plan. The next step after that would be him going to the inheritance where he had obtained his Ruler of the Void title, trying to get more comprehension leaves to increase his comprehension speed to the limit. It would not only help him out in the future, but it would also help Fenrir, Charissa, Argentum, and even the future allies he would summon. While thinking about this second step, he remembered that he had become the owner of the Tempest Cliff inheritance, obtaining a title that had significantly increased his stats. With this in mind, he decided to make becoming the owner of the Comprehension Leaf inheritance an optional sub-step in his plan. If he achieved it, good for him. If not, then there was not much of a problem. After maxing out his comprehension speed, the step after would be to enhance the other parts of his system as much as possible. The Soul Enchantment system, the Genesis Tree system, Fenrir, and Charissa. He would try to get them to the highest level possible with the current resources he had. Right. I should ask Argentum to transfer back the unused experience points to me, Horus muttered as he thought deeper about the third step of his plan. Not long after, he made a mental note of it. As for the final step, it was none other than to evolve to X-grade inanimate. In actuality, he decided to make evolving to the X-grade the 5th step. But he could not help but be wary about the 4th step he added, which was to grab the other elemental affinities before evolving. If I add other elemental affinities haphazardly before evolving, wouldn't that result in a weaker evolution? This was the thought Horus had in mind while thinking about it, postponing the 4th step when he had become an X-grade inanimate. And so, after going over the plan in his mind, Horus went ahead and disappeared from the boundary of Tempest Cliff, teleporting his way to the Tempest Cliff inheritance with all of his movement buffs enabled. Whoosh! After about a few minutes or so, Horus had appeared in the center of the Tempest Cliff ruins once more, appearing on top of the magic circle that led both him and Heracles back then to the entrance of the inheritance. Utilizing the system, he commanded the inheritance to let him in, which the inheritance hastily did at the instant he was finished commanding. Swoosh! At the instant he had arrived, he could not help but look at his surroundings with an aura of nostalgia radiating from his as he muttered, looking at this jade green hall sure brings back good memories of struggle. No, wait. I didn't really struggle that much. After saying this, he then commanded the inheritance to open the path that led to the skill room, an ever-familiar corridor appearing on one of the sides of the jade green hall not long after. Of course, with Horus being able to teleport, it only took Horus one teleportation to arrive at the skill room, looking at the plethora of skill books that were in front of him. As he looked at the multiple bookshelves in front of him that were filled to the brim with skill books, he could not help but wonder if there was a way for him to learn all of these skills through a faster method other than learning them one by one. With this in mind, he asked the system about it as well, and surprisingly, he had received a reply. Ding! The user can utilize its expertise of manipulating their soul to learn more skills at once. The system's voice resounded in his mind, slightly surprised at the answer it had received. The question he had given to the system was normally something the previous version of the system wouldn't have answered, and yet, it had answered this problem without a problem. A few seconds later, it then gave an answer that surprised him. Not only that, But the user can also opt to transform the system into a personal assistant, which would help out in learning skills as well. A personal assistant can do that? Horus questioned himself, deciding in the end that there was no harm in trying. He then told the system, transform into a personal assistant. As you wish, user. The system's feminine-sounding voice resounded in his mind before being replaced with a monotonous voice. The transcending existence system is now on personal assistance mode. The monotonous voice resounded in his mind as a white ball of light manifested on the left shoulder of his glowing wooden sculpture body. It resounded in his mind once more as it asked him, "What would you like to be called, user?" You can actually change how called? Horus could not help but mutter in slight shock, only for the monotonous voice to respond with, "The user has opted to be called A." You can actually change how called? Is this what you would like to be called? No, Horus briefly replied, to which the monotonous voice followed not long after. He thought about it for a while, letting out a sigh of defeat at the end, since all of the names that came to his end were bordering on the edge of the dark phase. If anyone other than him heard his system say that, he would surely be embarrassed to death. And so, in the end, he replied, "Call me Master." The user has opted to be called Master. Is this what you would like to be called? The monotonous voice replied to Horus' words not long after, to which Horus confirmed a few seconds after being asked, "Would you like the personal assistant to take on the appearance of a male or a female?" The monotonous voice asked yet again, to which Horus unhesitatingly chose the latter. To be more specific, what appearance would you like your personal assistant to have? Hearing this question resound in his mind, Horus was at a crossroads. In his previous life, he had multiple favorite tastes when it came to women. With that in mind, he then held a tournament in his mind of what the best female appearance would be when it came to a personal assistant, letting out a sigh in the end as he muttered, "A kind older sister. That's extremely beautiful and is also wearing a maid dress." Surprisingly, those specifications were more than enough for the monotonous voice to reply, "The customization of the user's personal assistant has been completed." The system has decided to take inspiration from the user's past memories for some aspects. The user can opt to customize the personal assistant at any time. After that statement, the white ball of light had undergone an abrupt change, taking on the appearance of a kind older sister with silky black hair with a body that would make men fall in love at first sight, which is complemented with an exquisitely designed maid dress that accentuated her figure quite nicely. Of course, this personal assistant had only mimicked the appearance of a human, being multiple times smaller than a regular human. "Nice to meet you, Master." At the very instant the maid started talking, a voice that would easily lull a person to sleep, as well as warm a person's heart, was heard by Horus, making him feel grateful that he was reincarnated as a stick yet again. "I currently don't have a name yet, so what would Master like to call me?" To be honest, he was expecting for the system to name itself, but he did not mind it all, thinking that this was also a part of customizing the personal assistant, eventually replying with, "Since your full name is the Transcending Existence System, I'll morph the first word into Teresa." How does Teresa sound? Teresa. The personal assistant bonded over the name Horus gave it, only to become elated soon after as it said, "I like it, Master." "Teresa shall be at your service." Heavens. Kurohana. Thank you for giving me this gift, Horus shouted out loud in his mind, feeling that the grind he was going to do would be more fun with Teresa around. A few seconds later, Teresa went ahead and asked him, "What would you like me to do, Master?" "Do you see the multiple bookshelves in front of me?" Horus asked Teresa not long after, to which it replied, "Yes, I do." "What do I do with them?" "Could you go ahead and number them? Oh, and also, could you separate the content of the 3 bookshelves into offensive, supportive, and defensive skills?" Horus soon replied to its question, to which it replied, "As you wish, Master." Whoosh. After it was given a command, Teresa went ahead and split itself into multiple smaller Teresa, slightly leaving Horus at a loss for words, only for him to chuckle not long after as he said, It seems. This plan of mine wouldn't be so boring after all. Chapter 194 Perks of Experience Sharing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With incredibly fast speed, the multiple thrissers went ahead and stopped in front of the bookshelves that were in the skill room, their eyes glowing a faint red after they made sure that they were in an optimal position in front of each bookshelf. Not long after that, a red light emanated from their eyes, covering all of the bookshelves in a faint red light as the skill room was temporarily dyed red. Fortunately, this did not last long, with the red light emanating from the eyes of the multiple thrissers dissipating around 10 seconds later as all of them flew up from their positions before merging into the Teresa hovering on Aurus' left shoulder a while ago. It then made its way towards Aurus' shoulder before respectfully bowing as it said, "The Master's request has been fulfilled." Teresa has successfully numbered the bookshelves in this room relative to the position of Master, with the first few bookshelves the Master could see in front of him having low numbers while those in the back have high numbers. Teresa has counted that there are exactly 25 bookshelves in this room, with the first 5 bookshelves all having skill books of the offensive category, the next 8 bookshelves all having skill books of the defensive category, and the last 12 bookshelves all having skill books of the supportive category. Teresa continued with her explanation, to which Aurus responded, "Good job, Teresa, you've done well." "Thank you, Master." Hearing Aurus' words of praise, Teresa smiled, radiating an aura that seemed to melt a person's heart once they looked at its smile. Of course, Aurus was affected by this as well, prompting him to thank the heavens once more in his mind. Nonetheless, he did not lose sight of his goal on this slightly impromptu trip of his, manifesting a soul vessel above his wooden sculpture head a few seconds later. Whoosh, whoosh. He then went on to split the soul vessel into 64 partitions after realizing that partitioning the soul vessel into 16 did not put that much of a burden on him anymore. Of course, this was all due to the pentatasking skill. Ding. "Oh, Master, pentatasking has reached the maximum level. Would you like to evolve it?" As a notification sound resounded in his mind, Teresa went ahead and told him about the notification, as well as his choices. Unsurprisingly, since he was aiming to make his foundations as strong and solid as possible, he unhesitatingly replied, "Yes, evolve the skill." Whoosh. Thankfully, just like before, the evolution of skills did not take long, with Teresa saying a few seconds later, "Pentatasking has been evolved to hexatasking, Master." By the looks of it, the Master can split the soul vessel even further after the evolution. "Well. The burden on my soul has significantly decreased compared to before," Aurus replied to Thrissa's query as he added, "but I think 64 soul balls is more than enough for what I need to do. I still need to allocate some of my soul's strength for unlikely situations. Of course, I also have you to help me, Teresa," Aurus continued before letting out a chuckle. In response to this, Teresa lightly chuckled as it replied, "I am indeed here to help, Master." "And so, with that in mind, what are the Master's next orders?" Aurus pondered over the question for a bit, looking at the numerous skills in front of him, waiting to be learned and fused by him just so he could increase his strength and get a better evolution path. Just as he was thinking about something along the lines of what skills he should absorb first, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind, with the thought accompanying it being along the lines of, "Is it really possible, Teresa?" Aurus said a few seconds later after obtaining that spark of inspiration, to which Teresa replied with, "Yes, Master." "Could you pull up the description of experience sharing for me?" Aurus asked, to which Teresa nodded with slight glee as it replied, "As you wish, Master." Also, it seems that the Master is used to the previous commands. "Teresa doesn't mind if you use the previous commands." "Good to know," Aurus said in response as a slightly corporeal screen appeared in front of his field of vision an instant later. After declining an offer from Teresa to read the words written on the screen in her voice, Aurus hastily skimmed through the description of the skill and let out a chuckle after multiple thoughts in his mind collided with one another. With the multiple thoughts fusing into one complex thought, Aurus muttered with an aura of slight excitement, "It seems that even though I'm far away from you, Argentum, you'll obtain an even better platform of improvement compared to when I started out. You better not waste the skills I'm going to send you, okay? Ding _ Experience sharing LV. Max grade, unevolvable. A unique skill that has various requirements in order to be obtained. The most common feature of such a skill with this name is for two entities to share memories and experiences, allowing one to tutor the other through the usage of memories. Of course, there are also rare variants of this skill that offer even more than that, but the requirements are extremely stringent. Due to the user's first and second body containing the same soul, 3 variants of the skill have been unlocked for both bodies to use. First variant, memory sharing. It allows the two bodies to share memories and experiences. Second variant, sense sharing. It allows the two bodies to share the senses of their bodies with one another. It could range from the 5 basic senses to pain, with even the sharing of the sensation of pleasure not being impossible. Third variant, reward sharing. An extremely rare variant of the skill that is only unlocked when the two bodies both have perfect systems. It allows the two bodies to share every reward one body would obtain with the other. Sense sharing is something that was already unlocked ever since Argentum was still an animate. Horus muttered as he realized that experience sharing encompassed 3 branches. He then pondered as to why more variants were unlocked for him and Argentum to use, eventually coming to the plausible conclusion that after the illusion on Argentum had been removed, the connection between the two had become closer. We both have the same memory, so I guess memory sharing is related to sharing memories that have recently been obtained or something. Horus continued to think out loud before letting out a chuckle that radiated an aura along the lines of Imagenius. He then said, reward sharing. I wonder if the difference in the existence level would hamper this. Well, there's no other way to know other than to try it out, right? Horus laughed before he went ahead and controlled the 64 soul balls hovering over his head towards the multiple bookshelves, with the intent of learning all of the skills on the bookshelves. Alongside this, Horus commanded Teresa, enable reward sharing. After that, learn all of the skills on the bookshelves. As you wish, Master, Teresa respectfully replied as a faint connection had been established on Horus' soul not long after, with the connection slightly tugging on his soul. After this, Teresa said, reward sharing has been enabled, Master. I shall now help out the Master's soul balls in learning all of the skills in this room. Whoosh! Splitting up into multiple smaller thrusters once more, they went ahead and moved towards the bookshelves that Horus' soul balls had not touched yet, hastily learning all of the skills on those bookshelves one by one. And so, ding, 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 a plethora of low-leveled skills were soon added onto Horus' skill list. Wind evasion has been obtained. Breeze bomb has been obtained. Iron will has been obtained. Soaring gust has been obtained. With a monotonous voice resounding in his mind, relaying to Horus the skills he had obtained from the bookshelves, he was on full alert as he waited for a unique notification to come up. Ding! Eventually, after a few minutes or so, a notification that stood out from the others had soon come, resounding in Horus' mind as he listened to it with an aura of pride. Due to the reward-sharing skill, the active skill wine barrier has been shared with Argentum. Unfortunately, due to the difference in existence level, the efficacy of the shared skill has been diminished on Argentum's side. I guess I still can't ignore the fact that there's a difference in our existence level when sharing rewards. Horus slightly laughed as he looked at the soul balls and Thyrsis hastily learning all of the skills on the bookshelves with a gaze of slight awe. Back then, he knew for a fact that he wouldn't be able to learn all of the skills in a matter of a short time. That was why he delayed learning all of the skills in this room to a time when he could do so. And today was that time. Ding, ding, ding. Amidst the low-level skills Horus had learned, a few of them would be shared with Argentum, making Horus feel slightly jealous. He wondered where he would be if he had someone helping him out as well behind the scenes. But then, he stopped thinking about this, radiating an aura of expectation instead as he muttered, with this boost, I wonder how strong of a superanimate would Argentum become in the future? Hello. Just as he was about to endure the monotonous voice of the system's notifications resounding in his mind once more, a lively voice resounded in his mind. With him hastily recognizing who was behind this voice was. Horus soon replied to this question with a light chuckle as he replied in his mind. Oh, if it isn't Argentum. Missed me after you just left the Tempest Cliff. To be honest, I was grinding all of the skills on my list, including the ones you transferred to me before I left the Tempest Cliff. Argentum's voice soon resounded in his mind, which was followed up with a sigh. Not long after, his voice continued, but what's this reward sharing thing? And how are you sharing so many skills with me? Reward sharing is something I've unlocked after you became my clone. Horus decided to explain it to Argentum as he added, you also have access to this. He then continued, as for the skills. Do you remember the Tempest Cliff inheritance? Tempest Cliff inheritance. Argentum repeated Horus' last words with his reply, which was followed up with his shocked voice. You mean the skill room? Bingo. Horus replied with a chuckle. He then added, don't you think him kind? Boosting your abilities and specialties even further before you reach Verdant Breeze Town? Not gonna lie, I just think you're adding more burden onto me. Argentum responded to his question before letting out a slightly exasperated sigh. Just as Horus was going to give Argentum some motivation to grind all of those skills, Argentum's laugh could be resounding in his mind, which was then followed up with, but if I complained early on, I wouldn't become the strongest superanimate in existence, right? Keep those skills coming, Horus. Once I come back from this trip, I'll show you how much I've improved, Argentum said in a confident tone, to which Horus let out a short chuckle before responding, I'll be Inksgrade inanimate by then, but sure. I'll be glad to fight against my clone. After that, the conversation between the two was finished, with Horus not hearing Argentum's voice in his mind anymore, being replaced with the monotonous voice of the system's notification once again. Fortunately, this situation only lasted for a short while before the notifications of the system were finished coming, prompting Horus to get fired up as he manipulated all of the soul balls he sent to fuse back with his body as the multiple thrusters fused as one before heading back to hover above his shoulder. Master, with the help of your soul balls, you have successfully learned all 1,255 skills from the 25 bookshelves in this room, Teresa said after sitting on Horus' wooden shoulder, to which Horus could not help but become inwardly shocked at the number of skills he had learned. He could not help but ask himself, did this skill room really have that many skills in the first place? Kevin. Where did you get all of these skills from? As he thought about the massive number of skills he had learned, he could not help but think about Kevin, the previous owner of the inheritance. Although he bore a grudge against him since the clone he had received with his help was not even the real one, he was still in awe at his abilities. Master, what would you like to do next with these skills? After noticing that Horus' mind was unoccupied, Teresa asked him this question, to which Horus unhesitatingly responded, fuse all of the skills that are compatible with one another. Make sure all of the skills are fused to its limits. As you wish, Master, Teresa respectfully replied to Horus' words before letting out an awkward chuckle as it added, but what's wrong? Horus asked Teresa. Master, you don't have enough experience points to fuse all of these skills. Give me a second. After a moment of silence, Horus replied to its words as he connected with a certain being in his mind. Oi, Argentum. Give me back the unused experience points. Chapter 195. Returning to the peak celestial plane. Divine Triad Pagoda. After being advised by the pagoda where the immortal verdict wielders resided to wait for orders, Nyx and Shirahana decided to follow its advice, heading back to the Hall of Greater Divinity at their maximum speed. Nonetheless, while they made their way towards the Hall of Greater Divinity, the two of them could not help but let out a sigh inwardly. Are you feeling the same feeling as me, Shirahana? Nyx looked at Shirahana, who was beside her, and asked this question. In response to this, Shirahana let out a short sigh before answering with, if it's the feeling of helplessness, Then yes, I feel the same thing. Only a few dozen of us have survived the onslaught from the first divine demon war. Nyx let out a chuckle filled with melancholy as she spoke. She then added, to know the power of a sin firsthand, who wouldn't feel helpless in front of it? She then focused her vision on Shirahana's face before saying, and that's why I hate the new generation of lesser and greater gods who haven't been in the war, thinking that sins are nothing compared to them. Why hate them? Shirahana replied to Nyx's statement before adding, they are just lucky to be born in a time in the celestial plane that wasn't filled with strife. That's all. If they were born at the time when the first divine demon war was at its highest, which one of them wouldn't feel the same as us? Shirahana continued, only to let out a sigh a few seconds later. Then again, I still want to do something before the inevitable comes. Something that would increase my chances of surviving. What do you have in mind? Nyx asked her, slightly curious as to what Shirahana was thinking. Fortunately, Shirahana was not someone who kept everything to herself, eventually telling Nyx what she was going to do as she waited for orders. The response Shirahana got from Nyx was that of an expression of complete shock, as well as a shout that went along the lines of, are you insane? Going to try and become an immortal verdict wielder? Well, by becoming an immortal verdict wielder, if the sin were up against his a deified sin, then it wouldn't be impossible for me to fight back. Shirahana explained her thought process before adding, on the other hand, if it's a primordial sin, which I hope it isn't, then I would have a greater chance to escape. You, Nyx muttered in slight disbelief, only to become silent as she felt the conviction that was gradually emanating from Shirahana. Noticing this, she let out a sigh that said something along the lines of I guess it can't be helped before saying, I guess you're serious. Huh. It's so like you to do such a thing. Sorry for being a bit selfish, Nyx. Shirahana smiled in a slightly melancholic manner as she talked, to which Nyx replied, don't be. Every god is a little bit selfish on the inside. After saying that, Nyx let out a sigh once more before laughing not long after, putting a slightly confused expression on Shirahana's face. Just as Shirahana was about to ask why she was laughing, Nyx went ahead and said, since you're aiming to become an immortal verdict wielder as well, I guess I should strive further to become an immortal verdict wielder. I won't lose to you, okay? In response to this, Shirahana lightly smiled before chuckling as well. Of course, it wouldn't be like you to lose against me. After taking about half a day to get back to the Hall of Greater Divinity, Shirahana and Nyx soon parted ways, making a promise with one another that they would become immortal verdict wielders before the second divine demon war truly starts. Whoosh, whoosh. A few hours after that, Shirahana had arrived near the proximity of a certain plane owned by a god she knew very well. In actuality, this plane was more akin to a cube rather than a plane, with each side being the epitome of the color white. Indeed, this plane was none other than Kurohana's plane, the plane of Shirahana's original body. Whoosh. Thanks to Shirahana and Kurohana being the same person, Shirahana did not have any difficulty entering the white cube, landing beside Kurohana, who had her full concentration on the floating orb in front of her. A few minutes later, thud. Hearing a slightly loud noise resonating near her, Kurohana could not help but be ticked off as her head turned around to look at who or what made that sound, only for her anger to dissipate into thin air in an instant after realizing who had made the sound. Shirahana, back, Kurohana said in a cheerful tone, standing up from her chair before going ahead and hugging her. Although Shirahana and Kurohana were two entities, they were ultimately the same person, which meant that the sensation of being hugged was passed on to Kurohana as well. After hugging her for a while, feeling refreshed after being hugged, Kurohana soon asked Shirahana as a serious expression appeared on her face. So what did you find out? In response to her question, Shirahana went ahead and knelt, with Kurohana scratching her head at this sight not long after. Eventually, she let out a sigh before muttering, do you really want to make me do this? Even though there's no one around here, it's kind of embarrassing. As she muttered these words, she then placed her right hand on top of Shirahana's head, her body glowing a faint gold. Not long after, she then channeled this faint gold light towards her right hand before closing her eyes. Swoosh. At the instant she had done that, an influx of information soon came into Kurohana's mind, with her mind hastily organizing, deciphering, and processing the information. Not long after standing in place for a couple of minutes, she then opened her eyes, heading back to her chair to sit before saying to Shirahana, "Good work. You've more or less conveyed what I wanted to say to Nyx." After finding out that the sin we're up against might be a primordial sin, I should also thank you for sending me a memory regarding the primordial sin, Kurohana said with a smile as she looked intently at the orb, the image of Horus and his comrades winning the war in Tempest Cliff. She then looked back at Shirahana and asked, "Speaking of which, are you really sure that we're up against a primordial sin?" In response, Shirahana stood up and sat on the armrest of the chair Kurohana was sitting on before replying, "Well. Nyx examined the demon's mark I got from those two lesser gods. Knowing Nyx very well, there's a likely chance that we may truly be up against a primordial sin this time around." "You actually obtained a demon's mark?" Kurohana muttered in disbelief, rummaging through the information she had just received from Shirahana, only to find out that that was the case. "Only unified sins and above can create those things, right?" "Yeah." Shirahana nodded in response before saying, "I checked the demon's mark with the power you gave me, and it radiated power at the deified sin level. I guess our power wasn't enough to check the true level of the sin on a demon's mark." Hearing those words coming from her divine clone, Kurohana could not help but wonder to herself, "Have I gotten that trusty?" With this in mind, Kurohana told Shirahana that she was going to take control over her body for a while, to which Shirahana unhesitatingly acceded. And just like that, Kurohana was now controlling a greater part of her power, getting a better feel of her full power as she lightly stretched her body. After making sure that every part of her body was ready to start moving strenuously, she then went ahead and raised her left arm as a giant magic circle manifested on the tip of her left hand a few seconds later. Next, she threw this magic circle with her full strength as multiple balls of white energy appeared around her body, making their way towards the thrown magic circle at the fastest speed possible. Whoosh, whoosh. These balls of white energy arranged themselves in a flower formation around the magic circle while the magic circle siphoned the energy from the balls, creating a whirlpool of various colors as the aura of multiple living beings gradually emanated from the circle. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. Eventually, the aura of tens of thousands of living beings started to emanate from the circle, prompting Kurohana to dash towards the center of the magic circle, absorbing this aura for herself before channeling it towards her right fist. Myriad lives, galaxy-shattering beam. Bang! As she muttered the name of the move, she then punched out with her right fist at full force, manifesting a beam of energy that was equivalent to the life of tens of thousands of people. Every year they spent living, every ounce of energy inside their body, every second of effort they exerted to increase their strength, all of this was congregated into this beam, piercing through the walls of the white cube without any effort. After the beam had dissipated, Kurohana enhanced her sense of sight to its limit as she looked at what the beam had destroyed, letting out a low sigh as she found out that she had only destroyed 3 galaxies with this move of hers, unlike her peak of 10 galaxies back then. "I guess I've gotten rusty," Kurohana muttered as she transferred her control back to her original body while Shirahana had taken control of her own body simultaneously. She sat on the chair while looking at the orb in front of her, pondering over what she was going to do so she could achieve her goal of becoming an immortal verdict wielder before the second divine demon war starts. Fortunately, it did not take long for her to think up of a plan that would allow her to do just that, looking at Kurohana with a slightly serious expression as she said, "Shirahana, split yourself into 2. But give the second body of yours only around 20% of your power." "As you wish," Shirahana said in response to Kurohana's commands, closing her eyes as she chanted an incantation that was incomprehensible to any other being than gods, her body gaining a line that cut her body in half lengthwise. Whoosh! Soon, the line in the middle of her body had turned corporeal, cutting Shirahana into two halves before gradually transforming into two clones that had the same appearance as Kurohana. Looking at the new clone that had been made, Kurohana said to her, "So I don't have to be confused when I contact you, since my name is Kurohana, and the clone beside you is Shirahana, you shall be called Heihana. Do you have any complaints about that?" The new clone that had been formed, who was named Heihana by Kurohana, shook her head before replying, "I have no complaints, original body. What orders do you have for me to accomplish?" Although it'd rather be called Kurohana, I'll let it slide for now, Kurohana replied to Heihana's question before adding, "Anyways, you shall accomplish the third step of this plan of mine to become an immortal verdict wielder before the second divine demon war starts. Your task is to wander through the worlds of mortals and live like them. Try to get a feeling of what it is to be immortal. Also, try to learn as many skills from the mortals as possible. Martial arts, magic spells, esoteric skills, all of it will be helpful in the long run," Kurohana added, to which Heihana replied with, "As you wish, Kurohana." Swoosh. Without hesitation, Heihana went ahead and flew out of the white cube, proceeding to follow Kurohana's orders to a T as she started to make her way towards a planet filled with mortals. After looking at the fleeting silhouette of Heihana for a short while, she then shifted her focus to Shirahana as she said, "Since you have the most power out of all of us three bodies, you shall do the second step, which is to try and learn more about the greater law of reincarnation, as well as obtain greater control of it. Of course, I'll learn the greater law of reincarnation as well from time to time, allowing us to exchange opinions that would slightly speed up the process. But mostly, you'll be the one doing that." "As you wish, Kurohana." In response to her words, Shirahana respectfully bowed before making her way towards a corner of the white cube, sitting down in a cross-legged position as she closed her eyes, attuning to the energy of the laws in the universe. After looking at the movement of the law around Shirahana's body for a while, Kurohana eventually shifted her focus back to the floating orb in front of her, letting out a light smile as she muttered to herself, "Of course, I should do the most important step of this plan of mine, the first step. I'm going to make sure that nothing else happens to Horus, allowing him to continue on the path of destiny I've set for him, and possibly even speed it up." At this moment, the image on the orb was that of Horus upgrading his system to the next level, eliciting a light chuckle from Kurohana as she shifted the image on the orb to that of the entity who found out what she was doing. Noticing that the entity that found out what she was doing had given up on meddling with Horus, Kurohana could not help but lightly chuckle once again as she said, "Well then, it seems that luck is on my side." Chapter 196 The Road to Power XXXX Continent, outside the Tempest Cliff. How is this what the original body felt while he was wandering throughout this world alone? A being made out of pure green energy could not help but mutter to itself as it dashed through the terrain at its maximum speed, startling those who were lucky enough to get near the being. This being took on the shape of a human, but it did not have facial features. Yet for some reason, it emulated a part that was not even needed for its existence level, being covered up with two large leaves wrapped around its waist. This being was none other than Argentum, who already felt bored after only leaving the Tempest Cliff for around 20 minutes. Nonetheless, he continued to run towards Verdant Breeze Town since that's what he promised to his original body, Horus. At the moment, he was recalling the plan he had in mind, which composed of the things he would do while on his way to Verdant Breeze Town. Concurrently, he was also wondering how his original body was able to withstand such boredom for a long amount of time before meeting Herelia and the others. Surprisingly, rather than focus on the plan he had in mind, he decided to look through the shared memories of both him and Horus, specifically searching for the things Horus had done while he was still alone. After looking at what his original body had done to stave off boredom in the start, Argentum was left at a loss for words, wondering if there was a part of his original body that had already gone insane thanks to it. It was then that he made a promise to himself that he would not lose his mind like his original body while traveling to Verdant Breeze Town. No matter how boring it may be. But how am I going to do that? Just as Argentum asked himself this question, the other thought that was simultaneously going on in his mind a while ago had surfaced as if it was the answer to his question, which Argentum was surprisingly happy to remember. Right. Unlike my original body, I have multiple skills I could grind while I'm on my way to Verdant Breeze Town, Argentum said to himself in glee as he added, not only that, I also have to obtain some skills from the areas I have to pass through as well. As he said the last statement, an aura of seriousness emanated from him as he placed his index finger and thumb under his chin while running, going over through his memories as he muttered, I know how to obtain those skills when I'm an inanimate or animate. How am I going to obtain that as a pseudo-animate though? Eventually, he stopped thinking about this question as he let out a light chuckle before saying, I'm far from that area so I shouldn't think about it for now. I should do what I can currently do, which is to grind my skills like crazy. System, open up the skill list, Argentum commanded the system in his mind, to which system promptly responded by showing a small holographic screen in front of Argentum, taking into consideration that he was currently running. Ding, _ Active skills, Lesser Wind Magic LV. 100 Facade Polymorph LV. 1. Grand Breeze Rejuvenation LV. 1. Mana Barrier LV. 1. Great Mana Domain LV. 1. Mana Awakening LV. 1. Passive Skills, Blessing of the Great Wind LV. 1. Lesser Mana Affinity LV. 1. Clouded Mana Core LV. 1. Boundless Potential LV. 1. Spirit Resonance LV. Max _ As he looked at the skills on the screen that had appeared in front of his field of vision, he would command the system to show its description, allowing him to formulate a plan that would let him improve his skills at an insanely fast rate. Of course, calling it the formulation of a plan was more or less an exaggeration. In actuality, he was organizing the skills on his list, prioritizing those that had a lower grade first before those with the higher grades. By the looks of it, the lowest skill grade on my list is the grade mortal level, which consists of a single active skill, and 3 passive skills. As for the highest skill grade on my list, that would be the grade mortal level, which consists of all of the remaining skills on my list, except for Spirit Resonance, which has no grade and level whatsoever, Argentum muttered as he thought out loud while running, sparing some of his consciousness towards the terrain in front of him. Grade mortal level skills have a maximum level of 10 for a pseudo-animate, which is 7 levels higher than on the inanimate existence level. As for a grade mortal level skills, they have a maximum level of 30, which is 20 levels higher than on the inanimate existence level. From that I have no problems with what I'm going to prioritize then, Argentum continued to mutter before a grin appeared on his featureless face. Raising his left arm as a ball of mana manifested a few centimeters away from his palm as he continued to run. He then threw this mana ball towards a nearby tree as he shouted, Lesser Wind Magic. Wind Ball. Whoosh, bang. Just as the mana ball was about to collide with the tree, the ball had undergone an abrupt change, instantly radiating an intense aura of wind before truly hitting the tree, creating a large crater on its trunk as it made multiple lacerations on it as well. Ding. Lesser Wind Magic has leveled up. Clouded Mana Core has leveled up. Blessing of the Great Wind has leveled up. As a notification sound resounded throughout his mind, the system went ahead and announced the notifications he had gotten from that attack, slightly shocking him as he expected only the first skill, Lesser Wind Magic, to level up. But then, relying on the shared memories he had, he eventually realized why 3 skills had leveled up instead of 1, prompting Argentum to stop in his place as he pondered over something. In his mind were multiple thoughts related to the skills he currently had. At this moment, he was pondering over what he could do to increase the speed of improvement of his skills. After remembering this fact, and not only rely on the original body's absorption of the transcending comprehension leaf to increase his speed of improvement. After a few minutes of pondering over what combination of skills could be used to improve as many skills as possible with one move, an optimal combination was soon realized in Argentum's mind, making him let out a sigh as he chuckled at the same time. By doing this, am I considered a masochist? He could not help but ask himself this question as he looked at the terrain in front of him before continuing to run once more. He then went over the optimal combination of skills in his mind before taking a deep breath of air as he prepared himself for what he was going to do. If only I had as much energy to use just like the original body, Argentum muttered before adding, making sure that all skills activate with the least amount of energy is quite hard. Nonetheless, by doing this, I'll be able to increase my maximum energy capacity. First off, Great Mana Domain, bare bones. Whoosh. At the instant he muttered the name of this skill, a faint blue light had covered his body, increasing the regeneration rate of his energy while increasing the maximum amount of energy he could hold. Well, unfortunately, due to the method of activation Argentum had used, only a small boost had been applied to Argentum. Nevertheless, after seeing that it was successful, Argentum chuckled as two notifications resounded in his mind, telling him that Great Mana Domain and Clouded Mana Core had both leveled up. If the legendary Tinkerer knew that bare bones could actually work with any skill one had, surely be at the divinity existence level by now, Argentum said as a certain memory surfaced in his mind while he was about to activate another skill. In this memory was Horus, who was a well-known peak animate level player in Eyes, and in front of him was a person that had a reputation far greater than Horus, only being known with the nickname of Legendary Tinkerer due to the countless experiments he had done in Eyes to maximize the efficiency of his resources. Hey, Horus, since we've known each other for a long time and you've even helped me out on some stuff, I'll teach you a skill I've created that would allow you to attack with your skills, no matter how small your mana is. The legendary Tinkerer said to Horus, to which Horus became eager in an instant, telling the legendary Tinkerer to hurry up and teach him what the skill was. In response, the legendary Tinkerer could not help but chuckle as he looked at the eager expression on Horus' face for a second before extending out his right arm, manifesting a fireball the size of a bowling ball not long after. You know very well that the main stat mages focus on is the MP stat, the legendary Tinkerer said to Horus as he waved the bowling ball-sized fireball around before continuing. The more MP a mage has, the more spells they can dish out, the more damage they can deal. Well, I don't know if this is a feature of the game or not, but if you control the amount of mana you put into the spell that's currently activated. As the legendary Tinkerer said these words, the bowling ball-sized fireball hovering on his right palm gradually shrunk, eventually reaching a size that was akin to a small gr.a.p.e. You could either exert a great amount of power by overloading your spell with mana. Or conserve the amount of mana you have by reducing the power output of your spell. Almost all of the famous mages in this server have heard of the former, but only I have found a way that would make the latter not inferior in any way to the former. By relying on active buffs, that could have its output reduced as well, one could fight against an army of 1,000,000 without ever worrying about their amount of mana. Instead of fighting against numbers with one large attack that could easily decimate a giant piece of land, why not use multiple small-scale spells that have enough energy to kill the enemies in front of you? The legendary Tinkerer continued explaining before throwing the gr.a.p.sized fireball towards a nearby tree. At the instant the fireball had collided with the tree was instantly turned into char. It could be said as the pinnacle of a mage's control, accurately controlling the amount of mana needed for a spell to execute an enemy. I call those variant spells bare bones. After activating Great Mana Domain, bare bones, Argentum then went ahead and activated Mana Barrier in bare bones form, obtaining a level up on both Mana Barrier and Clouded Mana Core. Not long after that, He then extended his left arm as a ball of mana manifested on top of his left palm before aiming it towards his body. Lesser wind magic, wind ball, bang. Thanks to the barrier that was covering all parts of his body, Argentum was more or less unscathed after hitting himself with the spell he had just conjured. Just as he thought that he was safe from the attack he fired onto himself, he noticed that a certain part on his torso was glowing weakly when compared to the surrounding areas, making Argentum lightly chuckle as he placed his right hand over the weakly glowing area before muttering, "Grand breeze rejuvenation, bare bones." Whoosh! Since the wound he had received from the attack was not that serious, the amount of mana that he had imbued on the healing skill he had was enough to return the weakly glowing area to its original form. Obtaining notifications not long after that lesser wind magic, grand breeze rejuvenation, blessing of the great wind, and clouded mana core had leveled up, with the latter leveling up twice. After going through all of that, Argentum stopped where he was before he laughed and said, "Great mana domain, grand breeze rejuvenation, and mana barrier are all grade mortal level skills. So their requirements for MP is multiple notches higher than lesser wind magic by a long shot, which only needs 1 MP to fire a wind ball. Fortunately, that guy taught me on how to make spells bare bones, allowing me to do the combination I had just done on myself." Argentum continued to think out loud as he added, "This combination would allow me to more or less level up 6 skills at the same time, with immensely great focus on clouded mana core. The faster I level it up, the more MP I can work with." Now that I think about it, did the original body think about using bare bones while grinding his skills? Argentum pondered as this thought came to mind, before concluding that the original body did not even consider the idea as he had too much energy to work with. "Oh well," Argentum shrugged before letting out a short chuckle. "Since he doesn't know about this, the more he'll be shocked by how much I've improved." Ding! Just as he was about to go over that combination of skills once more, he had obtained a notification from the system, which made radiate an aura of confusion as this notification was too abrupt. He then listened to the system's voice as it read through the notification, hastily activating a skill not long after. Reward sharing has been enabled between the two bodies. Due to reward sharing, the skill wind barrier has been shared with you by Ors. Unfortunately, due to the difference in existence level, the efficacy of said skill has been diminished. Due to the resonance between wind barrier and mana barrier, the two skills have combined, forming wind mana barrier. After going through all of the notifications, he then sent a message through the system, establishing a connection with the only one he knew that would do such a thing, his original body. "Hello," Argentum said to initiate the conversation, to which the original body, Horus, replied, "Oh, if it isn't Argentum. Missed me after you just left the Tempest Cliff. To be honest, I was grinding all of the skills on my list, including the ones you transferred to me before I left the Tempest Cliff." Argentum responded to Horus' question, before letting out a sigh. Not long after, he continued, "But what's this reward sharing thing? And how are you sharing so many skills with me?" "Reward sharing is something I've unlocked after you became my clone," Horus answered Argentum's query through an explanation before adding, "You also have access to this." He then continued, "As for the skills, do you remember the Tempest Cliff inheritance?" "Tempest Cliff inheritance?" Argentum repeated Horus' last words as a shocked expression soon appeared on his featureless face. With no way to let this shock out through other means, he asked Horus, "You mean the skill room?" "Bingo," Horus replied with a chuckle. He then added, "Don't you think him kind? Boosting your abilities and specialties even further before you reach Verdant Breeze Town?" "Not gonna lie, I just think you're adding more burden onto me," Argentum responded to his question before letting out a slightly exasperated sigh. But then, a drive to make Horus shocked covered his whole body, adding on to his words with a chuckle, "But if I complained early on, I wouldn't become the strongest super animate in existence. Right? Keep those skills coming, Horus. Once I come back from this trip, I'll show you how much I've improved," Argentum said not long after in a confident tone, to which Horus let out a short chuckle before responding, "I'll be Incarnated inanimate by then, but sure. I'll be glad to fight against my clone." After that, the connection between the two had been cut off, with Argentum's motivation being kindled even further with what Horus was doing right now. Unfortunately for Argentum, just as he was about to go through the combination of skills to start his extreme skill grind, a voice resounded in his mind all of a sudden. "Oi, Argentum. Give me back the unused experience points. How? Give me a few seconds." Chapter 197 Mass Fusion Ding. Due to the difference in existence level of the two bodies, the user has obtained 504,232,000 unused experience points from Argentum. Not long after talking with Argentum about the unused experience points, a notification soon came to Horus, to which a monotonous voice read in his mind. Of course, with Teresa on his left shoulder, he ignored the monotonous voice resounding in his mind and commanded the system to show the notification through a screen instead. Whoosh! As a slightly corporeal screen appeared in front of his field of vision, Horus went ahead and manifested a hand out of the massive amount of FP he had before using it to point towards the screen as he focused his sense of vision towards Teresa and asked, "Is this amount sufficient enough to fuse all of the skills?" Teresa crossed its arms and placed an index finger and a thumb under its chin, pondering as it looked at the amount that Horus had received from Argentum, making multiple calculations silently in a matter of an instant. A few seconds later, Teresa nodded its head before looking at Horus with a smile on its face, saying, "The amount of points that have been given is more than enough to fuse all of the skills, Master." That's a relief. Horus let out an inward sigh of relief as he listened to Theresa's words. Of course, 500 million experience points was more than enough for an inanimate to level up from grade to grade without a problem. For 100 times. Nevertheless, he thought about how many experience points he had used up while fusing the small number of skills he had back then, while comparing it to the great number of skills he had right now. Albeit all of them being at the lowest possible grade. Since all of these skills are at the grade mortal level, the cost to fuse two skills into one is equivalent to one level of mine, Horus muttered as he was thinking out loud before continuing. "I have obtained 1,255 skills from this skill room. Which equates to around 628 levels. Of course, I ordered Teresa that all of the skills must be fused to their limits, which means that the fusion will happen again and again. Until only a few skills remain." It was then that Horus realized that Theresa's more than enough might not be the same as Horus more than enough. With this in mind, Horus went ahead and asked Teresa as he radiated an aura of slight unease, "Teresa, how many unused experience points do you reckon will be used while fusing these skills?" "Oh, out of the 504,232,000 experience points that you have supplied me, Master, I presume around at least 380 million of those points shall be used up in fusing these skills." Teresa replied with a cheerful smile on its face. In response to this, Horus let out an exasperated sigh, slightly regretting the fact that he learned all of the skills in this room. Then again, 120 million experience points is still more than enough for me to max out my level once I reach X-grade inanimate, as well as max out Fenrir and Teresa's levels before they attempt an existence tribulation. Not only that, but it's also enough for my plans after that, Horus muttered to himself to get his hopes up. Only for it to be crushed yet again by Theresa's words. "I must also remind Master that I might go over this estimated amount. Due to the number of skills I'm working with, I'm not quite sure as to how many unused experience points I would use up." "What I gave was just an educated guess," Teresa said, to which Horus responded with, I see. Whoosh. Not long after responding to Theresa's words, an aura of melancholy radiated from Horus as he shouted in his mind, "My precious unused experience points. Farewell." Just as he was thinking about this, Teresa went ahead and started fusing all of the skills together, gesturing with its hands as it gradually emanated a faint golden glow. It then raised both hands upward, with multiple motes of light of various colors and sizes coming out of Aura's body not long after. Swoosh, swoosh. Under the manipulation of Teresa, these motes of light arranged themselves in front of Aura's field of vision in an orderly fashion, with the ones that were the biggest and glowed the brightest at the top, and those that were the smallest and glowed the dimmest being at the bottom. After noticing what Teresa was doing, Horus decided that there was no use moping around over experience points that were going to help him improve his combat power, focusing his sense of vision on the plethora of little motes of light that were positioned a decent distance away from his field of vision. He looked at these motes of light and noticed that almost all of them were incredibly small and dim, while only a handful were big and bright, with Horus hastily concluding that these were the skills he had learned, albeit in a form that was more visual than ever before. "Master, I think you'd want to see this," Teresa said to Horus before clasping its glowing hands together, setting off an array of small explosions in front of Horus' field of vision. Fortunately, these explosions were only visual. If these explosions also had an auditory part into it, Horus was incredibly sure that he would teleport away from the skill room and come back when Teresa tells him the process is done. But since the explosions were only visual, Horus became engrossed at the intricacies of the explosions. Amidst the multiple flashing lights, there were multiple conclusions to the collisions of the motes of light, or in other words, the fusion of the skills. There were times the two motes of light would clash against each other and not find a winner, eventually deciding to coexist as a part of them existed in the other. There were also times that a mote of light would easily engulf the other mote of light, yet the power of the engulfed mote of light would still be seen as little dots. Of course, there were also motes of light that are on the same line, a resonance forming between the two of them as the two motes of light fuse as one, with the appearance of both motes of light overlapping one another from time to time. To Horus, the sight of what the motes of light were doing was akin to a skill that he could not learn as of yet. Nevertheless, even though he felt that he could not learn this skill, he could at least take some ideas from it and incorporate it into his skills. Eventually, around 10 minutes had passed, with the only remaining motes of light in front of Horus' field of vision all being big and bright. Naturally, these motes of light had undergone the same things that the small motes of light had undergone, leaving a few dozen large motes of light that made their way towards Horus' body, only to be absorbed by his body a few seconds later. At the very instant he had absorbed these motes of light, Horus could feel a sort of strength coursing throughout his body that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him at the same time. Little by little, this strength gradually adapted to Horus' body, eventually infusing him with a strength that seemed weak on the outside, yet intrepidly strong in reality. Ding, 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 ding. After being infused with a newfound strength, a near incessant amount of notification sounds resounded in his mind, making Horus sigh inwardly that he was going to have to endure through the monotonous voice yet again. Surprisingly, after the notification sounds had stopped, there was no monotonous voice that resounded in his mind whatsoever. As he wondered as to why that was the case, Horus heard a light chuckle from his shoulder, prompting him to look at Teresa. It seems that Master does not like the original voice of the system that much, so I shall read out the notifications and even add a bit onto it for Master instead, Teresa said after grabbing Horus' attention, sticking out its tongue before starting to talk about the notifications Horus had obtained. Taking a deep breath of air, Teresa then started to talk, saying, "The active class skill Grand Spiritus Deification has fused with multiple skills of the same category, transforming into the active class skill Supreme Deification of the epic grade. Due to the low grade of the skills that were fused with this skill, the grade of Supreme Deification has lowered to grade mortal level." Listening to the first notification attentively, Horus could not help but radiate an aura of shock as he heard that he had obtained a skill at the epic grade. Not only that, but for some reason, the skill had reverted to the lowest grade possible, grade mortal level. He pondered over it for some time, eventually understanding why the latter had happened, but he could not wrap his head around the former, interrupting Teresa from continuing as he asked, Are you certain that Grand Spiritus deification. Rather, Supreme deification. Is of the epic grade? I am incredibly certain, Master, Teresa replied to Aura's question without getting annoyed. It then added, the system cannot lie in front of Master after it has obtained the penultimate veridical spirit. Penultimate veridical spirit. Aurus muttered the name of the skill Teresa mentioned. Just as he was about to ask its properties, Teresa continued to talk, saying, if you still don't believe the system, Master. Here is the skill's new description. Whoosh. Without delay, a slightly corporeal screen appeared in front of Aura's field of vision, to which he had no choice but to read since he was incredibly skeptical of what Teresa was saying. But then. After he read through the description of supreme deification, he went silent for a bit before saying, continue. Supreme deification epic level 13. Grade, Mortal C. A status boosting skill formed from the fusion of multiple skills that harmonize and resonate with one another, allowing one to boost their stats to unimaginable levels. Due to the low grades of the fused skills, the full potential of this skill cannot be seen, being sealed for the safety of the user. Of course, being a skill with a fixed name, the power it gives even at a low grade cannot be mocked. When activated, increases all of the user's stats by 600%. When Supreme Deification is activated, the user gains access to Supreme Entity, increasing the user's stats even further by 400%. When Soul Entity is activated, the user gains access to Ruler of All, allowing the user to create a domain wherein the user can control anything and everything inside it in exchange for the user's gained stats. The effectiveness of the user's control over the domain is reliant on the amount of stats the user has gained from the skill. Is this really the Grand Spiritus deification I often used before? Aurus could not help but shout out loud in his mind, thinking that this skill he had received was incredibly broken, especially the last part where he could create a domain that allowed him to control everything in exchange for his gained stats. To him, exchanging the stats gained from a skill was quite a good price for an ability like that. Not to mention, a skill with a fixed name. Aurus continued to think about the description of the skill, recalling the 3 tiers of skills based on names. According to his memories, a skill with a changing name every evolution is the weakest type of skill. A skill with a fixed name is the second strongest type of skill, while a skill with a fixed but simple name. Is a skill that could easily make others submit to a being. Since the first notification had set his expectations for the fused skills that came after it to a very high point, Aurus was very eager to find out what level they had reached in terms of their names and rarities. Fortunately, due to the great number of skills that were fused, all of the skills that came after Supreme Deification did not disappoint Aurus. The active class skill Ancient Modular Flux Equipment Fabrication has fused with multiple skills of the same category, transforming into the active class skill Flux Equipment Creation of the legendary grade. Due to the low grades of the skills that were fused with this skill, the grade of Flux Equipment Creation has lowered to grade Mortal level. The active species skill Omnipresent Spiritus Waltz has fused with multiple skills of the same category, transforming into the active class skill Omnipresent Movement of the rare grade. Due to the low grades of the skills that were fused with this skill, the grade of Omnipresent Movement has lowered to grade Mortal level. The skill 9 Realms Myriad Spells Ords has fused with multiple skills of the same category, transforming into the active class skill Spells Ords of Ruination of the legendary grade. Due to the low grades of the skills that were fused with this skill, the grade of Spells Ords of Ruination has lowered to grade Mortal level. Eventually, Teresa was finished going over the notifications that had come after all of the skills Aurus had obtained from the skill room had fused with the skills he already had, with him identifying every one of them before being left at a loss for words every time. At the end of all that, Aurus could not help but let out a satisfied sigh before muttering, using all of those unused experience points is incredibly worth it. Although it looks like that I've weakened on paper, in actuality, I've grown stronger, far stronger than what I used to be. While feeling satisfied with the outcome of the fusions, Horus went ahead and asked Teresa as a thought flashed in his mind. Ah, right. Teresa, how many unused experience points have you used in the fusion? Teresa tried to recall the costs for each fusion before calculating all of them into a single sum in a matter of seconds, eventually replying with a smile on its face as it said, in total, the fusion has used up 476 million unused experience points, Master. After hearing what Teresa said, Horus was left at a loss for words. This time from intense grief. A few seconds later, he let out a long and disappointed sigh before telling Teresa in a slightly dejected tone, with our purpose here now fulfilled, let us go and get comprehension leaves. Not long after, he softly muttered to himself, how I can max out Fenra, Teresa, and myself with around 30 million unused experience points. But what about what comes after that? Oblivious to what Horus was currently feeling, Teresa replied to Horus' words in a cheerful tone and said, let us depart, Master. Chapter 198 An Unexpected Trial. Whoosh. After doing what he had to do in the Tempest Cliff inheritance, he soon left the place through teleportation, only taking a few teleports to do so. Nevertheless, the aura that was radiating from him was the same at the time when he was about to leave the Tempest Cliff inheritance. Dejection. The reason why he was dejected was that the number of unused experience points that he could use right now was less than the amount he was told before, even though his personal assistant, Teresa, told him that the number given to him was an educated guess and was not the exact amount it would use. He was positioned on the center of the magic circle that led to the insides of the inheritance, letting out a low sigh as he looked at the ruins that surrounded the magic circle. He then focused his sense of vision towards the sky, taking note of the fact that the sun was close to setting. While looking at these things, he was pondering on what he could do to increase the number of unused experience points he had by a lot in a short amount of time. Of course, he thought about killing inanimates to solve this problem, but the amount of experience they gave was minuscule when compared to the needs of Horus. He also thought about killing animates, having the feeling that he would be able to easily kill them as long as he hid wisely and killed them in one shot. But then, his rational side took over the majority of his thoughts, thinking about the consequences if he got caught killing animates. Rather than having a grudge towards him, they would pursue him even more due to the power he held and turn him into a weapon that would allow them to wield the same level of power, or perhaps even greater. I could go ahead and kill pseudo-animates since that would be the perfect existence level to kill at my level of combat power, Horus muttered to himself as he continued to think of ways to alleviate his problem, adding, but pseudo-animates are incredibly rare by the looks of it. When I came with her earlier to the inheritance that gave comprehension leaves, I did not even see any pseudo-animates roaming around in the wilderness. Horus let out a sigh of slight frustration at this problem. Just as he was accepting his fate of killing a massive amount of pseudo-animates at once, he remembered something that he had activated inside the Tempest Cliff inheritance a while ago, a skill that had a description that could alleviate his problem. Reward sharing. Would Argentum even kill a few beings along the way to Verdant Breeze Town? Horus pondered over it, his aura of dejection being replaced with slight happiness not long after. As a thought related to pseudo-animates flashed across in mind, he then said with slight confidence, if he wants to become strong, he has no choice but to kill a few beings. I almost forgot that pseudo-animate skills have mastery levels just like animates. With that in mind, Horus was more or less at ease about the success of his third plan. Of course, he also had a backup plan in the off chance that Argentum's killing spree would come later than sooner, killing a stray animate. Or even a few of them. Let's head to the second inheritance, Horus said to Teresa with a more composed tone this time, to which Teresa replied with glee, as you wish, Master. Whoosh. And just like that, both Horus and Teresa had disappeared from the center of the magic circle, heading towards the town that housed the inheritance that gave Horus not only comprehension leaves, but a title as well. Whoosh. Around an hour later, Horus and Teresa had finally arrived at the outskirts of the town where the inheritance resided, with Horus radiating an aura of slight shock as he tested out the new and improved movement skill he had obtained after fusing all of those skills to their limit. Omnipresent movement. To think that this movement skill that leaned towards flying rather than teleportation back then would turn into a teleportation skill that far eclipses the range of Nebulous Tempest Blessing, Horus muttered as he recalled the distance he had traveled with a single teleportation of both skills. While still in awe, he added, even without activating Zenith Nihility Dash, I could travel a distance that's farther than Nebulous Tempest Blessing and Zenith Nihility Dash used in tandem. The only downside is the amount of FP consumed per teleportation, Horus muttered with a chuckle before adding, then again, I have tons of FP to use anyway. Whoosh. Unlike before, where he would have morphed into an inconspicuous object so that he would not attract the attention of the animates that were guarding the perimeter of the town, as well as the animates that lived inside the town, Horus believed in the range of omnipresent movement as a lot of his FP was consumed, with him and Teresa appearing inside a dark and secluded place not long after. At the instant Horus and Teresa had arrived at this dark and secluded place, Horus took a look around his surroundings and radiated an aura of satisfaction after noticing there were multiple planks of wood blocking the entrance behind him. In other words, he had successfully entered the abandoned mine shaft where the inheritance resided without having to pass through the animates. He then went ahead and teleported to the innermost portion of the abandoned mine shaft, eventually ending up in a corridor that led to a dead end. He looked at the dead end of this corridor, radiating an aura of slight elation as he noticed that an inconspicuous magic circle was etched on the wall. Cross-referencing the memory he had of the magic circle that led to the inheritance from before, he was certain that this magic circle was the one he wanted to enter. If I remember correctly, to enter the inheritance, I should reply to the words said by the magic circle, Horus muttered as he slowly made his way towards the magic circle. Eventually standing a decent distance away from the magic circle, he focused his sense of vision towards it, waiting for a voice to resound so he could get into the inheritance and obtain comprehension leaves. Surprisingly, rather than that being the case, without any warning or sign beforehand, the inconspicuous magic circle started to glow a faint white as a suctioning force gradually enveloped Horus, leaving no trace of him ever crossing the corridor. A few seconds later, whoosh, around a minute after Horus was abruptly sucked in by the force of the magic circle, he and Teresa had soon appeared in the center of a large stone room. At the instant he had arrived in this room, he looked around and noticed that it was the stone room he was in when he first attempted the inheritance, but considerably bigger than the one he was in when he first attempted the inheritance. Realizing that this was the case, Horus could not help but be confused, asking himself, how the heck did I enter the inheritance so easily? Is it because I entered the inheritance before? No, that wouldn't be the case since Heralia had been here before, yet she had to reply to the magic circle to enter the inheritance. Seriously? How? Horus muttered not long after as he tried to make sense of the situation he was currently in. Just as he was about to enter a deep state of thinking, a voice he was somewhat familiar with resounded throughout the whole stone room he was in, prompting Teresa to snap him back to reality and shout, Master, listen to the voice. Although he was slightly annoyed at the fact that he was interrupted from his train of thought by Teresa, at the very instant he heard the voice resounding throughout the room, a certain memory surfaced in his mind as he muttered in disbelief, is that the inheritance ruler's voice? Welcome back to the great ruler inheritance, substitute ruler of the void? This was what the voice was saying as it resounded throughout the room it was in. A few seconds later, a chuckle resounded before it was followed up with, oh, it seems I was mistaken. Welcome back to the great ruler inheritance, assistant ruler of the void. The inheritance ruler? After making sure that the voice came from the inheritance ruler that allowed him to obtain the title of ruler of the void, Horus could not help but shout out his question before adding, is that really you? Of course I am. Why would it not be me? The inheritance ruler, which was the voice resounding a while ago, replied to Horus' question with a cheerful tone before abruptly changing into a slightly melancholic tone as it added, It has only been over a week or so since you came here, but you've already forgotten me. How unpopular must I be? Boo-hoo, ha. In response to the inheritance ruler's words, Horus could not help but let out a loud sigh as he recalled the weird phenomenon before he entered the inheritance a while ago. Since the inheritance ruler was directly communicating with him at the very instant he had entered, he would be able to obtain the answer to his question easily. This was the thought in his mind. Inheritance ruler, I have 2 questions, Horus said out loud, which attracted the attention of the inheritance ruler as it stopped its melancholic facade before responding with, "What is it?" First off, how the heck did I enter this inheritance without going through the usual process of replying to the magic circle's words? Horus replied to the inheritance ruler's question with a question of his own before following it up with, "Second, are you really okay with me calling you the inheritance ruler? It's quite a long name." "I'm glad you asked," the inheritance ruler said before letting out a light chuckle. The sound of someone taking in a deep breath could be heard resounding throughout the room Horus was in before the inheritance ruler's voice could be heard, saying, "I'll answer the second question first. You can call me the inheritance ruler and I wouldn't mind it since we're not that close. But since you find it a slightly cumbersome name to say, how about calling me Enhi? It's a name I made up from the word inheritance." Enhi. Horus muttered it in response as he repeated this name in his mind multiple times. A few seconds later, he replied, "Enhi is fine." Anyways, the first question, it's quite simple, really, the inheritance ruler. Or rather, and he replied to Horus' query before adding, "The reason why you entered this inheritance without needing to go through the usual process is that you already have a ruler title. Only those that don't have a full ruler title must go through the usual process." "I see," Horus said in response to Enhi's reply, thinking that this did indeed make sense. Just as Horus was about to ask Enhi a question, Enhi took the initiative to ask Horus a question first, asking him, "Anyways, why did you come to this inheritance again, Assistant Ruler of the Void?" "I need more comprehension leaves," Horus responded to Enhi's question before adding, "Also, calling me Horus is fine with me." "You need more comprehension leaves?" Enhi said with slight curiosity. It then added, "What for?" "To increase my comprehension speed to the limit," Horus replied without hiding anything. "Well, since you're an official ruler, I wouldn't mind giving you as much comprehension leaves as you want," Enhi said after pondering over Horus' words, which made Horus radiate an aura of gratefulness and elation. But then, this aura was instead replaced with curiosity as Enhi said, but, Horus wondered why. Thankfully, Enhi satiated his curiosity as it continued, "After sensing your presence in this inheritance, the Supreme Ruler of the Void, which is more or less your teacher, wanted to test you out. He noticed that you were acting in a way that was unbefitting for a ruler of the Void, using the inferior element of wind rather than the superior element of void." "Huh?" Horus was somewhat confused as he added, "You did tell me that I could choose any ruler I wanted to learn under, right?" "When did he become so demanding?" "His words, not mine," and he replied to Horus' query as it added, "Nonetheless, after looking at what you were doing secretly, he was slightly infuriated that you were using the element of wind instead of the void to fight against others, making him ponder whether accepting you as a ruler of the void was a right choice. Since the power you hold as an inanimate far surpasses the average power held by the inanimates that came here before you, the supreme ruler of the void has decided to give you a second chance and let you undergo a trial that would remove his doubts." Horus was left at a loss for words, wondering what he did to tick this powerful ruler off. Although it seemed that since a supreme ruler was doing this so he had no choice but to accept, Horus went ahead and asked Enhi just to clear his doubts, "Can I decline?" "Declining the trial means you give up the title of Assistant Ruler of the Void?" according to him. "Are you sure?" Enhi replied to his question, to which Horus could not help but let out a long sigh. Fine. I accept the trial," Horus said with a slightly annoyed tone before adding, the better be good rewards in this trial. As the inheritance ruler, how could I not give you rewards that are equivalent to your efforts? And he said in response to Horus' words in a cheerful tone. It then cleared its throat before continuing. Anyways, this trial is composed of 3 stages, just like what you took back then when you first entered the inheritance. Well, let's not waste any time since it seems more or less ready to get this trial over with, and he added a few seconds later. It then continued. The first stage of this trial shall test your prowess in the element of void, namely, the infinite spaces it has. And with that, the name of this stage is Myriad Void Dimensions. Chapter 199. Is that all? Myriad Void Dimensions. Listening to the name of the first stage, Horus started thinking up of the mechanics of the stage, just like what he used to do when he was attempting the trials in this inheritance before he obtained a ruler title. In a matter of an instant, multiple mechanics that seemed to resonate with the name of the stage had surfaced in Horus' mind. All of the mechanics had differing instructions and goals, but one thing was for sure in his thoughts. The end goal of this stage was to escape something. Are you finished pondering on what mechanics this first stage has? And he asked Horus, who had just finished pondering over mechanics, with a teasing tone. In response to this, an aura of shock radiated from Horus. Fortunately, just as Horus was about to ask how and he knew about what he was doing before trials, and he took the initiative to answer the unspoken question, continuing, "I'm the inheritance ruler. If I don't even know what's going on in the mind of the inheritors before they take their trials, then how can I possibly call myself an inheritance ruler? Anyways, since this trial was not something I created but rather by the supreme ruler of the void, I'll tell you the mechanics and the way on how you could finish the trial as fast as possible." And he soon added, to which Horus radiated an aura of curiosity as he wondered if the mechanics he had in mind were the same as the real one. Taking in another deep breath, and he went ahead and explained the first stage to Horus, saying, from the name itself, the stage Myriad Void Dimensions is set on a place with myriad dimensions made out of the void element. If that wasn't obvious enough already, you start on one of the corners of this room, with the stage starting once you enter the void dimension in that corner. Inside it, you only have 4 choices in which direction you'd like to move: forward, backward, leftward, and rightward. And he then continued, your goal is to reach the center of the myriad dimensions through the void dimension you entered. Once you reach the center of the myriad dimensions, you shall be teleported out of it, as well as marking you to be someone that has finished the first stage. This myriad void dimensions stage is quite similar to the second stage of the trial I took here back then, Horus thought to himself as he listened to Inhi's words. Although there is no decision-making process when it comes to the choices of movement I have, which makes it look like I would eventually get to the center of the myriad dimensions eventually, since I'm being tested, there would definitely be a twist. To be honest, I was just getting to the twist, and he said as it sighed after Horus had finished thinking. It then added, as you've said, it seems you could go and move towards a random direction and you'll eventually reach the center of the myriad dimensions. Unfortunately, that's not the case, with 3 out of 4 directions leading towards a dimension filled with the intent of destruction, easily decimating your body to shreds. In other words, if you don't rely on your control over the element of the void through the title, you have to rely on your instincts if you wanna clear this stage unscathed. And he continued before letting out a sigh. Horus pondered over Inhi's words for a bit in silence, wondering if it was really worth doing this for a title. Eventually, he finished pondering, looking up at a certain direction and asking, can I ask what the rewards are after I finish this stage? I need to have some incentive, you know. Since the trial is something the supreme ruler of the void made up, he'll allow you to choose any reward you want. And he replied to Horus' words, instantly stimulating his imagination on what reward he could ask Inhi. Unfortunately for him, Inhi's next words crushed his hopes of asking for some incredibly powerful thing, saying, of course, I have the right to say whether the reward you want is truly befitting for the current you. In other words, ask for a reward that is beyond your scope of power and ill decline. In response to that, Horus let out a sigh inwardly before saying, all right, I get it. I won't ask for anything stupid. He then said as an aura of seriousness emanated from him, anyways, let's start the first stage. Wise choice, and he uttered as it lightly chuckled, instantly teleporting Horus from where he was towards a corner of the large stone room he was in. A few seconds later, a near incessant amount of black spheres appeared in the stone room, originating from the center before spreading out towards the corners of the stone room. These spheres emitted an aura that was akin to the feeling of nothingness, with each sphere being the size of a decently sized boulder. Eventually, the spheres stopped spreading. With the sphere Horus had to enter radiating an aura that said enter here as it appeared a decent distance away from him. While looking at the sphere, he could not help but notice a glistening star hover above the sphere, prompting him to ask in he, what's the star thing on top of the sphere? In he, that's a sign that you've entered the correct void dimension, and he soon responded to Horus' question before adding, it also has something to do with how you could clear the trial as fast as possible. At the very instant you enter the starting void dimension, everywhere you look will be covered in a shroud of darkness. Except for the star at the top. These void dimensions are actually transparent, allowing you to look at what is contained in the void dimensions surrounding yours. But since the safe ones do not contain anything while the dangerous ones contain a black haze, there's more or less no difference between the two if you rely on your eyesight. The only way you'll find out that it's a safe one is when a star appears above it, and he continued before saying, now go and clear this stage to prove the supreme ruler of the void wrong. Horus then went closer to the sphere that had a star on top of it, feeling a suctioning force come from the sphere not long after. Since he knew what was going to happen to him, he did not resist the suctioning force, signaling the start of the first stage as he had officially entered the myriad void dimensions. In a place incredibly far away from the Area 52 inheritance, a beautiful woman was sitting on a chair as an orb that showed an image of a glowing wooden sculpture entering a black sphere floated in front of her. This woman wore a white robe that seemed to be too big for her, yet radiated an aura that seemed to fit the power she held. This woman was none other than he, the inheritance ruler that was talking with Horus before he entered the myriad void dimensions. Step, step, step. While she was attentively looking at the orb, keeping an eye on Horus' progress, her hearing had picked up the sound of faint footsteps gradually becoming louder as it got closer to her, prompting her to look behind, a light smile on her face as she hastily recognized who was getting closer to her. To think that you'd come here out of your own accord, supreme ruler of the void. And he said with a light chuckle as her eyes were focused on the man that had finally arrived in front of her. This man, just like the title he held, wore clothes that seemed to have no dimension due to the sheer darkness of the fabric. Of course, just like how Enhi's robe complemented her aura, this man's clothes complemented the aura he radiated, an aura of nothingness. How's that assistant ruler of the void doing? Inheritance ruler? The supreme ruler of the void opened his mouth to ask Enhi, a dry yet deep voice coming out of it not long after. In response to this, Enhi hummed a simple tune for a while as she turned her head around to look back at the orb floating in front of her. Well, the inanimate has just entered the myriad void dimensions. Knowing your prowess over illusions very well, this assistant ruler of yours might just, while she responded to the supreme ruler of the void's question with an answer that favored his side rather than Horus, Enhi's response was interrupted before she could finish, her mouth agape as she looked at what had happened through the orb. An expression of disbelief was written all over her face as she muttered, "Impossible." "What's wrong, inheritance ruler?" The supreme ruler of the void instantly felt the weird aura radiating from her, prompting him to ask her this question. In response to this, Enhi slowly turned her head around before saying, "I don't know how it did it. But it passed through the myriad void dimensions." "Are you serious?" The supreme ruler of the void could not believe what he was hearing. He then went closer to Enhi, allowing him to see what was happening in the orb, leaving him speechless as well. He was about to tell the inheritance ruler to disqualify the inanimate from the stage for cheating, But after looking a bit more closely, he found out that there was no way for him to do such a thing. Lighting up all of the stars at that sort of speed. The supreme ruler of the void muttered in disbelief. He then continued to mutter, saying, "Does this inanimate have all of the good luck in the world given to it or something? How can an inanimate, a being that doesn't even have an incredibly strong soul like us, be able to clear such a confusing stage without making a mistake? I have no clue at all." And he replied to the supreme ruler of the void's question before letting out a sigh. She then asked him, "Do you really want this inanimate to not have your title? What's your problem with the inanimate anyway?" "Well, the problem with the element it specializes in is the least of my problems," the supreme ruler of the void said before continuing. "The main problem I have with the inanimate is its existence level." Whoosh. A few seconds later, just like what he had said to him, Horus was surrounded everywhere by a shroud of darkness, with only the star at the top being the other thing that he could see clearly other than his body. Oh, right. Teresa was something he could see clearly as well. It took a while for him to adapt to the pure darkness surrounding him, eventually letting out a sigh as he muttered, "It seems he was telling me the truth. Everywhere I look is pure darkness that I don't even have a smidgen of a clue as to what direction I should move. Should I just go ahead and move in a random direction? I could just teleport back to this place if I enter a void dimension that would kill me," Horus muttered to himself, only for him to realize what Teresa was currently doing. Surprisingly, while Horus was talking to himself, Teresa moved from his left shoulder, distancing itself from him for a bit before taking a look at their surroundings as it closed its eyes, seemingly thinking about something. After a while, Teresa went back to Horus' left shoulder, which was around the time where he was finished talking to himself. At the instant Teresa had returned to Horus' left shoulder, it scratched its head for a bit before letting out a sigh of contentment, looking at Horus with a gaze of slight excitement as it said, "Master, I seem to have found out the truth regarding this myriad void dimensions thing." Horus' interest was instantly piqued, prompting him to ask Teresa, "What do you mean by that? How should I explain this to Master?" Teresa muttered as it heard Horus' question, eventually finding the right words to say as it replied, "From what the voice had said before, there are only two types of void dimensions, right?" "Yeah, the safe ones and the ones filled with the intent of destruction," Horus replied to Theresa's words, asking not long after, "What about them?" "There's nothing weird about the safe ones. I've checked that once you enter them, a star manifests on top of them and that's it," Teresa replied to Horus' question. It then added, "But there's something peculiar with the dangerous ones. They do indeed have the intent of destruction that could easily destroy your body at any time, Master. But there's something more to them than just that," Teresa said, increasing Horus' level of curiosity as he said, "Just tell me already, Teresa." Master is really impatient, but alright. Teresa puffed its cheeks as a slight frown appeared on its face. It then let out a short sigh before saying, "In actuality, the intent of destruction hidden in those void dimensions is only a strand or two. What's making up most of the pure darkness surrounding us, Master, is an illusion." "So, what are you trying to tell me?" Horus replied to Thesa's words, slightly confused at what it was trying to convey. He then rummaged through his memories, wondering if what Teresa was trying to convey had something to do with a memory from his past. Fortunately, a memory that had a relation to what Teresa was trying to convey had surfaced in his mind, allowing him to realize what Teresa was trying to say. "Penultimate veridical spirit. Does it have something to do with that?" Horus asked Teresa, to which Teresa profusely nodded in response as it said, "Exactly, Master. Penultimate veridical spirit is the fusion of undeceiving sight, a far stronger version of illusion nullification, and unified soul control, allowing Master to see through all lies without any difficulty." "If that's the case, then why is everything surrounding us is still pure darkness if I can see through all lies?" Horus asked this question while wondering whether what Teresa was saying was the truth, to which Teresa replied, "Of course, Master can activate or deactivate this skill at any time. All Master has to say is the phrase "all falsehood shall be negated" and penultimate veridical spirit will do everything else. All falsehood shall be negated? Horus asked Teresa, only for a notification sound to respond to his question instead. A few seconds later, a monotonous voice resounded in his mind, saying, "Penultimate veridical spirit has been activated. All falsehood shall be negated in front of the user." Whoosh! Not even a few seconds later, the pure darkness that was surrounding Horus had been replaced with the clear sight of the walls of the stone room. Of course, if one looked closely, one could see a few hundred strands of dark energy roaming around in a fixed area, as if they were guarding something. Undergoing through a drastic change of what he was seeing, Horus was left at a loss for words as he wondered as to what direction he should move to head towards the center of the myriad dimensions. Even though he could now see the center clearly, he still did not have any idea as to what direction he should move. "Although my vision is now clear, I still don't have any idea as to what direction I should move to get there," Horus muttered, only for the monotonous voice in his mind to respond with, "The intensity of the penultimate veridical spirit has been adjusted. The path towards the center is now clear for the user." Swoosh! Not long after the monotonous voice said that, a black outline surrounded the spheres that seemed to lead the path towards the center of the myriad dimensions, leaving Horus at a loss for words yet again as he could not believe that it was this easy to clear the first stage. Letting out a sigh of disbelief, he muttered to himself, "Is this really all the first stage has in store?" After saying that, he then went ahead and moved through the outlined spheres, lighting up stars along the way as he made his way towards the center of the myriad dimensions. Chapter 201 Shot Whoosh! After reaching the center of the myriad dimensions, Horus was soon transported to the outside of the myriad dimensions, his field of vision being covered by the sight of the multiple black spheres not long after. After activating penultimate veridical spirit, instead of looking at a field of spheres that spanned across the whole stone room he was in, instead, he was looking at a path of outlined spheres with stars on top that led towards the center of the myriad dimension. While looking at the current view in front of him, he recalled that and he could read all of his thoughts, so it might have known that Horus had activated penultimate veridical spirit to easily clear the stage. With that in mind, Horus went ahead and softly muttered, "All falsehood shall be negated." A monotonous voice resounding in his mind not long after that the effects of penultimate veridical spirit was deactivated. And so, with it being deactivated, the view in front of him had reverted to a field of black spheres, all of which were radiating the aura of nothingness. After doing that, he then waited for Anhi to tell him that he had successfully passed the first stage. A few seconds. Half a minute. A couple of minutes. Around 10 minutes had passed by with Horus waiting, obtaining no response from Anhi. Where could Anhi be? Horus questioned himself as he looked at Teresa, who was sitting on his left shoulder in a relaxed manner, its vision focused on the black spheres. After noticing that Horus was looking at it, Teresa looked back at Horus and flashed a light smile. Just as he was about to lose his temper after the waiting, a voice finally resounded throughout the whole stone room as the field of black spheres gradually disappeared, reverting the content inside the large stone room into what it previously was. "How did you clear the first stage so quickly?" This voice was none other than Enhi's, taking on a tone of shock, which slightly surprised Horus as he listened to it. He pondered over Enhi's words, wondering if it knew that Horus had activated a skill that allowed him to pass through the stage without a problem. From the tone of Enhi's voice, it seemed that there was a limit to how much information Enhi could read from Horus' thoughts, prompting Horus to tell a bit of the truth with lies mixed in. I have a skill that gives me a chance to see through illusions," Horus replied to Enhi's question as he radiated an aura of slight hesitation. He then added, "To be honest, I wasn't expecting the skill to work. I just tried it out as an experiment." Hearing Horus' answer, Enhi was left at a loss for words. She could not help but think, a skill that has a chance to negate all illusions. On an inanimate being? She then pondered over it a bit more, deciding to give up in the end as she let out a sigh, muttering, "Well, It did clear the stage using its own power, so I guess he'll let it pass. And he then let out a sigh as it resounded throughout the stone room, catching Aurus' attention, which was preoccupied after, and he went silent after attracting his attention. And he then said, "Well, since you cleared the first stage, you can now go ahead and ask me for any reward you want. Remember, it has to be a reward that's more or less equivalent to the amount of power you hold right now." Horus pondered over his words, wondering what reward he should obtain from this inheritance. Fortunately, it did not take long for Horus to make his decision, as the reward he had in mind was related to the reason why he entered the inheritance again in the first place. Of course, he was also taking a bit of a risk here, since he had the idea of obtaining a comprehension leaf that was of a higher grade than transcending. Although he heard from Herelia that there were 2 grades of comprehension leaves higher than transcending, would an inheritance like this have such a rare comprehension leaf? "I've decided," Horus said in a confident tone, suppressing the nervousness he felt within. He then added, "The reward I want to get is a comprehension leaf with the highest grade in this inheritance." Listening to Horus' request, he could not help but ask him, "Are you sure that that's what you want? Not skills or anything?" "Well, I did say that I needed more comprehension leaves to reach the comprehension speed limit," Horus replied to his question. He then added, "Do you have any?" "Yeah, we do," and he replied to Horus' question, to which Horus radiated an aura of elation, as he was finally going to obtain a comprehension leaf that had a higher grade than transcending. Amidst this elation was his intense curiosity as to what kind of feeling would a comprehension leaf of such grade would give him. Whoosh! After a few seconds, a leaf that seemed to radiate an aura akin to the birth of a universe had appeared a meter or so away from him. Unlike the transcending comprehension leaf he had absorbed before, which took on the appearance of a dead leaf, this leaf's appearance had a bit of vibrance to it, taking on a shade of light green as multiple esoteric drawings were etched on its surface. As he looked at this leaf hovering in front of him, he could not help but have the urge to extend a tendril of FP towards it and absorb it in an instant. Thankfully, he did not let this urge get to him, as he suppressed it as much as possible. With this urge suppressed, he wanted to know the details of the leaf in front of him, going ahead and asking "May I ask what grade of comprehension leaf is this?" "That's the rarest kind of comprehension leaf we have in this inheritance," and he replied to Horus' question without delay. It then added, "It's the grade after transcending, the all-seeing comprehension leaf." "All-seeing comprehension leaf," Horus muttered while looking at the leaf in front of him, feeling that the name suited its appearance and aura. But now that he knew what came after transcending, he had this urge to ask what grade came after all-seeing, to which he did not suppress, as he asked not long after, "Do you know what comes after all-seeing?" "Yeah," and he responded, "I've only taken one in my whole life, but the feeling you get from it is like living a million lives in a split second." Hearing that the feeling of the comprehension leaf after all-seeing was quite euphoric from the tone of his voice, Horus' curiosity had intensified as he asked, "What is it called?" "All-knowing comprehension leaf," and he replied to his question, "It's the rarest type of comprehension leaf you could get from this continent." "I see," Horus said, only for his mind to fixate on the last words said by as he asked, "Wait a second. Rarest comprehension leaf in this continent? There are far rarer comprehension leaves in the other continents?" "Yep," and he said in response before adding, "but knowing about them would probably be detrimental to you right now. Anyways, go ahead and absorb the comprehension leaf. I'll give you a 5-minute break before we start the second stage." "All right," Horus replied to his words, eventually removing the suppression on his urges from before as a large tendril of FP moved towards the leaf hovering in front of him. It then enveloped the whole leaf before gradually dissolving it as its particles moved towards Horus' body. Swish! At the instant a few particles of the all-seeing comprehension leaf was absorbed by Horus' body. His field of vision had transformed in an instant, giving him the ability that he could see every single thing on this planet with a single glance. Their past, their present, their future, the things that make up their bodies, All of them could be seen with this single glance. Unfortunately for Horus, this sensation had only lasted for a few seconds as his field of vision reverted to the large stone room as a notification sound resounded in his mind. Rather than a monotonous voice reading out the notification for him, Teresa was the one who read it and said, "Congratulations, Master. You have absorbed an all-seeing comprehension leaf. Since the leaf you just absorbed is of a higher grade than the previous one, the full effect of this leaf has been absorbed, increasing Master's comprehension speed by 20 times. Not to mention, the cap of Master's comprehension speed has been increased to 40 times. Listening to Thrusa's voice, Horus was left in a state of slight confusion. The first thing about him obtaining an increase of 20 times was still understandable to him, since Teresa said that it was a leaf that was a higher grade than the transcending comprehension leaf he had absorbed back then. But 40 times? Didn't Herolier say the limit was 30? He then pondered over it and wondered why this was the case. Fortunately, it did not take a long time for Horus to finally have an idea as to why. Muttering to himself, "I just noticed that with each consecutive grade of comprehension leaf I absorb, the limit to how much comprehension speed I can have increases by 10 times. In other words, the soaring leaf would have a cap of 10 times. The unshrouding leaf would have a cap of 20 times, the transcending leaf a cap of 30, and the all-seeing leaf a cap of 40. If I continue with this pattern, then the all-knowing leaf would have a cap of 50. After absorbing the all-seeing comprehension leaf, Master now has a comprehension speed of 35 times. Not only that, but Master has also obtained a chance to break a skills limit to a higher level." Teresa continued amidst Horus muttering, attracting Horus' attention in an instant as he asked, "What do you mean by breaking a skills limit?" In response to this question, Teresa laughed as it replied, "Master will only be able to use this chance once he maxes out a skill at the X-grade transcendent level. I hope Master does his best and turns into someone that can use this chance." X-grade transcendent, Horus muttered, letting out a light chuckle as a small part of his plan had changed due to this, saying, "It seems I'll have to grind all of my skills to the X-grade transcendent level. Then again, I was planning to do that from the start anyway." In a place far away from the Area 52 inheritance, and he was talking with the Supreme Ruler of the Void, letting out a sigh as she stood up from her chair. "For now, I've passed the inanimate on the first stage," and he said to the Supreme Ruler of the Void as she asked him, "Anyways, what's the problem with its existence level?" "It's too low." The Supreme Ruler of the Void did not hide anything in his reply. "Shouldn't a ruler be someone who has incredibly high strength and existence level?" "I could accept the fact that it has the Substitute Ruler of the Void title since it's an inanimate, but after it has reached the Assistant Ruler of the Void level, I just feel like that inanimate doesn't deserve it. Although it doesn't have a high existence level, it does have a lot of strength for its existence level." And he refuted the Supreme Ruler of the Void's words as she replied. She then added, "From the aura it's radiating right now, you can tell easily that the power it has is being hampered by its low existence level." "Right, but," the Supreme Ruler of the Void said in response to Inhi's words, eventually letting out a sigh. He then said, "You know what? I'm going to change the mechanics of the second stage." You do know how much it costs to replace stages at the last minute, right?" And he asked him with a slight frown. In response, the Supreme Ruler of the Void waved his hand as he replied, "No worries. I'll pay it after this. I'm just tweaking the mechanics of this second stage a little bit to see if this inanimate is truly worthy of its title. I'm going to change the existence level of his enemies to a high pseudo-animate level," the Supreme Ruler soon said as he added, "If that inanimate could pass through this stage, then I could accept the fact that it's worthy for the title." "Are you really sure?" And he said, "You tend to change your mind quite a lot." "I mean what I say," the Supreme Ruler of the Void uttered in response. "Anyways, I'll send the changes to the second stage right now." Fine, and he muttered with a sigh as she sat back on her chair before gesturing with her hands. strands of energy extending from her fingertips soon after. Also, is it fine if the name of the second stage is changed? The supreme ruler of the void asked in response, and he let out an annoyed sigh as she asked, "What's the new name of the second stage then?" The supreme ruler of the void pondered over the question for a bit before saying with a grin, "One shot. One shot. Is that a reference to you when you're having fun with women?" "Shut up.